Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Technician Number 18. Within the confines of the opulent private room, Song Yun-fong donned golden shorts, his torso bare, revealing a chiseled six-pack. In his hand, he held a cup of red date and goji berry tea, his gaze fixated with delight on a procession of alluring technicians ushered in by the supervisor. Good evening, esteemed guest. I am technician number 18, hailing from Sichuan, standing at 167 centimeters and weighing 49 kilograms, she announced, twirling gracefully to showcase her form. Good evening, esteemed guest. I am technician number 86, from Hunan, standing at 173 centimeters and weighing 55 kilograms, she followed suit, and so the introductions continued until all the technicians had presented themselves. Upon completion, the supervisor, wearing a professionally feigned smile, inquired, Sir, are any of these to your satisfaction? Song Yunfeng's discerning eyes scanned the array of technicians before he asked, Is there not another batch? With a hint of awkwardness, the supervisor wiped her brow and replied, This is indeed the final batch. If you wish, I could recommend one technician number 89 possesses exceptional skills and holds a diploma. Would that suffice? Holding his cup with one hand, Song Yunfeng's gaze remained fixed on the technician position at the center, declaring, I find the one with ample bosom and a curvaceous rear particularly appealing. The supervisor smiled apologetically. That would be technician number 88. Let us have her attend to you. The remaining technicians, disheartened, exited, leaving only technician number 88 behind. Once the others had departed, she skillfully dimmed the room's lights, approached Song Yun-fong from behind, and asked in a sultry tone, What service would you like today, dear? Song Yun-fong, with subtlety, inquired, Is there a detoxification service available? Understanding immediately, technician number 88 replied with a smile, Given the recent strict regulations, if you require detoxification, I can assist you with my techniques. With a snap of his fingers, Song Yun-fong ordered, Proceed with the arrangements. Her voice soft and inviting, she said, Then please recline, and I shall begin with a head massage to relax you. We will take it step by step. Song Yun-fong, lying on the bed, decisively replied, No need for preliminaries, let us commence directly with detoxification and defer the other services. Technician number 88 chuckled. Are you in such a hurry, dear? Please hold on while I cover the glass window with a plastic bag. Song Yun-fong urged impatiently. Hurry, I might succumb to my toxins at any moment. With deft skill, technician number 88 adhered a black plastic bag to the small window and returned to the bed, climbing beside Song Yun-fong, her slender fingers tracing down his abdominal muscles. At that critical moment, a thunderous shout echoed from the corridor, Freeze! Inspection. Instinctively, Song Yun-fong sprang from the bed, dashing to the window, clutching the curtain that hung to the floor. With a leap onto the windowsill, he vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. Technician number 88 stood frozen, bewildered. Just then, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open, and two uniformed police officers stormed in, commanding, Get down. Hands on your head. With evident experience, technician number 88 complied, squatting beside the bed with her hands atop her head. Behind the two male officers, a strikingly attractive female officer entered the room, surveying the surroundings before asking, Where is he? A look of trepidation crossed technician number 88's face. Two male officers were still in shock when a stunning female officer burst in, dashing to the window, and after casting a glance below, decisively seized the fluttering curtain and leapt out. Now, it was the turn of the two male officers to lose their composure. They nearly collided as they rushed to the window, peering out from the ledge. The female technician, identified as technician 88, approached them with trepidation, her voice tinged with disbelief as she inquired, Did she really jump down just like that? This is the third floor. What on earth is she doing? One of the male officers casually replied, She's from the SWAT team. Technician 88, with caution, asked, Is the crackdown this intense? Are SWAT teams now involved in anti-prostitution operations? Maybe I should just return home and sell tea. It seems safer. The two officers exchanged glances, and the technician, covering her mouth, returned to her corner on the bed, cradling her head in her hands, lamenting, You didn't catch anyone in my room. It can't be considered prostitution if it's just me. On the first floor, Song Yun-fong sat in a corner, hugging his legs, his feet dangling above the ground, grimacing in pain. The alluring officer, Sia, stood beside him, looking down and questioning, impressive. You leapt from a height of 3 stories without flinching, landing safely. Why aren't you making a run for it? Song Yunfeng, utterly frustrated, explained, I forgot to grab my slippers before jumping. Look at the broken bottles scattered below. It's utterly uncouth. A smirk of pride crept onto Sia's lips as she tilted her head and, pressing her hand against the intercom, instructed, bring a pair of size 42 slippers to the left wall on the first floor. Song Yunfeng added, size 43 would be even better. In the interrogation room of the police station, Song Yunfeng donned golden shorts and size 43 blue slippers from the club. Initially, 2 officers were attempting to record his statement regarding the solicitation charges, but he remained obstinate, adopting a posture that suggested, unless they caught him in the act, it couldn't be deemed prostitution, refusing to acknowledge any wrongdoing. At that moment, Sia entered, addressing the 2 officers. You can carry on, I'll have a private chat with him. The officers, having lost interest in dealing with Song Yunfeng, were keen to avoid further complications. Their mission tonight had a specific focus, to apprehend Song Yunfeng, and now that they had succeeded, they were eager to finish up and head home. Once the officers departed, only Song Yunfeng and Sia remained in the room. Sia had changed into casual attire, a cropped leather jacket over a black camisole that accentuated her slender waist, paired with a short skirt and black stockings, her feet adorned with black high heels. The mere sight of her alluring ensemble, casually leaning against the desk with her arms crossed, had already captured Song Yunfeng's undivided attention. As she absent-mindedly tossed her long hair, Song Yunfeng couldn't help but swallow hard and asked, "What's going on? Are you all employing seduction tactics to extract confessions now? Rest assured, I will never admit to soliciting. The issue is I hadn't even started when you barged in. If I confess now, that would be such an injustice." Sia disregarded Song Yunfeng's flattery, her arms crossed over her chest as she locked her gaze on his eyes and stated, Song Yunfeng, male, 28 years old, stationed at the Tibet Military District for 6 years, honorably discharged 6 months ago. You defied military orders and released your partner, Yu Zakai. The army showed leniency and allowed your discharge, but in reality, you were expelled from service. Song Yunfeng, distracted, fixated on Sia's chest, and replied, Don't sweat the details, just turn a blind eye. Why are you so thorough in your investigation? Are you secretly infatuated with me? A subtle, enigmatic smile graced Sia's lips as she stepped closer, raising her right index finger to tilt Song Yunfeng's chin. Looking down at him as she said, Hold your narcissism for a moment. I need you to comprehend the current predicament. Being caught soliciting is punishable by a fine of 5,000 and a 15-day detention, not to mention notifying your family. However, there is always room for negotiation. Surely, you wouldn't want your father and sister to learn of your arrest for solicitation, would you? Song Yunfeng, now alert, inquired, What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I should accept your unspoken rules? Do you intend to sleep with me? Chapter 2. Beheading. Sia approached Song Yunfeng, bending over to place her right index finger beneath his chin, lifting his face to meet hers. With a smile, she remarked, You truly embody the tales told of you, full of bravado. I have already elucidated the stakes at hand. Now, it is up to you to demonstrate your cooperation. Should you falter, I shall promptly inform your sister that her brother, Song Yunfeng, has been apprehended for solicitation. Song Yunfeng retorted, The heart of a woman can be most venomous. After all your machinations to ensnare me, what is your true objective? Standing upright, Sia began to pace the room, saying, This matter traces back to half a month ago. Your partner, Yu Zakai, returned to his hometown in Sichuan and eliminated a developer. Fearing retribution, he fled into the remote mountains of western Sichuan. Despite joint efforts from local police and special forces, they were unable to capture him. Ultimately, the military was summoned, and they dispatched you to apprehend Yu Zakai. Yet, you not only failed to capture him, but also provided him with your own equipment, facilitating his escape. As a result, he remains at large, and I have sought you out in the hope that you might assist us in bringing him back. Song Yunfeng resolutely declined. That is impossible. I cannot comply. Your threats hold no sway over me. Unfazed, Sia replied, I shall grant you half an hour to collect your thoughts. I will return in 30 minutes, and we shall continue our discussion. As Sia exited the interrogation room, she returned within a minute, placing a pack of cigarettes and a lighter on the iron chair where Song Yunfeng sat, and thoughtfully unclasped his handcuffs. It must be said, this gesture instilled a modicum of fondness in Song Yunfeng towards Sia. She did not seem as devoid of empathy as he had initially presumed. Lighting a cigarette, he momentarily drifted into recollections. Yuzakai had originally been a soldier stationed at the Bangangkyo border garrison, partnered with Song Yufeng, who was nicknamed Song Wolf, while Yuzakai was known as Lone Wolf. Together, they had forged numerous legendary exploits, earning them a notable reputation. Half a month prior, Yuzakai's descent into darkness stemmed from the forced demolition of his family home by developers. He had taken leave to address the matter, yet arrived too late to find his parents had succumbed to a tragic accident, their bodies laid to rest in the hospital morgue, while his only sister had been confined to a psychiatric hospital due to mental distress. Upon visiting his sister in the hospital, she tearfully recounted the harrowing events of that fateful night when the developer brothers, Lin Guoqiang and Lin Guodong, summoned her to a KTV establishment for compensation. Once there, they publicly humiliated her, demanding she kneel and drink with them, pouring alcohol over her when she could not comply. Ultimately, the brothers violated her before an audience and recorded the act to use as leverage against her. Yuzakai cradled his sister in his trembling arms, tears streaming down his face. He licked his tears away, believing he could protect her, yet her mental fortitude had been irrevocably shattered. Gently pushing him away, she spoke to him in a soothing tone, "Brother, our parents are gone. You must take care of yourself. We shall always be a family." Yuzakai raised his hand to tenderly wipe away her tears, comforting her. "I will take you away from here." The younger sister gazed at Zai Kai's sharply defined visage, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. Taking a step back, she uttered, "I need to visit the restroom." As Zai Kai observed her retreating silhouette, a profound sense of regret enveloped him. During his years of military service, he had neglected his familial obligations, safeguarding the borders between China and India and protecting countless households. Yet he had failed to shield those he cherished most. In that moment of remorse, a scream erupted from downstairs. Rushing to the window, Zai Kai was met with the harrowing sight of his sister lying in a pool of blood. Racked with anguish, he turned and sank to the ground, his hands gripping his scalp. At that instant, Zai Kai succumbed to darkness. Before his family's grave, he vowed to claim the heads of Lin Guoqiang and Lin Guodong within 3 days as an offering to his loved ones. True to his word, that very night, he severed Lin Guodong's head. In the KTV room where his sister had been humiliated, Lin Guodong, as usual, was surrounded by a group of raucous friends, singing and reveling with a voluptuous woman at his side. There were a dozen witnesses present, clad in a trench coat. Zai Kai concealed a black blade within his sleeve, 2 fingers wide and approximately 35 centimeters in length. Unfazed, he strode through the KTV corridor and pushed open the door to Lin Guodong's room. At that moment, Lin Guodong lounged on the central sofa, his right arm wrapped around the alluring woman while his left clutched a microphone as he howled, "I haven't been the boss for many years." Zai Kai entered the room and casually pressed the music control button on the wall, selecting pause. The group inside turned their attention to Zai Kai, for interrupting Lin Guodong's performance was an audacious act few would dare to undertake. One of Lin Guodong's henchmen rose, glaring at Zai Kai, and demanded, "Who the hell told you to pause? Can't you see Lin is singing?" The woman beside Lin Guodong rolled her eyes and scoffed. "Looking for trouble, are you?" Disregarding the henchman and the woman, Zai Kai fixed his gaze on Lin Guodong and inquired, "You are Lin Guodong, correct?" Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Guodong squinted at Zai Kai and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" With an impassive expression, Zai Kai strode toward the table in front of Lin Guodong, declaring, "I am Zai Kai, here to collect your head." The first henchman, agitated by Zai Kai's words, grabbed a beer bottle from the table and pointed it at him, cursing, "You must be mistaken. This isn't the place for your bravado." Anticipation filled the room as everyone braced for the henchman to smash the bottle over Zai Kai's head, with some even pulling out their phones to document the unfolding drama. In an unexpected turn of events, Zai Kai made no effort to evade. Instead, he seized the approaching bottle with his left hand while producing a sleek black blade with his right, plunging it into the henchman's chest without hesitation. The moment the blade emerged from the henchman's back, the woman in Lin Guodong's embrace let out a piercing scream. Witnessing such brazen violence in a KTV room before a crowd would be etched in their memories forever. However, this was merely the beginning. Realizing the imminent danger, Lin Guodong instinctively pushed the woman away and prepared to flee. Yuzakai withdrew the black blade from the henchman's chest, casually pushing the body aside as he strode forward. He placed his left foot upon the coffee table and delivered a fierce kick to Lin Guodong's chest. Just as Lin Guodong had managed to rise, he found himself forcefully seated back onto the sofa by Yuzakai's unyielding blow. Leaning down, Yuzakai grasped Lin Guodong's hair, pressing his head firmly against the surface of the table. Lin Guodong, gripped by fear, witnessed the chaos around him. No one dared to approach. Fully aware of Yuzakai's lethal intent, with Lin Guodong's head pinned against the marble tabletop, he cried out, "Brother, please, let us talk this over calmly." However, Yuzakai had no patience for such trivialities. He took a step back, leaped down from the platform, and with his left hand clenching Lin Guodong's hair, he forcefully pressed his head against the stone table. Meanwhile, the black blade spun in his palm, and after firmly grasping the hilt, he wielded it like an axe, decisively bringing it down towards the nape of Lin Guodong's neck. Chapter 3 Departure with Team 9. In an instant, Lin Guodong's nape was gruesomely exposed, revealing a horrific cross-section of his severed cervical vertebrae. Following this, Yuzakai swung his blade for a second strike, cleanly severing the vertebrae. The third blow, in comparison to the first two, was executed with relative ease, slicing through the last remnants of flesh. He then hoisted Lin Guodong's head and strode toward the entrance of the KTV private room. The headless body continued to writhe, blood splattering against the walls and ceiling. Inside the KTV room, chaos erupted. Some individuals rushed to the exit in a desperate attempt to flee, while others cowered in corners, trembling in fear. Among them, one person persistently recorded Yuzakai with a mobile phone. As Yuzakai approached the door, holding the severed head, he pointed at the individual filming and commanded, "Send this video to Lin Guoqiang. Inform him that I am Yuzakai, and for now, his head is with me." After uttering these words, Yuzakai departed the KTV. And that very night, Lin Guodong's head appeared before his parents' and sisters' graves. That night, the manhunt for Yuzakai commenced. As a seasoned soldier, it was inconceivable that Yuzakai could be easily apprehended. He traversed westward from Chengdu, eluding the pursuing forces in the mountainous regions of Daliangshan for 3 days. The capture teams could only narrow down a general area but failed to locate him. The police and special forces were at a loss regarding Yuzakai and were compelled to request information and assistance from his military unit. Due to public pressure, the leadership of the unit assigned Song Yunfeng to lead the operation to capture Yuzakai. However, concerned that Song Yunfeng might show leniency due to past camaraderie, they dispatched several additional units from other military districts for a joint operation. Upon arriving in the designated area, Song Yunfeng effortlessly evaded the other teams, outpacing law enforcement and elite squads from different divisions. Not only did he locate Yuzakai, but he also provided him with weapons, equipment, and supplies, ultimately fabricating a story that Yuzakai had leaped from a precipice in Leibwa County. It was evident to astute observers that Song Yunfeng had deliberately allowed Yuzakai to escape. Armed with the gear from Song Yunfeng, Yuzakai infiltrated the internal communication channels and swiftly acquired the operational plans of the capture teams, easily breaking free from the encirclement. After Yuzakai decapitated Lin Guodong, Lin Guoqiang became increasingly agitated, his nerves frayed, utterly terrorized by the ruthless reputation of Yuzakai. The name Yuzakai transformed into a haunting nightmare for him. He felt compelled to employ bodyguards at all times and constantly prayed for Yuzakai's capture. He even resorted to spending a fortune to hire someone to eliminate Yuzakai. However, as half a month passed, despite numerous efforts and personnel dispatched, there was no progress in capturing Yuzakai, nor any morsel of feedback. Song Yunfeng, having provided Yuzakai with individual combat equipment, breached military discipline. Nonetheless, recognizing Song Yunfeng as a veteran stationed on the border, the higher-ups opted to grant him an early retirement rather than expulsion from the military, which was a gesture of consideration for his service. As the captain of the SWAT team, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved in apprehending Yuzakai. With no alternatives left, she sought out Song Yunfeng, fully cognizant that he would not readily acquiesce. Hence, while Song Yunfeng indulged in leisure at Honglangman, she orchestrated a surprise inspection in collaboration with the local police station. As Song Yunfeng reminisced about the past, she returned to the interrogation room with his clothing in hand, crouching down to unfasten his shackles. She addressed him, stating that developer Lin Guoqiang was in a state of unrest, fearing that he might awaken to find Yuzakai in his quarters. According to our credible sources, Lin Guoqiang had expended substantial sums to hire mercenaries from abroad to capture Yuzakai in Sichuan, with the directive being to deliver a corpse rather than a living prisoner. Song Yunfeng rose, sneering dismissively. What good will that do? As if they could actually capture Yuzakai. She produced her phone, presenting a photograph of firearms. As she handed it to Song Yunfeng, she remarked, "These weapons were discovered by the SWAT team in the dense forests of Sichuan. They must have been left for Yuzakai by you. All the ammunition has been expended. Prior to viewing the photograph, Song Yufeng exhibited no signs of anxiety. However, upon seeing the image of the firearms, a flicker of tension crossed his features. He turned to Shiyu and inquired, "What else did you find besides the guns?" Shiyu replied candidly, "We have also tracked Yu Zakai's movements. He is currently confined within a dense forest spanning a 10-kilometer radius." This information was initially classified and not disclosed to the public, yet for reasons unknown, the mercenaries hired by Lin Guoqiang have already obtained it. At present, at least 3 groups have reached the periphery of the forest. She paused momentarily before continuing. "We have been assigned a capture mission, while Lin Guoqiang has instructed those mercenaries to execute a decapitation mission. Do you grasp the gravity of my words? If we locate Yu Zakai promptly, he may merely be apprehended. However, should those foreign mercenaries find him first, we will be tasked with collecting his remains." Song Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, imbued with an undercurrent of menace. Shiyu, sensing the shift in his demeanor, went on, "If Yu Zakai possesses a firearm with ammunition, he might stand a chance against 1 or 2 groups of mercenaries. Yet, as you can see, he has discarded the rifle you left for him. Coupled with the fact that he has been enduring the elements for the past month, likely without a decent night's sleep, he is utterly exhausted. Do you still believe he is invincible?" Song Yufeng queried Shiyu. "What do you think I should do?" Shiyu replied with calm assurance, "Were I in your position, I would unhesitatingly agree to accompany me into the deep forest of Sichuan to search for Yu Zakai. Being captured is far preferable to perishing out there." "Wouldn't you agree?" "Give me some time to contemplate," he responded. "Time? How long?" "I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow morning," Shiyu stated, fixing her gaze on Song Yufeng. "Understand this. We must locate Yu Zakai first for him to have a chance at survival. If Lin Guoqiang's men reach him first, his fate will be grim." At the moment Song Yufeng departed from the police station, he had already acquired the answer he sought. He merely needed to afford himself a brief respite to prepare. From beneath his bed, he unearthed an unremarkable backpack, which, in reality, was a combat pack he had brought back upon his discharge from the military. Within it lay a comprehensive array of individual combat gear, a high-intensity flashlight, flint, a signal pistol, signal flares, a survival blanket, compressed biscuits, a water filtration system, a first aid kit, and a raincoat. Everything one might require, with the exception of firearms and ammunition. However, for Song Yufeng, these supplies were not of paramount importance. Rather, it was the inconspicuous two-way radio that held greater significance. This anti-eavesdropping device, specifically designed for communication between only 2 units, referred to as Unit A and Unit B, offered the advantage of being exceedingly difficult to intercept. Its drawback, however, was its mere 5W power output, allowing for a communication range of approximately 5 kilometers in open terrain, which could dwindle to less than a kilometer in densely wooded areas due to obstructions. Once he had meticulously organized his supplies, Song Yunfeng informed Xie of his willingness to assist her in searching for Yu Zakai in the dense forests of western Sichuan. After dispatching this information, Xie replied with a location marked as Wilderness Club, accompanied by a voice message. "Gather here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Let us not miss each other." Chapter 4: The Hidden Secrets of Xie. On the following morning, Song Yufeng arrived at the headquarters of the Wilderness Club. Dressed in the summer combat uniform issued during his time in the military and carrying a personal combat pack slung over one shoulder. The headquarters, formerly an abandoned school, had been purchased at a high price by the owner and transformed into a self-drive adventure club. The extensive grounds included not only a playground and dormitories but also a logistics department converted into a workshop for off-road vehicle modifications and repairs, equipped with all necessary facilities. Following Xie's guidance, Song Yunfeng made his way toward the warehouse. 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles and 3 pickup trucks were parked at the entrance, while a group clad in jackets emblazoned with Wilderness Team 9 busily went about their tasks. Xie stood at the warehouse door, meticulously directing the activities with a walkie-talkie. Approaching Xie, Song Yufeng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why does this place feel a bit off? What exactly is this location?" Xie countered, "What did you think this place was before you arrived?" Song Yunfeng scrutinized Xie and asked, "Aren't you a special police officer?" "This isn't a police station." With her arms crossed and a knowing smile playing on her lips, Xie replied, "How should I explain this? I was once a member of the Special Police Force, but after retiring, I joined the Wilderness Club as the captain of Team 9. Song Yunfeng tentatively probed, "So yesterday, although you were dressed as a special police officer, you are not actually one, and you are not even a civil servant. You merely used some connections to have the local police assist you in apprehending me at Honglinmen. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed Xie became, until she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, looking into Song Yunfeng's eyes and saying, "Indeed, your analysis is entirely correct. Last night, during the temporary crackdown in Guandu district, you were the only one targeted." Song Yunfeng scratched his head, feeling unsettled by the alluring figure of the retired female special police officer before him. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her intelligence was also remarkably high. He couldn't help but mutter, what Zhang Wuji's mother said is true. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Behind Xie, a chubby chef from Team 9 passed by, carrying a phone box, and gave Song Yunfeng a thumbs up in agreement. However, before the chubby chef could steady himself, a girl approached and twisted his ear, pulling him aside, clearly displeased with his gesture. Later, Song Yunfeng learned that the girl was named Yi, the team's medic and the chubby chef's girlfriend. Turning to Xie, Song Yunfeng said, "Now that we are at this point, please be forthcoming. How did you find me? Who directed you to seek out Yuzukai? Also, what exactly is this Wilderness Team 9? What is its purpose?" Xie smiled and replied, "You have so many questions. Allow me to address them one by one. First, let me explain Wilderness Team 9. It is an exploration team within the Wilderness Club, of which I am the captain. We undertake tasks from society, primarily engaging in wilderness exploration, traversing uninhabited high-altitude areas, and conducting scientific research projects, providing support for these endeavors." Song Yunfeng furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, your search for Yuzukai is also under someone's commission?" Xie gently nodded and replied candidly, "To be frank, our employer for this mission is Lin Guoqiang, the real estate developer." Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng's brow knitted tighter as he struggled to contain his fury, retorting, "You are asking me to assist in capturing my brother Yuzukai on behalf of Lin Guoqiang? Are you aware that Yuzukai is wanted for having severed Lin Guodong's head? And now you expect me to aid Lin Guoqiang? Are you certain you are serious?" In the face of Song Yunfeng's near anger, Xie remained composed and stated, "Indeed, that is the case. I have explained my purpose yesterday to reiterate. If we locate Yuzukai first, he will survive. Should others find him before us, his fate is uncertain." Song Yunfeng stood still, gazing at Xie as he asked, "One final question. Why did you seek me out?" Xie replied with candor, "Upon receiving the commission, I reviewed all available information on Yuzukai, which led me to you. I never engage in unprepared endeavors. I firmly believe that only you can find Yuzukai, and I am confident you would not refuse me. The rationale is simple. As I mentioned, if we find Yuzukai first, he may live. If others find him first, you understand. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can responsibly inform you that I am aware of 3 teams currently employed by Lin Guoqiang." Song Yunfeng fixed his gaze on Xie's eyes and quietly asked, "Are you familiar with the other 2 teams?" Xie pointed to the opposite side of the playground, where several vehicles were also preparing their gear, and introduced, Team 6. Similarly compensated, is headed to find Yuzukai in western Sichuan. Our Team 9 and Team 6 share the same mission. Should we discover Yuzukai's whereabouts, capturing him would be ideal, but if that proves impossible, we are to report our findings to a man named Mian Go. He leads the 3rd team, which I have investigated. All members are mercenaries recruited by Lin Guoqiang from northern Myanmar. You grasp the implications of what I am saying, do you not?" Song Yunfeng nodded. "Your Team 9 and the company's Team 6 are tasked with tracking Yuzukai, while the real operatives are the group led by Mian Go. How many are in their ranks?" "I do not know," Xie replied, and sensing Song Yunfeng might think her insincere, she added, "Lin Guoqiang did not disclose this information to us. He only provided Mian Ji's contact details. After all, in Lin Guoqiang's eyes, we are merely a rescue team he has hired." Song Yunfeng retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and lit it, taking a deep drag before looking at Xie and asking, "You are quite diligent, utilizing various connections to find me." Xie pointed toward the lead vehicle, an old LC-80 off-road vehicle, and confidently said to Song Yunfeng, "I knew you would participate. Toss your bag in that vehicle. We will depart shortly, and I will discuss the details with you en route. I must attend to some matters now. See you in a bit." Song Yunfeng watched as Xie departed from his view, utterly perplexed by the confidence she exuded, as if she had perfectly orchestrated every detail. He, too, recognized that he had no recourse but to acquiesce to Xie's proposal. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he approached the LC-80 vehicle, tossing the bag into the back seat before surveying the members of Wilderness Team 9. As a former scout, he was particularly attuned to his surroundings. paying close attention to every nuance. After approximately 20 minutes, Sia sounded the assembly horn. Soon, the entirety of Wilderness Team 9 gathered, forming two lines before Sia beside the vehicle. Song Yufeng stood behind her, scanning the faces of the group. Bewildered by the presence of several young women in what he thought was a rugged expedition support team. Was wilderness support truly a task suited for women? Chapter 5. Here is Team 9. Sia, exuding a commanding presence, graciously introduced the external support, Song Yunfeng, to the members of Team 9. Let me present our guest, Song Yunfeng, a reconnaissance soldier who retired a fortnight ago. Please extend him a warm welcome. The gaze of the crowd settled upon Song Yunfeng, who received a symbolic round of applause. Observing Song Yunfeng, Sia inquired, "Would you like to share a few words?" Taking a deep breath, Song Yunfeng humbly responded, "It is an honor to accompany all of you, my newfound friends, as we venture into Western Sichuan in search of my comrade, Yuzakai. Having served for many years on the plateau, where not a single tree graces the landscape, I apologize in advance if my presence proves to be a hindrance during our expedition into the primitive forests of Western Sichuan. I sincerely appreciate your support." Among the crowd, a jovial figure named Xiaopeng grinned widely and said, "Brother Feng, I am the chef of Team 9. Stick with me, and I assure you, you shall not go hungry." This marked the first encounter between Song Yunfeng and Xiaopeng, who appeared plump and jovial, radiating a sense of humor. After a brief introduction, the entire team boarded the vehicle, embarking on their journey from Kunming directly to Ganzi Prefecture in Sichuan. The last known location of Yuzakai was in Damba County, Ganzi Prefecture, while Song Yunfeng's rifle was discovered in a dense forest approximately 10 kilometers from Damba County. Sia explained, on the day that the eye system detected Yuzakai's presence in Damba County, a substantial police force was swiftly mobilized to the area. Unfortunately, they arrived too late to apprehend him. It is now surmised that Yuzakai is concealed within a dense forest west of Jinang, seated in the passenger seat. Song Yunfeng picked up Sia's tablet, activating the satellite map to scrutinize the terrain of the area, remaining silent. Suddenly, Xiaopeng's voice crackled through the intercom, "Brother Feng, if you're hungry, just let me know. I have a variety of delicious snacks, including homemade sausage that is quite tasty. When we take a break, I'll bring some to you." Casting a glance at Sia, who was driving, Song Yunfeng replied into the car's radio, "Thank you, Xiaopeng, but I am not hungry. If I do feel hungry, I will certainly let you know." Xiaopeng, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "I've also prepared drinks, plenty of cola and tea bags. If you fancy some tea, I can fetch you red or green tea." "Thank you. I'll seek you out for a drink later." Song Yunfeng responded before placing the radio back in its holder. He turned to Sia and remarked, "This Xiaopeng is quite affable." Sia smiled, a hint of pride evident in her voice as she replied, "Everyone in Team 9 is warm-hearted. You will come to realize this as you interact with them." Just then, two pickup trucks from Team 9 accelerated past the lead vehicle, honking their horns as they swiftly departed, leaving Sia's vehicle behind. Pointing at the receding trucks, Song Yunfeng asked, "If I am not mistaken, those two vehicles also belong to Team 9? Why did they depart ahead of the convoy?" Sia explained, "Those trucks are carrying camping supplies. They left early to set up the campsite at the designated location." In that moment, Song Yunfeng recognized that Team 9 was far more professional than he had anticipated, rivaling that of a military unit. Before the soldiers' march, provisions must be prepared. As they departed from the highway and traversed the winding mountain roads, Song Yunfeng's gaze remained fixed upon the satellite map displayed on his tablet. His finger glided gently across the screen, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Sia, while driving, stole a glance at him and inquired, "Have you discovered anything?" Song Yunfeng shook his head, his tone somber. "The terrain in this region is far more intricate than I had anticipated. The dense forest west of Damba County covers a vast area, with undulating topography and numerous ravines. If Yuzakai is indeed hidden within this expanse, locating him will prove to be quite a challenge." Sia responded, "If Yuzakai were so easily found, Lin Guiqiang wouldn't have mobilized so many people." This was undoubtedly a statement of stark truth. Setting out from Kunming in the morning, they traveled along the Kunwu Expressway, passing through Yuanmo and Panzihua, heading north. In the afternoon, they crossed into Luding County and entered National Route 217, making their way towards Damba County. However, they did not proceed directly to Damba. Rather, they sought an exit along National Route 217, steering towards the area where Yuzakai was believed to be located. Upon arriving at the campsite, The advance team of the 9th Squad had already established the encampment, and Xiao Pang had prepared dinner. Song Yunfeng reopened the satellite map, pinpointing the region where Yu Zikai was last seen. To the east, National Route 217 served as a boundary from Luding to Damba. To the north, Damba County marked the limit, extending westward along G248 National Road until G350 National Road reached Bamei Town. The western boundary was delineated by G350 National Road connecting to G248 National Road, continuing southward to the junction with G318 National Road, which is located at Zindukio Town. The southern edge was defined by G318 National Road, linking Zindukio to Luding County. The distance from Luding County to Damba County is approximately 133 kilometers. From Damba County to Bamei Town is 85 kilometers, from Bamei Town to Zindukio is 65 kilometers, and from Zindukio to Luding County is 126 kilometers, roughly estimating. The area spans about 10,000 square kilometers, characterized by notably complex terrain, predominantly mountainous, with the majestic Gongga Mountain nearby. After analyzing the geographical conditions, Song Yunfeng asserted, "Is it feasible for just a dozen of us to locate Yu Zikai in such a vast area? It is impossible. I can confidently say that no one could achieve this." Xie met his gaze and said, "There is something else I must inform you." Yu Zikai was seen in Damba County visiting a pharmacy, where he purchased cold medicine with cash, along with iodine and gauze. Surveillance footage confirms that he must have sustained an injury, given that this location is merely 30 kilometers from Damba County. The likelihood that Yu Zikai is nearby is quite high. Song Yunfeng retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he gazed towards the dense forest not far off. After taking a deep drag, he asked, "What do you plan to do next in your search for Yu Zikai?" Xie replied, "As night has fallen, we should rest for the evening. Tomorrow, I hope you can lead us into the forest to find Yu Zikai." Song Yunfeng chuckled. "Are you concerned that Yu Zikai might be armed with a handgun and that venturing in recklessly might result in being shot? Is that why you sought me out?" Xie did not refute him. With a playful smile, she responded, "Think what you will. Your tent is over there. Rest well tonight, and we'll set off early tomorrow." After uttering these words, Xie busied herself with other tasks, leaving King Yunfeng alone by the camp, smoking a cigarette. The chef, a plump fellow, approached from a distance, carrying a steaming lunchbox. The left pocket of his trousers bulged, suggesting it contained something hefty, causing the entire pant leg to sag. King Yunfeng regarded the approaching chef with a hint of wariness. With a smile on his face, the chef presented the lunchbox to King Yunfeng and said, "Brother, have something to eat. I made braised beef and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The lunchbox is a bit small. Once you finish, come find me, and I'll serve you more." King Yunfeng took the lunchbox and inquired, "What is going on here? Did you prepare a special meal for me?" Chapter 6. The macaques from the eastern branch. After handing the lunchbox to Song Yunfeng, Xiao Pang instinctively wiped his hands on his apron and cheerfully remarked, "Brother, you may not be familiar with our Team 9. Allow me to explain briefly. Given that we are perpetually engaged in outdoor adventure tasks, erecting camps and maintaining vehicles daily, we often find ourselves in situations where we must rescue stranded vehicles. It is not uncommon for us to arrive at camp 1 or 2 hours later than expected." Song Yunfeng nodded in understanding. Xiao Pang continued, "Thus, our dining arrangements are quite informal. Whoever has a moment to spare rushes to the kitchen to serve themselves. It is rare for us to gather around a table to share a meal. Since this is your first outing with us, I worry that you might feel hesitant or embarrassed to help yourself, so I prepared some food for you. If you find yourself still hungry, feel free to come and find me. There is plenty to go around." Upon hearing Xiao Pang's explanation, Song Yunfeng grasped the reason behind the gesture and felt a surge of fondness for him, especially as Xiao Pang was the first member of Team 9 he had encountered apart from Xie. After finishing his explanation, Xiao Pang's gaze lingered on the cigarette in Song Yunfeng's hand, and he shyly inquired, "Brother, do you have a spare cigarette? My girlfriend restricts me to only 5 a day." As he spoke, he turned his head cautiously towards the direction of the large tent, anxious about being discovered. Song Yunfeng playfully teased him, "Why are you so afraid of your girlfriend at such a young age? You have decades ahead of you. What will you do then?" While jesting, he produced his half-full pack of cigarettes and offered it to Xiao Pang, saying, "Here, take some." Xiao Pang extracted a cigarette from the pack and then returned it to Song Yunfeng, explaining, "I haven't won her over yet, so I must concede for now. Once I do, I can indulge a bit more. I won't take this cigarette. If I get caught, it will be confiscated. If she sees me smoking, I'll just say you gave it to me. If I refuse, it would be impolite." Song Yufeng chuckled and suggested, "How about this? You can smoke this one while standing next to me, and once you finish, you can light another one to satisfy your craving." Delighted, Xiao Peng grinned and replied, "That works." Song Yufeng balanced the lunchbox in his left hand while using his right to eat with chopsticks, as Xiao Peng stood beside him, smoking and chatting. Suddenly, a convoy of 8 Land Rover Defenders appeared in the distance. The workers at Team 9 paused their tasks, turning their attention towards the approaching vehicles. With a cigarette between his lips, Xiao Peng muttered, "Who might these people be? Why are they all coming here?" At that moment, a burly man approached from behind, engaging Xiao Peng in conversation. This is the only area suitable for camping after entering the dense forest from the national highway. If we can think of it, others can too. Given the configuration of this convoy, they don't seem particularly professional. Song Yufeng turned to look at the speaker. Noting that the man stood over 6 feet tall, with a robust physique that suggested he weighed over 200 pounds. His well-defined chest muscles indicated regular training. Yet he appeared relatively young, likely around 26 or 27 years of age. Xiao Peng introduced, "Brother, let me introduce once more. This is the head of the 9th Team's campsite, Deshan, who excels in site selection and campsite construction, and is the strongest workforce in the 9th Team." Song Yufeng transferred his chopsticks from his right hand to his left, extending his hand in greeting. "Hello, Deshan." Deshan hurriedly shook hands with Song Yufeng, feeling quite embarrassed as he said, "Brother, I just happen to look a bit anxious. Please don't call me brother." Xiao Peng, with a teasing grin, remarked, "Don't be fooled by his anxious appearance. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. He probably hasn't even held a girl's hand." Deshan lifted his foot to kick Xiao Peng's backside, but Xiao Peng, seemingly anticipating the move, swiftly dodged, turning his rear and sticking out his tongue in mockery. "Can't touch me, can't touch me." In that moment, Song Yufeng began to sense the ambience of the Wilderness 9th Team. The relaxed interaction among colleagues was quite refreshing. In the midst of their chatter, the convoy of Land Rovers arrived at the clearing. But the lead vehicle skirted around the 9th Team's campsite and chose to park in another corner. The 3 of them gazed over at the parking spot of the Land Rover convoy, and Song Yunfeng casually inquired, "Deshan, why did you say they don't seem very professional? All those cars are new models of Land Rover Defender. Combined, they must be worth over 10 million. Deshan scoffed dismissively. "Land Rovers are unreliable, riddled with minor issues, especially the new models. Various electronic components can malfunction on the road, unlike our 9th Team's LC-80, LC-76, and Hilux, which are built to last. Moreover, this entire convoy is composed of Land Rovers, which have limited cargo space. The amount of equipment and daily necessities they can carry is restricted. Out in the wild, we still rely on pickups, unless they are just ordinary tourists." As he spoke, 2 individuals from the Land Rover convoy approached the 9th Team, heading directly towards Song Yunfeng, Deshan, and Xiao Peng, who were situated at the outskirts of the campsite. At this moment, Shiyu also walked over from the campsite to join Song Yunfeng, both observing the approaching pair. As they drew closer, Shiyu quietly introduced, "The person in the yellow Arc'teryx is Lin Guiqiang's assistant, and the shorter one I haven't seen before." By the time she finished speaking, Lin's assistant had already brought the shorter man closer. Song Yufeng merely cast a glance and instantly recognized that the shorter man was undoubtedly not Chinese, as he bore a distinctly Southeast Asian visage. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, he was quite slender, with hair closely cropped to his scalp, and skin darkened from prolonged exposure to ultraviolet rays. A tattoo resembling a bodhisattva or a Buddha adorned his neck, while a sizable turquoise ring graced his finger, and 3 bracelets encircled his wrist, one of which was wrapped in colorful fabric, the material of which remained unclear. Lin's assistant approached Shiyu, extending his hand in greeting with a smile. "Hello, team leader Shiyu. Good to see you again." After shaking hands with Lin's assistant, Shiyu turned her gaze to the shorter man and inquired in a very polite tone, "And this is?" Lin's assistant introduced, "This is Mion Ge. You should have each other's contact information." Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng became increasingly convinced of his earlier suspicion. This individual from Myanmar was indeed not a compatriot. Siya turned to the Myanmar man and inquired, "Are you not a citizen of our country?" The Myanmar man replied fluently in Mandarin, "My team and I hail from Dongji. We can communicate seamlessly in Chinese." Song Yufeng furrowed his brow slightly, acutely aware that Dongji is located in the Shan state of Myanmar, a significant enclave for the Chinese diaspora, predominantly relying on agriculture and the service sector. To put it more delicately, agriculture is the mainstay. Yet many are well aware of the nature of agricultural cultivation in that region, while the service industry, well, it leaves much to be desired. The entire Dongji area holds considerable strategic importance in northern Myanmar, especially concerning border trade with China. Lin Guoqiang's ability to procure this Myanmar man from Dongji suggests ulterior motives. Song Yufeng then turned to the Myanmar man and asked, "We have already set up camp here, intending to search for Yuzakai in this direction. Will you also be remaining here? Might our search areas overlap, thereby squandering our manpower?" Chapter 7. Where does the superiority complex arise from? Song Yufeng spoke in a rather ordinary tone, treating Myeon-gu not as a superior but rather as a colleague, albeit with a hint of normalcy in their exchange. This demeanor irked Myeon-gu, who turned to Assistant Lin and inquired, "Who is he? Is he questioning me?" Assistant Lin, equally dismissive of Song Yufeng, faced Xia instead. With a tone that appeared conversational, yet was distinctly authoritative, he cleared his throat and stated, "Please refrain from questioning our arrangements. Your team's task is to locate Yuzakai. Once found, report back to Myeon-gu." Upon hearing this, the stout individual, Xiaopeng, immediately became displeased and retorted, "If you have the ability, why not search the dense forest yourselves? Why are you relying on us from Team 9? Myeon-ji's expression soured, and he subtly mocked Xia, saying, "I've heard that your team excels in wilderness exploration. Why do I get the impression that your group is disorganized and undisciplined?" Xia, uninterested in engaging with Myeon-gu, turned to Assistant Lin. However, Lin interrupted her, saying, "Please refer to me as Assistant Lin, as there are many assistants to General Manager Lin Guoqiang, but only 2 special assistants. Do you understand?" The emphasis on special assistant was a deliberate assertion of status, intended to impress Team 9. Xia inwardly scorned such pretentiousness and remarked, "Assistant Lin, is your companion questioning our team's professionalism? If you believe we are inadequate, feel free to request a replacement from the company." Assistant Lin, appearing troubled, turned to Myeon-gu and asked in a conciliatory tone, "Shall we apply to the Wilderness Club for a replacement team?" Myeon-gu, visibly irritated, replied, "Forget it. If it weren't for the time constraints, I would certainly replace them. Inform them that their task is to locate Yuzakai and report back to me. As for our arrangements, they lack the authority to inquire, let alone question. Oh, and have them arrange dinner for tonight." With that, Myeon-gu turned and departed. Assistant Lin hurriedly followed, and as Myeon-gu took a few steps, he glanced back, locking eyes with Song Yufeng, where mutual disdain and contempt were reflected. Meanwhile, the convoy of Land Rovers had completely disembarked, with nearly 20 individuals dressed in matching dark green jackets and pants, standing in 2 rows facing Team 9. A tall man stepped before them, facing away from Team 9, babbling in a language that was difficult to comprehend. The distance between Myeon-ji's camp and Team 9's camp was approximately 40 meters, neither too far nor too close. Xiaopeng, displeased as he gazed at Myeon-ji's camp, spat on the ground and muttered, "If you want to eat, just wait. Your chubby grandpa will ensure you feast." With that declaration, he strode towards the camp tent. The head of the medical team, Yi, who was also Xiaopeng's romantic interest, was organizing the medical supplies. Upon seeing Xiaopeng enter with a disgruntled expression, she paused her task and asked, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Little Fatty hurried to the medicine cabinet, rummaging through its contents while inquiring, "Where is that oral solution I took for my constipation last time? Is there any left?" With an innocent expression, Yi asked, "You were constipated? Please don't mess up my medicine cabinet. I'll get it for you." Little Fatty stood with his hands on his hips in silence. As Yi retrieved a box of oral solution, intending to take out a single vial, Little Fatty snatched the entire box away, casually asking, "Is there more?" Confused, Yi replied that she had only prepared 1 box of magnesium sulfate oral solution for the outing, which contained several vials, sufficient for 1 dose each. Little Fatty mumbled, "They must be lucky." With that, he dashed to the kitchen with the box of oral solution, and Yi followed, planning to advise him to drink less. However, she was taken aback by the shocking scene before her. Little Fatty unsealed all the vials and poured them into the pot of seaweed and egg soup, stirring it with a ladle. Yi approached and snatched the ladle from him, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Can this soup still be consumed?" Little Fatty then picked up Yi's walkie-talkie from her waist and announced to everyone, "Brothers, tonight's soup is off limits. It contains a laxative. Of course, those who are constipated can have it, but I advise against overindulgence." Yi pressed further, "What is going on? What are you up to?" Others on the walkie-talkie echoed her confusion. Little Fatty succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired, concluding with, "Regardless of whether they are wealthy patrons or affluent sponsors, Anyone daring to show off in front of our Team 9 will not be indulged. I, Little Fatty, am meticulous about every detail. This was not the first time Little Fatty had engaged in such antics. 20 minutes later, Assistant Lin and Myeon-gu arrived with lunchboxes, followed by a group of nearly 20 individuals. Their demeanor was particularly arrogant, showing blatant disregard for Team 9. Myeon-gu, upon discovering that the kitchen offered only rice and tomato scrambled eggs, turned sour and questioned Little Fatty. You are the chef for Team 9, right? Is this all you have for us? Where's the meat? Little Fatty pointed his ladle at Myeon-gu, retorting, Who the hell are you? Do I even know you? If you can't have more, I'm not serving you. Assistant Lin quickly stepped in front of Myeon-gu, looking at Sia and asking, Why is there only tomato and rice? This dinner is far too simple. Have the chef prepare some meat dishes for them. Sia decisively refused, stating, No, Little Fatty says there can't be any more. Seeing Sia's firm attitude, Assistant Lin felt quite troubled. He stepped forward and took Sia by the arm, saying, Captain, let's have a word in private. Although Sia initially hesitated to go, Assistant Lin had already led her outside the kitchen tent, leaving her with no choice but to follow. Throughout this, Song Yunfeng silently observed from the side, his training as a scout having instilled in him a habit of keenly observing details. Myeon-gu and his group found themselves at an impasse, unable to decide whether to serve themselves or not. At this very moment, the chubby fellow deliberately mocked his opponent, glancing at the towering figure beside him, saying, I absolutely detest those who put on airs. The moment someone tries to show off, I shall not tolerate it. It was evident to Myeon-gu that this remark was directed at him, and with an air of confidence. He raised his chin and looked down his nose at the chubby fellow, retorting, You needn't act all high and mighty here. Your captain has already gone out with Assistant Lin. When he returns and instructs you to cook for us, we shall see if you can manage it, and how you will end up slapping your own face. At that moment, laughter erupted from both sides. Myeon-ji's group chuckled, anticipating that the chubby fellow would indeed be humiliated. Meanwhile, the members of Team 9 found Myeon-gu amusing. In a corner, Song Yunfeng silently observed all that was unfolding, curious to know whether Sia would request the chubby fellow to prepare an additional dish upon her return. Chapter 8. Outside the tent. Assistant Lin cast an awkward and troubled glance at Sia. Prior to their arrival, he had perceived Team 9 as merely an ordinary expedition support team, believing that his financial investment granted him the liberty to command them as he pleased, treating the members of Team 9 like subordinates who would greet him with smiles. However, he quickly discovered that the reality was far from this. The members of Team 9 were not inclined to indulge him. As the captain of Team 9, Sia's demeanor reflected the essence of her team. She maintained a courteous attitude towards Assistant Lin and inquired, Assistant Lin, you brought me here. Is there something you wish to discuss? With a forced smile, Assistant Lin replied, The people accompanying Myeon-gu are the main force capturing Zakai, and they are a team my boss hired at great expense in Myanmar. Their status is quite significant. They engage in perilous undertakings. Not only do I show them respect, but even my boss, Lin Guoqiang, treats them with utmost courtesy. What do you mean by that? Sia asked knowingly. Just because your boss treats them with respect, must I also do the same? Since Team 9 and Myeon-gu's group maintained a cooperative relationship, it would be unwise to provoke unnecessary tension. She suggested, Could you perhaps do me a favor and ask your chef to prepare a couple more dishes for Myeon-gu and his team? Absolutely not, Sia replied with unwavering decisiveness. Your favor is one thing, but the dignity of my team members is another. Xiaopeng has already stated that no additional dishes can be prepared today. And that is final. Assistant Lin, feeling embarrassed, questioned, You are the captain? Can't you persuade him? If he doesn't heed your words, what purpose does he serve on your team? You might as well dismiss him. A faint, resigned smile graced Sia's lips as she explained, Assistant Lin, you misunderstand. It is not that he does not listen to me. Rather, Xiaopeng has explicitly declined Myeon-ji's request. If I were to insist on having him prepare dishes now, it would be tantamount to undermining Xiaopeng's dignity in front of outsiders. Assistant Lin, perplexed, insisted, That chubby fellow is merely your subordinate, working for you. Why concern yourself with his dignity? Shouldn't you prioritize maintaining good client relations? Realizing that she could not elucidate the dynamics among Team 9's members to Assistant Lin, Sia chose to be forthright. Do not waste your time on me. The food available tonight is limited. If they can eat, they may do so. If not, we shall discard it. With that, Sia turned her back on Assistant Lin and proceeded towards the canopy tent. At that moment, Assistant Lin was deeply dissatisfied with her demeanor and resolved to lodge a formal complaint against her. Upon seeing Assistant Lin and Xie return, Mian-ji's expression grew increasingly smug, eagerly anticipating an order from Xie for Xiaopeng to prepare the dishes. However, to his surprise, Assistant Lin addressed Mian-gu in a soothing tone, saying, "All their meat is frozen in the vehicle's refrigerator, and it will take 2 to 3 hours to thaw before it can be cooked. For tonight, we shall make do with what we have. It is getting late, and we should eat, and then set up the tents." Upon hearing this, the smile on Mian-gu's face vanished, replaced by incredulity. Assistant Lin patted Mian-gu on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Let us eat. Once we finish, we can get to work." Mian-gu did not possess the same audacity as the members of Team 9. Assistant Lin, being his superior, commanded respect, and thus they had to endure the situation, queuing for their meals. The rice was plentiful, yet the remaining servings of tomato scrambled eggs were scarce. Those at the back of the line scarcely glimpsed even a shadow of the dish. Ultimately, a large pot of egg drop soup with laxative properties bore the burden of their hunger. Song Yunfeng observed this scene from a corner, gaining a deeper understanding of Shiyu through this incident. This alluring and skilled woman possessed a unique stubbornness at her core. After collecting their meals, Mian-gu and his companions returned to the Land Rover camp, sitting on the ground as they began to eat. Xiaopeng, aided by his teammates, tidied up the kitchen. Within minutes, disturbances arose at the opposite camp. Initially, only 1 or 2 individuals complained of stomach discomfort, seeking a place to relieve themselves. Assistant Lin suspected these individuals were merely avoiding work under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. Yet, within the next 10 minutes, several more voiced their need to alleviate their bowels. A circle of darkened posteriors surrounded the Land Rover camp. The sounds of distress echoed repeatedly, filling the air with an indescribable odor. Assistant Lin realized there might have been an issue with the food. Although he wished to confront Team 9, he lacked evidence and thus redirected his frustration towards the miserly manager, the general manager of the Wilderness Club, and Shiyu's superior, a slick, middle-aged man in his 40s. Characterized by his ingratiating demeanor, who never offended anyone, especially in regard to the money clients provided. With a phone call, Assistant Lin lambasted Team 9 and the manager. Being a typical miser, was eager to appease any complaints from the financial backers. He promised Assistant Lin that Team 9 would apologize. After venting for half an hour, Assistant Lin finally hung up, feeling somewhat relieved, and then remembered to devise a specific plan for capturing Yuzukai. Meanwhile, Team 9 was not idle. Engaging in a night discussion, gathered beneath the largest canopy, they sat around a bonfire. Shiyu surveyed the group and stated, "We have reached our designated location and set up camp. Next, we will venture into the mountains to search for Yuzukai. Before we proceed, it is essential that everyone understands what kind of person our target, Yuzukai, is." The camp's big man lit a cigarette and interjected, "I heard he is a veteran?" Xiaopeng scratched his head, perplexed, and asked, "How does a veteran end up as a fugitive? There must be more to this." Wang Hai, a taciturn young man who had just celebrated his 22nd birthday, usually spoke little. Responsible for vehicle modifications and maintenance, he dealt with any vehicular issues that arose during outings. He glanced at Xiaopeng, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. After surveying her surroundings, Xie remarked, "My understanding of Zakai is limited to the information provided by the employer, which, of course, is rather one-sided. As for the true nature of Zakai and the reasons behind his status as a wanted criminal, the most authoritative voice among us is undoubtedly the external consultant, Song Yunfeng." At this point, Xie's gaze settled upon Song Yunfeng, and in a tone of inquiry, she added, "If it is not too much trouble, could you please share with us the account of Zakai's deeds?" Chapter 9. Thermal imaging drones. All members of Team 9 turned their gaze towards Songyun Peak. Clearly uninformed about the individual they were searching for, Yuzukai, and eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding him. Songyun Peak inhaled deeply, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The chubby one on the left gazed at the cigarettes with eager anticipation. Understanding the unspoken request, Songyun Peak promptly handed the pack to him, retaining only one for himself. Grateful, the chubby one accepted the pack, lit a cigarette for Songyun Peak, and took one for himself as well. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Songyun Peak somberly introduced, "Yuzukai is my comrade and partner. We have guarded the border at Banganko for many years." With a look of innocent curiosity, Yi turned at Songyun Peak and inquired, "I heard that the person we are searching for is a wanted criminal. Local police and even armed forces have been deployed without success. Is he truly a bad person?" Her question revealed the naivety of the team's medic, a testament to her untouched innocence. Song Yun-peak recounted the truth. Earlier this month, Yuzakai's family home faced demolition. After failing to reach an agreement on compensation, the developers caused the death of his parents. They lured his sister to a KTV room, subjected her to unspeakable horrors, and subsequently committed her to a psychiatric hospital. By the time Yuzakai returned home, it was too late. His sister, unable to bear the psychological burden, jumped to her death from the hospital's upper floor. In his grief, Yuzakai severed the head of the developer, Lin Guodong, and placed it at the graves of his family. This act rendered him a fugitive. As he spoke, Song Yun-peak lowered his head and took a deep drag from his cigarette. The surrounding silence was punctuated only by the crackling of burning pine wood, an unexpected revelation of the harrowing past that lay behind Yuzakai. After a silence of several seconds, it was Yi who bravely broke the quiet, cautiously asking, "Did Yuzakai act in a moment of impulse?" Just as Song Yun-peak prepared to respond, the chubby one interjected, "No, this was not a mere impulse. It is the fierce resolve that resides within every man, awakened in that moment. A complete eruption following years of suppression. Were I in his shoes, I too would have acted thus, regardless of the burden of guilt I might bear, for at least I would have acted in accordance with my conscience." Song Yun-peak was taken aback by these words, raising his gaze to the chubby one, his eyes reflecting delight. The last time he saw Yuzakai, he had posed a similar question, and Yuzakai's response echoed the sentiments expressed by the chubby one. His words not only earned Song Yun-peak's approval, but also garnered admiration from all the men in Team 9. Deshawn, ever the straightforward one, inquired from his folding chair. "So, shall we help Lin Guoqiang find a hammer? Wouldn't he that be aiding the oppressor?" In the corner sat the oldest member of the 9 team, a man surnamed Tang, who had surpassed the age of 50. He was also one of the shareholders of the Wilderness Club. His decision to join the 9 team for work stemmed from his passion for the outdoors, often accompanied by his spouse, Sister Tang, as they explored the mountains and waters. Leaning back in his chair with a smile, he remarked, "Deshawn, have you still not discerned the true intention of Shiyu? If she genuinely wished to assist the developer Lin Guoqiang in finding someone, would she have sought out Yuzakai's most trusted comrade to lend a hand?" Upon hearing this, the others experienced an epiphany, turning their gazes toward Shiyu, while only Deshawn remained perplexed, sitting on an ARB folding chair. He scratched his head and inquired, "What does that mean? My mind is dull, so please don't beat around the bush." Sister Tang chuckled and clarified, "Isn't it obvious that this is a case of using public means for private ends, covertly aiding Yuzakai in his escape?" Only then did Deshawn comprehend, scratching his head with a look of delight as he exclaimed, "So that's how it is. How could I have missed that?" The group erupted into hearty laughter. Now it was Song Yunfeng's turn to be confused by the others. Once their laughter subsided, Song Yufeng fixated his gaze on Shiyu and questioned, "Are you all serious? Helping Yuzakai to flee would make you his accomplices. Do you understand the consequences if this is discovered?" Shiyu's lips curled into a slight smile as she cryptically indicated, "We never claimed we would assist Yuzakai in escaping, nor did we intend to become his accomplices. We sought your help to locate Yuzakai. What you choose to do is beyond our concern." Old Tang added with a grin, "As for what you do, we are unaware, but we can attest to the outside world that during this time, you have been with our 9 team searching for someone, without any absence or loss of contact." The members of the 9 team shared a remarkable camaraderie, with Xiaopeng, ever the clever one, jokingly chiming in, if necessary. "I could claim that we shared a sleeping bag at midnight," emphasizing the need to clarify the details. Now it was Song Yunfeng's turn to feel awkward. He turned to Shiyu and asked, "Why are you all taking the risk to help me and Yuzakai? As far as I recall, we don't seem to have any prior connections." Shiyu smiled gently, adopting an air of mystery as she replied, "Some matters are better left unsaid. You now understand the stance of our 9 team. It remains to be seen whether you have the courage to trust each member of our team. We seek no reward, only the safety of Yuzakai." Her words left Song Yufeng feeling completely unsettled. To express doubt would surely dishearten them, yet to easily trust strangers seemed quite unreasonable. Old Tang noticed Song Yunfeng's discomfort and smiled, attempting to ease the tension. He addressed Shiyu, saying, "It's getting late. Let's all return to our tents to rest. The night watch schedule has been confirmed, hasn't it?" Wang Hai, the head of the auto repair team, volunteered, "You all go ahead and rest. I will take the first half of the night shift." Deshawn rose and said, "I'm quite exhausted from setting up camp today. I'll head to bed first. If you can't hold out, wake me up. Just don't call Xiaopeng tonight. He needs to get up early to prepare breakfast for everyone." Xiaopeng yawned and replied, "I wake up at 5. Whoever is on duty at 4, just give me a shout. Upon finishing his statement, the plump one turned at Song Yufeng and said, Brother Feng, if you don't mind, why not share a large tent with me? I am quite portly. And in the middle of the night, I could serve as a warm companion, allowing you to embrace me for warmth. Song Yufeng had no intention of using the plump one as a source of warmth, yet at that moment, the plump one had indeed provided him with a convenient escape. By simply following him, he could evade answering Xie's inquiries. Hence, Song Yunfeng eagerly trailed behind the plump one as they departed from the canopy tent. Just as the two stepped outside, a sharp sound erupted from the direction of the Land Rover convoy, akin to a piercing pop. Song Yunfeng was taken aback and, turning towards the Land Rover camp, quietly inquired, What kind of potent medicine did you administer, fatty? They've been restless through the night, and it's still not over? The plump one nonchalantly replied, brought medicine for constipation, and I poured it all into the soup. Can you believe these people? Just a moment ago, they offended the cook, and now they dare to consume the meals prepared by him. They truly do not regard the cook's worth. No sooner had he finished speaking than a rustling sound emanated from the center of the Land Rover camp, followed by the ascent of a massive drone. The thunderous roar generated by the rotating blades captivated everyone's attention, prompting the members of Team 9 to emerge from the canopy tent. Qin Shuang, a member of Team 9, immediately recognized it as an octocopter drone and pointed at it, announcing to the crowd, It's a thermal imaging drone. They intend to use it to search this forest and locate Uzukai. Chapter 10, Completion of Group Tasks. Deshawn lifted his head to gaze at the soaring drone and engaged in conversation with Qin Shuang, inquiring, Is it possible for this device to carry a spear, allowing for remote control to drop it from the sky for hunting? I once saw on Douyin that drones can capture wild boars. Xiao Pang, feeling anxious, pressed further, What if it discovers Kaigo? Wouldn't that be perilous? Among the crowd, only Song Yunfeng scoffed at this notion, addressing Xiao Pang, No worries, let them play. We should get some rest. Xiao Pang, puzzled, asked, Aren't you concerned, Fengge? This is a thermal imaging drone. Song Yunfeng dismissively replied, If Uzukai could be detected by such a device, he would have been captured dozens of times already. Now, let us sleep. Xiao Pang still harbored some apprehension. Qin Shuang, the most handsome member of the 9th team, being relatively younger, showed a keen interest in technology. He explained to Xiao Pang, Thermal imaging can only reveal outlines. Even if the drone detects someone below, it cannot ascertain their identity. Recklessly dropping a spear from above could easily injure others. Moreover, regardless of who it is, using such a device to kill in this country would undoubtedly lead to severe consequences. Inside the tent, 4 single army cots were arranged side by side, each equipped with sleeping bags, one of which was brand new and specifically prepared for Song Yunfeng by Shiyu. Not far away, intermittent sounds of discomfort emanated from the Land Rover camp, a testament to the potency of Xiao Pang's medication. As Xiao Pang nestled into his sleeping bag, transforming into a curious child, he turned to Song Yunfeng on the adjacent cot and asked with wide-eyed wonder, Fengge, have you ever fought alongside Kaigo? I mean, in a battle to defend our homeland against external foes. Song Yunfeng rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the tent's support pole as he reminisced. Does the skirmish at Pangong Lake against the Indians count? What skirmish? Xiao Pang initially failed to comprehend, but after a second, he connected the dots. Oh, Pangong Lake. That one in Tibet, near the India-China border. Yes, at that location, my comrades and I, including Uzukai, engaged the Indians using shovels, batons, and carrying poles. Does that qualify as defending our homeland? Absolutely, it certainly does at that moment. The figures of Song Yunfeng and Uzukai loomed larger in Xiao Pang's eyes. Are you familiar with a soldier named Qin Xiangrong who sacrificed his life 20 years ago? Song Yunfeng responded nonchalantly, We were all comrades. Hearing this, Xiao Pang sighed deeply, his voice heavy with regret. Perhaps sensing the gravity of the topic, he shifted to discussing the people at the neighboring Land Rover camp, expressing his displeasure. That Assistant Lin seems quite bothersome, and those folks from Myanmar feel like a bunch of Southeast Asian monkeys. What is Assistant Lin thinking? The feud between his boss Lin Guoqiang and Kaigo is merely an internal family conflict, yet he is now seeking help from Myanmar to strike against his own kin. Isn't that tantamount to treachery? Song Yunfeng calmly analyzed. He wants Uzukai dead. Little Fatty gazed solemnly at Song Yunpeak and inquired, What shall we do? Is there a possibility they might be armed with knives? No, it is certain that they possess knives, but what about firearms? If a confrontation arises, can we prevail against them? Song Yunpeak offered a bittersweet smile, attempting to reassure little Fatty, Rest now. You must rise early tomorrow to prepare breakfast. Little Fatty turned over, mimicking Sung-Yun Peak's posture, with his hands clasped behind his head, staring at the ceiling while sighing. Those scoundrels. Approximately half an hour later, two young men from Team 9, Qin Shuang and Pan Shui, entered the tent and settled onto the other two beds. Outside, rain began to fall during the night, the droplets pattering against the tent with a cacophony of sounds. It was uncertain how long the downpour lasted, but it finally ceased as dawn approached. Throughout the night, Sung-Yun Peak remained in a state of heightened vigilance, unable to attain deep slumber, wary of any potential moves from the Myanmar faction. As dawn broke, the camp of Team 9 was filled with the fragrant tendrils of smoke rising from the cooking area. Beneath the canopy, Little Fatty prepared a large pot of congee with preserved eggs and lean pork, adding in dried radish strips and pickled vegetables, the enticing aroma wafting over to the Land Rover camp. At that moment, everyone at the Land Rover camp had self-heating rice, their envious gazes directed toward Team 9's cooking. Assistant Lin, accompanied by the Myanmar representative, approached Team 9's camp to speak privately with Sia, extending a polite invitation for a separate discussion. Little Fatty, upon seeing the two, was filled with displeasure and muttered under his breath in annoyance. After about 5 minutes, Lin and the Myanmar representative returned, and Little Fatty eagerly turned to Sia, inquiring about their purpose, wondering if they intended to cause further trouble. Sia, devoid of any jest, addressed the group earnestly. Last night, our drone captured the thermal imaging of Yuzakai's movements. However, they are uncertain if the figure detected is indeed him. They merely came to delineate suspicious areas on the map. As she spoke, Sia produced an A4 sheet of paper, displaying a pre-printed satellite map. Using a black marker, she highlighted a specific area and presented it to the group, stating, "This is the map Assistant Lin just provided. Yesterday, Yuzakai was detected at the center point. Hence I have drawn a circle with a diameter of 5 kilometers around it, marking the primary search area." Sung-Yun Peak glanced at the map and accurately estimated. "The suspicious target is approximately 6 kilometers from our camp." Sia continued, "Assistant Lin suspects we are not diligently fulfilling our duties and has requested that Team 9 be divided into 2 search teams, each accompanied by 2 of their members. I will lead one team. Who shall take charge of the other?" Dashin volunteered, declaring, "The camp is set up. I have nothing else to attend to. So I will lead one team." Lao Tang raised his hand. "I will join Dashin's team." Wang Hai, do you need to repair vehicles today? If not, the 3 of us can form one team. Wang Hai, known for his unpredictable responses, simply nodded in agreement, affirming Lao Tang's proposal. Sia, feeling uneasy, arranged for another young man from Team 9, Long Yi, to join Dashin's group. She particularly reminded him, "Soon, Mian Gu will send 2 Mian monkeys to accompany your 4 members. Make sure they walk in the middle of the group. Exercise utmost caution." Dashin patted his chest and assured her, "Rest assured, we will be vigilant." Turning to Sung-Yun Peak, Sia instructed, "You will accompany me shortly. Qin Shuang and Pan Shui. Which of you will remain at the camp? Who will join us in the mountains to search for people?" Almost simultaneously, both raised their hands, eager to follow into the mountains. Xiaopeng patted his belly and declared, "Now, you 2 needn't compete. Both of you will stay at the camp to look after our female companions. I will accompany Brother Feng and Sister Yu to patrol the mountains." "That is settled." Qin Shuang scrutinized Xiaopeng, asking, "Can you keep up? Don't push yourself too hard." Xiaopeng insisted, "Have no worries, I will be fine." "It is decided." In the midst of their conversation, 4 Mian monkeys approached from the opposite camp. Sia whispered, "Then it is settled. You each go prepare your gear. This area will be quite lively today. Everyone, be careful." Chapter 11. The irritable chubby 4 Myanmar monkeys arrived at the periphery of the 9th team's camp, standing silently without exchanging a word. At that moment, Assistant Lin approached alongside Brother Mian, with Lin leading the way and Mian following closely behind. Lin approached Sia with a smile, greeting her. "Thank you all for your hard work today. Let us strive to find Yuzakai early so we can wrap things up." Sia responded in an official tone, "Let us do our best." Lin then said to Sia, "As we discussed earlier, Mian and I will take 2 individuals and form a team with you, while the other 2 will accompany the other team from your 9th team into the forest. Are you prepared? Can we set off?" Sia turned to Old Tang and the others. Old Tang had just finished organizing his backpack and signaled an okay to Sia, saying, "I'll head out first. Let us keep in touch." Sia nodded and informed Lin, "Old Tang's team is setting off now." Mian instructed the 2 Myanmar monkeys at the camp's edge, "You 2 follow." The pair, unburdened by backpacks, quickly caught up with Old Tang. Dashin approached Old Tang and declared, "I'll lead the way. You follow me." After arranging Old Tang, Dashin turned to the two Myanmar monkeys, saying, "You two keep up. Wang Hai and Long you will bring up the rear." With that, Dashin, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, marched to the front of the line. Heading straight for the nearby woods, Lin looked at Siya and inquired, "How many are in our team? When shall we depart?" Siya glanced at Mian before answering. "Including your 4, there are 7 of us. We can set off now." Mian urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." Song Yufeng, without any hesitation, arranged. "I'll lead the team, Chubby will follow, and Siya will be at the rear." He shouldered his backpack, grasped his trekking pole, and set off at the front without waiting for others' agreement. Chubby followed closely behind, not missing the opportunity to taunt Lin and Mian, "Stay close. Don't complain if you fall behind." Mian cast a disdainful glance at Chubby, then followed him while calling to the other 2 Myanmar monkeys, "Keep up." Lin trailed behind the 2 Myanmar monkeys, with Siya bringing up the rear. As the 2 teams set off, another 2 teams from the Land Rover convoy entered the core area. Additionally, in the northwest direction, the Wilderness Team 6, along with local police from Ganzi County and ABA Prefecture, departed simultaneously. Everyone was firmly convinced that with so many individuals searching this area at once, they would undoubtedly capture Yuzukai. The public security officers contemplated the procedure for apprehending Yuzukai, intending to transport him according to standard protocols, adhering to legal processes. Conversely, Lin Guiqiang had instructed Assistant Lin to ensure that Mian S Group captured Yuzukai and discreetly transported him to a designated location, avoiding all detection. If that proved unfeasible, they were to eliminate him and return with the trophy. Song Yufeng, leading the front of the team, tapped his trekking pole against the trunks of trees as he walked. With each strike, torrents of rainwater cascaded down from the branches. All members of the 9th team were outfitted with custom 3-in-1 jackets and pants, providing excellent waterproof capabilities. In contrast, Assistant Lin and Mian Gu, along with the 2 companions, were not equipped with such fine gear. Or perhaps one might argue their gear was superior, as each of them was clad in raincoats and rain pants. The waterproof capabilities of such attire were indeed commendable, yet they lacked breathability and carried a certain heaviness while walking. As they entered the woods, Assistant Lin, trailing behind, seized the opportunity to engage in conversation with Shiyu, inquiring, "Did you not prepare raincoats? Was it a lack of funding from the company that hindered your procurement?" Shiyu smiled, albeit with a subtlety that was not lost on Assistant Lin. He perceived a hint of unease in her smile, prompting him to adopt a more brazen demeanor. Speaking in a tone tinged with condescension, "If your Team 9 can execute this task splendidly, I could recommend to my boss the acquisition of your entire team, relieving you of the burden of constantly leading and wandering. You would merely need to serve my employer well." With an air of mockery, Shiyu replied, "Oh, we have over a dozen members in Team 9. Can your boss afford to support us?" Assistant Lin chuckled with pride, retorting, "Ha, a dozen? What is there to worry about? Do you know what my boss does? He is in real estate development. Supporting you all would be a trivial matter. However, whether you catch his eye depends entirely on how well you handle this task, for we do not entertain idlers." At that moment, Xiaopeng interjected loudly, "Why do I feel as if you are trying to manipulate our captain? Am I to understand that you wish to propose something but lack the courage to voice it, thus resorting to grandiose promises to coax us into performing well for you?" Assistant Lin sighed deeply, chastising Xiaopeng. "It's evident that you, my chubby friend, lack understanding. With your attitude, you are destined to remain a cook your entire life, with little future ahead." Xiaopeng retorted defiantly, "Even as a cook, I would still be one you cannot afford." Mian Gu, exasperated with Xiaopeng, mercilessly exposed him. "Stop boasting. Who couldn't he afford you? What are you doing now?" At this, Xiaopeng abruptly halted, turned, and without warning, delivered a resounding slap to Mian Ji's face, demanding, "Who gave you the right to speak?" This unexpected blow left Mian Gu momentarily stunned, as did the others, who were taken aback by Xiaopeng's sudden aggression. It took Mian Gu a full 3 seconds to regain his composure, pushing Xiaopeng away and shouting, "Arameda." Arameda is a derogatory term in Burmese, akin to a vulgar insult. As Mian Gu uttered this curse, his right hand swiftly emerged from beneath his raincoat, revealing a dagger with a blade measuring a full 20 centimeters, its edges marred by deep crimson grooves. In a moment of quick reflex, Song Yunfeng extended his left hand towards Xiaopeng's shoulder, decisively pulling him behind while stepping forward to shield him. The dagger in Mian Ji's hand lunged forward, and had it not been for Song Yunfeng pulling Xiao Pao away, the latter would have already been harmed. Song Yunfeng anticipated Mian Ji's movement. As he drew Xiao Pao back, he extended his right hand to seize Mian Ji's wrist, inquiring, "Are you really going to use that knife?" Mian Gu regarded Song Yunfeng with disdain and barked in a commanding tone, "Release me." Unmoved, Song Yunfeng held his gaze steady, remaining silent. Frustrated by Song Yunfeng's refusal to relent, Mian Gu shouted louder, "I said let go. Did you not hear me? Are you seeking death?" Behind Mian Gu, two of his companions drew their daggers, stepping closer to flank him on either side, poised to act at a moment's notice. Chapter 12. The subtle move of the Grey Wolf. Standing behind the two Myanmar monkeys was Assistant Lin, who harbored his own thoughts at that moment. He refrained from immediately intervening, as he sought to use this opportunity to gauge the temperament of Team 9. It is worth noting that Assistant Lin was mistakenly perceived by the Myanmar men as a member of Team 9, unaware of the true identity of Song Yunfeng. At the rear of the group, Shiyu cast a supportive glance towards Song Yunfeng, separated by a few individuals. Song Yunfeng grasped the wrist of the Myanmar man, locking eyes with him, and quietly remarked, "Drawing your blade at the slightest provocation is hardly a commendable habit." As he spoke, Song Yunfeng's hand, which held the Myanmar man's wrist, suddenly slid back a few centimeters, seizing his arm and applying pressure to the inner side. In that instant, the Myanmar man felt an unprecedented ache in his wrist, which bent involuntarily under Song Yunfeng's force, causing his clenched fingers to loosen. The dagger he held slipped from his grasp. Just before it hit the ground, Song Yunfeng's right foot kicked the falling dagger, sending it soaring into the air. Releasing the Myanmar man's wrist, he caught the dagger, twirled it casually in his palm, and ultimately aimed its tip at the Myanmar man's nose. At that moment, Song Yunfeng's palm lay open, cradling the dagger effortlessly. The Myanmar man was taken aback, instinctively raising his arms, his fingertips nearly level with his shoulders. His eyes filled with trepidation. Song Yunfeng, appearing nonchalant, stated, "Should you threaten members of Team 9 with a blade again, I assure you, I will not return it in such a manner." Upon hearing these words, the Myanmar man regained his composure, hastily lowering his arms, his expression rife with embarrassment, stuttering, I. Within that brief encounter, the outcome was abundantly clear. Assistant Lin stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Why must we resort to violence? Let us not take jokes so seriously." While speaking, he retrieved the dagger from Song Yunfeng and handed it back to the Myanmar man, advising, "Do not act impulsively, we are all on the same side." Receiving the dagger from Assistant Lin, the Myanmar man frowned at Song Yunfeng, trying to regain his dignity as he retorted, "You keep your hefty teammate in check. If this happens again, I won't show him any mercy." The chubby fellow behind Song Yunfeng displayed a look of disdain, purposefully provoking the Myanmar man. Song Yunfeng turned to the chubby one and said, "Chubby, lead the way. We still have several kilometers of mountain trail ahead." The chubby one, realizing Song Yunfeng was looking out for him to prevent any mischief from the Myanmar man, replied indifferently, "Brother Feng, I'm directionally challenged. You guide me, and don't worry about me. Anyone who dares to betray me from behind will face your and Sister Yu's wrath." Right? These words were clearly directed at the Myanmar man, yet they amused Song Yunfeng, who found humor in the chubby one's nonchalance despite knowing that walking in the second position would put him at risk. Song Yunfeng approached the chubby one, reminding him, "The path is slippery, tread carefully." The chubby one responded dismissively, "Rest assured." Song Yunpeak continued to lead the way, closely followed by the chubby fellow. After just a few steps, the chubby one suddenly halted and swiftly turned around. The Myanmar guy trailing behind reacted instinctively, the moment he saw the chubby one pivot. He leaned back abruptly, covering his face with his hands. The suddenness of the action caused him to lose his balance. And had it not been for the push from the Myanmar monkey behind him, he would have toppled to the ground, although he managed to stay upright. The Myanmar guy felt quite embarrassed, having been startled so easily by the chubby one. He shouted in indignation, "You fat fool, what are you doing? Just walk straight. Who told you to turn around?" The chubby one retorted angrily, "What the hell is wrong with you? Who says you can't look back while walking? Why are you so tense? Afraid I'll hit you?" Assistant Lin hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Enough, enough. Let me take the lead." As he spoke, he had already positioned himself behind the chubby one, urging him, "Let us go, don't waste time. I'm paying you to work, not to create trouble. If this continues, I might just have to file a complaint against you." With a disdainful scoff, the chubby one glanced at Song Yunpeak and said, "Brother Peak, let us move." Assistant Lin sighed in resignation, trailing behind the chubby one, muttering to himself, "What exactly is the issue? Why does it seem like both groups can't stand each other? Logically, you all don't know each other, nor do you have any deep-seated grudges. It shouldn't be like this." No one responded to Assistant Lin's rather dull observation. If one were to pinpoint the immediate cause, it would be the Myanmar guy's rather pretentious demeanor during their first meeting yesterday. Delving into deeper reasons, it would likely relate to Yuzakai's identity. Navigating through the forest proved to be far more challenging than anticipated, especially for Assistant Lin, who found it to be an ordeal, particularly in the heavy raincoat that added to his burden. In stark contrast, Song Yun-peak and Siya continued to stride forward with vigor, showing no signs of fatigue. The chubby one, however, was beginning to breathe heavily. The Myanmar guy and the two Myanmar monkeys were about on par with the chubby one in terms of stamina, with the Myanmar guy perhaps having a slight edge. After an hour and a half, Assistant Lin finally conceded, sitting down on the ground to catch his breath. "Let us take a break, don't you all feel tired?" The chubby one turned his head to glance at Siya at the back of the line. After receiving a nod from her, he removed his backpack and placed it on the ground, sitting atop it. He then pulled out a cigarette from the outer pocket of his jacket, taunting Assistant Lin. "You're not cut out for this. We've only walked a few kilometers, and you're already worn out?" Assistant Lin stepped closer, bending over to ask, I can't go on. Could you give me some space to sit down?" The chubby one shifted slightly and suggested, "Why don't you let him?" Referring to the Myanmar guy, "Carry your backpack? It'll lighten your load." This remark garnered an unfriendly glare from the Myanmar guy, but the chubby one remained unfazed, relishing the effect he had created. At the forefront, Song Yufeng turned to the group and said, "You may rest here for a while. I shall take a brief stroll nearby." Without waiting for any response from the others, he pivoted and proceeded ahead. At the rear of the group, Siya called out loudly, "Do not wander too far. Ensure you remain within the range of the walkie-talkie." Song Yufeng raised his hand and gestured an OK sign before continuing on his path. Mian Gu turned to a companion, a Mian monkey, and instructed, "Follow him closely and keep an eye on that individual ahead to prevent him from getting lost." Though he claimed it was to ensure Song Yunfeng's safety, his true intention was to trail him discreetly. Unbeknownst to Mian Gu, this would be the final moment he would ever encounter the Mian monkey in his lifetime. Chapter 13. Arameda. Song Yunfeng raised his wrist to glance at his watch. The dial displayed a compass, indicating that he was headed northwest, with the time reading 8:18. Upon receiving an order from Mian Gu, Mian Hosey hastened forward. And in the mere span of 10 seconds, he was astonished to find that he had lost track of Song Yufeng. Not entirely, though. He could ascertain that Song Yufeng was approximately 20 or 30 meters ahead, hearing the rustling of his footsteps and observing the trees swaying in the distance. Yet he could not catch a glimpse of Song Yunfeng's silhouette. The more this occurred, the more anxious Mian Hosey became, unwittingly quickening his pace. Originally, he naively believed that by hastening, he could catch up to Song Yunfeng, oblivious to the fact that it was merely a figment of his imagination. Song Yunfeng's figure remained persistently out of reach at a distance of 20 or 30 meters. Song Yunfeng moved swiftly through the dense forest, particularly aware that Mian Hosey was attempting to follow him, prompting him to increase his speed further. He discreetly retrieved a Nepalese curved knife from his backpack. At this moment, Song Yunfeng's intention in brandishing the knife was not aimed at Mian Hosey, but rather to mark substantial trees within the woods. The marking, seemingly simple, involved carving 2 cuts in the tree and drawing an arrow in the opposite direction of his intended path. This marking was a method he and Yu Zakai had developed during their time in the military, a mark that would likely confuse the average person. As Song Yufeng traversed the area rapidly, he approached a sturdy tree and made 2 swift cuts. The direction of the arrow was drawn arbitrarily. At this moment, the significance of the symbol transformed. Song Yunfeng thought simply that as long as Yu Zakai spotted the mark, he would understand that Song Yunfeng was nearby. At that point, they could establish communication by activating their walkie-talkies. Upon leaving the first mark, Song Yunfeng switched on the walkie-talkie and inserted a small Bluetooth earpiece into his right ear, constantly listening for any possible transmissions. He left a trail of markings on dozens of trees, and when he glanced at his watch again, he realized that half an hour had elapsed unnoticed. Just as he was about to take a break, Mian Hosey approached him, panting heavily, brandishing a machete and inquiring, Why are you running so fast?" Song Yunfeng, taken aback, retorted, "Am I running? Isn't this a normal pace?" At that moment, Mian Hosey was approximately 20 meters away, bent over and using his machete as a makeshift cane, trudging towards Song Yunfeng with labored steps. He threatened, "If you keep running this fast, I swear I'll take you down." Song Yunfeng dismissed Mian Hosie's threat entirely. To him, the man was merely a fool. With a slight smirk and a cigarette in hand, he ignited it and casually pressed the walkie-talkie at his left shoulder, saying, see ya, this is Yunfeng, please respond." After speaking, Song Yunfeng released the talk button and savored a deep inhalation of smoke, awaiting Siya's reply. It is a rather straightforward matter. Yet it has been misconstrued by the Myanmar monkey, who believes that Song Yunfeng is a member of the Wilderness Team 9. Unable to make decisions for himself on both trivial and significant matters. At this juncture, he resorts to the walkie-talkie to summon Siya, intending to report his grievances. In a fit of anger, he strides up to Song Yunfeng, brandishing his machete menacingly at the tip of his nose, and bellows, "Look at you. What do you want?" Planning to lodge a complaint over the walkie-talkie? This remark elicits a chuckle from Song Yunfeng, who retorts, "Lodge a complaint? Do you truly believe I require such a recourse? Do you think I cannot handle you?" Standing resolutely before Song Yunfeng, the Myanmar monkey hoists his machete onto his shoulder and, with his left hand pointing directly at Song Yunfeng's chest, challenges, "Come on, give it your best shot." It dawns on Song Yunfeng that the Myanmar monkey's finger is aimed precisely at his walkie-talkie, and he suddenly realizes that his earlier call for assistance went unanswered. Normally, when one speaks into the walkie-talkie, the other party should hear it without delay, yet it had been over 10 seconds with no response. Always prioritizing the greater good. Song Yunfeng, sensing something amiss, raises his left hand to grasp the walkie-talkie on his shoulder strap and tilts his head to the left, inquiring, Sia, can you hear me? This is Yunfeng." Upon noticing Song Yunfeng fiddling with the walkie-talkie again to call for help, the Myanmar monkey presumes that Song Yunfeng is afraid of him, thus becoming even more arrogant, declaring, "Calling for reinforcements, are we?" Song Yunfeng's focus remains on the walkie-talkie, disinterested in the Myanmar monkey's provocations. After enduring repeated taunts, Song Yunfeng's demeanor shifts, and with his right hand, he wields the Nepalese curved knife to disarm the machete from the Myanmar monkey's grip, warning, "Put down that rusty piece of scrap metal. If you point it at me again, I swear I'll break it." The Myanmar monkey retorts angrily, "My brother has disliked you for quite some time. It's high time I teach you a lesson." With that, he swings his machete, aiming a strike at Song Yunfeng's left shoulder. It is evident that the Myanmar monkey does not intend to kill. Had that been his aim, he would have targeted the head. Clearly, he seeks merely to intimidate Song Yunfeng, hesitating to take his life. Song Yunfeng raises his right hand, positioning the Nepalese curved knife to block the attack. And the two blades clash with a sharp sound. The Myanmar monkey, wielding a longer and larger weapon with both hands, believes he holds an advantage, thinking Song Yunfeng, with only one hand on the knife, would be no match for him. However, the outcome surprises the Myanmar monkey. Song Yunfeng not only deflects the blow but also steps forward, delivering a swift kick to his chest. The Myanmar monkey stumbles back 2 paces, his heel striking a dry twig on the ground, causing him to involuntarily sit down. A hint of disdain curls at the corners of Song Yunfeng's mouth, his smile laced with sarcasm as he remarks, "You're not even close." With that, he turns away, once more grasping the walkie-talkie in his left hand, calling out, "Sia, can you hear me? This is Yunfeng. Please respond if you receive this." The scornful gaze and swift turn of Song Yunpeak utterly shattered the self-esteem of the Mian monkey. Although he was considered a standout within the ranks of Mian Ji's team, he could hardly fathom being so contemptuously dismissed by Song Yunpeak. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he discarded his backpack and rose from the ground, brandishing a machete with his right hand as he charged towards Song Yunpeak, vociferously shouting, "Alameda." Just as he uttered the battle cry, the Mian monkey's machete descended menacingly towards the nape of Song Yunpeak's neck, intent on delivering a lethal blow without a hint of mercy. At that moment, Song Yunpeak had his back turned to the Mian monkey, but felt a sudden gust of wind accompanied by the furious curses from behind. The countless hours of training and the muscle memory from real combat were awakened in an instant, prompting him to pivot in a fraction of a second, while simultaneously raising his right hand, wielding the Nepalese curved knife to defend himself. The Mian monkey strike was far more ferocious than before, infused with greater force. As the blade collided with Song Yunpeak's Nepalese curved knife, Song Yunpeak found himself at a disadvantage. The machete in the Mian monkey's grip exhibited an unstoppable momentum, pressing down on Song Yunpeak's weapon with alarming speed. Its edge aimed directly at Song Yunpeak's vulnerable neck. Chapter 14. The emergence of Yu Zekai. Song Yunfeng acted with remarkable swiftness. As the blade approached his throat, he did not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly raised his right hand, positioning the spine of the Nepalese curved knife against his shoulder, bracing himself to absorb the lethal attack. Had Song Yunfeng shown even a hint of hesitation, the knife wielded by the Burmese monkey would have surely inflicted harm upon him. In that instant, the Burmese monkey had thoroughly enraged Song Yunfeng, igniting within him a fervent desire for vengeance. With his right hand gripping the curved knife to parry the monkey's assault, Song Yunfeng's left hand deftly retrieved a spring-loaded knife from his pocket. At a distance of less than a meter, the spring knife in his grasp could effortlessly pierce the adversary's throat, with murderous intent now surging within him. Just as he was poised to strike, a familiar voice crackled through his earpiece. Duck to the left. The voice was so recognizable that no contemplation was necessary. Song Yunfeng instinctively shifted his body slightly to the left and lowered his head. In the next heartbeat, a chilling breeze swept across the nape of his neck. The knife in the Burmese monkey's hand fell away, and instinctively clutching his throat with both hands, he stumbled back 2 steps. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, this time for good. An arrow protruded from the monkey's throat. To call it an arrow was perhaps a stretch. It was merely a branch crudely fashioned into a projectile with a sharpened tip and a notched end, measuring over a meter in length, with more than 10 centimeters embedded within his throat. The fallen Burmese monkey writhed in agony, his hands grasping futilely at the arrow lodged in his neck, attempting to extract it, but his limbs were betraying him, particularly his left hand, which began to tremble uncontrollably. Song Yunfeng stepped forward, gazing down at the writhing figure, when the sound of footsteps crunching on dry twigs echoed from behind, drawing nearer. Fixated on the dying monkey, Song Yunfeng quietly inquired, "When did you learn to wield such a weapon?" Behind him, Yu Zekai responded in a low voice, "I just learned it in the past few days." "Damn it." Song Yunfeng turned to Yu Zekai, asking, "You dare to make me duck and lean just after learning? Aren't you afraid of the arrow finding its way into my head?" Unfazed, Yu Zekai retorted, "What does it matter to me if it hits your head? It wouldn't hurt me." Song Yunfeng gave a thumbs up to Yu Zekai, exclaiming, "You truly are my brother." Yu Zekai reached for the right pocket of Song Yunfeng, while Song Yunfeng retrieved a lighter from his trouser pocket. Yu Zekai produced a cigarette, and Song Yunfeng handed over the lighter. As Yu Zekai lit a cigarette, he jested, "According to the narratives in films and dramas, you must have come to me bearing orders from above, persuading me to surrender and seek leniency, right? Get lost." Song Yunfeng snatched the freshly lit cigarette from Yu Zekai's mouth. After savoring a deep inhale, he remarked, "Do you think real life resembles a soap opera? If I had intended to persuade you to surrender for a lighter sentence, I wouldn't have concealed your whereabouts in Labwa County a fortnight ago." Yu Zekai reignited a cigarette and, with a deft motion, stowed the remaining half-pack into his pocket, inquiring, "How many people have arrived?" Song Yunfeng replied candidly, "It's unclear. There are likely multiple teams converging from all directions to tighten the encirclement. Last night, a thermal imaging drone took to the sky, reportedly capturing your presence." Yu Zekai responded nonchalantly, "In recent days, there have been more than just that one drone circling overhead. I've grown accustomed to it. If I hadn't seen the marks you left in the forest, I would have planned to break through today." The lifeless body of the Burmese monkey lay on the ground, its hands hanging limply, bidding farewell to this world. Song Yunfeng scrutinized Yu Zekai before him. After a fortnight apart, Yu Zekai's face had noticeably thinned, and his clothing was soiled beyond recognition. However, this disheveled appearance proved advantageous for camouflage. Not only was Yu Zekai's attire filthy, but his face bore the marks of dirt and several wounds from branches that had yet to fully heal. The fingers holding the cigarette were cracked, and his hair was a wild tangle reminiscent of a savage. He carried a rudimentary crossbow on his back, appearing exceedingly primitive. Song Yunfeng, filled with trepidation, murmured, "Had I known you were using such a shabby weapon to shoot arrows, I would never have followed your command. This is tantamount to courting death." Unfazed, Yu Zekai retorted, "What's the problem with courting death? Haven't you done it before? If you haven't, just try it a few more times. You'll become skilled with practice." Song Yunfeng raised his hand and patted Yu Zekai's shoulder, asking, "A few days ago, you went to town to buy medicine, and the surveillance captured it, along with the discarded rifle that was also discovered. How are you feeling now? Is the illness any better?" Drawing on his cigarette, Yu Zekai replied dismissively, "It's nothing. I won't succumb to illness until I've taken Ling Guoqiang's head. But enough about me, tell me how you got here and who you came with." "Team 9 of the Wilderness." Song Yunfeng answered. "Team 9 of the Wilderness?" Yu Zekai queried, puzzled. "Which unit is that?" I've never heard of it before. Team 9 of the Wilderness isn't a military designation, it's a civilian club. Song Yufeng recounted how Siya had found him, ultimately expressing his confusion. What I cannot comprehend is why Siya would help you. Did you know her before? Yusuke shook his head rapidly, asserting, I don't know her. There's no way I could. How many women have we encountered during our years stationed at Bangong Lake? Surely you have some idea. Where would I have met this Siya you're speaking of? Song Yunfeng furrowed his brow in further perplexity, muttering, This is indeed strange. I truly cannot fathom why she would assist us. At that moment, static crackled through Song Yunfeng's walkie-talkie, indicating someone was attempting to communicate, sending out a signal. But the distance rendered it merely a cacophony of noise. Yuzukai glanced at Song Yunfeng and urged, Someone is approaching. You should leave quickly. I'll handle things here. Song Yunfeng, puzzled, asked, Handle things here? Yes, Yuzukai affirmed, moving towards the Burmese monkey to inspect its gear while instructing Song Yunfeng, You should go. I'll find you shortly. Song Yunfeng was not one to dawdle. He retrieved 2 packets of compressed biscuits from his pocket and tossed them to Yuzukai, followed by a portable medical kit, advising him to stay in touch. Having uttered these words, Song Yunfeng continued his journey towards the northwest, leaving marks on the trees as he walked. Meanwhile, Yuzukai, unperturbed, turned over the corpse of the Myanmar monkey, severing the shoulder straps of its backpack with a black blade before beginning to rummage through its contents. Not far away, the sounds of footsteps and the rustling of trees grew increasingly audible, drawing nearer. Chapter 15. The contract makes no mention of carrying corpses at this moment. Yuzukai remained remarkably composed, engrossed in rummaging through the backpack of the Myanmar monkey. Apart from provisions and water, the bag contained a dagger and a pack of cigarettes. Without hesitation, Yuzukai pocketed the cigarettes, tore open a packet of biscuits, and squatted down to devour them voraciously, not neglecting to twist open a bottle of mineral water brought by the Myanmar monkey, taking a hearty swig. Not far away, Myanmar brother and his team finally emerged. Upon spotting Yuzukai, he was momentarily taken aback. Yuzukai, crouched on the ground, turned to face Myanmar brother, feigning fright, and in a panic, discarded the unfinished food and half-full bottle of water. He bent down to retrieve the machete that the Myanmar monkey had dropped and, rising to his feet, hurled the weapon towards Myanmar brother as if it were a projectile. At that moment, Myanmar brother was merely 15 to 16 meters away. Upon seeing the thrown blade, he certainly could not claim to be unperturbed. Yuzukai had no illusions that the knife could lethally harm anyone. In truth, it was merely a ploy to intimidate, allowing his presence to be acknowledged. The very instant he launched the knife, he feigned a desperate escape, retreating towards the northeast. Myanmar brother sidestepped the incoming machete and shouted, Stop right there. After uttering this command, he took off in pursuit. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, he veered away to chase after Yuzukai. Close behind him was another Myanmar monkey, who after only a few strides, stumbled upon the lifeless body of his comrade and exclaimed, Myanmar brother. Myanmar brother. He is dead. Upon hearing this, Myanmar brother halted, abandoning the chase and, in doing so, temporarily salvaging his own life. Assistant Lin hurried to the corpse, crouching beside it, astonished as he uttered, He is really dead. Trailing behind Assistant Lin was the chubby boy, following their departure from Songyan Peak. Siya had taken special care of him, ensuring that the Myanmar brothers did not plot against him from behind, positioning him behind Assistant Lin while she handled the aftermath. Although a long-standing member of Team 9, the act of killing was unfamiliar to him. At this moment, witnessing a body not yet fully cold left him in a state of heightened anxiety, immobilized, muttering, You. Sister, you. Dead. Dead people. Siya advanced from behind the chubby boy, gently patting his shoulder as she offered reassurance, It's all right. Don't be afraid. As he watched her walk past towards the corpse, he gradually adjusted his demeanor, taking 2 deep breaths before moving forward. Myanmar brother crouched by the body, picking up a cigarette but from the ground and coldly passing it to Assistant Lin, saying, Find a way to send this out immediately for DNA testing. I need to confirm that the individual just now was indeed Yuzukai. Assistant Lin took the cigarette, but, his expression grave as he replied, Understood. I will arrange for it to be sent out for identification as soon as we return to the camp. Myanmar brother's face darkened, anger surging within him as he declared, I had initially underestimated him, but I never anticipated he would kill my man. This grudge is now irrevocably sealed. I will ensure he does not leave this forest alive. The chubby boy curled the corners of his mouth into a slight, disdainful smirk, muttering to himself, What is the point of saying all this? It seems as though you intended to spare him from the very beginning. Now, having been outmatched, you've brought ruin upon your own, yet you still utter threats here. Is that not amusing? The man from Myanmar, crouching on the ground, lifted his head and shot a fierce glare at the chubby fellow, sensing the anger radiating from him. The chubby one instinctively took a step back and positioned himself behind Sia. Assistant Lin turned to Sia and inquired, "Where is your team member? Where has he gone? Why have we not seen him yet?" Sia glanced around and pressed the intercom again, calling out, "You phone? You phone? Can you hear me?" At that moment, Song Yunfeng was less than 100 meters away, concealed by dense foliage that obstructed their line of sight. However, the radio communication remained unaffected. After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, Song Yunfeng responded, "Received, received. Where are you all?" Sia replied via the intercom, "We should not be far apart. The comrade of the man from Myanmar has perished." Unable to contain himself any longer, the man from Myanmar tore the intercom from his shoulder strap, pressed the talk button, and bellowed, "My brother is dead. Where are you? Why are you still alive?" Huh. That final exclamation was a heart-wrenching scream. Song Yunfeng not only heard the anguish cry through the intercom but also with his own ears. Feigning ignorance, he quickly navigated through the woods back to the scene. And upon seeing the lifeless body, he pretended to be shocked, asking, "How could this happen?" The man from Myanmar stood up, turned, and seized Song Yunfeng by the collar, demanding, "How could this happen? I want to ask you, how could this happen?" Assistant Lin hurriedly intervened, positioning himself between the two men to defuse the tension. Pulling the man from Myanmar's hands away from Song Yunfeng, he turned to Song Yunfeng and asked, "What on earth happened? Were you not together?" Feigning innocence, Song Yunfeng replied, "I have no idea. When did he start following me? I was leading the way and did not see anyone behind me." The man from Myanmar was clearly dissatisfied with this explanation. To prevent further outbursts from him, Assistant Lin quickly interjected, "Just now, when you got up to leave, the man from Myanmar was concerned for your safety and sent his people to follow you. Did you not notice he was right behind you?" "Not at all," Song Yunfeng adamantly insisted. "I was always in front scouting the path and did not notice anyone following me. Why didn't he call out? If he had, I would have waited for him." The second man from Myanmar stood up and shoved Song Yunfeng, angrily retorting, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you move swiftly through the woods? How could my brother possibly keep up with you?" Seeing the second man from Myanmar push Song Yunfeng, the chubby fellow was instantly displeased. At that moment, emboldened by an unknown source of confidence, he no longer feared the men from Myanmar or Assistant Lin. He loudly countered the second man, saying, "What does your brother amount to? What makes you so certain he can catch up with Brother Feng? If Brother Feng says he didn't TC anyone, then he didn't TC anyone." The second man from Myanmar quickly turned his head, his gaze filled with fury as he fixed his eyes on the chubby one. "What are you staring at?" The chubby fellow shot back without holding back. "Are you dissatisfied? If you are, why not step up?" Sia intervened, saying, "Fatty, don't make things worse." After that, she turned to Assistant Lin and asked, "What should we do now? Shouldn't you find someone to carry the body back to the camp?" Upon hearing these words, Mian Gu cast a shocked glance at Shi Yu and inquired, "What do you mean? Are you three not planning to assist in returning my people to the camp?" Xiao Pang retorted loudly, "Why should we help carry a corpse? Our agreement with Assistant Lin was solely to assist in locating individuals. There was no stipulation regarding the transportation of bodies." At this point, Xiao Pang deliberately turned to Assistant Lin and asked, "Am I mistaken? Was there any mention of carrying corpses in the contract?" Assistant Lin, feeling awkward, scratched his head and stammered, unsure how to request assistance from Team 9. Just then, Xiao Pang added, "Assistant Lin, do not blame yourself. It's not entirely your fault. After all, you had no way of knowing they would be so inept, perishing within an hour of ascending the mountain. Had you been aware of their incompetence, you likely would not have sought their assistance, correct?" Chapter 16. The Descent. Little Fat's words were truly scathing. His remarks effectively placed Brother Mian in a precarious position, akin to being roasted over an open flame. He had lost a comrade and suffered a blow to his pride, which could only be described as a significant misfortune. Assistant Lin felt awkward, caught between two parties he wished to avoid offending. However, weighing the importance of the situation, he deemed Brother Mian's group to be of greater significance, particularly as their mission involved apprehension or execution. At that moment, Little Fat was mocking Brother Mian, compelling Assistant Lin to turn to Sia and implore, "Please, persuade your teammate Little Fat to cease his chatter. Our contract indeed did not stipulate the removal of bodies, yet in this unfortunate circumstance, we require your assistance in transporting the deceased. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to this, can you?" Sia found a rather tenable excuse, replying, Assistant Lin, consider this carefully. A homicide has occurred here, which constitutes a criminal case domestically. I am unsure how such matters are handled in eastern Myanmar, but here in our country, can we recklessly tamper with the crime scene prior to notifying the authorities? Brother Mian turned to Assistant Lin and inquired, What do you mean? Assistant Lin, in a state of agitation, scratched his head and insisted, Forget about the legalities. We need to get the body out first. Sia firmly rejected. I will not partake in the destruction of the crime scene. If you wish to proceed, you must do it yourselves. Moreover, I must reiterate that your contract was to search for individuals in the remote mountains of Sichuan and report any leads regarding Yu Zakai to Brother Mian. It seems our task is complete, and we are free to depart, correct? Brother Mian appeared somewhat reluctant and asked, Are you truly leaving now? Little Fat interjected. What is the matter? Are you hoping to treat us to a meal as a gesture of gratitude? Brother Mian shot a fierce glare at Little Fat before instructing the second in command, the monkey, notify our teammates to come assist us. The second monkey squatted on the ground, clutching the walkie-talkie strap with his right hand, and began speaking rapidly in Burmese. Though the words were indecipherable, the general intent seemed to be summoning assistance for the retrieval of the body. Song Yun Peak observed silently, contemplating how the same walkie-talkie could yield different results in summoning help. After approximately 3 seconds of silence following the second monkey's call, the lack of response irked Brother Mian, who fixed a piercing gaze upon his subordinate. The second monkey pressed the walkie-talkie once more, attempting to call out again. Frustration mounting, Brother Mian approached and delivered a swift kick to the second monkey's rear, exclaiming, Are you foolish? Use the satellite phone. The second monkey, now seated on the ground, looked up at Brother Mian with an expression of innocence and replied, I don't have a satellite phone. Brother Mian shouted, Don't you know how to find one if you don't have it? Feeling wronged, the second monkey rummaged through the first monkey's backpack, only to discover that the satellite phone was indeed in the possession of the first monkey, but had recently been pilfered by Yu Zakai. After turning the entire backpack upside down without finding any trace of the satellite phone, he was forced to concede the unfortunate truth, panic evident as he relayed to Brother Mian, the satellite phone, it seems, has been taken by that person. Brother Mian's frustration reached a boiling point, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Assistant Lin attempted to soothe Brother Mian, saying, Do not fret just yet. Let us check if Team 9 has a satellite phone. Yes, came the response. Sia responded directly, stating, But I left it at the camp. Mian Gu looked at Sia with a puzzled expression and asked, If you have it, why didn't you bring it? Why? Sia, with her hands inserted into the pockets of her tactical jacket, kept a vigilant gaze on Mian Gu and replied, The camp is near the passageway, which has 5G connectivity. This forest isn't extensive, and the satellite. Xiaopeng interrupted Sia, casting a provocative look at Mian Gu and said, Does it fall upon you to question whether we brought a satellite phone? Even if we hadn't brought it, we wouldn't lend it to you. What can you do about it? Is that unacceptable? Assistant Lin gazed at Sia and remarked, Your Team 9 has truly disappointed me. Sia's purpose for bringing Team 9 to the dense forests of Sichuan was to locate Yu Zakai. And now that she had found him and confirmed that Song Yufeng had met with Yu Zakai, the primary objective had been achieved. Therefore, Sia was utterly unconcerned by Assistant Lin's words and had no fear of offending him. With an indifferent expression, she stated, If Team 9 has disappointed you, feel free to contact the company at any time to file a complaint or terminate our agreement. However, I must remind you that Team 9 has completed its mission and has successfully located Yu Zakai. According to our contract, we have informed Mian Gu of this news, and our collaboration ends here. After saying this, Sia prepared to turn and leave. Assistant Lin called out loudly to stop her. Wait a moment. How can you be certain that the person you just saw was Yu Zakai? This question was crucial, and Sia found herself at a loss for an answer. Assistant Lin pressed on, stating, Until Yu Zakai's identity and specific location are confirmed, our contract with your Team 9 is not fulfilled. Xiaopeng frowned and asked, What do you mean? Are you trying to extort us? How can I confirm Yu Zakai's identity for you? How can I ascertain his specific location? By your logic. Does that mean we must capture him and deliver him to you before considering the task completed? The terms of our contract were to locate Yu Zakai and provide you with a general location. How have additional tasks been imposed now? Assistant Lin disregarded Xiaopeng, believing him unworthy of conversation, and retorted to Sia, Captain Sia, am I mistaken? Before confirming the identity of that person, can you unilaterally declare that your task is complete? To put it bluntly, I could even suspect that that individual is one of your own Team 9. With that remark, Assistant Lin's gaze shifted to Song Yunfeng, and the implication was clear. Xie, with an unwavering demeanor, warned Assistant Lin, now that a life has been lost, it would be wise for you to refrain from making unfounded accusations, as human life is of paramount importance. Team 9 cannot bear this responsibility. We need to descend the mountain to report to the authorities, and as for whether you choose to remain here with the corpse or not, that is of no concern to me. With that, Xie turned back, retracing her steps along the path. Xiaoping glanced at Assistant Lin, a hint of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth, as he leisurely followed behind Xie on their way back. Song Yunpeak stood with hands tucked into his pockets, his left arm pressed firmly against his body. The zipper of his windbreaker was half undone, revealing the hilt of a Nepali curved dagger, deliberately exposed for Assistant Lin and the others to see, a clear and unmistakable threat. The trio of Xie had only traversed a mere 10 meters when an unusual rustling echoed through the woods, startling Assistant Lin. He had been present the night Yuzakai had struck down Lin Guodong, witnessing firsthand the ruthlessness of Yuzakai. In that very moment, the body of the man Yuzakai had just slain lay before him, still warm. It was a blatant lie to claim that Assistant Lin felt no fear. He turned to Mian Gu, proposing in a tentative tone, "Shall we descend the mountain to seek help? Perhaps if we walk a few steps, the walkie-talkie might catch a signal, enabling us to rendezvous with the other two teams." Chapter 17. The second little monkey. Assistant Lin was filled with trepidation towards Yuzakai, a sentiment that Mian Gu failed to perceive. He believed that Assistant Lin was merely concocting a plan to summon someone to remove the body. In Mian Ji's eyes, Yuzakai was not as formidable as he was reputed to be. In fact, he held a certain disdain for him. After all, the group Mian Gu led was comprised of individuals well-versed in the gritty underbelly of society in eastern Myanmar, where the business of bloodshed was a commonplace affair. To Mian Gu, as long as one exercised caution, there was no cause for alarm. Thus, he made a rather thoughtless decision and turned to the second little monkey, saying, "You stay here and keep watch. I will go down and fetch some help." The second little monkey, equally oblivious to the looming danger, stood up and surveyed his surroundings before responding, "You go ahead. I will guard this spot. If he dares to approach, I will deal with him and ensure our brother receives justice." Though Mian Gu was conceited, he was not entirely unthinking. He pointed to the arrow embedded in the throat of the first little monkey, cautioning the second, "He is lurking in the shadows. Be careful." The second little monkey dismissed the warning with a sneer, confidently stating he clearly underestimated the peril surrounding him, which is why he was injured by such a feeble branch. "Go ahead. I will remain vigilant here." Assistant Lin turned his gaze towards Shiyu, in the direction from which Song Yunfeng had departed, and noticed that the three from Team 9 had already distanced themselves. A sense of urgency washed over him, prompting him to urge Mian Gu, "Let us move quickly and bring the body down." Mian Gu, reassured, followed closely behind Assistant Lin, saying, "Let us go." Assistant Lin's fear of Yuzakai propelled him forward, as he hurriedly chased after Shiyu, Song Yunfeng, and the portly companion, with Mian Gu trailing behind at a brisk pace. Beside the corpse, the second little monkey lit a cigarette, entirely unaware that the so-called lone wolf, Yuzakai, was nearby. In the second little monkey's estimation, Yuzakai was merely a fugitive, hardly a significant threat. Concealed in the shadows, Yuzakai, having gleaned information about the little monkeys from his prior exchange with Song Yunfeng, emerged leisurely from behind the second little monkey, wielding a sleek black blade, and began to approach him step by step. The smoking little monkey was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps behind him. He drew his dagger and swiftly turned around, only to find Yuzakai approximately 10 meters away, advancing towards him with the knife in hand. The second little monkey remained unfazed, even jesting at Yuzakai. "You dare to show yourself? It seems you are courting death." Yuzakai, with a stoic expression, closed the distance and inquired, "How many of you are there?" At that moment, the second little monkey found Yuzakai's question perplexing, interpreting it as an affront to his stature. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming the dagger directly at Yuzakai's chest. As Yuzakai held the black blade in his right hand, he remained unperturbed, stepping forward. When the blade wielded by the little monkey was less than 20 centimeters from his chest, Yuzakai's right hand suddenly flicked upward, the black blade slicing through the second little monkey's wrist. At the moment the right arm of the Myanmar monkey made contact with the black blade, a slight upward motion occurred. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. His right hand, gripping the dagger, detached from his wrist. Even more incredulously, Yuzakai's left hand caught his descending right hand, seizing the severed limb, and using it to thrust the dagger into the area of his own right scapula. In a mere 3 seconds, the Myanmar monkey found his right arm devoid of a hand, while his right hand clutched the dagger that had penetrated his own right scapula. With a mixture of shock and disbelief, he raised his right arm to gaze at his wrist, struggling to comprehend the horrific sight before him. The excruciating pain from his severed arm had yet to reach his brain when Yu Zakai delivered another kick, sending the second Myanmar monkey crashing down beside the corpse of the first. At that moment of impact, the second Myanmar monkey finally felt the agonizing sting of his severed arm, letting out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout the forest. Not far away, Myanmar brother, Assistant Lin, and several nearby search teams heard this anguished cry. Assistant Lin, in particular, perceived it distinctly, suspecting that the second Myanmar monkey had met his demise. However, in a bid for self-preservation, he feigned ignorance, lowering his head to follow Song Yufeng as they continued onward. Upon hearing the scream, Myanmar brother halted and inquired, "What was that sound?" Assistant Lin pretended not to hear, feigning confusion as he replied, "What sound? I didn't hear anything. Perhaps you're imagining things?" "Impossible." Myanmar brother insisted confidently. "Didn't any of you hear it?" Song Yufeng and the others showed no inclination to engage with him, continuing their march in silence. Yet, little Fatty's curiosity was piqued. Walking ahead of Song Yufeng, he whispered, "What is going on, Brother Feng? Has Kai struck again?" Before Song Yufeng could respond, Sia, who was ahead, lowered her voice to caution little Fatty, just walk properly. Obediently, little Fatty ceased his chatter and followed closely behind Sia. Assistant Lin also remained silent, while Myanmar brother strained to listen, but heard nothing, convincing himself that it must have been a figment of his imagination. By the corpse, Yu Zakai approached, black blade in hand, squatting beside the second Myanmar monkey. With an impassive expression, he asked, "How many of you came in total?" The second Myanmar monkey, propped up by his severed right arm, reached with his left hand toward the dagger embedded in his right scapula, attempting to extract it. His eyes wide with terror as he stammered, Who are you really?" Yu Zakai directed the black blade towards the monkey's throat, reiterating his previous inquiry, "How many of you came in total?" "Your response is not the answer I seek. This will be the last sentence you utter in your life." At this moment, the second Burmese monkey was engulfed by a profound sense of terror, involuntarily swallowing hard as he stammered, "T10. 14 people." A sneer of disdain curled at the corners of Yu Zakai's mouth. 14 people, huh? How did you manage to cross the border? Did you go through customs or resort to smuggling? The second Burmese monkey faltered, I don't know. Suddenly, the black blade in Yu Zakai's hand lunged toward the monkey's neck. The icy touch of the steel sent a jolt of clarity through him, prompting an immediate change in his tone. We smuggled ourselves across the border. Please, don't kill me. I will tell you anything you ask. A smirk played on Yu Zakai's lips as he replied, I have no more questions. The second Burmese monkey, desperation etched on his face, implored in broken Mandarin, just ask a few more questions, I will answer. Truly. Anything you ask. Chapter 18. Do you think I would kill you? With the black dagger pressed against the throat of the second Burmese monkey, Yu Zakai smirked coldly and inquired, Let me pose one final question. Do you believe I would take your life? The second Burmese monkey, devoid of any means of resistance, gazed back in terror, stammering. Why would you kill me? I haven't done anything. I think you won't kill me, right? You wouldn't. Yu Zakai gently rotated the blade, shifting it from the side of the monkey's neck to the skin itself. His voice chillingly calm. You were paid to smuggle into this land with the intent of capturing me. As Yu Zakai spoke, the second Burmese monkey instinctively recoiled, attempting to distance himself from the dagger's edge. In your next life, refrain from foolish actions. This territory is a forbidden zone for your mercenaries. Deliver this message in your dreams to your companions. This is Yu Zakai speaking. They should flee swiftly. With that, Yu Zakai's black dagger glided lightly across the monkey's throat. The creature's hands instinctively shot to his neck. His left hand pressed against his throat while his right, a severed limb, propped against the side of his neck. His mouth opened wide, gasping for breath, but all efforts proved futile as blood quickly filled his mouth, spilling forth relentlessly. The second Burmese monkey collapsed atop the body of the first, blood streaming from his raincoat and soaking the ground beneath. In the dense forest, Sia led her team forward. Returning to the camp after approximately 40 minutes, Myeon-gu and Assistant Lin headed straight for the Land Rover camp, which appeared to have only a handful of individuals present, perhaps 4 or 5. Myeon-gu rushed into the camp, barking orders. Make the call. Tell everyone to return. Grab your weapons, and let's go apprehend him. Assistant Lin urged, hurry. If the police get to Yuzukai first, it will be disastrous. My boss has promised an extra reward of 1 million for capturing him alive, and 500,000 for a dead one. If the police or public security apprehend him, you will be left with nothing. With a face full of fury, Myeon-gu retorted, I care not for 1 million. I only wish to end his life. Assistant Lin reminded him, rest assured, capturing him alive is merely temporary. Once in my boss Lin Guichang's hands, he intends to take him to the Lin family ancestral grave and behead him before our ancestors, providing an explanation to Lin Guodong, using Yuzukai's head as an offering. At the 9th team camp, Song Yufeng, Siye, and Xiaopeng returned, confirming that Assistant Lin and Myeon-gu had ventured to the adjacent camp, ensuring they could not be overheard. Siye promptly retrieved her satellite phone and dialed Dashi. At that moment, Dashi's team was still traversing the dense forest along their pre-planned route, completely unaware of the events unfolding nearby. Upon the call's connection, Siye immediately cautioned Dashi, we have a situation, do not let outsiders overhear. Dashi, at the forefront of the group with the satellite phone, glanced back and instructed Lao Tang, let us take a moment to rest here. I need to relieve myself. Old Tang noticed that Dashin was holding a satellite phone, instantly comprehending its significance. He turned to the 2 Myanmar monkeys and Wang Hai, Long Yi, and said, everyone, let us take a moment to rest. Dashin needs to resolve an issue, and we have been walking for 2 hours. Wang Hai set down his backpack and retrieved a chocolate bar, handing it to Long Yi while saying, have some of this to replenish your energy. Long Yi accepted the chocolate and glanced around, inquiring, how far have we come? We should be nearing the center point, right? Old Tang replied, I'm not certain. We'll wait for Dashin to return and ask him. He is consulting the map on his tablet. Dashin walked over 20 meters away with the satellite phone. Seizing the opportunity while distributing chocolate, Wang Hai moved to the front of the group. After passing the chocolate to Old Tang, he naturally proceeded toward Dashin, positioning himself between the resting area and where Dashin was concealed for his call. This strategic placement was intended to provide support for Dashin, allowing him to relieve himself with peace of mind. Should the 2 Myanmar monkeys approach, Wang Hai would be able to alert Dashin immediately. Crouching low, Dashin whispered, is it convenient to talk now? Siye reminded him, the target we are looking for, Yuzukai, has already met with Song Yun Peak and established contact. He has killed one of the Myanmar monkeys in our group, and there is still another monkey left on the mountain to guard the corpse. I fear the worst for him. Dashin exclaimed, is it that intense? Siye continued, according to the original plan, your team should stash away a set of equipment and provide me with the precise coordinates. After stowing the gear, you must return to the camp immediately. Assistant Lin and the Myanmar brothers should be organizing a team to head to the coordinates of the corpse, so be cautious. Understood. Is there anything else to note? Prioritize your safety. After securing the equipment, retreat at once. If the 2 Myanmar monkeys accompanying you refuse to leave, do not engage them in conversation. Let them depart on their own. You should avoid these 2 monkeys while remaining nearby, and report the coordinates whenever possible. I will have Yuzukai come to meet you. Copy that. I will hide the equipment first and inform you of the coordinates once it's done. After ending the call, Dashin quickly opened his backpack. Inside, he had set aside a full set of uniforms for the 9th squad, jacket and pants, tailored to Yuzukai's size, all placed within a waterproof bag of earthy yellow. Thoughtfully, he covered the bag with some dry twigs, and then randomly picked up a few leaves to place in his backpack, ensuring it appeared undisturbed. Once everything was arranged, Dashin pinpointed the real-time location on the satellite map, specifying the latitude and longitude coordinates down to the meter. At the camp, Siye received the coordinates sent back by Dashin. She promptly transcribed the coordinates onto a piece of paper and handed it to Song Yun Peak, saying, the clothing and pants needed for Yuzukai are here. Song Yun Peak opened the paper Siye handed him, took a photo of the coordinates with his phone, and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you. Your plan is truly impeccable. I am impressed. Siye greeted with a polite smile, acknowledging that any action plan requires dual preparations. Little Fatty's backpack contained a set of garments suitable for Zakai. Regrettably, Myeon-gu and Assistant Lin had been following closely, preventing the timely deposit of the attire. Song Yufeng nodded in understanding and addressed Siye, saying, such kindness requires no thanks. I shall change my clothes now and keep in touch. Siye cautioned Song Yunfeng, the weather forecast predicts rain by 3 o'clock this afternoon. However, I can assure you that it will arrive more swiftly, no later than 2. Please take care to stay warm. Song Yufeng signaled with an okay gesture before departing the canopy tent and hastening back to the tent where he had slept the previous night. He swiftly discarded the uniform of Team 9, replacing it with a black windbreaker and tactical pants, deliberately soiling the ensemble for added effect. Chapter 19. The Significance of Little Fatty. After approximately 2 minutes, Shiyu, noticing that Song Yufeng had yet to emerge from changing his attire, grew somewhat anxious. She approached the entrance of the tent and reminded him, "You must hasten. The team at the Land Rover camp has already assembled. You need to set off before them. Otherwise, you risk being discovered." The tent remained eerily silent, with no response. Unable to contain her frustration, Shiyu rolled her eyes dramatically and muttered, "They say women take ages to change, but why are you men so sluggish as well?" Silence. Still no reply. Frowning, Shiyu approached the tent's entrance and called out, "Are you in there?" "I'm coming in." Yet, there was still no movement. At this point, Shiyu began to doubt herself, but her pride wouldn't allow it. Just moments ago, she had been standing under the canopy, watching the tent, and had not seen Song Yunfeng leave. With curiosity piqued, she unzipped the tent flap. To her astonishment, there was no trace of Song Yunfeng inside. She had completely missed his departure. Unwilling to accept this, Shiyu exited the tent and made her way towards the canopy, where 2 male team members from the 9th Squad, Qin Shuang and Qi Mo, were sitting and snacking on sunflower seeds. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "Have you two been here the whole time? Did you see Song Yunfeng leave?" Qin Shuang and Qi Mo exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. Shiyu couldn't help but take a deep breath, exclaiming, "Is this the prowess of a retired reconnaissance soldier?" Meanwhile, Song Yunfeng had already stealthily entered the dense forest ahead of the Land Rover convoy, making his way directly to the coordinates of the 2 deceased monkeys. Deep within the forest, another team was present. Deshan, having concluded a call with Shiyu under the pretense of taking a break, returned to the resting area with a serious demeanor. He informed Lao Tang, Wang Hai, and Long Yi, "I just received a call from the captain. Yuzukai has been located. Our mission is complete, and we are to return to camp." Lao Tang showed no hesitation, stating, "Understood. We shall turn back now." No sooner had he spoken than one of the monkeys protested, looking at Deshan and asking, "What do you mean? Are we heading back already? Where is the target?" Standing at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, Deshan towered over the monkey, who appeared like a mere child in his presence. He looked down and replied, "The captain has ordered us to return. We are disbanding. I do not know where the target is, but if you are interested, you may seek it out yourself." The monkey appeared displeased and retorted, "We did not receive any orders to turn back." Long Yi, known for his short temper, shot back, "Whether you received the order or not is of no concern to me." The 2 monkeys found themselves in an awkward position, as Long Yi's tone left them uncomfortable. Attempts to negotiate were met with indifference from the 9th Squad, and it seemed they were not intimidated by the monkeys at all. It was indeed a frustrating situation. Fortunately, at that moment, the satellite phone on one of the monkeys rang. The 3rd monkey answered, engaging in a conversation in an incomprehensible monkey language. This call was from Brother Mian, instructing the 2 monkeys to lead a few members of the 9th Squad to find the 2nd monkey and rendezvous to inspect the bodies, while also relaying the coordinates of the 1st corpse to the 3rd monkey. On the 3rd day, the Myanmar monkeys chattered incessantly, discussing the necessity for the 9-member team to return to the camp, completely disregarding the opinions of the 2 individuals. The Myanmar commander berated the 3rd monkey for a moment, and the final decision was made. The 3rd and 4th monkeys were instructed to disregard the 9-member team and proceed to rendezvous with the 2nd monkey, while the commander would follow shortly thereafter. This arrangement aligned perfectly with Siye's intentions. She had initially contemplated how to shake off the 2 monkeys, but considering that finding an excuse might raise suspicions, she decided to have Dash and Fana return to the camp to observe the monkeys' reactions. If the 2 monkeys followed him back, they would refrain from any suspicious actions along the way, avoiding the sight of the Land Rover convoy upon their return to the camp, and then double back into the dense forest to meet Zakai. Now, with the commander's directive for the 3rd and 4th monkeys to oversee the body, everything had become remarkably straightforward. After inputting the coordinates provided by the commander into their satellite map and confirming the general direction, the 2 monkeys detached from Dashin's team. Concurrently, 2 separate search teams, each comprising 3 monkeys, received identical orders to proceed to the coordinates of the body. Lao Tang, being notably cautious, advised Dashin to continue feigning a return to the camp after the 2 monkeys had departed, ensuring they completely evaded the remaining monkeys before concealing themselves nearby to assist Zakai. At the camp, Sia observed the commander assembling the 8 remaining monkeys, preparing them for departure. Assistant Lin stood before the assembly, delivering a pre-mission rallying speech that encouraged the group. Your brother has been slain by Zakai. Now, you are not merely fighting for a commission. You are seeking vengeance for your fallen comrade. I hereby declare that whoever captures Zakai alive will receive an additional cash reward of 200,000. On top of the team reward. If capturing him alive proves impractical, a bounty of 100,000 will be awarded to anyone who can personally eliminate him. Do not worry about anything else. My boss has ensured that all necessary arrangements are in place, so you may proceed without hesitation. This speech indeed served to inspire and mobilize the troops. The commander and the 8 monkeys were particularly exhilarated, erupting into ear-splitting cheers that boosted their morale. From a distance, Xiaopeng observed this scene and hurried over, eager to buy more time for Song Yunfeng and Zakai. He proactively approached Assistant Lin with a suggestion. This is domestic territory, not foreign. I advise you to act with caution. Be wary of potential reports, such as from me the commander, already displeased with the 9-member team, was further irked by Xiaopeng's remarks. Turning his back to Xiaopeng, he coldly retorted, We do not require your misguided counsel. If you dare to report us, I will make you pay. Xiaopeng persisted in delaying matters, stating, I come with good intentions. Do you know how many are currently hunting Zakai? All the surrounding counties have set up checkpoints, and every passing vehicle is being inspected. Additionally, numerous forest police teams are gradually tightening the encirclement. If you act recklessly here, even if I do not report you, will you be able to escape? Certainly, if you are willing to offer a little of this. The chubby fellow gestured with his hands in a motion of counting money, grinning slyly. It's not impossible. Assistant Lin glared at the chubby fellow, speaking in a decidedly displeased tone. Get the hell out of here. Your presence is unwarranted, and we do not require your suggestions. The chubby fellow sighed and turned to Assistant Lin, inquiring, Are you implying that our Team 9 has completed its task? Is our collaboration concluded? Shall we now prepare to depart? That cannot be. Assistant Lin firmly rejected. Zakai has yet to be apprehended. Why should you leave? The chubby fellow countered. The mission assigned to our Team 9 was to locate Zakai, and upon finding him, report the coordinates to Brother Mian. That is explicitly stated in the contract. Now that Zakai has been located, why do you still refuse to let us go? Assistant Lin retorted, It has not yet been confirmed that this individual is indeed Zakai. What if he is not? Hence, you cannot leave. That's simply one do. The chubby fellow, employing every means to obfuscate and prolong the situation, argued, You have dispatched Brother Mian to apprehend someone. How can you still deny that Shadow is not Zakai? Brother Mian could no longer contain himself, questioning, What exactly do you aim to achieve? Do you intend to persist indefinitely? Chapter 20. Successful rescue. Little Fatty showed no mercy towards Mian Gu, retorting sharply, What I do is none of your business. How long will this go on? Have I even spoken to you? Adults are conversing. Little children should refrain from chattering. As he delivered these words, he deliberately raised his hand in a gesture of height comparison. However, he miscalculated, as his outstretched right hand was level with Mian Ji's head, and in a moment, he drew it back to rest on his waist. Not forgetting to add a snarky remark, he quipped, With that height, your mouth is conveniently positioned at my groin. If you're thirsty, just let me know, and I'll relieve myself for you. Mian Gu could hardly contain himself, drawing his dagger to threaten Little Fatty. Little Fatty swiftly ducked behind Assistant Lin, using him as a human shield, and said, Look, he's anxious. Assistant Lin raised his hand to stop Mian Gu, saying, Don't waste time on this fatty. Let's focus on the task at hand. Mian Gu pointed his dagger at Little Fatty and warned, Just wait. Little Fatty, grinning mischievously, asked, The next part is you in trouble, right? Mian Gu chose to ignore him, turning to the 8 ready-to-go Mian monkeys and commanded, Let's move out. This group quickly approached the edge of the dense forest, with Mian Gu being the last to follow after the others had dashed towards the woods. Meanwhile, Assistant Lin lingered at the campsite, clearly reluctant to join. Little Fatty, with a cheeky grin, asked Assistant Lin, Why are you still standing there? Why not come along? Assistant Lin hurriedly covered Little Fatty's mouth, whispering urgently, Shut up. Be quiet. Don't say a word. It was evident that Assistant Lin had no intention of entering the forest. Mian Gu didn't care whether Assistant Lin followed. In his view, capturing Zakai with so many people was a sure thing. Little Fatty struggled to push Assistant Lin aside, realizing that Mian Ji's group had already entered the woods. Delaying further was pointless, so he shoved his hands into his pockets, humming a little tune as he walked back to Team 9's camp. Assistant Lin followed closely behind, cautioning. I warn you, don't act recklessly. If you dare to report this, it won't end well. Little Fatty shot a disdainful sideways glance at Assistant Lin, letting out a derisive snort. She stood at the edge of Team 9's camp and, upon seeing Assistant Lin approach, inquired, "Has our collaboration come to an end?" Assistant Lin replied, reiterating, "Just wait. Our partnership will only conclude once we confirm that person is Yuzukai." A subtle, cold smile graced Shiyu's lips as she retorted, "If we can never capture Yuzukai, will our contract be indefinitely extended?" Without a hint of embarrassment, Assistant Lin cheerfully replied, "No. I believe in the capabilities of your wilderness Team 9. It's merely a matter of finding someone. You'll surely succeed." This is undoubtedly a phrase laced with flattery. And the astute Sia no longer concerns herself with such trivialities. She deliberately informed Assistant Lin of the news regarding the withdrawal of the team led by Dashin, stating, "At present, the men of Myeon-gu are advancing to capture Yuzukai. I have temporarily arranged for my team to retreat and will devise further plans. I wish you the best of luck. As for what transpires on the mountain, our 9th team is entirely unaware. After all, we are not accomplices, merely tasked with assisting in locating individuals." Assistant Lin chuckled, replying, Indeed. Please let your people withdraw and take a good rest." At this juncture, Lin tilted his head skyward, remarking, "It's nearing noon. What will you all be having for lunch?" Sia maintained a serene expression, devoid of any turbulence, and politely addressed Assistant Lin, "Since your team has entered the mountain, you might as well share a meal with us. It merely requires an extra pair of chopsticks." The pudgy fellow chimed in, "If you don't mind the risk of an upset stomach, then do eat." Lin, with a brazen demeanor, responded, "Let us not be coy. It's just a meal." In the depths of the dense forest, Dashin, Old Tang, Wang Hai, and Long Yi confirmed that the Myeon monkeys numbered 3 and 4 had departed before returning to the coordinates where the clothing was stored, awaiting Yuzukai to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Songyun Peak was hastening toward the vicinity of the corpses, not necessarily needing to be beside them, but rather to position himself at a location where Myeon-gu and his men would pass by, enticing them to follow, thereby granting Yuzukai additional time. The 4 men sat in a circle beside a tree, when suddenly a distant rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. Long Yi looked up and informed the others, "It appears it will rain." Dashin, unconcerned, replied, "It's fine. The rainfall this season won't be heavy. It's likely just a brief shower." Wang Hai mumbled, "I wonder if Yuzukai has received the coordinates Peak Gu provided. When will he arrive?" Just then, a figure emerged from behind the large tree, clad in the 9th Team's tactical jacket and pants, standing beside the tree. The hood of the jacket concealed a notably cold face, and he inquired, "Are you waiting for me?" Upon hearing this voice, Dashin, Old Tang, Wang Hai, and Long Yi instinctively stood up in shock, their gazes fixed upon Yuzukai, rendered speechless by their astonishment. Yuzukai removed the hood of his jacket, revealing his entire face, and calmly stated, "I am Yuzukai. Songyun Peak is my comrade. You are members of the 9th team, correct?" At this moment, Dashin, towering over 1.90 m, nodded vacantly, pointing at Yuzukai's clothing and stammering, Where did you get that outfit?" As he spoke, Dashin's gaze shifted toward the location where the clothes had been stored, less than 20 meters away. Just imagine, within a mere 20 meters, a person retrieves pre-placed clothing, silently changes into it, and then approaches. Who could remain unfazed by such an occurrence? It was pointless for Yuzukai to respond to this question, as everyone already knew the answer. Long Yi, slightly exhilarated, suggested, "Now that he is here, let us hasten back to the camp." Yuzukai raised his wrist to glance at his watch and inquired, "Yifeng mentioned that 2 Myanmar monkeys have been trailing your team. I just concealed myself in the shadows for a minute and saw no sign of them. Where have they gone?" Long Yi replied candidly, "They received a phone call about a teammate's demise or something of that sort and headed that way." Yuzukai continued his questioning, "How long have they been gone?" 10 minutes, Long Yi responded, only to quickly amend his statement. "It could also be 15 minutes. I'm not entirely certain, but it's approximately that long." Yuzukai admonished Long Yi, "When out in the field, one must be acutely aware of time. Pay attention to significant time markers. Please wait for me here for a moment, no longer than 20 minutes at most." Lao Tang interjected, "It's about to rain, and the mountain paths will become treacherous." With unwavering confidence, Yuzukai declared, "The rain will not commence for at least 40 minutes. I assure you that I can return you to the camp within that time frame. Wait for me." Without further regard for the opinions of others, Yuzukai donned the hood of his rain jacket and resolutely ventured into the depths of the forest, heading in the very direction where the two Myanmar monkeys had departed. Chapter 21. A swift and decisive action. Dushan, Wang Hai, and Long Yi were momentarily taken aback, staring at the retreating figure of Yuzakai, rendered speechless. Only Old Tang maintained his composure. Sitting leisurely upon his backpack, he calmly addressed the other three. Sit down, everyone, just sit. His temperament is not one we can easily sway. Wang Hai silently took a seat, while Long Yi, slightly agitated, muttered as he settled down. Is he really going to confront those two Myanmar monkeys? At a time like this, how does he not grasp the gravity of the situation? Isn't it paramount to extricate ourselves first? Old Tang chuckled. Hypothetically speaking, just hypothetically, what if he merely intends to deal with those two Myanmar monkeys as a secondary matter? It might not even require much effort. Long Yi was skeptical, grumbling. Those two Myanmar monkeys may stand under 1.7 meters, but their muscles are quite formidable. I noticed one of them is missing 2 fingers on one hand and bears scars from knives on his arms. Clearly not benign. Old Tang reassured him with a smile. Stay calm, stay composed. We shall simply wait here. In the depths of the dense forest, the third Myanmar monkey led the way, clutching a GPS locator. Intently focused on the device. The fourth Myanmar monkey followed behind, struggling with a branch used as a makeshift walking stick. Yuzakai navigated swiftly through the trees, closing the distance in under 5 minutes. He drew the ever-present black blade from his side, concealing it behind his forearm as he strode purposefully forward. After advancing approximately 10 meters, the fourth Myanmar monkey heard the footsteps behind him and turned to see a member of Team 9, clad in their uniform, approaching rapidly. He assumed it was Long Yi or Wang Hai chasing after him for some reason. Given Yuzakai's height of nearly 1.8 meters, he bore a resemblance to Long Yi and Wang Hai, so the fourth Myanmar monkey remained unguarded and even inquired, "What brings you here?" The third Myanmar monkey, hearing the voice, also halted and turned. Yuzakai, dressed in a tactical jacket with his hood up, deliberately lowered his head slightly, using the hood to obscure his face. As the fourth Myanmar monkey questioned him, Yuzakai swiftly advanced, passing by the fourth Myanmar monkey's left side, his right hand's black blade unexpectedly slicing across the monkey's throat. He then stepped forward with his left foot, positioning himself between the fourth and third Myanmar monkeys. Pivoting around his left foot, he executed a complete 360-degree turn. And as he did so, the blade in his right hand seamlessly cut across the throat of the third Myanmar monkey. Following the strike, Yuzakai moved past the fourth monkey's right side, striding back along the path he had come. As Yuzakai turned his back to the fourth Myanmar monkey, having moved about a meter away, the two assailants' necks began to spout blood, drenching one another in crimson. Their movements were nearly synchronized, hands clutching their throats as their bodies faltered uncontrollably, ultimately collapsing to the ground in agonizing convulsions. 10 minutes later, Yuzakai silently appeared behind Dashin and said, "Let us go?" Dashin sprang up from the ground in astonishment, gazing at Yuzakai with wide eyes and stammering, When did you return? How did you make no sound at all?" Yuzakai, devoid of any intention to boast, calmly replied, "There was sound. You simply did not hear it." Lao Tang rose and stated, "Let us proceed as planned. We must return to the camp first." Dashin shrugged, taking the lead in the procession. He turned to Yuzakai and said, "Brother Kai, stay close to me. With my size, I can shield you from any trouble that arises. Just run if anything happens." Yuzakai smiled and followed Dashin toward the camp. At that moment, Yuzakai was beset by countless questions. Why was Team 9 willing to take such significant risks to rescue him? Were they not concerned about potential repercussions? What were their underlying motives? Such queries swirled in his mind, yet he asked none. Since Song Yufeng had chosen to trust Team 9, he too would extend his unwavering faith without dwelling on the reasons. At that moment, Song Yunfeng, clad in a black windbreaker and carrying a black hiking backpack, navigated through the forest with great urgency to reach the vicinity of the first corpse. However, things took a turn for the worse. As Song Yunfeng focused intently on the GPS, he noticed he was merely 500 meters away from the body when he encountered 3 other individuals, who were also hastening toward the corpse, Mian monkeys, dispatched by Mian Go as part of 2 teams. All the Mian monkeys had received the same information. Yuzakai was dressed in a black windbreaker, black tactical pants, and carrying a black backpack, precisely mirroring Song Yufeng's current appearance. At the moment of their encounter in the jungle, both parties were taken aback. Song Yufeng, intent on evading Mian Ji's group and maintaining distance, did not anticipate running into this other trio. The 3 members of the small team were equally surprised. They had been ordered to converge near the corpse swiftly, operating under the assumption that Yuzukai, having committed murder half an hour prior, would be on the run and would not linger at the scene. With this mindset, both sides discovered each other deep within the forest. At that moment, they were approximately 20 meters apart, both noticing the rustling branches and sounds emanating from the other's vicinity. Song Yunfeng wore a black mask that obscured the lower part of his face, and with a distance of over 20 meters separating them. The three Mian monkeys had never seen Song Yunfeng, nor had they ever encountered Yuzukai. Thus, in the very first second of their meeting, they mistakenly identified him as Yuzukai. Song Yunfeng observed the three Mian monkeys freeze for a moment, and without any hesitation a second later, they turned and fled. The leading Mian monkey, designated as number 5, hesitated briefly before shouting to his companions, "Over there, follow me." In an instant, the three Mian monkeys were convinced that the person they were pursuing was indeed Yuzukai. As a former scout, Song Yunfeng unleashed his full speed and dashed away without a moment's hesitation. The three monkeys behind him were not only running, but also shouting loudly, "Stop! You can't escape. If you run any further, I'll break your legs." Such words were nothing but a breeze to Song Yunfeng, who was fleeing ahead. He even wondered if these individuals were mentally unstable. How could one shout so boisterously while running without losing their breath? With such a lack of common sense, how dared they engage in the perilous profession of mercenaries and attempt to sneak across borders? Were they merely playing around or causing chaos? After approximately 5 minutes of running, the footsteps behind Song Yunfeng began to fade, clearly having been shaken off. However, a sudden commotion erupted from the woods to his right, with numerous treetops shaking violently, suggesting that it was not merely one or two individuals causing such a disturbance. Chapter 22. The arrangement of Siet Sungyun Peak stood frozen in place. Fixated on the swaying trees, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Under normal circumstances, it was improbable for a person to traverse the woods without causing such a commotion. Unless, if there were indeed many people, the treetops across a considerable area would be swaying, extending at least 10 to 20 meters. However, the trees before him displayed only a couple in motion, unless Song Yun Peak had already deduced the situation. And the scene before him confirmed his suspicions, a colossal brown bear. The great bear lowered its head, peering out from the thicket, preparing to advance, but upon lifting its gaze, it spotted Song Yun Peak not far away. Both man and beast were momentarily bewildered, their expressions rife with distrust, and this stillness persisted for a full 5 seconds. At that moment, Song Yun Peak heard the footsteps of the three Myanmar monkeys approaching from behind, prompting a bold idea. Cautiously, he crouched down before the great bear, his eyes fixed on it. The bear, equally vigilant, watched Song Yun Peak intently. He picked up a withered branch, about the thickness of an arm and half a meter long, and, rising to his feet, hurled it at the bear. Simultaneously, he took off running back in the direction he had come. The bear likely had no intention of attacking Song Yun Peak. However, being struck by the branch was unacceptable to it. Letting out a roar, the bear dropped to all fours and pursued him with fervor. Song Yun Peak had numerous escape routes available, all of which were undoubtedly safer. Yet he chose to retrace his steps in order to use the bear as a means to eliminate his foes. The three Myanmar monkeys were still hot on his trail when they suddenly sensed something was amiss. The foremost among them, monkey number 5, noticed a rustling sound emanating from the dense foliage ahead. Initially, he charged forward, but instinctively halted upon hearing the sound. Out from the thicket surged a shadow, advancing with astonishing speed. Before monkey number 5 could react, Song Yun Peak had already closed the distance, wielding a black dagger poised to strike at the right side of the monkey's neck. The moment the monkey realized the danger, it was already too late. A chilling sensation enveloped its throat. Song Yun Peak followed up with a swift kick to monkey number 5's chest, sending the creature stumbling back 3 steps, colliding with monkey number 6, who in turn toppled into monkey number 7. The trio fell like a line of dominoes. Song Yun Peak stepped forward, his left foot pressing down on monkey number 5's chest and his right foot on monkey number 6's thigh. He then advanced, placing his left foot on monkey number 7's groin, before swiftly fleeing back down the path he had come. Monkey number 5 clutched the wound on the right side of its neck with its left hand, crying out in agony, "Yuzukai, I will kill you." But before the cry could finish, a colossal figure burst forth from the thicket, panting heavily as it sprinted forward, undeterred by its apparent exhaustion. When the number 5 monkey from Myanmar beheld this spectacle, he was momentarily taken aback. However, that astonishment lasted but a heartbeat. Instinctively, He hurled the knife in his hand towards the charging grizzly bear. As he cast the blade, he swiftly rolled over, propping himself up with his hands in a desperate attempt to rise. Had he not thrown the knife, the grizzly might have overlooked him entirely. Yet, the instant the knife struck the bear's head, it irrevocably captured the creature's attention. In that very moment, as the number 5 monkey struggled to regain his footing, the grizzly lunged forward. Its massive forepaws, weighing several hundred kilograms, bore down on the monkey's back, overwhelming him with sheer force. The number 5 monkey found himself pinned to the ground, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance. Meanwhile, the latent potential within the number 6 and number 7 monkeys surged forth, propelling them to their feet with unprecedented speed. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. Behind them, the number 5 monkey emitted a half-hearted scream, cut short as the bear's salivating jaws clamped down on his neck. The grizzly raised its head once more, its mouth clenching the severed head of the monkey, painting a gruesome picture. Deep within the thicket, the figure known as Kang Yunfeng ran heedlessly, prioritizing direction over destination. The 2 monkeys behind him had abandoned the pursuit. Driven by the primal instinct to survive, they fled in a frenzy. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the distant rumble of thunder grew ever closer. The team led by Dashin, accompanied by Uzukai, returned to the camp's periphery just before the downpour. Following their prearranged plan, Dashin initiated communication via the walkie-talkie, calling out to Sia. Captain, this is Dashin. Do you read me? At that moment, Sia and the other members of Team 9 were resting beneath a large canopy tent, which served as a spacious refuge for daytime rest. Here, Xiaopeng prepared meals, surrounded by folding tables and chairs, where they gathered to warm themselves by the fire and engage in light-hearted conversation. Each member of Team 9 carried a walkie-talkie. So when Dashin called from the forest's edge, it was not just Sia who heard. The entire team received his message. Sia responded, retrieving her walkie-talkie from her waist. Dashin, I hear you. You've returned safely, correct? Assistant Lin is here. Please come and report your observations to him. Within this exchange, one phrase held particular significance. Assistant Lin is here. Dashin's voice echoed through the walkie-talkie, affirming, understood, we're nearing the camp. In this context, normal communication and the issuing of commands required a response of acknowledgement. To acknowledge meant to receive the information and confirm its understanding. And Dashin's reply of understood indicated to Sia that he comprehended the meaning of her statement. The synergy within Team 9 was truly remarkable. Upon hearing the news of the return of Dashin's team, Assistant Lin felt a twinge of displeasure, though it remained confined to the depths of his heart. After all, he was still dependent on others and could not afford to exhibit overtly radical emotions. A few minutes later, Dashin returned to the camp with his team. He gestured towards a tent at the edge of the campsite and said to Zakai, Brother Kai, why don't you take a moment to rest in that tent? You must have noticed the white Prado Park nearby. The door is unlocked, the keys are on the seat, and the fuel tank is full. There is also a fully equipped individual combat pack on the passenger seat, personally assembled by our captain, Sia. In the event of any unforeseen circumstance requiring a hasty escape, you can simply take that vehicle. Zakai, somewhat taken aback, inquired, what was your captain's profession before? Chapter 23. The chubby actor takes the stage. Deshawn stated candidly. I previously served in the SWAT team. Beyond that, I have no knowledge. Uzukai sighed. You have prepared thoroughly. Deshawn continued. There's more. On another LC-80. We have stocked the same supplies, with the keys placed in the identical location. These 2 vehicles are parked in different spots, as a precaution. Ideally, as we discussed earlier, you would hide within Team 9, disguising yourself as one of them. Sister, you will find a way to assist you in your escape. As he spoke, Deshawn pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Uzukai. After Uzukai lit the cigarette, he remarked, in Damba County, Bomei Town, Zendukyo, and Luding County, temporary checkpoints have been established. No vehicle passes without inspection. The national highways connecting these 4 regions, 217, 350, and 318, are constantly patrolled. Have you not considered the consequences of being captured while trying to help me? Deshawn shrugged nonchalantly. If we get caught, it's merely bad luck. As for the consequences, I haven't thought about it. Before accepting the mission, the captain laid out the pros and cons. And the entire Team 9 unanimously agreed to take the risk for you. Upon hearing this, Uzukai did not press further. His curiosity piqued about Shiyu. What kind of woman could gather such a devoted group around her? Her charisma must be extraordinary. Deshawn escorted Uzukai back to the camp. Just as they approached the tent, Rain began to fall from the sky, precisely at 2:15. Yu Sakai managed to enter the tent before the downpour, while Deshawn left a walkie-talkie with him, suggesting he rest for a while. After all, he had been on the run in the deep mountains for half a month, and both his mental and physical energies were nearly depleted. Inside the ice fishing tent, at the far end, there was a prepared military cot topped with a goose-down sleeping bag, alongside a yellow waterproof tote. Yu Sakai opened the bag to find disposable underwear and socks, with a brand new pair of Arc'teryx hiking shoes tucked beneath the bed, the same model worn by Team 9. On a folding table rested an insulated flask, which, upon unscrewing the lid, revealed a cup. Most thoughtfully, beside the flask was a box of cigarettes and a lighter. The attention to detail was commendable. The rain pattered rhythmically on the tent, creating a soothing white noise. Yu Sakai shed his clothes, soaked a disposable towel in the warm water from the flask, and after a simple cleansing, donned a fresh outfit. Lying on the military cot, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease, and within moments, he drifted into slumber. Deshawn, Lao Tang, Wang Hai, and Longy returned to the tent, greeting Xiaopeng, Shiyu, Chimo, and others, yet they paid no heed to Assistant Lin. Assistant Lin had already grasped the temperament of Team 9 and was disinclined to dispute with them. He swiftly cut to the chase, asking, "Aren't there 2 Myanmar fellows in your team? Where have they gone?" Old Tang, the eldest member of the 9th team, in his 50s yet remarkably robust, sat in an ARB folding chair. With a slow and measured tone, he addressed Assistant Lin. "When we retreated, we called these 2 individuals to accompany us. However, it seems they received a call from the Burmese leader, instructing them to go somewhere, and they departed on their own." Assistant Lin appeared somewhat displeased and inquired, "Why didn't you follow them?" Chubby retorted, wielding a ladle, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why should we from the 9th team accompany them? Are they offering us money?" Lin, feeling awkward, replied, "When on a mission together, one should return together. After all, you are a team." Chubby exclaimed, "What are you saying? Those 2 Burmese monkeys do not deserve to be considered part of our team. Are you insulting our 9th team? What kind of people qualify to be called our teammates?" Lin's gaze towards Chubby turned unfriendly, but he felt powerless against him. He could only look at Old Tang with frustration and ask, "Did you return on your own after parting ways?" Old Tang's expression remained stoic as he pinched a cigarette between his rough fingers and replied, "Yes, we returned after separating." "I heard you found Yu Sakai." Lin sighed and lamented, "Don't mention it. We encountered a minor issue here. That fellow from your team. What was his name?" "Fong." "Yes, he left the group alone, and the Burmese leader assigned someone to follow him for protection. Who would have known they got separated? The brother assigned to protect him was killed, and when we arrived, we happened to see that person fleeing." "What? Someone died?" Longy feigned surprise. "Is it true?" Lin cast a tentative glance at Shiyu and sighed. Indeed, such an unfortunate incident raises questions of responsibility. Chubby, refusing to let Lin off easily, retorted, "What are you insinuating? Don't you know what happened? Brother Fong went ahead to scout. Did he need those Burmese monkeys for protection? He got lost in the dense forest and was killed. Who's to blame? If one is outmatched, death is just desserts. I disdain people like you who hire a bunch of Burmese to harm their own. Don't you know the principle of keeping family matters private? You're nothing but a traitor, a lackey of the enemy." Lin, utterly enraged by Chubby's scathing remarks, rose and pointed at him, shouting, "Try saying that again." Old Tang interjected, "Enough of the shouting. No one wishes to see such occurrences. Your quarrel serves no purpose. Now, changing the subject, what is the current situation? Have all of the Burmese entered the mountains?" Assistant Lin, visibly agitated, resumed his seat on the folding chair, crossing his legs as he declared, "Indeed. They have all ventured into the mountains to apprehend individuals. The men on the Myanmar side have been dealt with by Yu Sakai. And there is no way this matter will conclude amicably. I demand they retrieve Yu Sakai at the swiftest pace possible. I wish to see him alive, or his corpse if he is dead." Shiyu, in agreement with Assistant Lin, responded, "Yes, the situation has escalated. Perhaps I should arrange for another team to assist in locating Yu Sakai, so we can expedite the search and return home sooner." Little Fatty murmured, "We're going back in? It's raining outside." Assistant Lin shot a glare at Little Fatty, then quickly turned back to Shiyu with a conciliatory smile, saying, "If you could indeed organize another team to search for him, that would be the optimal solution. Honestly, I too wish to return home promptly, so I appreciate your assistance." Shiyu stood up, stating, "I will personally take a few individuals with me." Little Fatty feigned shock, exclaiming, "Really? Sister Yu, are you genuinely going to lead a team? You're not joking, are you?" Chapter 24. The art of deception, Sia, with a grave expression, rose and addressed Dashin. Please inform Yufeng to prepare shortly. We shall venture into the dense forest to locate Mian Go and the others. Dashin promptly exited the tent, stating, I will notify Feng Go at once. Assistant Lin, overhearing this exchange, felt a surge of joy and gave Sia a thumbs up, proclaiming, truly, our captain embodies responsibility and dedication. The plump fellow, eager to contribute, exclaimed, I shall accompany you. However, Sia halted him, saying, you need not tag along, remain at the camp and prepare dinner. Chiamo and Pan Shui, join me. Wang Hai and Long arose simultaneously, saying, we shall go as well. Sia, considering the situation, replied, both of you have already entered the forest this morning. Take a moment to rest and assist the plump fellow with dinner. Old Tang turned to Assistant Lin, saying, Lin, come and sit inside. I have some aged pu'er tea for you to sample. Sister Tang stood, offering her seat for Lin to join. This arrangement was necessary, as Old Tang's position in the tent obstructed his view of the forest entrance. Hence, he was unaware of how many from Team 9 had entered the woods. Upon their return, Song Yunfeng would seamlessly blend back with the group, executing a flawless escape. Deep within the forest, a gentle rain nourished the dense foliage, making this area one of the few thriving jungles, primarily due to its relatively low altitude. Higher elevations often hinder plant growth. Song Yunfeng struggled to navigate the underbrush, remaining vigilant against the sudden emergence of wild animals while also evading the search parties, particularly those seeking the Mian monkeys. The satellite phone rang, and Song Yunfeng quickly answered, inquiring, have you returned? Sia responded from the other end. We have brought him back to the camp and are on our way to retrieve you. As per our previous agreement. Proceed to point C. How far are you from there? Song Yunfeng retrieved the GPS locator, magnified the display, and replied, approximately 2 kilometers. Sia issued a direct command. We shall meet in 20 minutes. You may change your clothes 15 minutes from now. Song Yunfeng acknowledged. Understood. See you shortly. Traversing 2 kilometers through the forest was no easy feat, particularly in the rain, which significantly increased the difficulty of movement. The thought of nearing Point C and changing clothes in just 15 minutes painted a vivid picture in his mind. After disconnecting the call, Song Yunfeng pulled the hood of his jacket over his head, keeping his gaze lowered as he hastened forward. After about 3 minutes, he spotted a Mian monkey squatting beneath a large tree ahead, having discarded its raincoat, which it now wore as a makeshift cape, and was currently hunched over, smoking a cigarette beneath it. Seeing this spectacle, Song Yunfeng couldn't help but marvel internally. Why did I not think of smoking in the rain like that? Truly ingenious. The smoking Mian monkey was none other than the 6th member of the trio, who had scattered after the tragic demise of the 5th monkey at the bear's jaws. Song Yunfeng suddenly conceived a bold idea. First, he adjusted the mask on his face, ensuring it concealed his mouth and nose, leaving only his eyes visible. Then he tidied the hood of his tactical jacket. Once everything was in order, he drew the black blade that symbolized his identity as Yuzakai. He approached the Burmese monkey step by step, deliberately stepping heavily on a dry twig to make a sound. The crack of the twig caught the attention of the 6th Burmese monkey. Originally crouched on the ground smoking, the monkey swiftly turned his head and saw Yuzakai, brandishing the black blade, stealthily advancing towards him. Instantly, he sprang to his feet. Observing this, Song Yunfeng lunged forward, raising the black blade high and aimed to strike at the left scapula of the 6th Burmese monkey, intentionally slowing down his attack. The 6th Burmese monkey, possessing some skill, quickly drew his own blade to block the fatal strike, albeit the term fatal was used lightly. Song Yunfeng had never intended to take his life. Had he wished for that, the monkey would not have had any opportunity to rise. After the failed ambush, Song Yunfeng swiftly executed a kick aimed at the monkey's chest and, without lingering, turned to flee. The kick sent the monkey staggering back 3 steps and 1 steady. He believed himself formidable, chasing after Song Yunfeng while shouting, "Stop!" completely oblivious to the pain of his injuries. He would likely be in tears if he encountered a brown bear again. Minutes later, the 6th Burmese monkey had entirely lost Song Yunfeng's trail. Just as confusion set in, he heard the intermittent voice of Brother Mian over the radio, instructing everyone to gather at Point A, the site where the 1st Burmese monkey had met his tragic end. Checking his GPS, the 6th Burmese monkey discovered that Point A was nearby, and thus made a rather astute decision to head to Point A and rendezvous with more individuals to capture Yuzakai. Brother Mian led his group straight to Point A, walking intermittently for nearly an hour while calling out to the 2nd Burmese monkey over the radio. naively believing the second monkey would be vigilantly guarding the corpse. Upon their arrival at Point A, Brother Mian discovered that the second monkey was indeed at the corpse's side, but in a rather unfortunate state, having become a corpse himself while keeping vigil. Witnessing this scene, Brother Mian lost his composure, erupting in anger amidst the rain, exclaiming, "I will kill you." Meanwhile, the sixth Burmese monkey, covered in mud and soaked to the skin, rushed over, bending down to catch his breath. While gasping, he pointed behind him and stammered, Yuzakai is over there. I just engaged him. He ran away. Brother Mian stepped forward, seizing the collar of the sixth Burmese monkey and demanding, "Where are your teammates? Where are they?" The sixth Burmese monkey, struggling to catch his breath, replied, "One was taken down by a bear, the other scattered." "A bear?" A curious monkey, standing behind Mian Gu, inquired. "Is there a bear? Where is it? Shall we have an extra meal tonight?" This question left monkey number 6 momentarily speechless, as he too was unaware of the current whereabouts of the brown bear, standing there in a daze. Mian Gu, irritated, shoved monkey no. 6 aside and swiftly delivered a slap to the questioning younger monkey, scolding, "What time do you think it is? Are you still thinking about an extra meal? Get out there and capture someone now." Just as the crowd was about to disperse to carry out the task, Mian Gu halted them, commanding, "Pair up in twos and search the vicinity. None of you are to wander off. Maintain communication via the walkie-talkies." Damn it. I refuse to believe that I won't catch this Yuzakai today. If I don't, I will eat dung while standing on my head. Chapter 25. The inner resilience of Yuzakai. After swiftly dispatching the 6th Myanmar monkey, Song Yunfeng hurried towards Point C, approximately 300 meters away. He heard Sia's voice crackling through the intercom. Song Yunfeng promptly responded, shedding his black tactical jacket and donning the attire of Team 9 amidst the rain. Upon reuniting, Sia's face bore a distinct expression of relief as she addressed Song Yunfeng. "The extraction operation was successfully completed. We can return now." Song Yunfeng's gaze swept across Sia and the other members of Team 9. Chi Mo and Pan Shu, both new faces to him, stood out. Despite Pan Shu's name suggesting handsomeness, his appearance was rather ordinary, neither strikingly handsome nor unattractive. Chi Mo, a stout boy with a round face and a buzz cut, exuded the aura of someone grounded, reminiscent of rural origins. The members of Team 9 were predominantly youthful, with the average age hovering around 24 or 25. Save for the slightly older Lao Tang and Tang Sa, Pan Shu produced a cigarette and offered it to Song Yunfeng, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Feng. Brother Kai has already settled back at the camp." Song Yunfeng accepted the cigarette, murmuring his thanks, then turned to Sia, inquiring, "You mentioned the extraction task. What do you mean? Who assigned you this mission?" Sia felt a jolt of surprise at this question, realizing that she had overlooked a crucial detail. Song Yunfeng, being a former soldier, was particularly sensitive to the term mission, which implies the existence of orders to be executed. His inquiry subtly hinted at the identity of the individual who had issued the extraction task, though she did not voice it outright. Sia grasped the underlying concern and tactfully redirected the conversation. "It simply means that our task of retrieving Yuzakai has been accomplished. We should take advantage of the clear weather before fog sets in the woods and return to the camp swiftly to make our night withdrawal." Pan Shu tilted his head towards the sky, droplets from the leaves landing on his face. Wiping away the rainwater, he questioned, "Will fog really form in the woods soon?" "That seems unlikely." Song Yunfeng elucidated. "The primary reason for fog formation post-rain is the condensation of water vapor during the cooling process. Specifically, the persistent heat of summer elevates the temperatures of the ground and trees, prompting significant evaporation and generating copious water vapor. Following a heavy rain, as temperatures drop, this vapor encounters cooler air and condenses into tiny droplets, manifesting as white mist." Sia teased Song Yunfeng, saying, "Oh, quite impressive. You seem to know a lot." Song Yunfeng, caught off guard by her jest, was momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Sia chuckled inwardly, realizing that her casual compliment had rendered him bashful, causing him to momentarily forget about their mission. The return journey through the dense forest took a full hour. During this time, the rain ceased, but this was not favorable, just as Sia had predicted. The cessation of rain led to fog in the woods, which could impair one's sense of direction. Fortunately, each member of Team 9 possessed handheld GPS devices, allowing them to retrace their steps with relative ease. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Sia guided Song Yunfeng and the others back to the camp, heading directly for the canopy tent. Beneath the canopy tent, Xiao Pang, Qin Shuang, and Old Tang engaged in light-hearted conversation with Yu Zakai. Upon seeing Shiyu leading the return, Xiao Pang excitedly rose to search for the figure of Cong Yunfeng among the crowd. Upon spotting him, Xiao Pang exuberantly exclaimed, "Oh yeah, everyone is back." Shiyu, noticing Yu Zakai seated under the tent, expressed her surprise and inquired, "Where is Assistant Lin?" Old Tang chuckled and replied, "After you all departed, Wang Hai, Zhao Xiaojia, and Yi returned to their tents to rest. I sat here brewing tea, ignoring Assistant Lin." While Xiao Pang relentlessly teased him. Eventually, unable to endure Xiao Pang's incessant jests, Assistant Lin retreated to their camp to rest. Cong Yunfeng approached Yu Zakai and asked, "Are you all right?" Yu Zakai nodded and softly responded, "I slept for over an hour and just woke up." Cong Yunfeng turned to Shiyu and said, "Thank you all." Yu Zakai then stood, saluting Shiyu and the members of Team 9 with a standard military gesture, conveying his profound gratitude within that singular salute. Old Tang rose, smiling, and remarked, "Let us dispense with the thanks. Team 9 ventured here to retrieve you not for your gratitude. Let us first discuss tonight's retreat plan." Shiyu replied, "I have already devised a plan. Tonight, Wang Hai and Qin Shuang will each drive an off-road vehicle for cover, while Cong Yunfeng will follow in Xiao Pang's pickup truck. The truck bed has been prepared with several boxes of onions, and there is a space reserved underneath for concealment at this point." Shiyu glanced at Yu Zakai and added, "I'm afraid you'll have to hide inside." Yu Zakai nonchalantly replied, "What sort of hardship is this?" Cong Yunfeng looked at Shiyu sincerely and said, "You have prepared thoroughly, even employing onions to guard against sniffer dogs?" Shiyu did not deny it and continued, "Better safe than sorry. Yunfeng, you will drive the pickup with Yu Zakai, while Long Yi and Pan Shu will follow in another vehicle, maintaining a safe distance from the first three." Long Yi affirmed, "Copy that." Shiyu then turned to Yu Zakai and Cong Yunfeng, stating, "Wang Hai is Team 9's mechanic. He is responsible for the modification and maintenance of the vehicle fleet, and his driving skills are among the best in Team 9. Qin Shuang was previously a race car driver, having participated in the domestic Silk Road Rally." Upon hearing that Qin Shuang had raced in the Silk Road Rally, both Cong Yunfeng and Yu Zakai turned their attention to Qin Shuang's face. The Silk Road Rally, an off-road competition encircling the Taklamakan Desert, was established in 2005 and has now evolved into an international event, attracting major automotive manufacturers. Competing in the Silk Road Rally undoubtedly signifies a considerable level of skill. Qin Shuang, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head and said, "I just participated a bit. I'm not a professional." Cong Yunfeng scrutinized Qin Shuang with keen interest. This sunny, handsome young man was undoubtedly the heartthrob of Team 9. It was not just the girls who found him appealing. Even Cong Yunfeng thought the young man remarkably handsome, rivaling those fresh-faced male stars of the entertainment industry, yet possessing a rugged masculinity that set him apart. Yu Zakai expressed his gratitude directly, turning to Wang Hai and Qin Shuang, saying, "I appreciate your assistance. This favor will be etched in my memory. In the future, should you need my help, regardless of my ability to fulfill it, I will exert every effort." As the group engaged in animated conversation, Zhao Xiaojia from the 9th team hurriedly entered the tent, lowering her voice to say, "It's bad news. Assistant Lin has arrived." Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety swept through the tent, with the plump individual exclaiming, "Kai, you must leave at once." Zhao Xiaojia urgently replied, "There's no time. Assistant Lin is already here." The group turned towards the entrance of the tent. Noticing Assistant Lin was less than 20 meters away. Simultaneously, Mian Gu emerged from the edge of the thicket, making his way directly to the 9th team's camp. The situation had become exceedingly dire. Chapter 26. A cluster of excitement. Xie remained composed in the face of danger, addressing everyone beneath the canopy. "Do not panic. Find a suitable place to sit and continue with your tasks." Old Tang immediately grasped Xie's intent and added, "Everyone, spread out and shield Xiaokai at the back. Pan Shui, Qin Shuang, take Xiaokai inside and find a pair of cards. The three of you can play dodiju, with Xiaokai seated at the outermost edge, facing away from the entrance. The rest can sit wherever they like." "Understood." Dashin pulled over an oversized ARB folding chair and positioned it near the interior. He said to Zakai, "Brother Kai, sit behind me. I'm large enough to shield you. As long as no one approaches, they won't see your face." The people within the canopy quickly responded, finding suitable spots to settle down. Xie picked up the walkie-talkie and notified those outside the canopy, "Everyone, please pay attention, all personnel. Gather at the canopy." Just as she set the walkie-talkie down, Assistant Lin arrived, ducking to enter the canopy, only to be blocked at the entrance by Xiaopeng, who grumbled disdainfully, "What are you squeezing in for? Can't you see there are people here?" Assistant Lin raised his head and shot a displeased glance at Xiaopeng. He was on the verge of lashing out but noticed that even Captain Xie had not reprimanded Xiaopeng, prompting him to regain his composure. He turned to Xie and said, "Brother Mian and his team have returned. 5 members have perished in this forest. Have any of your people gone missing?" Feigning bewilderment, Xie replied, "A few more have gone missing. We are fine over here. No one has vanished." At that moment, Xiaopeng, embodying a dramatic flair, whispered sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this the impressive team you hired at a high price from abroad? How is it that within a single day, 5 have already gone missing? Did they get lost? With such a lack of professionalism, they dare to earn a living? They'll be the laughingstock of the industry." At that moment, Brother Mian strode over, brimming with indignation, and happened to overhear Xiaopeng's remarks. Whether it was anger that clouded his judgment or a moment of impulsiveness, he approached the entrance of the canopy and kicked Xiaopeng in the stomach. No one anticipated Brother Mian's sudden outburst, especially since this was the camp of Team 9. Under their canopy, Xiaopeng lost his balance and stumbled backward, instinctively spreading his arms to grasp anything nearby for support. Just as he began to retreat, Song Yifeng's large hand gripped Xiaopeng's shoulder from behind, followed by a swift step forward. With resolute force, he pressed down on Xiaopeng's shoulder and delivered a powerful kick to Brother Mian's chest. Brother Mian, already of modest stature, was propelled 4 steps back by the strength of Song Yifeng's kick. The 2 Myanmar companions behind him rushed to support him but lost their footing, causing the trio to stagger back another 2 steps before 4 individuals finally managed to stabilize Brother Mian. As Song Yifeng kicked aside Mian Go, he swiftly seized the cooking spoon from the makeshift stove, stepping forward without a moment's hesitation. He wielded the spoon as though it were a dagger, aiming it towards Mian Ji's face. Mian Gu, in a synchrony of unfortunate compliance, had his arms held by the Mian monkeys on either side, leaving his front entirely exposed to Song Yifeng. The edge of the spoon, resembling a hoe, scraped against Mian Ji's nasal bridge, gliding downwards. In the next instant, the onlookers were met with an astonishing sight. Half of Mian Ji's nose was inexplicably severed by the spoon. The swiftness of the act left the wound devoid of blood at that moment, rendering Mian Ji's face eerily flat, reminiscent of a cartoonish jester. Within the blink of an eye, blood erupted uncontrollably. Mian Gu struggled to shake off those supporting him, clutching his nose with his right hand. Initially unaware that his nose had been lost, believing instead that he had merely suffered a nosebleed. However, as his hand made contact with his face, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him, prompting an instinctive glance downward. There, before him, lay half of his nose. Mian Gu lifted his gaze to confront Song Yifeng. At that moment, members from the various tents of Team 9, previously resting, began to converge from all directions. Those inside the canopy tent rose and made their way to the entrance, with Deshan being the last to emerge. Lao Tang, along with Chi Mo and Qin Shuang, positioned themselves at the tent's entrance to prevent them from discovering Yuzukai within. Inside the canopy tent, Yuzukai felt a surge of excitement, rising to take a deep breath as the ever-present black dagger silently appeared in his right hand. This was a blade that had never tasted blood. Measuring over 30 centimeters in length, entirely obsidian, even the blade itself. Yuzukai was unaware of the material's origin. It had been gifted to him by a herdsman whose young son he had saved while on a mission in Tibet. The herdsman, in gratitude, presented the knife, claiming it was an heirloom well-suited for butchering sheep and cattle. Prior to Yuzukai's possession, the knife had indeed served that purpose, but in Yuzukai's hands, its use had transcended mere livestock. Approaching the tent entrance with the dagger in hand, Lao Tang sensed something amiss. He stepped back, while Qin Shuang and Chi Mo instinctively closed ranks, blocking the gap. Lao Tang grasped Yuzukai's right hand, lowering his voice to convey urgency. "Child, do not act impulsively. You are the one whom all of us in Team 9 strive to protect with our lives. A greater stage awaits you. There is no need to jeopardize your future over these petty thugs." Yuzukai's voice trembled, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intent, as he gritted his teeth and declared, "I cannot bear to see those who care for me being bullied. I must take him down." Lao Tang felt the tremor in Yuzukai's right hand, an uncontrollable quiver. He firmly held Yuzukai's wrist and spoke earnestly, "Do not worry. No one can bully the members of Team 9. Look, Yinfeng has already taken action. Can you not trust him?" Ultimately, this statement serves as a source of reassurance. Yu Zikai is acutely aware of Song Yunfeng's formidable skills. While he may harbor doubts regarding the combat prowess of the members of the 9th team, fearing they might be overpowered by that band of Burmese monkeys, he harbors no such skepticism about Song Yunfeng's capacity for action. Though Song Yunfeng often embodies a sense of moderation, one must never provoke his vulnerabilities. Should that line be crossed, the transgressor will forever regret their actions. Song Yunfeng's Achilles heel mirrors Yu Zikai's own, the individuals who treat him well. At this moment, the Burmese brother serves as the quintessential example, as hostilities have commenced, and a brawl is on the verge of erupting. Chapter 27. Company Structure Outside the Canopy Tent. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Kang Yunfeng wielded a ladle, while the others formed a semicircle around Mian Gu and his crew. Mian Gu, covering his nose with his right hand, radiated an unquenchable fury from his eyes. His left hand slowly ascended, prompting the 13 Mian monkeys behind him to brandish their weapons simultaneously, each wielding a watermelon knife. At this moment, the members of Team 9 appeared somewhat nonchalant. Xiao Pang seized a kitchen knife from the stove, which seemed inferior compared to the watermelon knives. Dashan extracted a steel crowbar planted at the edge of the canopy tent. A tool used by Wang Hai for vehicle rescue, it had fortuitously been employed the previous day while setting up the camp. Qin Shuang brandished a butterfly knife, demonstrating considerable skill as it twirled and folded in his hands, exhibiting agility that rivaled cinematic portrayals. Chi Mo, Long Yi, Pan Shui, and others produced their survival knives, small, multifunctional daggers that were standard equipment for each member of Team 9. However, these tools were no match for the watermelon knives. Assistant Lin felt a surge of anxiety. He wished to avoid a widespread melee, yet hoped for Team 9 to learn a lesson. Thus, he discreetly positioned himself further back. It must be said, Mian Gu possessed a certain tenacity as blood trickled through his fingers, yet he remained silent, raising his left hand to signal an attack. The group of Mian monkeys stepped forward simultaneously, but halted after a single step. This was due to Xie, standing behind King Yunfeng, who drew a handgun, holding it aloft with one hand, aiming it at Mian Gu. The moment Mian Gu beheld the firearm, his demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between Xie and Assistant Lin, as if questioning, "Did you not say firearms were prohibited in your country and unobtainable?" Assistant Lin, taken aback upon noticing the gun in Xie's hands, adopted a skeptical expression. Xie gradually raised the weapon and fired a shot into the sky. At the sound of the gunfire, the Mian monkeys instinctively recoiled a step back. Just a moment ago, they stood shoulder to shoulder with Mian Gu, even positioned slightly ahead of him. After the shot rang out, Mian Gu found himself in an awkward predicament, becoming the foremost figure of the entire group. Assistant Lin hurriedly sprinted to position himself between Kang Yunfeng and Mian Gu, exclaiming in distress, "What are you doing? Why can't you speak civilly? Why resort to violence?" Xiao Pang interjected with a curse, "Are you blind? Can't you see who struck first?" Assistant Lin hesitated to respond to the chubby man's remark. Bending down to pinch his nose between two fingers, his expression and actions tinged with a hint of disdain, as this was, after all, a human organ. He reproached Song Yunfeng, saying, "Even if he initiated the confrontation, surely you wouldn't go so far as to sever his nose." Song Yunfeng raised his right hand, glancing at the spoon he held, and replied, "If I truly wished to disfigure him, do you think I would still be wielding a spoon?" Assistant Lin presented the severed nose to Mian Gu, urging, "Please take this away. I'll take you to the hospital. There's a chance it can be reattached." Mian Gu, blood streaming down from beneath his nose, grasped the severed appendage with his right hand and hurled it far away. Blood continued to cascade down his face as he pointed towards Team 9, declaring, "I won't forget this. From today onward, you'd best be cautious when you step outside." With that, Mian Gu turned with an air of authority, wiping his face with his right hand and shaking off the blood before striding towards the Land Rover camp. With Mian Ji's departure, the rest of his crew, having initially approached with aggression, retreated in apparent defiance, albeit clearly humbled. Assistant Lin's hopes of witnessing Team 9's embarrassment were dashed, and he resignedly sought to explain. Mian Gu has just lost 5 teammates and is understandably furious. Upon overhearing the chubby man's remarks, he reacted in anger. Ultimately, it was your Team 9 that provoked him. The chubby man immediately retorted, "So what? Are they allowed to be incompetent while others must remain silent? What do you mean I provoked them? If he stood before me, I would say the same." Assistant Lin, feeling utterly exasperated, turned to Xie, saying, "You need to manage your Team 9. They lack organization and discipline, hardly resembling a professional team. And as their leader, you should take responsibility. With your team behaving like this, Xia interrupted, I take care of my own team. It's not for an outsider like you to dictate. You may have your opinions, but we will not accept them. This statement left Assistant Lin completely bewildered. After enduring a day and a night of frustration, he finally reached his breaking point and angrily threatened Xia, I will call your company to file a complaint. Prepare for compensation for breach of contract. With that, Assistant Lin stormed away towards the Land Rover camp, his phone already pressed to his ear. Undoubtedly dialing the miser of the Wilderness Club. This miser, surnamed Qian, was commonly referred to as Boss Qian, but his nickname was the miser due to his insatiable greed, placing profit above all else. As the general manager of the Wilderness Club, Qian was essentially a professional manager responsible for the company's operations. The club had several shareholders, among whom Ms. Zhao Min was the largest, with Old Tang holding a minor stake, alongside a few other small shareholders who typically did not involve themselves in management. Thus, the Wilderness Club was predominantly under Qian's sole decision-making authority. Although Mr. Tang is a shareholder, out of respect for the professional manager, he generally refrains from issuing commands to the steward in his capacity as a shareholder. Certainly, while Mr. Tang holds shares, he is not the largest shareholder, and the steward seems to regard him with indifference. Song Yufeng set aside the ladle he had been using to stir the large pot of food and, with a hint of concern, turned to Xia and inquired, if he files a complaint with your company, will you face any repercussions? As he spoke, a look of regret adorned Song Yunfeng's face, for he was acutely aware of the considerable risks the ninth team undertook in this endeavor, and he was at a loss as to how to repay such a favor. Chapter 28. The police car. Xia nonchalantly holstered her firearm and remarked, I have lost count of how many times the ninth squad has been complained about. Let them complain if they wish. At that moment, Kang Yunfeng's attention was entirely diverted from her words. He was fixated on Xia's right hand and inquired, you just put it away like that? Surely, you must engage the safety? Xia then produced the pistol once more, teasingly offering it to Kang Yunfeng. Aren't you a soldier? How can you not distinguish between a real gun and a prop? This is a prop gun for filming. Where would one even acquire a real firearm domestically? Upon receiving the prop gun from Xia, Kang Yunfeng sincerely expressed, the quality of these prop guns is astonishingly realistic. The feel is superb, and the magazine contains a blank round. Specifically for events, it merely makes a sound. When firing into the sky, no one can discern whether a bullet has been discharged. Kang Yunfeng took a deep breath and returned the prop gun to Xia, inwardly marveling at her capabilities. Xia then addressed the group. The individuals across from us have taken a disliking to us, so everyone be cautious. Xiaopeng, prepare dinner. Yi and Zhao Xiaojiao will assist in the kitchen. Dashin will accompany Qimao, while Qing Shuang dismantles the tents. Wang Hai, Old Tang, Pan Shui, and Long Yi will keep watch over our adversaries to prevent any malfeasance. After Xia issued her orders, the group commenced their tasks in an orderly fashion. Xiaopeng approached Kang Yunfeng, requesting, brother, may I have the ladle? It's time to start cooking. It was then that Kang Yunfeng realized he was still holding the ladle. He handed it to Xiaopeng and commented, it doesn't feel quite right. It's a bit too light. Let's find a stainless steel one instead. Xiaopeng looked at him, bewildered, and said, Brother Feng, this is for cooking, not for fighting. Moreover, he scrutinized the edge of the ladle, perplexed. How did you manage to break someone's nose with this? Your grip must be quite strong. Yuzukai emerged from the canopy tent behind Xiaopeng and remarked, there is nothing unusual about that. It's merely routine for him. Xiaopeng quickly turned to Yuzukai and urged, hurry and hide. It would be problematic if someone sees you. A rectangular storage box has already been customized for you in the back of the pickup truck, lined with a sleeping bag and equipped with ventilation holes. Just lie down and rest. The onions will cover the entire back compartment, and additional supplies will be placed on top. Sister Yu has arranged for Brother Feng to drive this vehicle, so you can rest assured. Yuzukai nodded, understanding Xiaopeng's underlying concern regarding his trust in the ninth squad, fearing they might capture him in this manner. Kang Yunfeng was Yuzukai's most trusted ally. With the steering wheel in his hands, Yuzukai felt little apprehension. He patted Xiaopeng's shoulder and advised, listen to you, Feng. Go get a stainless steel ladle made. It will surely come in handy. Kang Yunfeng added, it will also serve to strengthen your arm muscles for daily cooking. Xiaopeng indeed took this advice to heart. After departing from the canopy tent, Yuzukai approached Dashin and voluntarily assisted him in tidying the camp and dismantling the tents. Dashan harbored concerns for Yuzukai's safety. urging him to take refuge in the back of the pickup truck for some rest. Yet, Yu Sakai remained unfazed, as if he were not the one being pursued. Exhibiting an air of tranquility and composure, he remarked to Deshawn, "The most perilous place is often the safest." Meanwhile, the others were engrossed in their respective tasks. And Song Yufeng was no exception, casually meandering between the 9th Team's camp and the Land Rover camp, ever vigilant for any advances from the Myanmar monkeys. The one suffering the most was undoubtedly Shiyu. Within 10 minutes of Assistant Lin's departure, her phone rang, and the caller was none other than the company's general manager. The miserly Shokai Nu. As soon as the call connected, Shokai Nu's furious voice erupted through the receiver. "What is going on with your 9th Team? How did you manage to upset the client again? How many times has this happened?" Shiyu responded nonchalantly, "How many times? I can't recall. We frequently receive complaints. I've grown accustomed to it." This remark nearly sent Shokai Nu into a frenzy, as he retorted, You, why are you so unambitious? What's wrong with putting on a facade of humility before clients? Earning money is so difficult these days. You must consider the company's interests." With a smile, Shiyu replied, "As for the facade of humility, our 9th Team truly cannot embody that. If you wish to play that role, be my guest. We do not cater to such clients." Growing increasingly anxious, Shokai Nu said, "The contract is signed. If you do not serve the client well, who will bear the penalty for breach of contract?" Shiyu remained unfazed, stating, "Indeed, the contract has been signed. But its primary stipulation was to assist Assistant Lin in locating Yu Sakai. We have fulfilled our mission by identifying the target and reporting its location to our contact, Mr. Mian. We are now preparing to dismantle the camp and withdraw in batches, so there is no breach of contract." Shokai Nu countered. "Assistant Lin does not acknowledge that the target you discovered is Yu Sakai. He insists that until there is solid evidence, your departure constitutes a breach." Shiyu turned to glance at Yu Sakai, who was assisting with the tent dismantling in the distance, and said into the phone, "We found a cigarette, but that Yu Sakai smoked at the scene. As long as we submit the cigarette but for DNA testing and obtain the data report, we can confirm whether this individual is the target we seek. So, is there still a breach of contract?" Shokai Nu questioned, "How can you be so confident? Are you certain that this cigarette but was left by Yu Sakai?" Shiyu, still observing Yu Sakai from afar, replied, "If the test results are incorrect, the entire penalty will be borne by the 9th Team, and the company will not need to spend a single penny. Do you have any further inquiries, General Manager?" Seeing that Shiyu was resolute in her assertions, Shokai Nu was left with no retort, grumbling, "I hope that the submitted cigarette but indeed belongs to Yu Sakai. Otherwise, your 9th Team may face financial ruin." A satisfied smile graced Shiyu's face. How could the submitted cigarette but not belong to Yu Sakai? If it did not, they could simply have him smoke another. It was hardly a matter of great consequence. In the camp, the tents designated for rest were dismantled one by one under the guidance of the towering mountains, leaving only the dining canopy standing. The crowd gathered beneath the shelter, preparing to partake in their meal when, in the distance, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. A convoy of police cars, their lights flashing, approached with increasing urgency. Upon hearing the sirens, the people from both camps turned their gazes toward the direction of the oncoming vehicles. Little Fatty, holding a spoon with a hint of excitement, exclaimed, "The show is about to begin. It seems that group of Burmese monkeys is entirely composed of illegal immigrants. They will surely be apprehended now." Zhao Xiaojia, amidst the throng, cautioned the crowd. "Just moments ago, Brother Feng and that Burmese man got into a brawl, and he even bloodied his nose. Could it be that they called the police? Are these cars coming for us?" Zhao Xiaojia's words struck a chord, awakening a sense of alarm among the group. While a scuffle was not particularly concerning, the critical issue lay in the fact that Yu Sakai had yet to find a place to hide. As a wanted fugitive, he would undoubtedly be in peril if he remained exposed, as there would be no time for him to escape into the pickup truck. Chapter 29. Composure at this moment. Seeking refuge in the back of the pickup truck is utterly futile, regardless of whether the approaching convoy of police cars can detect us. The group of Burmese monkeys nearby would certainly grow suspicious if they witnessed someone attempting to hide in the truck bed. Everyone in Team 9 is preoccupied with concerns for Yu Sakai, including Song Yufeng. However, compared to the others, Song Yufeng remains notably more composed. A person who has weathered numerous storms possesses a distinct demeanor. His gaze is fixed upon Yu Sakai, with an expression devoid of emotion. Yu Sakai nods slightly and kneels on one knee, continuing to assist Dashin in folding the tarpaulin. Song Yunfeng turns to Shiyu beside him and remarks, "Do not concern yourselves. Everyone should continue with their tasks as usual." Zhao Xiaojia looks at Song Yufeng as if he were a fool and reiterates, "Brother Feng, there are so many police cars coming." "Indeed," Song Yufeng responds, "Everyone, just carry on with your business." Although the others are perplexed by the calmness exhibited by Song Yufeng and Yu Zikai, they find themselves without a better alternative. After a brief gathering, they disperse once more to attend to their respective duties. Song Yufeng and Shi Yu stand at the edge of Team 9's camp, their eyes fixed on the police cars approaching from a distance. At the Land Rover camp, Assistant Lin and two Burmese monkeys stand at the periphery, similarly awaiting the arrival of the police vehicles. As for the injured Burmese man, he seems to have vanished, possibly out of fear that the authorities might see the wounds on his face or due to concerns about being discovered as a smuggler. 2 minutes later, the convoy of police cars arrives at the edge of the camp, halting as a dozen uniformed officers disembark. The leading officer appears to be of captain rank. After exiting the vehicle, he strides toward the space between the two camps. Shi Yu and Song Yunfeng approach, while Assistant Lin jogs over from the opposite side. The captain surveys the individuals on both sides and inquires, "What are you doing here?" Shi Yu promptly produces a badge holder and, as she presents it to the captain, introduces herself. "We are the Wilderness Club's Team 9. Here's my identification. We have been employed to locate an individual named Yu Zikai." As Shi Yu speaks, the captain examines the badge holder, then returns it to her, asking, "Who is your employer?" Shi Yu gestures toward Assistant Lin, stating, "He is our employer. However, a conflict has arisen, and we are preparing to withdraw." The captain turns to Assistant Lin and asks, "Why did you hire people to find Yu Zikai?" Assistant Lin replies candidly, "I am the special assistant to Mr. Lin Guoqiang of Wanlong Real Estate. Yu Zikai has killed Lin Guodong, the second in command of the Wanlong Group, and has been evading capture ever since. Despite the efforts of local police, armed police, and special forces, we have been unable to apprehend him. Our Mr. Lin has entrusted me with the responsibility of personally collaborating with the police to apprehend him." The captain feels somewhat undermined by this revelation, but upon learning that they are affiliated with Wanlong Real Estate, he chooses to temporarily sidestep the issue, addressing Assistant Lin. "Yu Zikai is an extremely dangerous fugitive, in principle. You are not permitted to attempt his capture. It is far too perilous." Assistant Lin discerned the captain's trepidation towards the Wanlong Group, revealing a reluctance to provoke them. He continued, "There is no other option. We have waited for half a month without seeing any apprehensions. I must personally invest my time and resources to come here." The captain, feeling somewhat awkward, instructed the officers behind him, "You all go over there and check identification. Ensure everyone presents their ID for registration." The area he referred to was the campsite of the 9th team. Upon hearing about the ID checks, Zhao Xiaojia pondered how to inform Yu Zikai to conceal himself. To her surprise, Yu Zikai approached with a neatly folded tarpaulin, which obscured half of his face. Witnessing the scene left Zhao Xiaojia in a state of confusion. She even contemplated that Yu Zikai might be unhinged. If circumstances permitted, she would have inquired why he chose to present himself, as if seeking trouble. As Yu Zikai approached the captain, he brushed past several officers conducting ID checks. One officer, intending to request Yu Zikai's identification, noticed the cumbersome tarpaulin in his arms and deemed it inconvenient. Furthermore, as Yu Zikai was moving towards the captain, the officer dismissed the matter and let him pass. From the corner of her eye, Shi Yu noticed Yu Zikai's arrival and proactively addressed the captain, saying, "Someone from Assistant Lin's team has died on the mountain today. 5 in total. Is that correct, Assistant Lin?" The captain was taken aback by the news of 5 fatalities, incredulously asking, "Is that true?" Assistant Lin shot Shi Yu an irritated glare and replied to the captain, "This matter does not require your involvement." The captain interrupted, demanding, "What do you mean it doesn't require our involvement? Are you aware of the gravity of a death? You cannot simply dismiss us with that statement." Feeling exasperated, Assistant Lin muttered, "It's futile to reason with you." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, stepping aside. The captain's expression was indescribable. He recognized the formidable background of the Wanlong Group, but remained uncertain of its extent. Their police vehicles had merely traversed the national highway, patrolling for Yu Zikai. And upon spotting these two convoys camping a few hundred meters from the road, the captain felt compelled to investigate. At that moment, as Assistant Lin made his call, the captain leaned towards Shi Yu and whispered, "Is there truly a death?" Before she could respond, Yu Zikai, still clutching the tarpaulin, interjected, "I heard 5 have perished. We haven't seen the specifics, so we're not certain." The captain glanced at Yu Zikai, preparing to engage him in conversation, when Song Yufeng presented his identification, stating, "This is my ID." This successfully diverted the captain's attention. The captain accepted the ID and lowered his gaze, momentarily forgetting about Yuzukai. With composure, Yuzukai turned and walked towards the canopy tent. Nearby, several officers were checking IDs, and one officer, noticing Yuzukai's approach, halted his actions and fixated his gaze on him. Ii felt an escalating tension, her eyes involuntarily darting towards the approaching Yuzukai. Simultaneously, another officer had just completed the verification of Wang Hai's identification card, returning it to him, while his gaze also fell upon Yuzukai. The atmosphere within the entire 9th Division was charged with anxiety. Should Yuzukai be discovered, the repercussions would extend far beyond him, implicating the entire division. Compounded by the grim reality of 5 fatalities in the dense forest. It was conservative to estimate that each member of the 9th Division had at least 3 years of service. Yuzukai drew ever closer. Now less than 15 meters from the canopy tent. Chapter 30. The clever little chubby 2 police officers had already set their sights on Yuzukai, preparing to inquire about his identification. Suddenly, the little chubby one dashed over to their side, dramatically pointing towards the Land Rover campsite across the way. In a feigned whisper, he said, "You need not check the IDs of our 9th squad. They are all duly registered in the remote areas. You should investigate the campsite over there. Aside from Assistant Lin, who hails from Kunming, the rest are all illegal immigrants who have crossed over from eastern Myanmar." Upon hearing the term illegal immigration, not only did the 2 officers waiting to verify Yuzukai's ID become animated, but even the 3 other officers nearby gathered around the little chubby one, their attention fully captivated by him. As for Yuzukai, he possessed an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Logically, with the officers clustering around the little chubby one, he should have distanced himself, clutching the tarpaulin tightly. Yet, contrary to expectation, he approached as well, standing right beside one of the officers. The nearby Ii observed this scene, her anxiety rendering her breathless. The little chubby one was undoubtedly a master of theatrics. He gestured towards the opposite campsite, vividly recounting to the officers, "Those Myanmar rascals are mercenaries hired by Assistant Lin. Of course, our 9th squad was also contracted by him, but our missions differ. We are tasked with locating Yuzukai in this dense forest and reporting his coordinates to that Myanmar fellow. Assistant Lin has instructed them to ensure that he is either captured alive or found dead. I've heard that capturing the living Yuzukai would earn them an additional reward of 1 million. A tall police officer skeptically inquired, "Are you certain?" The little chubby one thumped his thigh, insisting, "Would I jest about such matters? They are indeed intent on eliminating Yuzukai. I overheard them emphasize the need to apprehend him before the authorities do, to return him to Lin Guoqiang, especially since Yuzukai severed Lin Guodong's head. As long as Yuzukai lives, Lin Guoqiang will remain in suspense." The tall officer, visibly irate, retorted, "What do they take our country for, daring to enlist foreign mercenaries?" A bespectacled officer chimed in. The Wanlong group wields considerable influence in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. It's not surprising that Lin Guoqiang would hire mercenaries to avenge his brother. If they can manage to smuggle them in, they certainly have connections. The little chubby one felt that the bespectacled officer was being overly pessimistic, so he encouraged him. "You're absolutely right, brother with glasses. They must have connections. However, I believe their connections are at a higher level. You should proceed to investigate their IDs and passports according to the law. They most certainly will not be able to produce them. To quell the matter, they might even offer some bribes, you know? I've heard that Assistant Lin always carries cash in his vehicle for various expenses along the way." The officers exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding. The tall officer commanded, "Let us go take a look." The group of police officers reached a silent consensus and swiftly made their way towards the Land Rover encampment. After their departure, the stout man exhaled a long sigh of relief and cast a bewildered glance at Yuzukai, lowering his voice to ask, "Brother Kai, are you courting death? Why aren't you leaving?" Yuzukai, clutching a tarpaulin, smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth and replied quietly, "The most perilous places are often the safest." With that, he walked toward the pickup truck in the mountains, placing the tarpaulin in the rear compartment as if nothing were amiss, and proceeded to assist in dismantling the other tents. Panshu stammered, "Kai, brother Kai, perhaps you should hide for a bit. Your psychological fortitude is admirable, but ours is not." Yuzukai, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "It's fine. Just carry on with your work. They want to return." A tall police officer approached the Land Rover encampment, and as he passed by Tsungyan Peak and Yuzukai, he was called over by the captain, who inquired, "Have you completed the investigation?" Leaning slightly to whisper in the captain's ear, The tall officer conveyed some information that caused the captain's eyes to brighten. Then what are you waiting for? Go investigate, he urged. At that moment, Assistant Lin approached with a phone in hand and handed it to the captain, saying, "Please take this call." The captain hesitated, seemingly aware of the implications of accepting the call. Noticing his reluctance, Assistant Lin raised his chin and stated, "My boss is Lin Guoqiang, the chairman of Wanlong Group." After a moment of indecision, the captain took the phone and stepped aside. Xia and Song Yunpeak exchanged glances, remaining silent. Approximately 2 minutes later, the captain returned with the phone and addressed his fellow officers. "It's all clear. Disband the team and resume patrol." The bespectacled officer expressed a hint of disappointment, quietly lamenting to the tall officer beside him. "We should have gone over to investigate when the captain was on the phone." The tall officer also wore a look of regret, unable to suppress a sigh. The captain, with an air of authority, reminded Assistant Lin and Xia. Yu Zikai is a rather dangerous individual. He previously served as a reconnaissance soldier on the border and has resorted to extreme measures due to the demolition of his hometown. I want to elaborate further. You all know the risks. If you encounter Yu Zikai, do not provoke him. Take care of yourselves. With that final warning, the captain's gaze settled on Assistant Lin's face. Assistant Lin, exuding confidence, replied, "You need not concern yourselves with certain matters. Go about your business." The officers departed swiftly, several police cars retracing their route to continue patrolling the national road. Xia and Song Yunpeak exchanged knowing looks and, in unison, turned to head towards the 9th Team's encampment. It was evident that they were disinclined to engage with Assistant Lin, as their previous fallout rendered further communication unnecessary. However, Assistant Lin held a different opinion and called out to Xia, "Captain Xia, wait a moment." Xia halted and turned to ask, "Is there something you need?" Assistant Lin pointed towards the 9th Team's encampment and inquired, "Are you truly intending to breach the agreement and withdraw?" Xia retorted, "Is there still a necessity for us to remain? We have already discovered the whereabouts of Yu Zikai, thus fulfilling our mission." Assistant Lin reiterated, "Until we capture him." "On what grounds can you assert that the figure we encountered in black is indeed Yu Zikai?" Xia cautioned. "You are well aware of whether or not it is Yu Zikai. If you require proof, we have located the cigarette, but he smoked. And we shall present the identification results to you." The expression on Assistant Lin's face grew grave, and his tone shifted. "I have not consented to your withdrawal. It would be wise for you not to leave. Should any misfortune befall you on the way, it would be quite unfortunate, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Xia's demeanor also turned serious as she fixed her gaze upon Assistant Lin and inquired, "Are you threatening our team, the 9th Division?" Chapter 31, Driving Provocation. Assistant Lin, having grown weary of pretense, confronted Shiyu directly, asserting that no one could take the money from Wanlong Group without rendering services in return, including your Wilderness Team 9. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. A cold smirk crept across Shiyu's lips as she resolutely turned away, dismissing Assistant Lin's words entirely. Assistant Lin, unaccustomed to indulging Shiyu, promptly retrieved his phone to report the situation to Lin Guoqiang. As the head of Wanlong Group, Lin Guoqiang had been plagued by fear from Yu Zikai for the past fortnight, leaving him little time to concern himself with Wilderness Team 9, of which he was largely unaware. Lin's report conveyed the disobedience of Team 9, highlighting their failure to fulfill obligations after accepting funds. On the other end of the line, Lin Guoqiang, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, "What do you want me to say? If they've taken my money and aren't doing their job, isn't it obvious what you should do? Damn it, fool." With that, he abruptly ended the call, already in a foul mood. Assistant Lin's spirits plummeted further after being reprimanded by his superior. He turned to a nearby Burmese monkey, instructing, "Take a few men and follow them. Ensure they don't leave without a hitch." Standing beside Assistant Lin were monkeys number 6 and number 7, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of a bear earlier that day. Had it not been for the misfortune of monkey number 5, they might not have succeeded in fleeing. Monkey number 6 looked at Assistant Lin and inquired, "So, what is your plan?" At that moment, he mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. "Not one to be outwitted," Assistant Lin replied. "Murder is out of the question, but orchestrating an accident wouldn't pose much of a problem. Design something to teach them a lesson." With unwavering confidence, Monkey No. 6 declared, "Leave this to me. You'll see." He then made his way to a Land Rover Defender, starting the engine and preparing for a swift departure. Meanwhile, Team 9 was methodically tending to their tasks. Xiao Pang was preparing dinner while the others had nearly finished packing up the camp. With only the folding tables and cooking utensils remaining in the canopy tent, Shiyu organized the group for their meal. while Yuzukai naturally took his place inside the tent. Deshawn stood at the entrance, acting as a sentinel, while the others casually dispersed around the tent, maintaining a vigilant watch. After dinner, the first batch of vehicles was rearranged for their journey to Kunming, Yunnan Province. Following the standard route was expected to take 15 hours, passing through Zhendukyo and Xichang via the Jingkuan Expressway, with numerous checkpoints anticipated along the way. The lead driver was Qin Shuang, with Pan Shui as co-pilot. The second vehicle was driven by Wang Hai, with Qi Mo as the co-pilot. The third vehicle, a pickup truck belonging to Xiao Peng, was driven by Cong Yunfeng, with the passenger seat left vacant while Yu Zakai reclined in the back. The fourth vehicle was manned by Lao Tang and Tang Sa, tasked with maintaining a safe distance. The rest of the team remained behind to assist in dismantling the canopy tent before they too would set off. As dinner concluded, the sky gradually darkened. According to the original plan, Qin Shuang took the lead in a heavily modified Toyota LC80, the oldest and least comfortable vehicle in the Wilderness Club, with the odometer reading exceeding 600,000 kilometers. The second vehicle was an LC200, a commonly seen Prado, equipped with front and rear competitive bumpers, a winch, and sidebars. Cong Yunfeng followed in a small, chubby pickup truck. As soon as the vehicle started, the voice of Yu Zakai crackled over the intercom. Yunfeng, I have not asked anything of you before, but this time I am serious. Please drive steadily. It's rather uncomfortable here. Hearing this, Cong Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle and replied over the intercom, I'll do my best. Haha. Unable to contain his laughter, he continued. Lao Tang started the fourth vehicle, trailing behind Cong Yunfeng, saying, Yunfeng, you all go ahead. I'll follow from the back. Cong Yunfeng responded, copy that. Shiyu stood at the campsite, holding the intercom, reminding them, take it slow on the road. We'll meet again in Kunming. One by one, the four vehicles departed the campsite, heading towards the nearby national road. As per their prior agreement, Lao Tang's vehicle was to maintain a certain distance from the three vehicles ahead. Additionally, given Lao Tang's age and his cautious driving style, his departure was slightly slower. Just as they were about to merge onto the national road, the Land Rover Defender driven by the sixth member, Mian Houzi, swiftly overtook Lao Tang's vehicle on the right side, seemingly flaunting his driving skills, which startled Lao Tang into instinctively veering left and tapping the brakes. The Land Rover, having gained the lead, followed closely behind Cong Yunfeng's pickup. Once Lao Tang realized what had happened, he grabbed the intercom to warn Cong Yunfeng, saying, Yunfeng, be careful. There's a Land Rover tailing us. It nudged me a bit. I can't tell if it was intentional or not. Cong Yunfeng adjusted the angle of the rearview mirror and spotted the Land Rover behind him. He replied over the intercom, I see it. Before he could finish, Mian Houzi pressed the accelerator, ramming the modified front bumper of the Land Rover into the left rear of the pickup. The impact caused the pickup to lose control, veering directly towards the drainage ditch on the right side of the road. Fortunately, Cong Yunfeng's extensive driving experience prevented him from instinctively slamming on the brakes at the moment of impact. Had he done so, the vehicle would have completely lost control, pushed along by the Land Rover behind. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle forward. At that moment, the vehicles had just merged onto the national road, with a speed of only 30 kilometers per hour, which was quite slow. Cong Yunfeng's sudden acceleration proved ineffective. Although the pickup had a large displacement, its heavy frame hindered its acceleration, while the rear Land Rover, being a newer model, boasted a powerful and explosive gasoline engine. As Cong Yunfeng pressed the accelerator deeply, he found the steering somewhat uncontrollable, veering persistently to the right side of the road. He was compelled to angle the steering wheel to the left, striving to realign the front of the vehicle. However, the sheer power of the Land Rover trailing behind him was formidable. Even with the accelerator fully depressed, the car continued to slide towards the right. He could see that half of the right front wheel was already suspended over the roadside drain, and with just a little more forward momentum, the wheel would undoubtedly become ensnared in the drain, rendering the vehicle immobile. Should such a predicament arise, it would be quite embarrassing for Cong Yunfeng. While others might not mock him, Yu Zakai would certainly take great delight in humiliating him for months to come. Meanwhile, the number 6 Burmese monkey sensed an opportunity, and at the very moment he believed victory was within reach, he reversed. Chapter 32. Encirclement. As the right front wheel of the pickup truck driven by Cong Yunfeng was on the brink of tumbling into the drainage ditch, Wang Hai, who was driving ahead, abruptly slammed on the brakes and shifted into reverse, using his Prado to brace against the pickup. The engine of the new Land Rover Defender indeed possessed remarkable power, yet it was insufficient to simultaneously propel both off-road vehicles forward. The sixth monkey from Myanmar was acutely aware of this fact. Upon witnessing both the Prado and the pickup come to a halt, he hastily engaged reverse. Retreating approximately 10 meters before stopping again and shifting into drive, his gaze fixed ahead. A voice crackled through the intercom, inquiring, "Brother Feng, are you all right?" Song Yunfeng picked up the vehicle's radio microphone and replied, "I'm fine," but it felt as though the front wheel was about to drop into the ditch. Wang Hai glanced at the right side rearview mirror and remarked, "Fortunately, the brakes were timely. Half of the front wheel is already suspended in midair. How about you?" Brother Kai? Yu Zakai, cramped within the small space of the pickup's bed, was jostled to the point of disorientation. He steadied himself with his left hand while clutching the intercom with his right, muttering, "Once I get out, I'll deal with him." Wang Hai cautioned, "Brother Kai, don't act impulsively. I'll get out and confront him to ascertain his intentions." "Do not." Song Yufeng immediately interjected. "The driver of that vehicle behind us is a Myanmar monkey. He reversed to a position over 10 meters away from my car, and his wheels are angled slightly to the left. If you exit the vehicle now, he will undoubtedly accelerate and attempt to ram you. You must not get out." Upon hearing Song Yufeng's warning, Wang Hai felt a twinge of fear, his eyes swiftly darting to the left side rearview mirror. He has indeed angled his direction to the left. "Brother Feng, how did you notice this detail?" Yu Zakai's voice emerged from the intercom. If he fails to observe such an evident detail, he would have perished countless times already. Wang Hai was oblivious to the experiences that had forged such habits in these two individuals. The co-pilot of the second vehicle, Chiemo, seized his portable intercom and stated, "I will exit the vehicle from the passenger side." "Unnecessary," Song Yufeng responded. "Even if you walk over, it is unlikely to yield any results. We do not need to reason with him." Chiemo, naive and indignant, muttered, "He rear-ended us. He bears full responsibility." Song Yunfeng sighed inwardly, recognizing the presence of such innocent youth within the ninth squad. He took the radio microphone and asserted, "This is not a mere case of rear-ending. There is more at play here. It is evident that the other party seeks to retaliate against us, undoubtedly authorized by Assistant Lin. Should you go down and get injured, the most we would face is covering medical expenses, which are trivial to them." Chiemo, feeling aggrieved, grumbled, "So we are just to suffer in silence?" At that moment, Lao Tang's voice echoed through the intercom, "Yufeng, I'm coming. Reverse, hit hard." Upon hearing this, Song Yufeng immediately shifted into reverse, flooring the accelerator as he directed the rear of the vehicle towards the Land Rover Defender, crashing into it. On the sixth day, the Burmese monkey sat in the vehicle, engaged in Gear D, awaiting the driver from Team 9 to disembark and confront him. His scheme aligned with the conjectures of Song Yufeng, however. The members of Team 9 deviated from the anticipated script, particularly Song Yufeng, who unexpectedly shifted into reverse and collided headlong into him. The Burmese monkey was momentarily taken aback, hastily shifting into reverse. Yet, before the vehicle could even commence its retreat, it was met with a forceful impact from behind, as Lao Tang drove his vehicle directly into the rear of the Land Rover Defender. Almost simultaneously, Song Yufeng and his pickup truck barreled forward, effectively sandwiching the Defender between them. As Song Yufeng engaged the handbrake and swung open his car door, he casually seized a baton from the recess of the door and strode purposefully toward the Land Rover. The moment the Burmese monkey beheld Song Yunfeng's advance, panic enveloped him. He had not anticipated such aggression. He shifted from reverse back to D and pressed the accelerator, attempting to push the pickup truck ahead. Meanwhile, the driver of Vehicle 2, Wang Hai, also shifted into reverse, ramming the rear of the pickup truck. Despite the formidable power of the Land Rover, it was insufficient to propel both vehicles forward. The Burmese monkey again shifted into reverse, but as the reverse lights illuminated, Lao Tang pressed the accelerator with determination, prompting a direct clash with the Land Rover. At that instant, Song Yufeng approached the driver's side door of the Land Rover, baton in hand, executing a fluid motion of swinging and striking. The new Land Rover, yet to receive window tinting, was left with a spiderweb of cracks from the impact of the baton. In the next moment, Song Yunfeng discarded the baton and, with a swift motion, punched the shattered glass, reaching inside the driver's compartment to seize the Burmese monkey by his hair, forcibly extracting him through the broken window. Instinctively, the Burmese monkey clung to the door, but Song Yunfeng maintained his grip on his hair while raising his right knee, delivering a blow to the monkey's nose. This strike left the Burmese monkey dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. Song Yunfeng exerted further force, yanking the monkey out, and casting him to the ground. As the Burmese monkey fell headfirst, Song Yufeng advanced, delivering a kick to his face, resulting in the complete loss of his 4 front teeth. Seeing that the Burmese monkey had lost the will to resist, Song Yufeng reached into the vehicle to turn off the ignition of the Land Rover. Wang Hai and Chi Mo exited from the driver and passenger sides of Vehicle 2, quickly approaching Song Yufeng. Wang Hai retained his composure, glancing down to assess the extent of the Burmese monkey's injuries, while Chi Mo, somewhat naive, rushed over with a running kick, striking the monkey in the eye. Following this, he stomped on the monkey's head. As he delivered the second blow, Lao Tang from Vehicle 4 approached Chi Mo, pulling him aside and saying, "That's enough." Chi Mo, a local from Yunnan, appeared somewhat short and dark, exuding an innocent demeanor. He turned to Uncle Tang with a hint of concern and said, "Uncle Tang, could you assist me in applying for some funds on behalf of Xiao Jia? If there are medical expenses to be compensated, could the internal funds of Team 9 possibly cover it temporarily? My sister has just begun her university journey, and all her roommates have laptops. I had promised her that I would use this month's salary to buy her a new computer, and I will repay Team 9 once I receive my salary next month." Xiao Jia is the internal accountant of Team 9, responsible for managing its finances. Ideally, the roles of cashier and accountant should be distinct. However, Team 9 is remarkably united, functioning like a close-knit family. To streamline matters, Shiyu entrusted the entire financial responsibility to Xiao Jia. The fact that Chi Mo mentioned compensating for medical expenses indicates a certain naivety in this young man. He is principled and understands the importance of taking responsibility for his actions. Chapter 33, Never to Meet Again. Song Yunfeng produced a cigarette and offered it to Chi Mo. His expression earnest as he reassured, "Brother, there is no need for concern. Should it come to the point of compensating for medical expenses, the burden will not fall upon you. I am here, so do not fret about such matters." Wang Hai cast a glance at the now utterly dejected No. 6 Myanmar monkey and urged Song Yufeng, "Brother Feng, let us not linger here any longer." Lao Tang concurred, "Yufeng, you and the others should depart first. I will contact Xie to bring people over to handle the situation here." Song Yunfeng, slightly apprehensive, inquired, "Are you certain you can manage?" "Rest assured." Lao Tang waved his hand dismissively. "This trivial matter does not warrant the time of us all remaining here." Gratefully, Song Yunfeng turned to Lao Tang and said, "Then we shall take our leave. Upon our return to Kunming, I will express my gratitude in person." Lao Tang gestured for them to hurry. Wang Hai and Chi Mo returned to the Prado and started the engine, followed by Song Yunfeng in the pickup truck. With the nuisance of the Myanmar monkeys now absent, their journey proceeded with greater ease. In the lead vehicle, Qin Shuang drove while Pan Shui navigated from the front passenger seat. Approximately half an hour later, they encountered several police cars blocking the road, conducting checks on passing vehicles, particularly scrutinizing the identification of both drivers and passengers. Qin Shuang used the car radio to caution those behind to exercise caution. By 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness began to envelop the sky, and the number of checkpoints on the road increased, primarily concentrated on the national highways encircling the area. The headquarters of the Wilderness 9 team was located in Kunming, and the optimal route would have been to take Provincial Road 217 into the Ye Expressway, then return to Kunming via the Jingkuan Expressway. However, Xie devised a detour, passing through Xindu Bridge, effectively checking in at all the checkpoints along the encirclement. Her intention was to act contrary to expectations. Who would suspect that a vehicle frequently appearing at checkpoints harbored a wanted individual? Along this route, checkpoints were established approximately every 30 kilometers, with police patrols consistently monitoring the area. Eventually, upon reaching one checkpoint, a patrol car arrived simultaneously, and upon witnessing the checkpoint personnel examining Wang Hai's identification, the officers in the patrol vehicle simply instructed the checkpoint staff to allow them to pass, as they had already been checked numerous times along the journey. Thus, they continued until they reached Xindu Bridge at 7 o'clock in the morning. Upon arrival, the group gathered for breakfast at a local eatery, intentionally parking their vehicle at the roadside near the last checkpoint. While they feasted heartily, the unfortunate Yuzakai had to endure confinement in the cramped trunk, unable to eat or drink for fear of needing to relieve himself. At 8:15, the 3 vehicles departed Xindu Bridge, heading straight for the Jingkuan Expressway, with navigation indicating they would arrive in Kunming by the afternoon. At the Xichang service area, Song Yufeng maneuvered the car into a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. After ensuring their safety, he released Yuzakai. Considering the situation meticulously, the moment Yuzakai was freed, Song Yufeng suggested that he part ways with Wang Hai and Qin Shuang. The rationale behind this was his concern that should any mishap occur on the road ahead, he did not wish to implicate the two young men. Of course, Song Yunfeng expressed this delicately, framing it as a need to escort Yuzukai to Lijiang to retrieve something. Wang Hai, with a resolute demeanor, volunteered to accompany them, citing the need for mutual support on the road. Qin Shuang discerned the underlying implication of Song Yunfeng's words and tactfully persuaded Wang Hai to stay behind, leading to a separation among the group at the Xichang service area. Once again, they set off on their journey. Song Yufeng was at the wheel, while Yuzukai occupied the passenger seat, reminiscing about their past missions in military attire, reminiscent of their current situation. Two comrades sharing a vehicle, engaged in light-hearted banter. However, at that moment, laughter was replaced with an indescribable sense of melancholy. Yuzukai retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering the first one to Song Yunfeng. With practiced ease, Song Yufeng accepted the cigarette and produced a lighter, igniting it before passing the lighter to Yuzukai, who had just set down his cigarette case, seamlessly receiving the lighter. Their gestures were fluid and instinctive. Once both cigarettes were lit, Song Yunfeng spoke. "Return to Yunnan with me. I'll find you a place to stay and recuperate for a while, away from the storm." After a brief silence, Yuzukai replied, "You needn't concern yourself with me. Once we reach Lijiang, we can part ways. I will handle my affairs. I don't wish to burden you or these unfamiliar friends." Song Yunfeng, cigarette in his left hand and steering wheel in his right, retorted, "What do you mean by burden? That's rather absurd." Yuzukai gazed out the window and asked, "Do you truly not understand why Xie is helping me?" Song Yunfeng, with a cheeky demeanor, replied, "Perhaps she finds me handsome and, knowing our connection, chose this method to approach me, hoping to leave a lasting impression." Yuzukai, seated in the passenger seat, stared incredulously at Song Yunfeng, his expression growing more incredulous until he finally asked, "Do you not have any shame?" Unfazed, Song Yunfeng responded, "Aside from her apparent attraction to me, I can't fathom any other reason compelling her to take such a risk to assist you." Yuzukai, dismissing Song Yunfeng, turned his gaze to the windows. His voice tinged with sadness as he said, "I have no family left, not a single relative. All I desire now is to avenge myself on Lin Guoqiang. Once I've taken his life, I will have no regrets and will turn myself in." Song Yunfeng offered no advice or discouragement regarding this notion. After taking a puff of his cigarette, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What were you thinking when you severed Lin Guodong's head?" After a moment of reflection, Yuzukai leaned back in his seat and replied, "At that moment, my thoughts were singular, to deliver his head to my parents' and sister's graves, to show them that I would not let those who bullied them escape unpunished. My only regret is that I acted too impulsively. I should have waited until Lin Guoqiang and Lin Guodong were together and dealt with them both then." Song Yunfeng, eyes fixed on the road ahead, declared, "I will assist you." Upon hearing this, Yuzukai turned at Song Yunfeng, bewildered, and asked, "I have reached a point of no return. Why do you insist on joining this chaos?" Song Yunfeng gazed ahead, driving with utmost seriousness, while Lin Guoqiang had already heightened his vigilance. "I shall not assist you. You might not even have the opportunity to approach him," he stated. "I do not wish for you to involve yourself in this matter." After uttering these words, Yuzukai shifted the conversation, saying, "Let us head to Lijiang tonight. Leave me there, procure several sets of changeable attire for me, and leave some cash before you depart. Let us not cross paths again." Song Yunfeng snorted disdainfully and retorted, "Not see each other again? How naive of you. You seek cash from me and then declare you wish to part ways. How, pray tell, will you repay me if we never meet again?" Chapter 34. Jinkali Restaurant in Lijiang. Upon hearing these words, Yuzukai's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at Song Yunfeng, momentarily at a loss for words to retort. Song Yunfeng continued driving, humming a tune as he spoke, "No matter where we go, we must first find a place for you to settle down and rest for a few days. Lin Guoqiang is certainly not someone you can locate at will. I will return to Kunming and think of a solution to expedite this matter." Disinterested in further discussion, Yuzukai adjusted his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Outside the car window, a police vehicle sped past with its siren blaring. Yuzukai, still with his eyes closed, remained unfazed, exhibiting an extraordinary mental fortitude uncommon among most. In the evening, the two took a long detour and arrived in Lijiang, heading straight for the ancient city. As Yuzukai aptly stated, "The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety." Current leads indicated he was deep within the mountains of western Sichuan. Who would have anticipated his presence here? Strolling through the ancient city of Lijiang, they randomly entered a restaurant named Jinkali, specializing in Nashi cuisine. Song Yufeng ordered a pot of fire cauldron beef and inquired with the proprietress if he could exchange some cash in the establishment, explaining that they intended to tip the barmaids later. To their surprise, Sister Yang, the proprietress, was exceptionally warm-hearted. Upon learning that the two men planned to visit a bar, she immediately offered a candid warning. Everyone claims that Lijiang is a city of romantic encounters. But no one tells you that 9 out of 10 girls in the bars are scams. You will all be deceived. Curiosity piqued, Song Yufeng, having grown up in Yunnan, was well aware of the nature of bars in Lijiang. He pointed to a bar across the street and tentatively asked, "Aren't you interested in doing business? I've heard that restaurants in the ancient city often have connections with bars. Shouldn't you be offering us some vouchers to encourage our patronage? Allowing you to earn a commission?" Sister Yang scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "I have no intention of profiting from unethical means. What is so enticing about recommending bars where overpriced counterfeit liquor is served alongside pre-prepared snacks? If you truly wish to enjoy yourselves in Lijiang, simply dine well, wander around, sample street food, and appreciate the performances along the way. Avoid wasting money in bars. You could put that money to better use." Yuzukai found the proprietress to be quite admirable and sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, madam." With a commanding presence, she replied, "No need for thanks. Now that you are in Lijiang, just relax and enjoy the offerings of our establishment. All our ingredients are fresh, with no pre-packaged dishes. The beef was slaughtered this morning." After a brief and pleasant conversation, both Song Yunfeng and Yuzukai developed a favorable impression of Sister Yang, recognizing her as a genuine and straightforward person. Within a few minutes, the dishes arrived, and the portion of fire cauldron beef was notably generous, a testament to the restaurant's integrity. Meanwhile, in Kunming, it was 7 o'clock in the evening at the headquarters of the Wilderness Club. CS sat before the desk of the miserly financier, holding a sealed bag, and stated with composed authority, "A client has lodged a complaint against our Team 9 for failing to fulfill our duties. I accept the complaint. However, until the investigation yields a conclusion, our team will not accept any penalties. Should it be determined that the fault lies with us, we will compensate the company for any breach of contract. Conversely, if the results indicate that this cigarette was indeed left by our target, Yuzukai, then the commission owed to our team must be paid in full without any deductions." The financier's expression reflected a hint of exasperation as he gazed at Xie and inquired, "Are you so certain that this cigarette belongs to the target, Yuzukai? What if it does not?" Unyielding, Xie replied, "As I stated, if it is not, our team will incur a penalty tenfold. It is that simple." The financier's demeanor shifted slightly as he adopted a different tone, saying, "Even if you are entirely convinced, you ought to avoid offending the client. After all, they represent the Wanlong Group. Are you aware of their reputation? They are a well-known conglomerate in the Yunnan Guizhou Sichuan region." Interrupting him, Xie retorted, "A conglomerate? You certainly have a talent for embellishing their image, Qian. Was it not merely a few years ago, during the real estate boom, that Lin Guiqiang and Lin Guodong acquired several plots to erect buildings and amass wealth? It was nothing but opportunism." The financier replied earnestly, "Let us not dwell on how they achieved their success. Instead, let us consider your attitude. What good comes from offending clients? I have reiterated countless times that we operate within the service industry. What is wrong with providing service to clients?" Rising from her seat, Xie stated, "I apologize, Qian, but earning money on our knees is not the style of our Team 9. We have just returned to Kunming and everyone is exhausted. I shall take my leave to rest. The assessment results will reach you by tomorrow at the earliest. And I reiterate, if we are at fault, we will accept the punishment." Watching Xie depart with a sense of helplessness, the financier found himself without a justification for his ire. For Team 9 was the most professional unit among the many teams in the Wilderness Club. Once outside the financier's office, Xie promptly dialed Song Yunfeng's number. At that moment, Song Yunfeng and Yuzukai were enjoying hot pot beef in Lijiang. Song Yunfeng answered the call with polite greetings, but Xie was too preoccupied for pleasantries. As she walked, she inquired, "I heard you went to Dali? Why did you not return to Kunming as planned?" Song Yunfeng explained, "There are 2 reasons. First, Yuzukai's unique status raises concerns about implicating you all upon returning to Kunming. Second, he wishes to settle in for a few days to continue seeking revenge on Lin Guiqiang. I am currently endeavoring to persuade him. After all, his life is paramount. So many have exerted efforts to extract him, and it would be unwise to watch him throw it all away. Wouldn't you agree?" Moreover, Song Yufeng shifted the conversation, asking, now that he is free, could you reveal why you went to such lengths to assist us? I cannot feel at ease without knowing. Xia, feeling irritated, disregarded Song Yunfeng's inquiry and bluntly retorted, it is surprising that you too, having once served in the military, do not recognize the importance of obeying orders. What punishments would one face in the army for acting on one's own initiative? Song Yunfeng discerned that Xia was once again evading the topic at hand. This time, he opted for a more straightforward approach, pressing her, let us not divert the conversation. If you do not reveal the reason behind your assistance to us, I shall have ample grounds to suspect that you harbor feelings for me, deliberately rendering us a great favor in hopes that I might willingly offer myself in return. Is that not so? Upon hearing these words, Xia's eyes widened involuntarily, and she took a deep breath before retorting, Song Yunfeng, how can you possess such audacity? You dare to utter such words? Song Yunfeng sighed. After all, I am a man endowed with six-pack abs. It is not merely you who covets my physique. To be candid, I cannot help but wonder if I have struck the mark. Chapter 35. Doubts about Team 9. CS strolled down the corridor of the Wild Club headquarters. Engaged in a phone conversation. Faced with the audacious speculation from Song Yunfeng, Xia did not hold back, provocatively stating, come to the Team 9 headquarters and casually lift a team member's shirt to see how many abs they possess, excluding the little fat one. At that moment, the little fat one happened to walk by, overhearing Xia's comment. Curiously, he inquired, Sister you, what is going on? Why am I excluded? Xia casually responded, I'm introducing someone to you. I mentioned you have EE, so there is no need. The little fat one scratched his head awkwardly, replying, I'm currently trying hard to pursue her. I haven't succeeded yet. Remember to lend me a hand. Xia made an okay gesture and continued onward. Song Yunfeng's persistent questioning echoed through the phone. So tell me the truth. Why are you helping me and Yuzukai? Xia declined once more, stating, I'll give you two options. First, you return to Kunming to meet me, and I'll hand over Yuzukai's identification to him. It's indeed inconvenient to be without an ID while away from home. The second option is for you to provide me with the address, and I will send it via express courier, arriving by tomorrow. This time, Song Yunfeng lost his composure, urgently asking, can your Wild Team 9 really handle fake IDs? Is that reliable? Xia replied, no more idle talk. Think it over and let me know. I have to go eat now. I'll send you the location of the company. If you don't wish to return, just send me your delivery address. She hung up the phone. Song Yunfeng and Yuzukai exchanged glances across the table, and Yuzukai remarked with genuine admiration, this woman is truly extraordinary. What is her background? Song Yunfeng, equally puzzled, replied, I have no idea. I was at a foot massage parlor, preparing to indulge, when she barged in with the police to crack down on illicit activities. I was on the second or third floor. I forget. I pushed open the window and jumped down, only for her to follow suit without protection, leading to my capture. Yuzukai stared at Song Yunfeng for a while before muttering in exasperation, you certainly didn't waste your wall-jumping skills. Song Yunfeng quickly shifted the topic, asking, are we heading back to Kunming tomorrow or waiting for the courier? After a moment of hesitation, Yuzukai replied, let us return to Kunming first. It wouldn't be right for us not to go back. It might seem we distrust them. We wouldn't want to make them feel disheartened after taking the risk to assist us. We'll assess the situation once we return. Song Yunfeng sent Xia a message. We'll return to Kunming tomorrow to find you. At that moment, Xia was in the dining area of the Wild Club. The cafeteria operated on a self-service basis, with meals settled by a card system. Each month, the company recharged each person's meal card with 1,000 yuan. If one exceeded this amount, they would have to recharge it themselves, and any unused funds would not be refunded. Xia, balancing her tray, searched for a place to sit. Upon seeing the message from Song Yunfeng, a smile of satisfaction graced her face in that moment. She felt that Song Yunfeng and Yuzukai did not regard her as an outsider. At 8 in the evening, in the clearing of the dense forests of western Sichuan, 2 ambulances had joined the Land Rover camp. One ambulance housed the 6th monk from Myanmar, who had lost 4 front teeth due to a confrontation with Mo and Song Yunfeng, leaving him speaking with a noticeable whistle. In another ambulance, Mian Gu sat alongside Assistant Lin. A bandage adorned Mian Ji's face as he reclined in a booth, eyes closed in a moment of respite. And 4 drip attached to his hand, a full 24 hours having elapsed since the severing of his nose. During this span, Song Yunfeng had transported Yuzukai to Lijiang, where they were enjoying a meal of hot pot beef. Shiyu had returned to the company with Team 9, indulging in a buffet, leaving Myeon-gu alone to endure the four. Assistant Lin, seated beside him, sighed heavily, attempting to reassure Myeon-gu. The commission I promised you will be delivered in full. Whether you secure a bonus depends solely on your capabilities. The latest intelligence I have indicates that the encirclement formed by various parties is continually tightening. And by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, we should have Yuzukai in custody. Whether it will be you or the authorities who apprehend him remains uncertain. Myeon-gu cast a sidelong glance at Assistant Lin, his gaze imbued with anger and reproach. Lin sighed again. Do not regard me with such disdain. It serves no purpose. When I located you, I informed you that Yuzukai had previously served in the military and possesses considerable skills. Otherwise, I would not have offered such a high price. Furthermore, you are in this line of work. Can you truly blame me for the casualties? In a hushed, furious tone, Myeon-gu demanded. I want the complete profiles of everyone in Wild 9, without exception, especially that individual named Fong. I require information about his family as well. Assistant Lin placated Myeon-gu. All right, I shall procure the information regarding all members of Wild 9 and deliver it to you promptly. However, you must first attend to the matter at hand. I need to provide my boss with an explanation. If you can capture Yuzukai, my boss might even assist in dismantling Wild 9, allowing us to vent our frustrations. Myeon-gu responded quietly. Rest assured, I will present Yuzukai before you by tomorrow. As they conversed, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the ambulance. Lin swiftly opened the rear door and peered out, spotting 4 armored police vehicles making a left turn from the national road, heading directly towards them. He cautioned Myeon-gu. Be wary, those are special police vehicles. I'll step outside to assess the situation. Myeon-gu pressed his head tightly against the curtained seam of the window, peering through the gap with trepidation, genuinely concerned about being discovered, as this group had all crossed over illegally, relying entirely on Assistant Lin's connections. The 4 police vehicles halted in an open area, their leader disembarking to inquire about the situation. Lin made a flurry of phone calls, and upon realizing they had higher-ups involved, the police refrained from further inquiry, departing with a warning for them to exercise caution, as the following day would mark the final phase of the apprehension operation against Yuzukai. Various factions prepared to toast to the anticipated success of capturing Yuzukai, while he, unbeknownst to them, was in a bar within the ancient city of Lijiang, leisurely admiring the scenery. That evening at 10 o'clock, Assistant Lin huddled in his tent, shivering from the cold, muttering curses upon Yuzukai and his entire family. His grievances were not born from a personal vendetta, but rather from the belief that the suffering endured in such harsh conditions was entirely attributable to Yuzukai. Just as Assistant Lin was fervently reprimanding, a notification appeared on his phone indicating a new email, titled Information on the Members of Team 9. Intrigued, Assistant Lin opened the email to peruse the details of the team members, marking the first occasion he attentively examined their profiles. Prior to this, he was entirely oblivious to the identities of the few members of Wilderness Team 9 and their respective responsibilities. The moment he opened the document, the previously shivering Assistant Lin suddenly felt invigorated. This surge of energy was sparked by the first page, which featured a photograph of Shiyu, notably in a rather revealing attire. Chapter 36, Information on Team 9 in the dossier. Sia is depicted in a military green vest that accentuates her slender waist, subtly revealing her abdominal muscles and defined lines. She pairs this with military camouflage trousers and a tactical belt adorned with a dagger, a gun holster, and 3 magazines. In her right hand, she wields a pistol, while her left supports her right arm. Her head tilts slightly to the left as she engages in the act of aiming. This photograph captures Sia during a comprehensive competition with a former SWAT team, taken by the official photographer at that time. Upon joining the Wilderness Club, she adopted this image as her profile picture. At this moment, Assistant Lin gazes at the striking side of Sia, involuntarily lingering on the photo for a few moments, instinctively swallowing hard. After examining the photo, he closely reads the accompanying text. Sia, female, 26 years old, captain of Wilderness Team 9, retired SWAT officer. Previously participated in the counterterrorism operation at Kunming Railway Station, where she shot and killed 2 assailants. Upon reading this, Assistant Lin gains a newfound appreciation for Sia. Old Tang, male, 48 years old, a member of Wilderness Team 9. Tang S. wife, female, 47 years old, Old Tang S. spouse. Little Fatty, male, 23 years old, chief chef of Wilderness Team 9, responsible for team catering. E. Female, 22 years old, team doctor of Wilderness Team 9. Zhao Xiaojia, female, finance officer of Wilderness Team 9, graduated from Yunnan University. Dashan, male, 25 years old, camp leader of Wilderness Team 9. Wang Hai, male, 24 years old, auto repair team leader of Wilderness Team 9. Assistant Lin peruses the profiles of Long Yi, Qin Shuang, Pan Shui, and Chiamo. The descriptions of these individuals are relatively brief, portraying them as the ones who assist wherever needed within Team 9. The last profile belongs to Chiamo. After reading it, Assistant Lin suddenly senses something amiss, as the name Song Yunfeng flashes through his mind. He mutters to himself, why is there no information on Song Yunfeng? Assuming he had overlooked it, he reviews the dossier again, only to find Song Yunfeng's information still absent. Just as he prepares to make a call for clarification, an email arrives in his inbox, titled, Detailed Information on Song Yunfeng. Assistant Lin swiftly opens the email, and the first line leaves him utterly astonished. Song Yunfeng, male, 27 years old, nicknamed the Song Wolf, hailing from Kunming, Yunnan. He enlisted in the Tibet military district at the age of 21, stationed at Bangongko for many years. He single-handedly killed and injured several provocateurs crossing the border. Throughout his service, he earned numerous accolades. 15 days ago, he faced disciplinary action for refusing to obey orders to release the wanted criminal Yu Zakai, and is currently retired at home. Reading this, Assistant Lin feels a chill run down his spine, sitting in the tent in shock as he mutters to himself. Song Yunfeng and Yu Zakai are comrades. Realizing the implications, Assistant Lin immediately calls Lin Guoqiang. At that moment, Lin Guoqiang is hiding in a standalone villa in Longquanyi district, Chengdu, surrounded by layers of bodyguards. For the past 2 weeks, he has not slept peacefully. Just as he begins to feel drowsy, Assistant Lin's call jolts him awake. He answers the phone with a curse. What the hell time is it? Do you not pay attention to the time when you call me? Assistant Lin sat within the tent, his excitement rendering him stammering. As he spoke in a trembling voice to Lin Guoqiang, Lin, President Lin, I have discovered. Lin Guoqiang interrupted his words, cursing, can you not straighten your tongue before speaking to me? Assistant Lin quickly replied, Song Yunfeng and Yu Zakai are comrades. This statement left Lin Guoqiang bewildered. As he held the phone and questioned, what nonsense is this? Who is a comrade of Yu Zakai? Song Yunfeng, Assistant Lin hastily continued. Song Yunfeng from Wilderness Team 9 is a comrade of Yu Zakai. No, wait. Song Yunfeng is not a member of Wilderness Team 9. Lin Guoqiang retorted angrily, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean he's not a member of Wilderness Team 9? What on earth is Wilderness Team 9? Assistant Lin, in a state of urgency, pounded his thigh and said, President Lin, please calm down and listen to me. Wilderness Team 9 is an exploration support team from the Wilderness Club. I enlisted their help to capture Yu Zakai in western Sichuan. I am not sure how it happened. But Song Yunfeng is also part of Wilderness Team 9. The situation here is quite dire. Several members of Mian Ji's team have perished. And Mian Gu is seeking trouble with Wilderness Team 9. I asked my team to gather information on Wilderness Team 9. And it was only then I realized that Song Yunfeng is not a member of Wilderness Team 9 but is appearing with them. Furthermore, Song Yunfeng and Yu Zakai are comrades. Lin Guoqiang finally grasped the situation. Sitting up on his bed, he asked incredulously, Are you implying that you spent my money to hire a comrade of Yu Zakai to capture him? Is that what you mean? Assistant Lin, gritting his teeth, nodded and whispered yes. He could hardly fathom the extent of Lin Guoqiang's fury at that moment. Lin Guoqiang exploded in anger, leaping from his bed and shouting, Are you a fool? How could you possibly screw this up? Where is Yu Zakai now? Assistant Lin wiped the sweat from his brow, cautiously responding with uncertainty, Yu Zakai should still be in this forest. I haven't seen him leave. Lin Guoqiang completely lost his temper, ignoring the assistant's presence as he shouted from his bedroom, Someone, double the security personnel at the villa. No, make it triple. Arrange it immediately. Assistant Lin, hiding in the tent, listened to the roar emanating from the other end of the line and began to realize the gravity of the situation. Boldly, he ventured to remind Lin Guoqiang, President Lin, I believe we should prepare for any eventuality. Do not wait for Yu Zakai to come for us. In my opinion, there is an unusual connection between Wilderness Team 9 and Song Yunfeng and Yu Zakai. It would be better if we took the initiative. Take the initiative? Lin Guoqiang retorted furiously, What do you mean by taking the initiative? Assistant Lin explained, At present, I am uncertain whether Yu Zakai still resides within this forest. Hypothetically, I mean, if we assume that Yu Zakai has already been taken by the Wild 9 team. At this point, Assistant Lin promptly reiterated his stance, stating, "Mr. Lin, please do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistakes and understand that I must face the consequences. However, in comparison to your safety, accepting punishment seems trivial. I am genuinely and profoundly concerned for your well-being, and upon my return, I shall willingly seek you out to accept my penalty." Hearing this, Lin Guoqiang felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. He lowered his voice and retorted, "Stop with the empty words. What is the plan for counterattack? Speak, I am listening." Chapter 37. Redirecting anger towards the ninth team. Assistant Lin, with trembling hands, held the phone and analyzed the situation, saying, "Mr. Lin, this is how it stands. We cannot ascertain whether Yu Zikai is still within this forest. We must prepare for both possibilities. Of course, apprehending Yu Zikai swiftly would be ideal. If that fails, we will have to take action against the Wilderness Ninth Team." Listening to these words, Lin Guoqiang found some merit in them and murmured, "Go on." Assistant Lin continued, "The Wilderness Ninth Team is affiliated with the Wilderness Club, whose primary business is to provide security services for activities such as traversing uninhabited areas, photography, and exploration. As long as one pays, they are willing to assist. My proposal is to disguise ourselves as clients and lure the members of the Wilderness Ninth Team to a remote location, then compel them to disclose the whereabouts of Songyun Peak and Yu Zikai. Wouldn't that simplify matters?" Lin Guoqiang, upon hearing Assistant Lin's suggestion, surprisingly deemed it feasible. He urged Assistant Lin, "If you believe it to be a good plan, then expedite its execution. Also, ensure that you enlist a reliable team. Wasn't that Myanmar fellow so confident about capturing Yu Zikai? How is it that 5 people have perished now?" Wiping sweat from his brow, Assistant Lin replied, "We underestimated Yu Zikai. Well, after the search concludes here tomorrow, I will promptly head to Yunnan. We shall prepare for both scenarios. I will first confront the Wilderness Club and inquire about their stance, while simultaneously organizing a team to pose as clients to approach the Wilderness Ninth Team. This dual approach will secure our success." Feeling increasingly agitated, Lin Guoqiang pressed, "I care not for the means you employ. Finding Yu Zikai is the priority." Noticing that Lin Guoqiang seemed less furious, Assistant Lin perked up and assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I will ensure this matter is resolved, and you shall receive good news." After hanging up, Lin Guoqiang remained uneasy, harboring doubts about Assistant Lin. Throughout the past half-month, he had provided ample resources and funds. Yet the situation had deteriorated to this extent. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to prepare a contingency plan. He summoned another assistant, Xiao Su, to his bedroom. At merely 28 years of age, Xiao Su had become Lin Guoqiang's most capable aide, often handling the more unsavory tasks. Essentially, Xiao Su and Assistant Lin performed similar roles. However, Assistant Lin was more cunning and adept at navigating schemes, thus securing more resources and greater reliance from Lin Guoqiang. Though not lacking in intelligence, Xiao Su was straightforward, channeling all his cunning into his work. Lin Guoqiang beckoned Xiao Su into the bedroom, offering him a cigarette as he said, "Have a seat." Xiao Su accepted the cigarette and settled onto the sofa, while Lin Guoqiang, dressed in pajamas, took a seat opposite him at the coffee table. "Xiao Su," he began, "you are aware that I have been quite troubled by the Yu Zikai affair recently. Even the thought of it fills me with regret. I should not have sent Lin Zhou to apprehend Yu Zikai. It should have been you." Xiao Su instantly grasped Lin Guoqiang's implication and replied, "Mr. Lin, if you require me to handle matters now, I can go without delay." Lin Guoqiang, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "The person I trust the most and whose capabilities I rely upon is undoubtedly you. If I were to send you away, I would be left wondering who could protect me. Moreover, I am currently unaware of Yu Zikai's whereabouts. From what I gathered from Lin Zhou's recent call, it appears that Yu Zikai has managed to escape from that forest, having been picked up by a comrade named Song Yunfeng. This incident is linked to the Wilderness 9 team in Kunming, Yunnan." Xiao Su, drawing on a cigarette, replied in a low voice, "Rest assured, President Lin. I will ensure your safety is entrusted to the most capable individuals. I will travel to Kunming to investigate this matter." Lin Guoqiang responded affirmatively, "Very well. How many individuals do you require for this mission? What support do you need from me?" Xiao Su declined, stating, "I can manage it on my own." Lin Guoqiang sighed. "Once again, I find myself relying on you to clean up after Lin Zhou. My distant cousin truly is a source of concern. I entrust this to you. Feel free to reach out should anything arise." Xiao Su stood up, declaring, "I shall make my way to Kunming overnight." The following morning, Song Yunfeng and Yu Zikai set off from Lijiang, driving a small pickup truck. They first took the Dali Expressway, followed by the Hongrui Expressway, reaching Kunming by mid-afternoon. At the dense forest camp in western Sichuan, several search teams convened. This meticulously coordinated search ultimately ended in failure, as the powerful search team comprised of armed police, special police, and law enforcement officers from various counties gathered. A palpable confusion hung in the air. No one was inclined to speak, rendering any debriefing impossible. Assistant Lin, along with the disfigured Mian Gu and others, hastily retreated, with 5 body bags added to their vehicle. On the journey back, in the same car, Mian Gu and Assistant Lin occupied the back seat. While Assistant Lin pondered how to provoke Mian Gu to recruit more individuals, Mian Gu spoke first, addressing Assistant Lin. Regardless of whether Yu Zakai was indeed taken by the Wilderness 9 team, I will hold them accountable for this matter, as well as that Song Yunfeng. I will not let them off easily. Assistant Lin secretly delighted in this sentiment, fanning the flames as he said, "Indeed, we must not let them escape justice. I will devise a way to deal with them." Mian Gu, appearing somewhat dim-witted, turned to Assistant Lin. "You must assist me. I need my brothers from Dongji to bring some AK-47s and grenades to the border at Ruili." Assistant Lin was taken aback, hastily rejecting the idea. "Brother, do not put me in such a predicament. This is not Myanmar. Such items are strictly prohibited. If caught, it would be no trivial matter. How about this? Gather more people, and I will find a way to arrange visas and passports for you. Would that be acceptable?" Mian Gu, still unconvinced, retorted. "Do you doubt the capabilities of my men? Do you believe they cannot handle this?" Assistant Lin internally mused. If they could handle it, they wouldn't have returned with 5 body bags. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and diplomatically remarked, "Having more people certainly facilitates matters." Mian Gu took a deep breath and said, "If you think AK-47s and grenades are too conspicuous, then just procure some handguns for me. That should be manageable, right?" Assistant Lin once again declined, stating, "This is simply not feasible. You should abandon this line of thought. What you refer to, in less than flattering terms, as firearms, can be more grandiosely termed munitions. It's not merely that I lack the courage to acquiesce to your request. My superior would not dare to do so either." Brother Mian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why is that? Is your boss not quite powerful? Is this some too trivial to part with?" Assistant Lin scratched his head and replied, "Allow me to elucidate." Chapter 38. A meeting with a twist. Assistant Lin candidly stated, "My employer is engaged in real estate, and the government officials he interacts with are all related to this sector. In the realm of real estate, every necessary expenditure has been made. Therefore, should he commit an indiscretion, there will be those to shield him. However, if you suddenly request him to procure firearms and ammunition, and he is apprehended, the network of connections he has previously established will be of no assistance, nor will they dare to intervene. At that moment, he will need to forge an entirely new network of relationships, and you must understand that in our country, such connections cannot simply be acquired with money." Mian remarked disdainfully, "It's simply that your boss is unwilling to spend." Assistant Lin, feeling exasperated, endeavored to clarify, "This is not merely a matter of finances. You wouldn't even find a place to submit a letter of intent." Mian persisted, "It is indeed a reluctance to invest." "Very well." Assistant Lin was left speechless. It was clear that his employer was unwilling to expend resources, as he deemed it unnecessary to establish such connections for a mere Yu Zakai. "If you insist on employing firearms to resolve this matter, we might as well cease our collaboration. I can find others who can resolve this without resorting to weapons. If you wish to demonstrate your prowess, you ought to handle this matter with finesse." This outburst left Mian thoroughly embarrassed. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "Let us head straight to Kunming. Once there, find a place to settle my brothers and procure a few inconspicuous vehicles for daily use. My elder brother is already aware of this situation. He cannot let it go. He is demanding detailed information on all members of the Wilderness Team 9, including their family backgrounds." "Not a problem," Assistant Lin responded promptly. "This is manageable. By the way, what is your elder brother's name? Where is he located?" After a moment of hesitation, Mian replied, "Jinan." Assistant Lin's inquiry was merely polite. He did not perceive that a brother residing in Myanmar could have any significant influence domestically, and thus he paid little heed. In Kunming, at the Bai Jiguan Tunnel, which is the first tunnel encountered after entering Kunming via the Hongrui Expressway, one can access the second ring road and the southern bypass highway upon exiting. As Song Yunfeng drove through the tunnel, a call from Xie came through. Song Yunfeng took the southern bypass highway, and after exiting at the Gudu Ko toll station, he would soon arrive at the headquarters of the Wilderness Club. Scratching his head, Song Yufeng inquired, "Are you monitoring me?" Sia did not deny it. Instead, she straightforwardly replied, "Yes, I am indeed keeping an eye on you. I miss you terribly, and every time I think of you, an image of you wearing golden shorts, bare-chested, and barefoot squatting in a corner of the wall comes to mind." "Stop," Song Yunfeng interjected immediately. "Let us not discuss that. Let us talk about serious matters. I'm currently with Yuzukai. What is the plan? Should we come directly to your company?" "Yes," Sia reminded him. "The license plate is recorded in the company system. It will automatically lift the barrier upon entry. Once you reach the playground, look for the sign and simply drive into the workshop of Team 9. I will be waiting for you here. Yuzukai's new credentials are already prepared, but we must remain discreet. We can discuss the rest upon meeting." Song Yufeng quipped. "I appreciate the gallant lady's assistance. Upon our meeting, I shall have Yuzukai pay his respects to you." Seated in the passenger seat, Yuzukai turned his gaze towards Song Yufeng, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Song Yufeng swiftly ended his phone call, chuckling lightly. Just a casual remark. Yuzukai folded his arms across his chest, gazing out the window as he remarked, "The climate in Kunming is truly delightful, even surpassing that of my hometown in Sichuan." Song Yunfeng proudly retorted, "Of course, a city that enjoys spring all year round. Do you think that is mere talk?" Yuzukai inhaled deeply, his tone tinged with regret as he said, "I wonder if I will ever have the chance in this lifetime to repay the kindness of those unfamiliar friends from the Sia and Wild 9 teams. What merit do I, Yuzukai, possess to deserve such dedication from them?" Song Yufeng, equally puzzled, replied, "Let us wait until we meet them and find an opportunity to inquire. If they treat us well, we must also understand the reason behind it." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation as they arrived at the headquarters of the Wild Club. This establishment was once a private school that struggled in recent years. Ultimately, it closed down, and the owner of the Wild Club purchased the premises, transforming it into their current facility. Presently, the Wild Club boasts a total of 19 teams. The company provides its members with accommodation, meals, a parking area for vehicles, and workshops for maintenance and modifications. Upon entering the company grounds, Song Yufeng quickly located the warehouse of Wild 9 team based on the provided directions. Sia, accompanied by Xiaopeng, Wang Hai, Dashin, and Chiemo, was already waiting at the entrance. After parking the car, Song Yufeng and Yuzukai approached the front of the vehicle. Sia extended her hand to Yuzukai, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Yuzukai graciously shook her hand, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, truly." His final expression of gratitude was directed at all members of the 9 team. Xiaopeng chuckled, "We're all brothers here. Kai go. No need to be so formal." Sia produced the identification documents she had prepared in advance, handing them to Yuzukai. "You can use this temporarily. It will suffice for most situations." Yuzukai accepted the documents, expressing his gratitude once more. "I want to overstate my thanks. We shall see each other in due course." Sia smiled, agreed. "But you mustn't feel indebted to us in such a significant manner that you contemplate leaving us behind." Her words carried an evident undertone of counsel for Yuzukai. Feeling a bit awkward, Yuzukai chuckled and tucked the documents away. Song Yunfeng handed the car keys to Xiaopeng, saying, "Thank you, buddy. What do you feel like eating tonight? I'll make arrangements and invite all the brothers from the 9 team. In Kunming, choose freely, indulge yourselves. I'll bring out my finest wines. We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated." Sia, not one to indulge Song Yufeng's generosity, declined his offer, saying, "There is no rush for us to dine with the 9 team. We can discuss it another day." "But Song Yufeng, I need to address something serious. You've been discharged from the army and currently lack employment. Would you consider joining us in the Wild 9 team? A monthly salary of 8,000 plus an additional 1,000 for meals, and we'll cover all your insurance. Stick with me, and I'll look after you." Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng immediately turned to Yuzukai, grinning as he said, "See what I'm talking about? She is indeed preoccupied with my well-being, deliberately offering assistance first to compel me into her debt. At this juncture, I find it difficult to refuse her request." Yuzukai disregarded Song Yunfeng and instead fixed his gaze upon Sia, saying, "Bring the employment contract, and I shall sign it for him. From this moment on, my brother shall be at your service. You may utilize him as you wish." Song Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, turning to Yuzukai and inquiring, "Are you truly selling me off this easily?" Sia then beckoned Zhao Xiaojia from the finance department of Team 9, instructing her, "Xiaojia, please take Song Yunfeng to complete his onboarding procedures. Yuzukai, accompany me. I have someone for you to meet." Without waiting for Yuzakai's consent, Sia turned and strode towards a parked LC-120, clearly confident that Yuzakai would follow her. Chapter 39. The former leader Tsang Yunfeng felt a tinge of concern regarding Yuzakai's lingering resentment and hesitated to follow Sia. He intended to offer some words of reassurance to Yuzakai, suggesting that despite their brief acquaintance, Sia was indeed trustworthy. In reality, Yuzakai held no doubts about Sia. As she approached LC-120, he had already trailed behind her, while it was Tsang Yunfeng who was overthinking the situation. After Sia and Yuzakai entered the vehicle, Zhao Xiaojia smiled at Tsang Yunfeng and said, "Come on, Brother Feng, let me take you to complete your onboarding procedures. Welcome to our Wild 9 team." Tsang Yunfeng scratched his head and murmured, "So, I've actually found a job?" Zhao Xiaojia replied with a smile, "It's quite a decent position, indeed. You won't need to clock in or out. Your daily tasks will involve physical training, practicing outdoor tent setups, basic car repairs, and the use and maintenance of radio communication equipment, among other enriching activities." Little Fatty chimed in, "You can also learn to cook from me." Tsang Yunfeng gave Little Fatty an okay gesture and followed Zhao Xiaojia towards the Wild Club's office building. On the way, Zhao Xiaojia introduced, "Our team leader is Sia. I handle the team's finances and treasury, and I also dabble in human resources. I'm taking you to report to the HR department at our headquarters. Once we arrive, all you need to do is fill out some personal information." Tsang Yunfeng tentatively inquired, "Does everyone in the 9 team know the details of the operation to rescue Yuzakai? Given his unique status, aren't you worried about the repercussions?" Zhao Xiaojia smiled and replied, "Brother Feng, you don't yet fully understand our Wild 9 team. Once you become acquainted with our members, such questions will no longer arise." Taking a deep breath, Tsang Yunfeng felt a renewed sense of appreciation for the Wild 9 team. The onboarding process at the HR department of the Wild Club proceeded swiftly. The final step involved obtaining the signature of the general manager, Qian, often referred to as the penny pincher. Zhao Xiaojia escorted Tsang Yunfeng to the manager's office for this purpose. This was Tsang Yunfeng's first encounter with the so-called penny pincher. He sat behind his desk, a thermos resting on the tabletop. Zhao Xiaojia presented Tsang Yunfeng's onboarding form to him and courteously said, "General Manager Qian, I'm here for your signature on our new member, Tsang Yunfeng's paperwork." General Manager Qian frowned slightly as he glanced over the form and then looked at Zhao Xiaojia, asking, "Why didn't you come to consult me first before heading to HR?" Understanding Qian's disposition, Zhao Xiaojia promptly invoked Sia as authority, stating, "Our team leader indicated that if you find this inappropriate, you could call her directly to discuss it." With a show of authority, Qian dialed Sia's number on speakerphone, deliberately projecting his voice as he asked, "Sia, what is going on? You recruit someone without informing me?" On the other end of the line, Sia responded, "General Manager Qian, what are you doing? Isn't it company policy that each team has the autonomy to recruit?" Moreover, the miser interrupted Sia, saying, "You ought to greet me first. What else is there to say?" Sia added, "Upon my return from Western Sichuan, I brought you some wild cordyceps from the Tagong grassland. Let me know when you are free, and I will deliver them to you." The miser's demeanor transformed instantly, and with a cheerful smile, he replied, "Look at you. Working hard yet thinking of bringing me cordyceps. What a gesture. Now, let me sign the employment form. Please come to my office tomorrow to report on your recent work progress." Sia responded, "All right, I will come by tomorrow." After hanging up, the miser's expression changed. With a grin, he signed the form and handed it to Tsang Yunfeng, saying, "Young man, do your best in the future." Tsang Yunfeng accepted the employment form with a stoic expression, forming a preliminary impression of the miser. On the way back to the Human Resources Department from the miser's office, Zhao Xiaojia introduced the miser to Tsang Yunfeng, describing him as someone who is driven solely by profit. A team leader whose performance is exemplary yet who never regards others highly. Those with a bit of ability often come into conflict with him, and he is left frustrated. With no recourse, after completing the employment formalities, Zhao Xiaojia took Tsang Yunfeng to the dormitory. The company's accommodation differs from that of a school. Male and female dormitories are arranged in separate buildings. However, at the Wilderness Club, the dormitories are on the same floor, featuring both male and female quarters, with each individual having their own room. Though staying in the dormitory is not mandatory. Tsang Yunfeng was assigned to a 4-person room, of which 3 beds were unoccupied, meaning he would be sharing the space with only one other person, Dog Brother. Dog Brother was significantly older than Tsang Yunfeng, appearing to be in his 40s. Though his actual age was uncertain, everyone in the company referred to him as Dog Brother because his job involved dog training. Dog Brother was simple and honest. He did not resent Song Yunfeng for intruding into the room. Instead, he proactively offered to clean the dust from the empty bed and shared his inexpensive cigarettes with Song Yunfeng. After receiving the dormitory key, Song Yunfeng's employment procedures were officially complete. Meanwhile, Sia parked her LC-120 at the roadside of the villa area 1903 and said to Yuzukai, Building 4. You can head over there. Ring the doorbell, and someone will let you in. Yuzukai glanced at the entrance of the community and asked, Are all the houses detached? Sia replied, There are some row houses, but I am not familiar with the interior. Just go to Building 4. It is a standalone villa. And he is already waiting for you. Once he go in, it's not convenient. Yuzukai opened the car door and stepped out, striding towards the main entrance of the villa area. Upon locating Building 4, before he could ring the bell, a tall young man in the yard looked over and asked, Are you Yuzukai? Yuzukai, upon meeting the young man's gaze, instinctively sensed that he was no ordinary person, radiating an aura akin to his own. The young man approached the door and said, The leader is waiting for you inside. Upon hearing the title chief, Yuzukai had already deduced the identity of the individual within. In that instant, his mind raced as he speculated about who this chief could possibly be. However, despite his fervent efforts, he could not arrive at a conclusion. In Yuzukai's recollection, encounters with high-ranking officials were exceedingly rare. After all, he and Song Yunfeng were merely ordinary reconnaissance soldiers, stationed at the border, and throughout the year, they seldom ventured beyond the confines of their barracks. How could they possibly have the opportunity to meet such prominent figures? Just as Yuzukai was lost in thought, an elderly gentleman emerged from the front entrance of the villa and inquired with a commanding tone, What is it? Do I need to personally invite you? Chapter 40. Unforgettable hatred. Yuzukai lifted his gaze towards the figure at the entrance of the villa. He replayed the face in his mind, yet could not recall who it was. The young man, presumably his bodyguard, politely urged, Please, go inside. Do not keep the commander waiting too long. As Yuzukai approached the villa's main door, he found the old commander seated by the coffee table, personally preparing tea. Yuzukai stood at attention and rendered a precise military salute, introducing himself, I am Yuzukai, a border soldier from the XE Military District Company, reporting for duty. Without lifting his head, the old commander inquired, Are you still a soldier? The implication of his words was clear. You've become a wanted criminal. And yet you introduce yourself as if nothing has changed? Yuzukai was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The old commander poured the brewed tea into a cup without looking up, stating, Please, take a seat. Although you may not know who I am well acquainted with you and Song Yin Peak. I have heard many legendary tales about the double wolves, sitting across from the commander with his hands resting on his knees. Yuzukai pondered the reason for the commander's summons. The old commander placed a cup of tea before Yuzukai and said, There is no need to be so tense. Relax a bit. I shall not beat around the bush. I am fully aware of the events that have transpired concerning you. I understand the ins and outs very well. Firstly, let me express my stance. What you have done is indeed remarkable. It shows a fierce wolf-like spirit. Honestly, I wish every soldier under my command possessed your tenacity. Yuzukai was unsure of the commander's true intentions, unable to discern whether his words were meant as praise, and remained silent, feeling apprehensive. The commander took a sip of tea, placing the cup down with conviction. With a tone of both excitement and regret, he continued. On a personal note, I do not wish for you and Song Yin Peak to leave the army. It would be a loss for the military. Even more so, I do not want you to be captured by the police or special forces. That would be a loss for the country. However, you have erred gravely. And given the magnitude of your actions, I can no longer protect Yuzukai. Yet, I can offer you protection. Confused, Yuzukai replied, Commander, I do not understand what you mean. I am Yuzukai. Yuzukai is me. Incorrect. The old commander pointed at Yuzukai, stating, Yuzukai can only be Yuzukai. But you have the potential to be anyone else. To be blunt, you can assume a new identity and return to the army, provided you refrain from recklessly seeking revenge. There are people outside actively searching for you. Should you cause any further disturbances, it will be difficult for me to safeguard you. I have leveraged numerous connections to locate Shiyu and Song Yin Peak to rescue you. This opportunity is singular. Consider it carefully. Are you willing to set aside your hatred, return to the army, and serve as my soldier to continue protecting your homeland? Unwilling, Yuzukai responded with unwavering directness, resolutely stating, My parents and sister are all deceased. I could not protect my closest kin. What then can I say about safeguarding the nation? I appreciate your goodwill, but I cannot accept it. The old chief took a deep breath, muttering to himself, Damn it, Just as I suspected, such a stubborn temperament. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Let me remind you once again, opportunities like this are rare. Yuzukai resolutely declined. Thank you, Chief, but I prefer to forge my own path. The old chief was left speechless, slightly displeased as he replied, Then you may leave. Yuzukai stood, bowing in respect. Thank you for your assistance, Chief. The old chief waved his hand in resignation, signaling for Yuzukai to depart swiftly. After Yuzukai left, the old chief could not help but sigh. Turning to his guard, Look at this lad, utterly ungrateful. The guard, Xiaoyu, glanced at the retreating figure in the villa's courtyard and chuckled, a lone wolf. Indeed, just as the legends describe. Upon exiting the villa area, Yuzukai returned to the roadside. Suyu stood by the curb, leaning against the right front fender of an LC-120, and asked, How was the conversation? Are you returning to the army? Yuzukai, standing opposite Suyu with hands on his hips, replied, I am not going back. Suyu smiled, just as I guessed, we are of the same ilk. Burdened with hatred, how could we possibly choose to return to the army to live in obscurity? If I were in your shoes, I would not return either. Yuzukai retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and after igniting it with a lighter, looked at Suyu. I won't return to the army. And I cannot accompany you back to the Wilderness Club. My identity does not lend itself to public exposure. Although I have a false identity, should it be discovered, it would still impact you. Just leave me here and attend to your own matters. Suyu inquired, Where will you go? I advise you, for the time being, do not seek out Ling Wuqiang. You might not even get a chance to approach him. I understand. I will not stray far, just settling in Kunming for now. Let us keep in touch. Suyu paused, then walked towards the trunk of the LC-120, opening it to retrieve a simple paper shopping bag, the kind often given when purchasing shoes or clothes. She returned to Yuzukai and said, Take this. Yuzukai, puzzled, asked, What is this? Suyu explained. Inside are 100,000 yuan in cash, a mobile phone with WeChat and Alipay already installed, and the SIM card has been verified. The WeChat and Alipay are linked to a bank card, which has some funds, enough for your daily meals. If the money runs low, contact me or Yufeng. In any case, do not act recklessly during this period. Yuzukai accepted the bag, inquiring, Did you prepare this? Suyu subtly gestured towards the villa, Just use it for now. And remember, there are still people in this world who care about you. Yuzukai glanced back at the villa area and replied to Suyu, I understand. Let us keep in touch. Suyu drove back to the Wilderness Club headquarters, contemplating an evening gathering to formally welcome Song Yufeng to the team. However, upon returning to the warehouse of Team 9, she was greeted by a rather unexpected scene. The members of Team 9 were seated in a circle on the floor. An array of takeout laid before them, duck delicacies, barbecued meats, and squid strips. Each person held a bottle of beer, their eyes fixed intently on Song Yufeng. With a duck leg in his left hand and a beer bottle in his right, Song Yunfeng animatedly recounted his proud accomplishments from his military days, captivating the young men of Team 9, who listened with rapt attention, their gazes towards him imbued with an inexplicable admiration. As Shiyu exited her vehicle, intending to join the lively conversation, her phone rang urgently, an anxious call from the miserly accountant, demanding her immediate presence. The reason, Assistant Lin was seeking to settle a score with her. Chapter 41. Across the seas. Upon hearing that Assistant Lin had come to settle accounts, the portly young man sprang up from the ground and eagerly declared, Sister Yu, wait for me. I'll accompany you to see what is going on. That little brat dares to come here and demand an explanation. I shall confront him. Chang Yunfeng also rose alongside the young man, stating, Assistant Lin might raise the issue of that Myanmar guy. It was I who broke his nose, so I will join you as well. The young man waved his hand dismissively, saying, You all stay here and enjoy yourselves. Brother Feng and I will be back shortly. Sia led the two of them from the workshop to the office building, heading straight for the miser's office. Along the way, the portly young man whispered to Chang Yufeng, Brother Feng, let me tell you, don't pay too much attention to the miser. You needn't give him face, though he is the general manager. He holds little authority. This man is driven by greed and lacks principles. If he determines you can bring value to the company, he would willingly endure any indignity, even if you were to defecate on his head. That is simply the kind of person he is. Chang Yufeng subtly gestured an okay sign, indicating his understanding. By this time, work hours had officially ended, yet the miser remained in his office to receive Assistant Lin, highlighting his regard for this financial benefactor. It was precisely because the miser maintained a soft demeanor towards clients that Assistant Lin felt emboldened, reclining with his legs crossed on the miser's desk. His face contorted in anger as he shouted, "Do you know? I rushed back early this morning from Western Sichuan without pause, and I want to ask, how do you conduct your business? The Wilderness Team 9 I hired at great expense left without completing the mission." Xia pushed open the door to the miser's office and entered, interjecting into Assistant Lin's tirade. "Mr. Lin, how can you speak ill of our Team 9 behind their backs? We absolutely do not accept your claims." As she spoke, Xia stepped forward and handed a testing report to the miser, saying, "We have just received the DNA report from the cigarette, but it has been confirmed that this cigarette was indeed discarded by Yuzukai. Per our contract, once we locate Yuzukai, we are to report the approximate coordinates to the Myanmar contact. We have fulfilled our obligations." The miser cast a furtive glance at Xia, his eyes filled with admiration. Assistant Lin understood that this testing report was unlikely to be erroneous. He had initially intended to find fault with the report, but upon suddenly noticing Chang Yufeng and the portly young man following closely behind Xia, especially the moment he laid eyes on Chang Yufeng, he lost his composure entirely. Rising to his feet, he pointed at Chang Yufeng and turned to the miser, asking, "Do you know who he is?" "His name is Chang Yufeng, a comrade of the target Yuzukai. He is not even a member of Wilderness Team 9. Why is he accompanying them to Western Sichuan?" "Yuzukai, who was already within the encirclement, has disappeared. I seriously suspect that your Wilderness Team 9 has abused their authority and taken him away." The portly young man tilted his head, raising his right hand to point menacingly at Assistant Lin's nose as he approached, threateningly stating, "Watch your words, you bastard. What do you mean by suggesting that our Team 9 has wrongfully taken Yuzukai? You must take responsibility for your statements. Do you understand? Yuzukai is a wanted criminal. Your words amount to defamation. Do you realize that? I will sue you." Assistant Lin had grown wary of Xiaopang's sharp tongue. Having experienced its sting at the Chuanchi camp, he hesitated to engage with Xiaopang and turned to Xia, demanding, "What is the situation with Song Yufeng? Why is he appearing in Team 9? I require a clear explanation." Xia replied with poise, "While I am not obligated to explain myself to you, since you've inquired, I shall indulge you. Song Yunfeng applied to Team 9 a week ago, which is entirely reasonable as there is a probation period for such applications. Furthermore, I must inform you that Song Yufeng has officially joined Team 9, and his social insurance contributions will commence next month. You cannot cast doubt upon our team simply because he has been hired." Assistant Lin asserted, "Song Yufeng and Yuzukai are comrades in arms. How do you account for that?" Xia countered, "Is an explanation truly necessary?" Fuming, Assistant Lin retorted, "They are comrades, and Yuzukai has vanished." Xiaopang, indignant, shot back, "Yuzukai's disappearance is a reflection of your incompetence, not our concern. Moreover, who dictates that Team 9 cannot hire Yuzukai's colleagues? Do you have any authority over such matters?" Assistant Lin, visibly agitated, took several deep breaths to regain his composure before addressing the miser. "Very well. Let us momentarily set aside the previous topic. Song Yufeng is an employee of your company, correct? He has disfigured my friend's nose with a spoon. How do you explain that?" Xiaopang interjected, "That must be attributed to your friend's nose being insufficiently sturdy." The moment those words left his lips, Xia could no longer maintain her composure, turning away with her hand over her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Song Yunfeng stood resolutely, stating, "I take full responsibility for this incident. Regardless of which hospital your friend seeks treatment at, provide me with the invoice, and I shall cover the medical expenses. We are reasonable individuals. In addition to the medical fees, I will also compensate for any lost wages." Assistant Lin perceived Song Yunfeng's intention to complicate matters and chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the miser. "You see, he has admitted to it. Compensation of 300,000, along with an apology." The miser, seasoned in such negotiations, forced a smile and replied, "Well, it's not as simple as that. Our employee did act impulsively, and we acknowledge that. We shall compensate appropriately, but you cannot arbitrarily dictate a price, can you? We must engage in reasoned discussion." Assistant Lin quickly realized that once the topic of money arose, the miser became considerably less accommodating, even somewhat difficult to communicate with. Xia and Xiaopang had already noted that when Assistant Lin and the miser delved into matters of compensation, they could remain silent, leaving it entirely to the miser. Assistant Lin, still dissatisfied, glared at the miser, demanding, "What do you mean? You refuse to compensate?" The miser, maintaining his forced smile, replied, "If it is indeed our fault, we shall provide compensation. Please, calm down. How about this? You return today, and I will investigate the situation before providing you with a definitive response. Assistant Lin arrived at the headquarters of the Wilderness Club, not with the intention of seeking financial gain, but rather to probe into the relationship between Song Yun-Peak and Team 9. It has now been confirmed that Song Yun-Peak is indeed affiliated with Team 9. Thus, the cunning Assistant Lin clung to the matter of compensation, aiming to divert Team 9's attention from his true intentions. Now, the miserly guardian offered him an opportunity to retreat, suggesting that Assistant Lin return and await further news. Seizing this moment, Assistant Lin retorted angrily, insisting that a satisfactory response must be provided, or else the matter would remain unresolved. After delivering his threatening words, he turned on his heel and departed. The miser rose, feigning cordiality as he watched Assistant Lin's retreating figure, saying, "Please take care, Mr. Lin. I shall contact you shortly." Once outside the office building, Assistant Lin entered his vehicle and promptly dialed a number belonging to someone known as Traversing the Seas. This moniker belonged to a member of the Yunnan team within the off-road E-Zone, a name commonly used in the off-road community. Assistant Lin had previously engaged in some dealings with this individual, as their paths had crossed in the past. Chapter 42, Kindred Spirits. Zongheng Sihai, originally named Lu Sihai, is an old hand in off-roading, in his 40s, who has traversed from the Beijing Auto 212 to the Jeep Cherokee, then to the Paladin, Wrangler, and FJ, ultimately arriving at the Raptor, indulging in this passion for over a decade. During the rise of online forums, Zongheng Sihai became a notable figure in the off-road Izu forum, frequently sharing posts about his adventures. In the era dominated by text and images, he utilized his business acumen to establish a local off-road club in Yunnan, aptly named the Yunnan Sihai Alliance. Although labeled as an off-road club, it was essentially a modest repair shop equipped with a few lifts, catering to fellow enthusiasts seeking vehicle modifications, tire changes, and bumper replacements. Additionally, there was a space for tea drinking where off-road aficionados gathered to chat, boast, and eventually be lured to the mountains for exhilarating drives, often returning with damaged vehicles, which he would then claim required modifications, thus profiting from their repairs. Even today, many individuals like Lu Sihai exist, enticing others to take their vehicles out for a thrill, only to earn money from the subsequent repairs. Lu Sihai had garnered a respectable reputation over the years. His connection with Lin Teze began a year ago when Lin Guodong purchased a Lexus 570 for off-roading, only to have it break down on its first outing due to standard highway tires. Lin Teze, feigning expertise, insisted that the vehicle required significant modifications. Lin Guodong, lacking knowledge, entrusted Lin Teze with the task of upgrading the car. To maximize his earnings, Lin Teze informed Lin Guodong that the Yunnan Zongheng Sihai Club specialized in modifications, arranging for the car to be transported to Lu Sihai, resulting in a modification bill of 300,000 yuan, from which he pocketed a 120,000 yuan kickback. To Lin Guodong, 300,000 yuan was a trivial sum, and he paid it without hesitation. Thus, a connection was forged between Lin Teze and Lu Sihai. At this moment, Lin Teze sat in his car, dialing Lu Sihai's number, and with an air of mystery said, "Brother, I have a job for you." Upon hearing the word job, Lu Sihai immediately inquired, "This time, you can't take a 40 cut from me. I want to have any profit left." Lin Teze dismissively replied, "This is not about modifying a car. It's about entering an uninhabited area." Entering an uninhabited area? Lu Sihai, perplexed, scratched his head and asked, "Which uninhabited area? What made you suddenly think of this?" Lin Teze, feigning secrecy, elaborated, "It's like this. Our boss's brother-in-law, being reckless, recently ventured into the Qiangtong uninhabited area with a few wealthy friends, and now he has gone missing. I would like to hire you to help find him." Lu Sihai was taken aback and responded, "The Qiangtong uninhabited area? I've never been there. It's vast. Searching for someone there is akin to finding a needle in a haystack." Lin Teze continued, "Allow me to finish. I believe in your exceptional repair skills. Take a few of your mechanics and your tools, and I'll provide you with some funds. Isn't there a wilderness club in Kunming? I have heard that the Wilderness 9 team is a professional group adept at traversing uninhabited territories. With this sum of money, you can approach the Wilderness Club and specifically request the Wilderness 9 team to accompany you into the desolate region to locate a missing person. All expenses incurred will be covered by me. You can act as the employer of the Wilderness Club. Is that acceptable?" Lu Sihai stroked his chin and remarked, "So, you mean for me to take my mechanics and hire the Wilderness 9 team to assist me in searching for your boss's uncle in the Qiangtong wilderness, correct?" "Precisely." Assistant Lin said, seeking to alleviate Lu Sihai's hesitations by adding flattery. Your team excels in vehicle repair and modification. What if something goes awry while we are on a rescue mission? Therefore, I wish to entrust this task to you. Rest assured, finances will not be an issue. Upon hearing this, Lu Sihai was intrigued by the prospect of such a favorable arrangement. Wasn't this akin to leading his own team on a team-building excursion to the Qiangtong wilderness? For a man who relishes off-roading and automobiles. Embarking on a self-driving journey to Qiangtong was a dream that seemed both desirable and unattainable. Successfully crossing the Qiangtong could be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. His interest piqued, he inquired, what about the necessary permits? How do we obtain them? The Qiangtong Wilderness is a national nature reserve. One cannot enter without proper authorization. Assistant Lin replied, you will negotiate directly with the Wilderness 9 team. They can handle the permits. Remember, you are the employer, and the individual we seek is your cousin. At no point should you disclose my involvement, understood? Understood, Lu Sihai agreed readily. Wait for me to confer with the Wilderness 9 team tomorrow and ascertain their fees. After which I will report back to you. Assistant Lin felt a surge of satisfaction as he addressed Lu Sihai. I will send you the details of the missing person tonight. Due to the sensitivity of the identity, I won't provide too much information. If the Wilderness 9 team inquires, simply state that the identity is sensitive. You need only escort them to a specific coordinate where my boss's cousin is located. Lu Sihai frowned and asked, is it your uncle or your cousin? Assistant Lin realized he had misspoken and stammered. The exact relationship is not crucial. Just remember your task. Be sure to bring along a few reliable comrades to assist with vehicle repairs along the way. Await my further instructions. Having said this, Assistant Lin set aside his phone and shifted into drive as he departed from the Wilderness Club. At the same time, Song Yunfeng, Xia, and the chubby member of their group returned to the workshop, where a barbecue grill had been set up, and a variety of barbecue ingredients had been delivered. On the very first night of Song Yunfeng's employment, a romantic gathering for the 9 team commenced, filled with food and drink that lasted over 3 hours. Concluding around 10 o'clock in the evening, when everyone finally dispersed, those residing in the dormitory returned to their quarters, while those with homes went back to their residences. As Song Yufeng yawned and prepared to head to the dormitory, Long Yi from the 9 team stealthily approached him and whispered, Brother Feng, I heard you were brought back by Sister Yu during a spa visit? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Yufeng glanced around and quickly made a shushing motion. Lowering his voice as he replied, let us not dwell on the past. What is done is done. Long Yi lowered his voice and said, No, Brother Feng. You have misunderstood my intention. What I meant to inquire about is, where can I find a place for a grand wellness experience? Please take me there. What? Song Yufeng glanced around and asked, You're also interested in such things? Long Yi, being one of the older and more robust members of the 9th team, was merely 2 years younger than Song Yufeng. He was fond of fitness, his physique was muscular, and he exuded an abundance of masculine energy. He replied quietly, after all, we are both adult bachelors. Indulging in some pleasures is not excessive, is it? So, are we going or not? I'll treat you. If you're too tired and prefer not to go, just give me the address, and I will go alone. Song Yunfeng looked around again and whispered, All right, let us go together. The last time I chose that girl from room 88, she had a voluptuous figure, but before any service could commence, Shiyu rushed in. Long Yi urged, Hurry up, let us go. Chapter 43. Dog-brothered Song Yunfeng turned to Long Yi and inquired, Why are you even more impatient than I am? Long Yi replied proudly, My kidney function is excellent. I feel quite restless. The two exited the company compound and hailed a rideshare vehicle. Once inside, Song Yunfeng, with a hint of excitement, remarked, Let me tell you, the ladies at Hong Langman are quite attractive, and their figures are commendable. Just mention an extra hour, and they should provide exceptional service. Long Yi, being quite experienced, imparted his wisdom to Song Yufeng, Brother, let me tell you. Any establishment that requires you to change into disposable blue shorts upon entry must be visited. If the technician frequently makes contact with your body during the massage and unintentionally ends up straddling you, visiting such places a few times could unveil potential opportunities. Song Yufeng widened his eyes and asked in a hushed tone, Are you sure? I just returned from the military and haven't been to many places yet. Long Yi, with a touch of pride, replied, Come on, I've been single for many years. Why not find a girlfriend? What is stopping you? Song Yunfeng questioned. To which Long Yi responded, What is there to ponder? Why seek a girlfriend? I spent 399 yuan on a lipstick for a girl, and she criticized the color I chose. I took her to the movies, but I had to buy the tickets, and afterwards, she claimed her stomach hurt and left. I could have spent that $399 at a foot massage parlor, where I could choose from a dozen ladies. When I asked one to massage my shoulders, she didn't even dare touch my back. What do I need love for? Song Yifeng gave Longy a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, you're quite perceptive." The taxi driver, eavesdropping, chimed in, "Let me tell you both the truth. In today's society, if you're broke, don't even consider dating. A guy like me, when I pursue girls, they see me as a mere rideshare driver with no prospects. I took a girl to Hadaleo on Valentine's Day, and she treated me like a mere admirer. My childhood friend, who is similarly aimless, just because he comes from a family that received compensation for relocation, takes girls to street stalls, and they say he is down to earth and thrifty." Longy lamented, "It's so painfully realistic." After several minutes, the rideshare vehicle stopped in front of the Hong Langman foot massage parlor. Song Yunfeng and Long Yi promptly made their way to the front desk. The driver silently observed the sign of Hong Langman and dialed 110, asking, "Excuse me? I'd like to report an establishment providing illicit services. Is there a reward for this?" Inside the foot massage parlor, Song Yunfeng and Long Yi were assigned to separate rooms. With his vast experience, Song Yunfeng directly requested technician number 88. Upon entering the room, the technician was taken aback at the sight of Song Yunfeng and cautiously asked, "Brother, how is it you again? Didn't you fall from the third floor last time without getting hurt?" Song Yunfeng reclined elegantly on the sofa and nonchalantly replied, "Just a minor incident. Arrange a detox session for me today." The female technician approached awkwardly, saying, "Brother, how about we start with a foot soak? You wouldn't believe how dangerous it was last time. You almost ended up in serious trouble. I later learned that the raid was specifically targeting you. What exactly do you do that warranted such attention from the authorities? Having worked in this field for many years, I have never encountered a special police unit involved in vice operations. You truly are remarkable." Song Yunfeng expressed his frustration, lamenting that speaking too much only brings tears. A female technician approached him, crouching beside him to massage his legs, her heart filled with trepidation. "Brother, I'm still a bit scared. Let me help you relax a bit first. Can you tell me what you do?" Song Yunfeng, with a flair for exaggeration, casually replied, "I'm an agent, you know, like those in the movies who possess extraordinary skills and can scale walls." The technician, somewhat convinced, asked with a hint of surprise, "Really? Do you carry a gun?" Song Yunfeng pointed towards his groin and jested, "Isn't this one?" The technician's face flushed instantly. "Brother, you're quite the joker. I meant a real gun. One that fires bullets." "Oh, I have one, but I can't show it to you." Before he could finish his boast, the bracelet worn by the technician vibrated abruptly. She quickly stood up, pressing the bracelet while addressing Song Yunfeng. "Brother, who exactly are you? Why is the inspection coming?" Song Yunfeng sprang to his feet, asking, "Where?" The technician raised her wrist, saying, "Look, the boss has notified us. The bracelet vibrating indicates the inspection is imminent. Luckily, we didn't get into anything inappropriate earlier. You needn't worry. I will conduct this properly." Song Yunfeng, feeling anxious, remarked, "What about the guy who came with me? Has he started his service? Please remind him quickly." The technician, remaining remarkably calm, reassured him, "Don't worry. Those who can be notified in advance are certainly fine. It's the unexpected inspections that are concerning. The boss hasn't even had time to warn us. I think it's best if you don't come back. The boss may put you on the blacklist for clients." A little over 10 minutes later, the police indeed arrived. This inspection was relatively mild. They merely glanced through the small window of the private room, noted the presence of individuals, and came in to check identification. An hour later, Song Yunfeng and Long Yi returned to the company by taxi, sitting in silence during the ride. They had spent $399 for a thoroughly legitimate foot massage, undeniably proper. Upon disembarking, they agreed that the amusing incidents of the evening must remain a secret, absolutely not to be shared with anyone. The following morning, Lu Sihai, guided by Assistant Lin, arrived at the headquarters of the Wilderness Club. Business negotiations are typically handled directly by the financial overseer. Lu Sihai had a clear objective, to inquire about the travel expenses of the Wilderness Team 9. The financial overseer, astute to the direct approach, boldly stated, "Team 9 is our company's most professional outdoor support team, and their rates are the highest. The team comprises 7 vehicles and 13 personnel, with daily fees starting at 20,000. Of course, this does not include fuel, tolls, meals, or accommodation." Lu Sihai was taken aback. "So expensive? That means the total would be around 30,000 for a day?" The miser chuckled. We have an affordable team. Being small in number naturally results in lower fees. You're merely seeking someone in the desolate region of Cheongtong, and I believe there's no need for the 9th team. Other teams can accomplish the task as well. For instance, the 7th team consists of only 7 members, and their daily fee is less than 10,000. What kind of service can one expect at such a price? Lu Sihai hesitated to respond immediately. He first sought an excuse to temporarily leave the miser's office. Once he reached the back of the playground, he dialed Assistant Lin's number and spoke in a hushed tone. President Lin, I'm at the Wilderness Club. Why is the fee for Wilderness Team 9 so exorbitant? It's nearly 30,000 a day. Is this price acceptable? At that moment, Brother Dog passed by Lu Sihai, balancing a yoke upon his shoulders, with oversized buckets on either side filled with leftover food collected from the dining hall. As he walked past Lu Sihai, Brother Dog kindly cautioned, watch out. Make way. Upon hearing Brother Dog's voice, Assistant Lin's anger flared immediately. Chapter 44. The urgency of profit on the other end of the line. Assistant Lin was furious, exclaiming, what on earth? Have you lost your mind? I specifically emphasized yesterday not to reveal our relationship at the Wilderness Club. And yet you still dared to call me from there? At that moment, Dog Brother, carrying a shoulder pole, happened to pass by Lu Sihai. Overhearing the tirade on the phone, Lu Sihai took a step back to avoid Dog Brother while explaining to Assistant Lin, it's nothing serious, just a laborer who feeds pigs. Or perhaps dogs, passed by. I've already moved to a secluded spot to discuss the expenses with you. The costs for Team 9 of the Wilderness Club are exorbitant. For a smaller team, a mere 10,000 a day suffices. I believe it is unnecessary to squander money. Assistant Lin retorted angrily, have you turned a deaf ear to what I said? Am I the one in need of funds? I demand the finest team to serve me. Money is no object. 30,000 a day is acceptable. Advance them a deposit for 20 days and inform them that they will adjust the remainder accordingly. Let me warn you once more, do not mention our collaboration to anyone, including your mechanic. Maintain the pretense that it is a friend from your off-road circle or a client who has gone missing. Understand? Understood. Understood. Lu Sihai was genuinely intimidated by Assistant Lin. After all, he was the financial backer. Noticing Lu Sihai's submission, Assistant Lin recalled the confrontation with Team 9 a few days prior, feeling somewhat balanced as he gloomily remarked, hurry up and take care of it. I will have someone deliver 700,000 in cash to you, 600,000 as a deposit for the Wilderness Club, and the remaining 100,000 as your advance payment. Once you locate the individuals, I will settle the final 100,000 with you. All right, Lu Sihai exclaimed excitedly. I will go sign the contract with the Wilderness Club immediately. Returning to the office of the miser, Lu Sihai clearly stated that he would hire Team 9 of the Wilderness Club for a daily wage of 30,000 to search for individuals in Cheongtong. The miser, elated, produced the contract, and after signing with Lu Sihai, called Shiyu into the office. When Shiyu appeared, Lu Sihai was taken aback, suspiciously inquiring, the captain of Team 9 is a woman? Extending her hand with a smile, Shiyu replied, what? Is a woman not fit to be a captain? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Shiyu. Lu Sihai bashfully shook her hand, his face flushing as he stammered, why you? Hello. The miser interjected, Mr. Lu is also an off-road enthusiast. He has a client who got lost during a crossing in Cheongtong, leaving behind a coordinate point. Mr. Lu requires your assistance for the search and rescue. Shiyu, somewhat perplexed, asked, in such cases, Mr. Lu could opt to report to the authorities. The local forest police would dispatch personnel to search, which should be more expedient than our efforts, no? Lu Sihai was relatively astute. He pressed his forehead and shook his head, stating, to speak frankly, the few friends who have gone missing are public servants, nearing retirement. They possess both wealth and leisure, and have a passion for off-roading. Their entry into the Cheongtong no-go zone was clandestine. If we were to seek rescue from the forest police, it would undoubtedly necessitate a local report, leading to potential disciplinary actions that could affect their pensions. Wouldn't that be the case? This rationale seemed sufficiently reasonable. The miserly attitude implied that one must earn money if they have it. He urged Sia, saying, we are here to serve our clients. We shall act according to their requests. The implication was clear, no idle chatter, the priority was profit. Sia promptly replied, since we are to locate individuals, I kindly ask you to provide us with the last known coordinates. I will notify the team to prepare supplies, and we can depart as early as today. Lu Sihai opened his phone, located an image, and handed it to Sia, saying, it should be approximately in this area. The image was a screenshot of a satellite map, featuring a string of longitude and latitude coordinates. With a mere glance, Sia accurately discerned the coordinates and stated, Duo Go Kyo Ren Chang Kyo. What? Lu Sihai was perplexed, asking, what see you? Xie glanced at Lu Sihai and reiterated, I mentioned that this coordinate point is adjacent to Duo Go Kyo Ren Chang Kyo. Kyo translates to lake in Tibetan. Lu Sihai felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head as he admitted, I am not very familiar with that. After reviewing the coordinates, Xie remarked, the location can be reached relatively quickly from Shuanghu County. Traveling from Kunming to Shuanghu County is approximately 600 kilometers. We can arrive in about 2 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief, and he raised his voice to inquire, what? It takes only 2 days from here to Shuanghu County? You must be joking. How many days does it take from Kunming to Lhasa? Xie expertly responded, from Kunming to Lhasa, departing from the Wilderness Club, the distance is 189 kilometers. At the speed of Team 9, 30 hours is more than sufficient. Lhasa to Shuanghu County is just over 400 kilometers. Although it is a national highway, the roads there are often in better condition than certain provincial expressways. By the way, I forgot to mention, Team 9 travels continuously, with rest only for refueling. We depart for 24 hours straight, except for that. Lu Sihai inquired, what about meals? How do we eat? Xie replied, we eat on the road, with compressed biscuits, beef jerky, and the like. The driver and co-driver take turns resting. At this moment, the miser coughed, reminding Xie, do not overexert yourself. It is acceptable to proceed at a more moderate pace. Safety comes first. Though spoken lightly, Xie understood that the miser's primary emphasis was on daily charges. She tactfully declined the miser's suggestion, stating, when it comes to human lives, we must adopt the attitude and speed that Team 9 is known for in this rescue mission. Lu Sihai expressed his admiration, stating, I still need to bring along 3 brothers from the auto repair shops. I have 2 vehicles here, a Wrangler and a Toyota Hilux. Once we set off, I will carry some tools for unforeseen circumstances. Xie gently reminded him, our team has professional mechanics. With an air of confidence tinged with arrogance. Lu Sihai replied with a smile, I have been modifying cars for over a decade and run the Sihai Off-Road Club in Kunming. Can your mechanics offer expertise that rivals mine? Rest assured, I will handle all automotive concerns along the way. Given his eagerness to contribute, Xie chose not to press further. Recognizing the value of his assistance, she glanced at her wristwatch and said to Lu Sihai, it is now 9:30. We will gather at the club at 1 p.m. and depart promptly. There will be no breaks from Kunming to Shuanghu County. Can your team endure the journey? If not, please let me know in advance, and I can arrange a driver to assist you. Lu Sihai assured her, no worries, we are all seasoned off-road enthusiasts. See you shortly. After discussing the arrangements, Lu Sihai exited, and Xie courteously accompanied him to the entrance of the office building. After they shook hands, Lu Sihai got into his vehicle and departed, a scene that was fortuitously witnessed by a passerby known as Dog Brother. Chapter 45. Chi Siu. Lu Sihai drove away, and Dog Brother approached Xie, glancing at the departing off-road vehicle. He inquired, client? Indeed, Xie replied. The client is heading to Qiangtong to find someone and has brought a few dogs along. Dog Brother readily responded, just head to the dog kennel to fetch them. Xie expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, brother. I will send Xiaopeng over to get the dogs shortly. I need to check the equipment in the warehouse first. Dog Brother wished to share what he had just witnessed, but Xie had already hurried away. He deemed the recent incident unimportant and returned to his dormitory to change clothes and prepare for lunch. Today marked the first day of work for Tsang Yunfeng at Team 9. He rose at 6:30 in the morning, ran 10 kilometers on the playground, and encountered Pan Shui and Qin Shuang at the dining hall. After their meal, the 3 of them visited the warehouse of Team 9. Upon receiving a task notification from Xie, Tsang Yunfeng promptly returned to his dormitory to organize his attire. While he was sorting through his belongings, Dog Brother entered and greeted him. You guys in Team 9 have taken on new work, preparing to set off, I presume? Yes, Tsang Yunfeng replied while packing his backpack. I'm quite pleased to accompany the team to Qiangtong on my first day. I have a fondness for the plateau. Amid casual conversation, Tsang Yunfeng casually asked, how did you know about our departure? Dog Brother pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Tsang Yunfeng as he explained. I just fed the dogs and ran into your employer. He was on a call, seemingly discussing prices with his boss. And he felt that the 30,000 a day fee for Team 9 was too steep. As a result, his boss berated him over the phone. Tsang Yunfeng accepted the cigarette, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he chuckled. Does his boss also think that 30,000 a day is exorbitant? To be honest, I find that rate somewhat excessive. Dog Brother dismissed the notion, saying, "You are Team 9, the hallmark of our company. If your rates are low, how can other teams justify their charges?" The scolding from his boss was not about the fees. Then what did the employer get reprimanded for? Dog Brother recalled. It seemed his boss scolded him for being inconsiderate, specifically emphasizing that he must not let anyone from Team 9 know he is the hidden owner. Song Yunfeng, with his reconnaissance background, sensed that something was amiss. He looked at Dog Brother and asked, "Are you implying that this employer has a superior, and that this superior insists he must not reveal his identity, particularly to the people of Team 9? After confirming the facts, Dog Brother nodded. Exactly. The individual behind the employer does not wish for you to discover his existence. He was scolded simply for making a call in the company courtyard while I happened to be carrying 2 buckets of dog food. Song Yufeng recognized the gravity of the situation. He patted Dog Brother on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you, Dog Brother. When I return, I will treat you to a drink. This matter is of utmost importance. I must inform Sia." With that, Song Yunfeng picked up his mountaineering backpack and strode towards the door. At the entrance of the Wilderness Club warehouse, 4 pickup trucks lined up in formation, with Xiao Peng, accompanied by Qin Shuang and Qi Mo, transporting cooking utensils, gas stoves, and gas canisters. Deshan, alongside Wang Hai and Lao Tang, handled the tents, tarps, and other supplies. Song Yunfeng jogged over and approached Shiyu, who was directing operations from the side, and whispered, "There's something amiss." Shiyu, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Song Yufeng shared the unsettling discovery made by Dog Go. Concluding with a speculation, "We just returned from Sichuan West, having thoroughly offended Assistant Lin and the Myanmar monkeys. Is it possible that this individual is either arranged by Assistant Lin or the Myanmar monkeys, intending to lure our team into the no man's land? You are aware of what that entails. Only the law of survival prevails there, devoid of any regulations." Shiyu, nervously biting her lower lip with her small canine tooth, fell into a brief contemplation, murmuring, "If that's the case, we must indeed exercise utmost caution." Song Yufeng suggested, "If it comes to that, we should simply decline this business deal." "That's not feasible," Shiyu replied, meeting Song Yunfeng's gaze. "The miser has already signed the contract and received the deposit. Our team cannot afford to pay a tenfold penalty for breach of contract. Everything we have now is mere speculation. When Lu Sihai arrives with his men this afternoon, we must first ascertain who they are. I will find an excuse to request their identification cards to investigate their backgrounds. Let us not overthink it. We'll take it one step at a time." Song Yufeng took a deep breath and conceded, "Very well, it shall be as you say. You carry on with your tasks. I will call Yu Zakai to inform him that we need to leave Kunming for business." Yu Zakai, clad in a newly purchased hoodie, sporting a cap and a cigarette between his lips, was seated at a food stall beside a market in the urban village when Song Yunfeng's call came through. Recounting the recent events, the vendor placed a bowl of cooked rice noodles before Yu Zakai. As he broke apart his chopsticks, he leaned down, pretending to stir the noodles, and lowered his voice. "You suspect that this employer, Lu Sihai, intends to lure the 9th team into Qiangtong and then take action against them to force them to divulge my whereabouts. Is that correct?" Song Yunfeng softly replied, "I suspect that is the case, but I lack evidence. It is all conjecture." Just then, Qi Mo dashed past Song Yufeng and sprinted to the last vehicle in the convoy, a Prado. He flung open the door, jumped in, and floored the accelerator, speeding off. All members of the 9th team halted their tasks, watching Qi Mo depart. Shiyu quickly moved towards the LC-120, and Song Yufeng sensed trouble. He hurriedly spoke to Yu Zakai. "It seems there's an issue. I will contact you later." After hanging up, he rushed to the LC-120, opening the passenger door to climb in. Shiyu was already seated in the driver's seat. As Song Yunfeng fastened his seatbelt, he asked, "What transpired?" Shiyu started the engine and replied, "Qi Mo's sister is in trouble. A call just came through to his phone, demanding that he arrive within 30 minutes, or he would face dire consequences." The tone was threatening. Song Yunfeng sensed that this matter was far from simple and speculated. "Is it someone from Assistant Lin?" Sia, driving away from the headquarters of the Wilderness Club, executed a deft drift as she turned right upon exiting. Once she stabilized the vehicle, she replied to Song Yufeng, "I'm not certain. We will only find out once we arrive." After saying this, Sia picked up the vehicle's radio microphone and reassured the driver ahead. Chima, this is Sia. Stay calm and tell me what exactly just happened." Chapter 46, Xiaosu in the car. GMO gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while his right hand pressed the microphone of the car radio. "Just now, a man called me using my sister Qi Siyu's phone, threatening me to come over immediately, or else he would deal with her harshly. When I attempted to inquire further, the call abruptly ended. I tried to call back, but it showed that I was blocked. Shiyu swiftly inquired, "Where to?" Chi Mo replied, "Qinggong, behind Yunnan University." Song Yunfeng pulled out his phone and opened the Gouda map to search for Yunnan University. After locating it, he instinctively switched to the satellite view to examine the surrounding terrain. Gazing at the screen, he remarked to the driving Shiyu, "The back gate of Yunnan University is at Jian Mountain, near Saponing Mountain, which is considered the southernmost point of Kunming." Shiyu responded, "That seems about right." What could the assailant want by directing Chi Mo to that location? Song Yufeng glanced out the window and reassured Shiyu, "It's daytime. They likely wouldn't dare to do anything. After all, we live in a society governed by law." The voice of Long Yi crackled over the intercom. "Do you need assistance?" Shiyu replied, "You all need not come over just yet. Proceed as planned. The 4 pickup trucks should set off early after loading their gear. The drivers will depart simultaneously, while the rest will wait at the company headquarters for Old Tang's instructions." Shiyu arranged things this way because Old Tang held significant prestige within the team, and at his advanced age, he exhibited a calmness that was commendable in handling matters. A call from Yuzukai came through to Song Yunfeng's phone, coldly inquiring, "What's going on?" Song Yufeng recounted, "Someone is using the sister of Team 9's Chi Mo. She see you," to threaten him. "They just made a call." He relayed the entire incident and expressed his suspicions. "I suspect it could be someone arranged by Mion Gu or Assistant Lin, deliberately seeking to retaliate against the brothers of Team 9. Yuzukai softly remarked, "What I detest most is when threats are made against loved ones. Where are you now?" "We are en route to the back gate of Yunnan University. I will be there shortly." The journey from the Wilderness Club to Yunnan University spanned over 20 kilometers, with the navigation indicating a similar travel time whether via the highway or the lakeside route. In actuality, Chi Mo and Shiyu arrived in just 17 minutes, having run several red lights along the way. As they passed the front gate of Yunnan University, Chi Mo humorously noted over the intercom that if they were caught running the light today, he would procure points from a scalper to handle the issue. This brought to Song Yunfeng's mind a recollection of the time Chi Mo had confronted the Mion monkey along the Sichuan Western Highway, discussing with Old Tang the compensation for medical expenses, suggesting that Team 9 could initially cover it, as he intended to use his salary this month to buy his sister a computer, with plans to deduct it from next month's wages. Reflecting on these thoughts, Song Yufeng turned to the driving Shiyu and asked, "How old is this young brother Chi Mo?" Shiyu pondered, 22? Or was it 21? "I can't recall. He began his apprenticeship as a mechanic at 16 and joined Team 9 a few years ago with Wang Hai. This young man is quite commendable. Embodying a sense of responsibility in one person does the work, one person takes the blame. Indeed, Chi Mo is the individual within the entire 9th team most willing to shoulder responsibility. On several occasions, when unexpected incidents occurred during missions, many could be held accountable. However, it was always Chi Mo who first stepped forward to take the blame upon himself. Often, a team requires members like Chi Mo. When he voluntarily accepts responsibility, the others are compelled to acknowledge their own errors, and the atmosphere within the team markedly improves. Song Yufeng nodded slightly, once again impressed by Chi Mo's character. 2 vehicles navigated through the Yunnan University campus and arrived at the rear gate. This particular street was exceptionally secluded, bordering on desolate, with the right side leading to the back entrance of Yunnan University and the left side revealing the jagged peaks of Jian Mountain. Ascending the hill, a narrow cement path, constructed through the collective efforts of local villagers, wound its way upward. The slopes were cultivated primarily with tobacco. As Chi Mo turned the corner, he spotted a black Mercedes E300 parked by the roadside. Beside the vehicle stood a man clad in a pristine white suit, leaning against the wheel while smoking a cigarette, his face obscured by sunglasses. He appeared to recognize the vehicle of the Wilderness 9th team and waved as they approached. Chi Mo picked up the car's radio and said, "Sister Yu, did you see that? The man in front is waving at me. He must be the one." She replied, "Be cautious." After saying this, she turned at Song Yufeng and added, "There are self-defense tools in the car door compartment." Song Yufeng reached inside and indeed found a collapsible baton. Without hesitation, he concealed the baton within the sleeve of his tactical jacket, knowing he could not reveal his weapon until absolutely necessary. Chi Mo drove past the front of the E300, positioning his vehicle at an angle to effectively block its front. Shiyu parked behind the E300, creating a pincer-like situation as long as they remained stationary. The E300 would find it difficult to depart. As Chi Mo opened the car door, He heard Shiyu's voice from the radio, cautioning, "Chiemo, don't act impulsively. First inquire about the situation." At that moment, Chiemo had already exited the vehicle and approached the man beside the E300. This man was none other than Xiao Su, the most trusted confidant of Lin Guoqiang. Xiao Su, noticing Chiemo's approach, smiled and handed him a phone, saying, "Your sister's phone, take care of it." Chiemo hesitated for a moment before slowly accepting the phone and inquired, "What do you mean by this?" At this juncture, Shiyu and Song Yunfeng had caught up, positioning themselves to the left front of Xiao Su, approximately a meter away from the Mercedes E300, standing by the second-row car door. Song Yunfeng's right hand hung down, his index finger curved, the tip of his finger supporting the concealed baton within his sleeve. Should the situation escalate, he could retrieve the baton and act within a second. Xiao Su, unflustered, remarked, "It's nothing serious. I merely borrowed your sister's phone to call you over to ask something. When you returned from Sichuan, did you bring out someone named Yuzakai?" Chiemo, taken aback, retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Xiao Su directed his gaze towards Shiyu, in the direction of Songyan Peak, scrutinizing Shiyu before remarking, "The captain of the 9th team, Shiyu, has also arrived. Along with Songyan Peak, they are all present." Shiyu fixed her eyes on Xiao Su and directly inquired, "Where is Qi Siyu? Where is Qi Siyu at this moment?" A faint smile played on Xiao Su's lips as he removed his sunglasses and replied, "I do not know where Qi Siyu is. I merely found her phone and called you to return it." Although he spoke without mentioning any threats, his actions were laced with an implicit menace, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, waiting only for a spark to ignite the tension. Chapter 47. He must die. Chiemo's emotions were running high as he pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Su and shouted, "Where is my sister? Speak now. What have you done to her?" Feigning nonchalance, Xiao Su discarded his cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Just as he was about to respond, Qi Siyu's phone rang. Xiao Su gestured for Chiemo to take the call first. Irritated, Chiemo nevertheless swiped the screen to answer, activating the speakerphone. Eager for Shiyu and Song Yufeng to hear the unfolding situation, the trio anticipated a menacing call from the captors of Qi Siyu, but to their surprise, it was Qi Siyu on the line. "Hello? Is this you? Did you find my phone?" she asked, a touch of agitation in her voice. Chiemo was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Su interjected, "Yes, I found your phone. I'm at the back gate of Yunnan University. Just now, your brother called, and I answered." Informing him of the situation, he is on his way to retrieve it. Gratitude infused Qi Siyu's voice as she responded, "Thank you so much. May I come to collect my phone?" "Of course, come here to the back gate of Yunnan University," Xiao Su replied. Thank you. I'll be there shortly." Chiemo cautioned, "See you. Don't rush. I've already arrived. Take your time." "Brother? You're already here?" "I'll be right there," she exclaimed before the call ended. For a fleeting moment, Chiemo stared at the phone, seemingly bewildered by Xiao Su's intentions. Shiyu, however, saw through the charade and warned Xiao Su, "If you have something to say, come directly to us. Spare us your theatrics." Unperturbed, Xiao Su replied, "I mean no threat. I merely wish to summon Chiemo here to inquire if he possesses any information regarding Yuzakai. Now that we are face to face, tell me, have you encountered Yuzakai?" Before Chiemo could respond, Song Yufeng interjected, "I have seen him. What do you want?" Xiao Su turned his gaze to Song Yufeng and said, "I know who you are. You are Song Yufeng, a comrade of Yuzakai. You reside in Guandu District, and you have a sister named Song Yunting who is still in school." This was yet another blatant intimidation. Song Yufeng's concealed baton slipped from his right arm, and as he grasped it, preparing to confront Xiao Su, Qi Siyu and another girl emerged from the campus in a hurried run. Noticing this, Song Yunfeng reluctantly retracted his weapon. It was evident that Xiao Su had observed this reaction, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Qi Siyu and her companion approached, disregarding any greeting to Chiemo, and expressed their gratitude to Xiao Su, saying, "You found my phone, didn't you? Thank you so much." With a smile, Xiao Su affirmed, then addressed Qi Siyu, "The phone has been handed to your brother. Check if everything is in order." Taking her phone from Chiemo, Qi Siyu briefly inspected it and remarked, "All is well, thank you." Xiao Su, feigning nonchalance, remarked, "No need for formality. Just be sure to keep a good hold of your phone in the future. I have matters to attend to, so please continue your conversation." With that, he opened the door of the E300, settled into the car, and turned to Chiemo, saying, "Kindly make way. I must take my leave." Chiemo, brimming with pent-up frustration on the verge of eruption, was addressed by Shiyu. a person capable of maintaining composure in chaos. She instructed, Chi-Mo, please move your car. Only then did Chi-Mo approach his vehicle, and as he started the engine, Shiyu took the passenger seat and counseled him, do not panic. We must ensure your sister remains unafraid. I will find a solution to this predicament. Suppressing his sense of grievance and fury, Chi-Mo drove forward a short distance. At that moment, Song Yufeng approached the 300, leaned down, and lowered his voice to Xiao Su, saying, I know who you're dealing with. Allow me to remind you, do not jeopardize your life for the sake of profit. There are certain individuals you must avoid provoking, and actions you must refrain from undertaking. After all, you have family, do you not? Xiao Su reclined in his seat, silent and contemplative. Song Yufeng straightened up, smiling through the window. Thanks, brother. Drive safely. Xiao Su rolled up the window and turned left to depart. Chi-Mo and Shiyu disembarked from the vehicle ahead. Chi-Siyu, taking the initiative, greeted Shiyu. Sister Yu, it's been a while. You look even more radiant. Clearly, Shiyu and Chi-Siyu were not strangers. Shiyu smiled, replying, You two are becoming increasingly beautiful. Chi-Mo, with a stern countenance, admonished Chi-Siyu. Aren't you old enough? How can you still be so careless? His tone was laced with emotion, fully aware that Chi-Siyu had not intentionally misplaced her phone. Chi-Siyu felt particularly wronged, biting her lower lip in silence. Shiyu approached Chi-Siyu, embracing her gently. It's all right. Siyu, just be more careful next time. Chi-Mo, you needn't be harsh. She did not do it on purpose. Recognizing his emotions were spiraling out of control, Chi-Mo softened his tone. It's fine now. Let us head back to school. If there's nothing pressing, stay inside. All right. Chi-Siyu replied, her voice tinged with disappointment as she walked toward the school. Turning back after a few steps, she politely addressed Shiyu, Sister Yu. I'm heading in now. Do visit my home when you have the chance. Shiyu waved her hand. Absolutely. I'll come by when I can. Your brother is just anxious. Don't take his reprimand to heart. Chi-Siyu nodded earnestly before turning away. A classmate trailing beside her whispered, Your brother is quite fierce. Chi-Siyu defended Chi-Mo. He is not usually like this. He must be worried. The classmate retorted dismissively. It's just a phone. If it's lost, you can always buy a new one. It's not that much money. As they walked further away, Song Yunfeng offered a cigarette to Chi-Mo, reassuring him, Do not fret. I will find a way to handle this. Chi-Mo accepted the cigarette, his expression grim. This young man, who never shied away from responsibility, now appeared somewhat lost. A rideshare vehicle halted by the roadside, and Yuzukai exited from the rear seat. Clad in a hoodie with its hood pulled up, he approached briskly, inquiring what transpired. Song Yufeng, holding a cigarette, replied, It appears to be someone from Assistant Lin's side. Using Chi-Mo's sister as leverage against him. With a natural ease, Yuzukai seized the unlit cigarette from Song Yunfeng's grasp, produced a lighter, and ignited it, declaring, Find out the name of this individual, along with his personal and family information. I shall handle it. Song Yunfeng took back the lighter from Yuzukai's hand and lit another cigarette. Shiyu pointed towards the LC-120 behind them and said to Yuzukai, The dashcam recorded that person's face. Once I return, I will retrieve the footage and utilize big data for facial recognition to confirm his identity. We should have results within 2 hours at the latest. You are still wanted. I'll find a way to manage this. Do not take any risks. Yuzukai, indifferent as he held the cigarette, replied, How do you intend to handle this? It cannot be resolved by anyone but me. Shiyu inquired, What do you plan to do? Without a hint of hesitation, Yuzukai stated, He must die. At that moment, as he uttered those words, a sudden tremor coursed through Shiyu's heart, a foreboding sense of dread washing over her. Chapter 48. Setting an example, Sia gazed at Yuzukai cautiously and remarked, This is a city, taking a life. She paused deliberately, implying that in a society governed by law, one must not act recklessly. Yuzukai, puffing on his cigarette, replied in a hushed tone, I understand your concerns, but this situation is inescapable. If he dares to subtly threaten me using my family, next time he might not hesitate to harm them. He continued, The brothers from the 9th Squad have stirred up this trouble for my sake. There are only 2 ways to resolve it. The first is for me to seek them out and allow them to end my life, ensuring they won't trouble your families again. However, I have no desire to die, especially not at the hands of such scoundrels. Chi-Mo interjected, Even if you entertain such thoughts, I cannot condone it. Yuzukai turned his gaze to Chi-Mo and articulated, The second approach is to eliminate them, ensuring they can never again threaten our families. This must be executed with grandiosity. What do you mean by grandiosity? Sia inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yuzukai elucidated. This individual is using the safety of our families as leverage, so I must make it known to everyone that he has touched my forbidden scale. I want them all to know that I, Yuzukai, will seek his demise. Song Yunfeng added. He intends to set an example. Chi-Mo expressed his concern, Brother Kai. By doing this, the other party may have already arranged for people to bait you. A smirk crept across Yuzukai's face as he dismissively stated. They've arranged many to wait for me? That's precisely what I want. Let them know who I intend to eliminate. No one will escape. Sia turned to glance at Song Yunfeng, clearly harboring doubts about Yuzukai's capabilities. Song Yunfeng sighed softly, aware that the former Yuzukai had perished the moment his sister took that fateful leap. From that instant onward, he was no longer bound by the constraints of law or societal norms. He was now solely loyal to his own inner convictions. On the journey back, Yuzukai occupied the front passenger seat of Chi-Mo's vehicle. As they approached Huandao Road, he exited the car without divulging his destination to anyone. Upon reaching the company, Sia promptly retrieved the footage from the LC-120 dashcam, clearly capturing Xiaosu's face. After taking a screenshot, she sent the image to a friend in the public security system, requesting assistance in identifying this individual. Xiao Peng, accompanied by Yi, Wang Hai with Long Yi, Deshan with Pan Shui, and Lao Tang with Tang Sa, had already set out in 4 pickup trucks. The company was left with an aging LC-80, a vehicle that no one favored driving, particularly since it was a manual transmission. While stocking supplies, Lu Sihai arrived with 3 mechanics from the club. The 4 men drove 2 vehicles, which differed slightly from what was previously discussed. Lu Sihai piloted a heavily modified Wrangler. Truly a sight to behold. 4 inches lifted with 37-inch tires, it was visually impressive. The other vehicle was a Ford Raptor. In the trunk of the Raptor lay 8 60-liter barrels of gasoline, indicating that Lu Sihai possessed a modicum of experience, albeit limited. The barrels were carelessly tossed in the back compartment without proper securing. Shiyu approached Lu Sihai and greeted him, saying, "Ah, you seem well prepared with these gasoline barrels." Lu Sihai, grinning with pride, replied, "Of course. This Raptor consumes fuel voraciously. I've been eager to upgrade to the new 3.5T model but haven't found a suitable second-hand vehicle yet." As their conversation unfolded, Shiyu suddenly inquired, "Your club has lost 2 vehicles, with 5 individuals involved, correct?" Lu Sihai momentarily froze, his mind racing. He felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether he had mentioned the specifics of the missing individuals to Shiyu. From his recollection, he had not disclosed such details, and her sudden question left him questioning his own memory. Scratching his head in confusion, he asked, "Did I say anything about that?" Shiyu, intentionally probing Lu Sihai, responded, "During our conversation this morning, you mentioned that 2 vehicles from the club went missing while traversing the Qiangtong region, near to Ejekuo Renkiankuo. Those vehicles lacked proper documentation, thus they entered the nature reserve clandestinely. Is that not so?" Lu Sihai quickly made a shushing gesture, lowering his voice as he replied, "Captain, please keep your voice down. This matter must not be publicized." Shiyu insisted, "Then you must provide me with the information of these 5 individuals, along with their satellite phone numbers. I will strive to locate their precise positions through my network." Lu Sihai awkwardly chuckled, offering an excuse. "I truly cannot give you that information. Just take me to the coordinates, as their identities are quite sensitive. I hope you can understand." At this point, Shiyu had formed an initial judgment. Lu Sihai was undoubtedly hiding something. Chang Yunfeng approached Shiyu and informed her, "The supplies are all packed and ready for departure." Shiyu acknowledged him and turned back to Lu Sihai, saying, "Very well, you are the client, and I shall respect your wishes. I will not press you for client information, since you do not provide satellite phone numbers, even if I had the means to track their locations via satellite networks. It is no longer feasible. I will proceed as you suggested, taking you to the coordinates, and our 9th Team's task shall be deemed complete. As for whether we will find the individuals upon arrival, that is beyond my concern." Lu Sihai readily agreed. "No problem, just take me to the coordinates." Shiyu continued the charade, stating, "If we reach the coordinates and do not find the individuals you seek, and you then request assistance in searching the vicinity, additional fees will apply." Lu Sihai responded affirmatively, contemplating. Assistant Lin is searching for his uncle. To conceal Assistant Lin's identity, I must claim we are looking for a retired official from the club. This line nearly spiraled out of control, truly echoing the adage that one lie necessitates a web of further lies to obscure it. CEO gazed at Lu Sihai and said, "Mr. Lu, we are ready to set off. We have 3 vehicles here, along with yours, totaling 5. If you can keep pace with us, We shall depart together. If not, that is quite all right, as each individual has their own driving habits. We will reconvene in Shuanghu County. Lu Sihai confidently patted his chest and replied, "Rest assured. I will certainly keep up. Let us depart." Xia and Song Yufeng simultaneously turned towards the vehicles of the ninth team. Before they could board, Xia's phone chimed with an email notification. She glanced down and then said to Song Yufeng, "You drive? I need to check this email. A friend in the public security system has uncovered information on that individual." Chapter 49. Assistant Lin's plan. Song Yunfeng approached the driver's seat of the LC-80, and Xia naturally took her place in the passenger seat. She picked up the car's radio to inform everyone of their departure. Her eyes fixed on her phone screen as she spoke to Song Yufeng. "The individual we just encountered is named Xiao Su, a local from Chengdu. His registered address is in Wuhou District, Chengdu. He has parents and an older brother who is married and has a child in kindergarten. Xiao Su's employment information is linked to a property management company under Wanlong Real Estate, although he holds no official position. Nonetheless, it is evident that he frequently associates with Lin Guiqiang." Song Yufeng continued to analyze. Lin Guiqiang has already sensed that Team 9 has extracted Yuzukai, but he is uncertain about its authenticity. Therefore, he has dispatched Xiao Su to probe the situation. Xiao Su has chosen to threaten the members of Team 9 to extract the truth. In other words, his focus is not on Chi Mo and Chi Cu. He merely discovered that Chi Cu is studying at Yunnan University. Xia set her phone down and remarked, "That seems to be the case." Song Yufeng took a deep breath, his expression decidedly displeased. Xia stole a glance at his profile. His usually carefree demeanor was now tinged with anger, and his gaze had turned fierce. Attempting to soothe him, Xia said, "You need not worry about this. I will find a way." Song Yunfeng decisively stated, "Send Xiao Su's information to Yuzukai. You need not concern yourself with the rest." Xia was taken aback. "Are you truly planning to have Yuzukai deal with Xiao Su? His identity is precarious, and a bounty is nearly plastered across the 4 southwestern provinces. You should be laying low, not taking on such a task. Isn't that tantamount to exposing him deliberately?" Song Yunfeng remained unperturbed. "You do not understand Yuzukai well enough. Do you really think he is lying low? That is utterly impossible. He is likely preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate Lin Guiqiang. Now that Lin Guiqiang has sent Xiao Su to test the waters, we should provide him with a definitive outcome. This serves as both a warning and a demonstration of strength. How can you be so confident in Yuzukai? Are you not concerned that he might be captured by Xiao Su or Assistant Lin?" Song Yufeng scoffed. "They lack the capability. If they were to capture Yuzukai, it would only reflect their prowess, while Yuzukai's incompetence would lead to his demise." Xia, unable to contain her curiosity, stole several glances at Song Yunfeng, perplexed by the nature of their relationship. Departing from Kunming, they headed towards the southern bypass of the city, making their way directly towards Shangri-La after exiting Kunming West. Assistant Lin relayed the news of Team 9's departure to Mian Gu. At that moment, Mian Gu and his group were enjoying lunch at a guest house in Kunming. The choice of a guest house was due to their lack of legal entry documentation. Staying at a chain hotel would require registration, which was quite cumbersome. In contrast, a guest house provided more flexibility. Assistant Lin had secured 2 villas, offering ample accommodation for the remaining members, as the financial arrangements were sufficient. Notably, the guest house owner did not inquire about their identities. Upon receiving the news that the 9th team had set forth towards Qiangtong, Brother Mian cast a sweeping glance over his battered and broken troops. Grasping the phone, he inquired in a hushed tone, "Is this so-called Tang the desolate place you mentioned earlier?" Assistant Lin, weaving a web of deception, replied, "Indeed, it is precisely the kind of place you require, desolate, devoid of law enforcement, and free from legal constraints. Much like the forests of Myanmar, where one could dispose of a body without a soul ever knowing." Brother Mian boasted, "In our Myanmar woods, a murder goes unnoticed. Within a day, the flesh is consumed by scavengers." "Exactly," Assistant Lin concurred. "Your Myanmar is home to tigers and pythons that can easily handle such matters. Our Qiangtong has grizzly bears and wolf packs, equally capable of disposing of remains. You may proceed without reservation. I reiterate, the disappearance of the Wilderness 9th team is not the ultimate goal. The true objective is to extract information regarding Yuzukai's whereabouts, for he is the linchpin." With unwavering confidence, Brother Mian asserted, "Now that you have secured such a venue, I shall not show them leniency. Had you allowed us to act freely sooner, they would have known my mind at the Sichuan West camp." Assistant Lin, seeking to elevate Brother Mian's spirits, continued, however, It is precisely the constraints that have hindered your decisive actions. You must understand, we are within the domestic sphere, unlike your eastern branch. Now, I have arranged for these individuals to be transported. You may unleash your full potential. I have also arranged for 2 guides to accompany us. We shall depart this afternoon towards Shuanghu County. Brother Mian emphasized, once we reach this tang, should I need to take action, do not speak kindly on their behalf. Assistant Lin chuckled, how could I? Once we arrive in Xiangtong, feel free to unleash your fury. I will not pry or interfere. After terminating the call, Brother Mian was filled with exhilaration, rising to address his comrades at the dining table. Assistant Lin has devised a scheme to lure that bunch of scoundrels from the Wilderness Ninth team to a forsaken locale. We shall set forth now to exact vengeance upon them for our fallen brothers. The assembly erupted in fervor, rallying in support. As if the Wilderness Ninth team were mere prey upon a butcher S-block, ready for slaughter. In a rental unit within Kunming, Yuzukai received an email from Siya, while Xiao Su appeared as an almost spectral presence before him. Unperturbed, Yuzukai saved the documents before dialing Xiao Su's number. At that moment, Xiao Su sat ensconced in a rented Mercedes E300, pondering his lunch options. When he received the unfamiliar call, he initially dismissed it, assuming it was either a wrong number or a telemarketing ploy. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again, which irked him slightly. Grabbing the phone, he impatiently queried, "Who is this?" Yuzukai's cold voice resonated through the line. "I hear you are looking for me?" The moment he heard that voice, a chill ran down Xiao Su's spine, as the sound was all too familiar. It reminded him of the time Yuzukai had brutally attacked Lin Guodong in a KTV room. Holding Lin's severed head in one hand while brandishing a sleek black blade at those recording the incident with their phones, ominously instructing Lin Guoqiang to wait. The tone of voice back then echoed in his mind. Xiao Su feigned calmness, his voice betraying his disbelief as he inquired, "Are you Yuzukai?" "Yes, I am Yuzukai," came the reply. Swiftly, Xiao Su maneuvered his vehicle to the roadside and parked, raising his voice for courage. "You still dare to seek me out? You have quite the audacity." Yuzukai asked flatly, "Tell me, where are you in Kunming? I am coming to find you." Chapter 50, Information on Xiao Su. Xiao Su hesitated, and this hesitation revealed a singular truth. He harbored an underlying fear of Yuzukai. Noticing Xiao Su's silence, Yuzukai continued, holding the phone with an air of nonchalance. "Your name is Xiao Su, residing in Wuhou District, Chengdu. You have parents and an older brother, who is married and has a 5-year-old son, currently living with your parents." "Enough," Xiao Su interjected, his emotions flaring. "What business do you have with my family? Come at me directly." A cold smirk curled at the corner of Yuzukai's lips as he spoke in a low, emotionless tone. "Indeed, if there's something to be addressed, it should be with me. Why are you meddling with Chi Siyu's phone? Do you think you are the only one capable of gathering information?" Xiao Su, holding back his rage, retorted, "If you dare to touch my family, I will annihilate yours." Yuzukai replied, "My family is already gone, leaving only me. Let the game begin." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone and approached the window of his rented room. A garbage truck happened to pass by below, and he expertly tossed the phone into the truck, watching it drive away. Afterward, Yuzukai picked up a hiking backpack and exited the small house in the urban village. Inside a Mercedes E300, Xiao Su smiled involuntarily as he glanced at his phone. He opened his contacts, located the entry labeled Brother Sheng, and after dialing, spoke softly. "It's nearly time. Yuzukai will be coming to Wuhou District, Chengdu in the next few days. Just wait patiently and protect my family." Brother Sheng responded on the other end, "Understood. If Yuzukai dares to show up, I assure you he won't escape." Xiao Su cautioned, "Yuzukai is quite exceptional. His skills and courage are among the finest I have encountered. Unfortunately, his intellect is somewhat simplistic. A mere trivial scheme can easily ensnare him. Heh. Capturing him doesn't even require my personal involvement." Brother Sheng chuckled, "Just a brute, really. You need not concern yourself. Leave it to me. And I'll be ready for him." Xiao Su urged, "Make sure to wait for him." He then ended the call. Afterward, Xiao Su drove the Mercedes E300 to the airport's self-service car return point and purchased a ticket for the next flight from Kunming to Chengdu. This was all part of his design. He believed that with Yuzukai's capabilities, he would undoubtedly learn of Xiao Su's departure from Kunming and return to Chengdu. Brother Sheng, whose real name was Zhao Maoxing, was in his 40s, a quintessential member of the post-70s generation. He had been involved in the underworld since his teenage years. And although he had made a name for himself, it was not particularly significant. When Wanlong Group was developing a project, they found themselves at odds with Zhao Maoxing. His intention was clear: to create trouble for Wanlong Group and extract money from them. Wanlong Group had not taken Zhao Maosheng seriously and was preparing to deal with him when Xiao Su suggested to Lin Guoqiang that they should not resort to coercive measures, but rather leave the matter to him. Xiao Su's approach to handling Zhao Maosheng was rather straightforward. He understood that Zhao was primarily motivated by financial gain. Yet presenting him with money directly could imply a sense of coercion. Therefore, Xiao Su initially adopted a humble demeanor, inviting Zhao Maosheng for drinks. During their gathering, he casually introduced an inconspicuous project, enticing Zhao to participate. Given that Zhao was indeed seeking monetary rewards and now had a guaranteed project to engage in, he readily agreed with great enthusiasm. Following their collaboration, Xiao Su stripped Zhao Maosheng of his leadership role, and in pursuit of profit, Zhao became exceedingly respectful towards Xiao Su. Subsequently, Xiao Su began to assign Zhao minor tasks, gradually escalating their complexity. Throughout this period, Xiao Su refrained from offering Zhao any tangible benefits. Nevertheless, he did enable Zhao to profit from their joint venture. Over time, Zhao Maosheng came to believe that working for Xiao Su was a matter of obligation. Lin Guoqiang had two assistants. One was the boastful assistant Lin, who incessantly proclaimed his association with Lin Guoqiang. The other was Xiao Su, who was often perceived by others as simple-minded, merely serving as Lin Guoqiang's personal aide and head of security. Little did anyone know the true astuteness and capability that lay within Xiao Su. The phrase "great wisdom appears foolish" could not have been more aptly applied to him. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, news of Xiao Su's departure from Kunming to Chengdu reached Qiyu, who was seated in the passenger seat of an LC-80. Inquiring about the situation in the internal group of the Wild Nine, Xiao Su's sudden exit from Kunming struck Qiyu as somewhat unusual, prompting her meticulous mind to sense something amiss. The driver, Song Yunfeng, glanced at Qiyu's furrowed brow and casually inquired, "What's the matter?" Qiyu replied with confusion, "Xiao Su has left Kunming for Chengdu, but I can't shake the feeling that he fled a bit too hastily. Can you check with Yu Zikai regarding the situation? Has he found Xiao Su so quickly that it scared him off?" Song Yunfeng responded with a hint of pride, "Isn't it normal for Xiao Su to run away? I doubt he could hold his own against Yu Zikai." Qiyu analyzed, "From the moment Xiao Su was discovered until now, it has barely been 3 hours. In that time, he has purchased a ticket, flown to Chengdu, and is now already on the plane. This indicates that the likelihood of Yu Zikai locating him is minimal, given that Xiao Su was occupied with ticket purchases, check-in, security checks, and boarding, all of which require time." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Yunfeng shifted his tone. "Yu Zikai may not have encountered Xiao Su, and it's not necessarily the case that Xiao Su was frightened away by him." "Precisely," Qiyu asserted decisively. "The chances of the two meeting are exceedingly slim, perhaps even non-existent. Xiao Su's departure from Kunming was too decisive. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. Please call Yu Zikai and inquire about his actions." Song Yunfeng used his right hand to dial Yu Zikai's mobile number, only to receive a notification that the call could not be connected. He then dialed a second number, which succeeded this time. Eagerly, he exclaimed, "Xiao Su has left Kunming for Chengdu. What did you do to him?" Yu Zikai responded calmly, suggesting that they intimidate him by relaying the information Siye had provided to Xiao Su. He remarked that Xiao Su must be anxiously returning to Chengdu to be with his family. Song Yunfeng interjected, noting that while Xiao Su had indeed returned to Chengdu, he was uncertain whether he was with his family. He advised Yu Zikai to remain composed and not to recklessly seek trouble with Xiao Su in Chengdu. In response, Yu Zikai retorted, "Do you think I am foolish?" "What do you mean?" Song Yunfeng, driving, expressed his frustration, saying, "Stop beating around the bush, speak plainly. I'm driving here, and I have a lady sitting in the passenger seat. Hurry up and finish your business. I need to use my right hand for other matters." At that moment, Siye, seated in the passenger seat, turned her head and shot Song Yunfeng a fierce glare, instinctively shifting her legs away from him towards the passenger door. Distancing herself from Song Yunfeng. Chapter 51. Without support, Yu Zikai questioned disdainfully, "Do you take me for a fool? If I make threats to find his family, he is bound to rush back to protect them. What purpose would it serve for me to act now? That would be akin to walking into a trap. Besides, although I possess a fake ID, my face is undeniably genuine. Am I to board a plane or a train? It's highly probable that I would be apprehended before reaching my destination." "Enough." Song Yunfeng decided to end the call. "Seeing that your intelligence is on par with mine, I feel reassured. I shall continue driving and engaging in my own affairs. You take care." Yu Zikai kindly advised, "You might want to find another thigh to grasp. Qiyu is not someone you can easily handle. I believe she would sell you out, and you would still willingly count the money for her. Song Yufeng turned to glance at Shiyu again, who had actually overheard the conversation through the phone. To avoid embarrassment, she pretended not to hear. Song Yufeng, with a bold demeanor, declared, I relish all things that present a challenge. Yuzakai dismissed him with disdain, stating, I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to check on Mian-gu. At that moment, Shiyu interjected, Assistant Lin brought Mian-gu and his entourage to a villa area by Ginchi Lake yesterday, where they booked 2 villas to rest. This morning, they went to the supermarket to purchase a plethora of supplies and provisions. They have now departed from Kunming West and are likely tailing us. Upon hearing this, both Song Yunfeng and Yuzakai were momentarily taken aback. Song Yunfeng offered an awkward smile, shifting the phone from his right hand to his left, unable to meet Shiyu's gaze. On the other end of the call, Yuzakai broke the silence with a loud exclamation, You idiot! You're in the car talking on speakerphone? Song Yunfeng, feeling embarrassed, forced a smile and stammered, I wasn't on speaker. I didn't realize her hearing was so acute. Yuzakai shouted, Shiyu, let me inform you that Song Yunfeng wants to touch your thigh. He even desires to sleep with you. Song Yunfeng hastily ended the call, tossing the phone into the storage compartment of the car door, awkwardly focusing ahead with a forced grin. This guy enjoys shouting for no reason. Please don't take it to heart. Shiyu scoffed disdainfully, uninterested in engaging with Song Yunfeng. The atmosphere in the car grew palpably awkward. Shiyu, undeterred by the tension, shifted her legs to the left, producing a butterfly knife from who knows where, and began to play with it. Glancing at Song Yunfeng, she provocatively asked, So you want to touch my thigh, do you? Go ahead. I dare you to reach out. Song Yunfeng stole a glance at the butterfly knife in her hand, awkwardly offering an excuse, It's not that I don't dare. It's just that you're not wearing black stockings. What's the appeal in these cargo pants? They lack any tactile sensation. Be reasonable and wear black stockings next time. She shot him a glare, fixing her gaze ahead as she remarked. It is now almost certain that Team 9 has caught the attention of Mian-gu and his group. Regardless of whether their motives are to find Yuzakai or to seek revenge against Team 9, they are indeed following us. As the conversation turned serious, Song Yunfeng set aside his nonchalant demeanor, adopting a grave expression as he analyzed the situation with Shiyu. Rest assured, regardless of whether the focus is on Yuzakai or the 9th team, both Yuzakai and I bear an inescapable responsibility. We will undoubtedly carry this burden to the end. Shiyu responded calmly, Had I not been aware of your and Yuzakai's integrity, I would never have engaged in this troublesome affair. Yuzakai has the potential to return to the military under an assumed identity and start anew. Yet he cannot relinquish his hatred, effectively forfeiting his best escape route. Previously, the support of our former leader provided me with a sense of security while leading the 9th team in these endeavors. Now, with Yuzakai having abandoned that support, we must rely solely on ourselves. Song Yunfeng casually remarked, I have always wanted to ask you, who exactly is that former leader? It seems you are reluctant to mention him, so I have held my tongue. Is he completely uninvolved now? Shiyu replied, It's not that he is entirely indifferent. The crux lies in how he can intervene. Surely, one cannot expect him to support Yuzakai in assassinating Lin Guoqiang, as that would merely position him as a protector of malevolent forces. Moreover, if Assistant Lin can afford to hire a mercenary today, he could just as easily procure another tomorrow, continually seeking assistance from our former leader. That would be inappropriate. There is a saying in the military, one must be strong to forge iron. Besides, I have already made arrangements. We will head to Shuanghu County first. Shuanghu County, part of the Gari Prefecture in Tibet, boasts an average altitude exceeding 5,000 meters, making it the highest county in China, and it is notoriously impoverished. Song Yunfeng, driving, reached into his pocket for a cigarette case. However, due to his seatbelt, he struggled to retrieve it. Shiyu kindly assisted by reaching into his pocket, extracting a cigarette, and handing it to him. He placed it between his lips, and she ignited it with a lighter, bringing the flame to him. Song Yunfeng expressed his gratitude but did not light the cigarette, explaining, I prefer to smoke while driving alone. You can forgo it in the car. Just having it gives me a sense of comfort. I will smoke once we stop. Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired, Can you share your plans moving forward? Song Yunfeng's words instilled a feeling of respect in Shiyu. She put away the lighter and said, Driving can be exhausting. Feel free to smoke if you wish. I don't mind the smell. My plan is quite straightforward. We will first head to Shuanghu County, then enter the Qiangtong no man's land. Although Assistant Lin and his mercenaries are following us, They may not be able to pass through the checkpoints in the no man's land upon reaching Shuanghu County. Song Yunfeng pressed on. So you are fully aware that they are scheming against us, yet you are still willing to collaborate with them in this charade? Shi retorted. What is wrong with playing a part? This venture could yield tens of thousands in labor fees. Beyond the company's cut, each individual receives a commission. After all, we work to earn money, don't we? If they are willing to pay, then we should accept. Song Yufeng continued to caution her. If they manage to obtain legitimate documentation, the checkpoints in Shuanghu County will have no choice but to let them pass. Once in the Qiangtong no man's land, anything could happen. And I worry their actions may become excessively ruthless. Xia turned her head, casting a look at King Yunfeng as if he were a simpleton, and inquired, Are you all right? This question left King Yunfeng bewildered, prompting him to descend into self-doubt as he muttered, Is there something wrong with my concerns? Xia replied dismissively. Assistant Lin and Brother Mian had better pray that they are intercepted by the forest police at the checkpoints in Shuanghu County, if they dare to venture into Qiangtong. I assure you they will find themselves weeping without a melody. Hey, King Yunfeng cautioned Xia, Are you mistaken? Are you not aware of the identities of Brother Mian and his associates? They are mercenaries from eastern Myanmar, capable of taking lives. As he spoke, King Yunfeng suddenly grasped something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Xia. In that moment, Xia believed that King Yunfeng had indeed recognized this crucial point, and she smiled, asking, Have you figured it out? King Yunfeng nodded, resembling a fool as he asked, Have you found someone? Chapter 52. Altitude Sickness. In a moment of frustration, Shiyu retorted, Have you lost your mind? Who am I supposed to find? What are you thinking? Song Yunfeng replied, What am I thinking? I'm merely concerned about our comrades in Team 9 not being bullied. I need some reassurance from you. Have you found someone? Shiyu took a deep breath and sighed. Perhaps your prolonged service at high altitudes has caused you to overlook a crucial detail. The average elevation of Qiangtong is 5,000 meters. While the Myanmar monkeys reside in eastern Burma, where the altitude barely reaches a few hundred meters. Are they really going to engage in a fight with Team 9? Let's not even discuss other factors. Can they outrun the members of Team 9 in Qiangtong? It's not that I underestimate them. Even running 100 meters would leave them gasping for breath. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng suddenly realized, I forgot about the altitude. You're absolutely right. Shiyu continued. During my observations of the Myanmar team in the dense forests of western Sichuan, where the altitude is less than 3,000 meters, it was evident that their physical condition pales in comparison to that of Team 9. Their breathing patterns and resting states reveal this clearly. While they may lack an advantage in combat, Team 9 members are accustomed to traversing uninhabited regions and working at high altitudes. That is their strength. How can someone with your military background fail to analyze this? The last comment was laced with disdain, leaving Song Yunfeng feeling quite embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject, saying, If that's the case, I actually hope the forest police in Shuanghu County let them enter Qiangtong. Shiyu calmly replied, I haven't thought that far ahead. I believe it's sufficient for Team 9 to earn some money on this trip, for the company to profit, and for the team members to receive their bonuses. Song Yunfeng realized that Shiyu had not regarded these Myanmar monkeys as worthy of consideration, nor had she deemed them a threat to Team 9. On the first day of their journey, everyone was in good spirits, including Lu Si-hai and the 3 mechanics he brought along. However, after a night of travel, by 4 a.m, the situation had changed. Lu Si-hai called Shiyu, complaining that their travel method was flawed. Sitting in the vehicle made it impossible to rest properly, and continuing would pose risks due to fatigue. In response, Shiyu proposed a solution over the phone, suggesting that if Lu Si-hai felt too exhausted, Team 9 could send someone to drive for an hour or two, allowing Lu Si-hai's team to rest. Lu Si-hai readily agreed, as even a short break would be immensely helpful given their exhaustion. Shiyu then awakened Song Yufeng, who had been dozing in the passenger seat, and handed him a small listening device, instructing him to assist Lu Si-hai with driving while placing the device in Lu Si-hai's vehicle. From 4 a.m. until 8, Song Yunfeng drove for Lu Si-hai, and at the Mongkong gas station. He returned to the LC-80 to allow Shiyu to rest in the passenger seat. Shiyu, feeling a tinge of concern, asked Song Yufeng if he was still all right, suggesting they could call other members of Team 9 for assistance if he needed a break, so they could rest together. The proposal was decisively rejected by Tsang Yin-peak. After refueling, the convoy continued its journey. Lu Si-hai sat in the passenger seat of the Wrangler, with the mechanic Qin Bongfu at the wheel. The atmosphere soon became quite lively. Around 9:15, Lu Si-hai's phone rang. It was Assistant Lin calling. At that moment, Xia was dozing in the passenger seat. Her phone left open on the listening app. Suddenly, Lu Xihai's voice echoed through the phone. Since Lu Xihai's phone was connected to the Wrangler's Bluetooth, everything said on the other end was transmitted via the listening app to Xia and Song Yun-peak. After the phone rang, Lu Xihai glanced at the screen and immediately began to complain to the driving Qin Bongfu, saying, "Damn it, this bastard calls me so early in the morning. It's really annoying." Qin Bongfu chuckled silently. The next moment, Lu Xihai answered the call, instantly adopting a more cordial tone, saying, "Mr. Lin, what brings you to call so early?" The voice of Assistant Lin came through the speakers, asking, "Where are you now?" "Inside the LC-80. Song Yun-peak heard Assistant Lin's voice and quickly nudged Xia, saying, "There's a situation." Xia opened her eyes, straightened up, and adjusted her seat back. Lu Xihai feigned enthusiasm, saying, "We've already passed Chengdu. Mr. Lin, let me tell you, since we set off yesterday afternoon, we've been alternating drivers without rest. We'll reach Shuanghu County in 40 hours. Rest assured, I will reach the coordinates you provided as swiftly as possible to rescue your little brother-in-law." Assistant Lin retorted, "What do you mean, your little brother-in-law?" Lu Xihai quickly corrected himself, saying, "I meant your boss's little brother-in-law." Assistant Lin impatiently exclaimed, "Stop with the nonsense. I expect you to report your location to me at all times. Have you forgotten?" Lu Xihai defended himself. "I drove all night until 6 a.m. before changing drivers. I wanted to send you the location, but I didn't want to disturb you. Qin Bongfu just took over, and I intended to send it once I woke up. Not expecting you to be up even earlier." Assistant Lin remarked, "From now on, each time you reach a county, send me your location. I need to know where you are at all times." "Understood, understood," Lu Xihai replied submissively. Assistant Lin added, "Pay more attention to your tasks." "Do you still want the remaining payment?" Lu Xihai apologized profusely to pacify Assistant Lin's anger. Once the call ended, Lu Xihai regained his bravado, venting to Qin Bongfu, "That bastard, feeling all high and mighty just because he's got some cash. Without Ling Guiqiang's money, he has nothing." Qin Bongfu smiled and reassured Lu Xihai, "There's no choice. Assistant Lin is just a dog for Ling Guiqiang, the owner of Wanlong Group. There's an old saying, dogs rely on their master's power. If we weren't considering the money, well, just like you said, he has nothing." The two exchanged insults about Assistant Lin, finding a sense of satisfaction in their banter. Xia addressed Song Yun-feng, saying, "It seems that Lu Xihai is utterly oblivious to his actions. And as for his deceit towards us, it is likely influenced by Assistant Lin." Song Yun-feng smiled and replied, "This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. The true spectacle appears to await us in Shuanghu County." Xia, unfazed, remarked, "We shall arrive in Shuanghu County before 7 p.m. tomorrow. Upon our arrival, let us refrain from revealing our stance and observe Lu Xihai's demeanor." Chapter 53. Altitude Sickness Along the Way. In a certain sense, Lu Xihai's demeanor essentially mirrored that of Assistant Lin. At this moment, the Song Yun-peak was beset with an unsettling concern that Assistant Lin might shy away from entering Changtong. The source of Assistant Lin's ire was quite apparent. Their convoy had just traversed the Dongda Mountain, which stands at an elevation of 130 meters. The remaining crew of Myanmar individuals, led by Mian Go, were collectively suffering from altitude sickness, and they were ruthlessly extorted by vendors at the viewing platform, who sold portable oxygen tanks at exorbitant prices. Typically, these oxygen tanks would retail for approximately 15 yuan each, with a maximum price of around 25 yuan in tourist areas. However, given that the vendors perceived the convoy, adorned with brand new Land Rover Defenders and temporary plates, as indicative of affluent tourists, they jacked the price up to 100 yuan per tank. Assistant Lin, fully aware of the exploitation, found himself helplessly acquiescing. While spending money was one matter, the more pressing concern was the evident decline in the health of Mian Go and his companions. Even at the Dongda Mountain, they were already experiencing headaches, nausea, and respiratory difficulties, all symptoms of altitude sickness. They had yet to reach Shuanghu County or Qiangtong, and the potential consequences of their arrival there were too daunting to contemplate. Mian Go, already battered and bruised, had managed to endure this far, fueled by a burning anger. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Upon leaving the Dongda Mountain Pass, as the altitude diminished, the Group's symptoms of altitude sickness began to alleviate somewhat. Upon arriving at Ranwu Lake, the convoy paused to rest. At an altitude of approximately 800 meters, it was indeed a considerable drop from the more than 100 meters of Dongda Mountain. Yet for Mian Gu and his companions, this height was still a formidable challenge. Observing the lethargy of the Myanmar individuals, Assistant Lin was enveloped in profound self-doubt. Unable to restrain himself from venting to Myeon-gu, posing a soul-searching question. Are you really up to this? We haven't even reached Hwanghu County yet, and you're all in this state. Can we truly rely on you? Myeon-gu, consumed by a haze of hatred, was no longer fixated on capturing Yuzukai. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by the desire for vengeance against the ninth team. He turned to Assistant Lin and whispered, I have but one question for you. What? Assistant Lin replied, his tone tinged with impatience and frustration. Myeon-gu fixed his gaze upon Assistant Lin and demanded, Tell me, once we enter the Cheongtong, will it be permissible for me to take matters into my own hands and deal with them? If so, no matter the obstacles we face, we will overcome them. We'll leave one or two alive, and you can find a way to inform Yuzukai, urging him to come to Cheongtong for a rescue. At that point, your employer's task will be complete, and I can exact my long-awaited revenge. Assistant Lin took a deep breath and asked, Given your current state, do you think you can manage? Myeon-gu emphatically reiterated, Just tell me, once we're inside, am I allowed to take their lives myself? Yes. Assistant Lin replied in exasperation. But Cheongtong is a desolate wasteland. It's vast, comparable to dozens of Myanmars. It is a sprawling expanse where finding even a single person is a challenge. You can do as you please. Myeon-gu gritted his teeth and declared, Then let's proceed. Lin, the assistant, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sighed. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. I will reach out to our contacts in Lhasa to arrange additional oxygen tanks and provide you with an extra set of warm clothing for your journey. Myeon-gu looked at Lin with gratitude and replied, Rest assured, once we enter, I will not disappoint you. A mere expedition team cannot be formidable. Each of us has lives in our hands. I assure you, had this been in Myanmar, I would have seen them perish dozens of times by now. Lin spoke softly. You are indulging in fantasies detached from reality. What purpose does that serve? Spare us your words. I wish to see your capabilities once we reach Cheongtong. With confidence, Myeon-gu asserted, Just wait until I take down someone. They will be left dumbfounded, begging for mercy on their knees. Lin had grown weary of the conversation and held no expectations anymore. As they set out once more, Lin took the lead in a vehicle while dialing Xiao Su's number. In Lin's view, Xiao Su was somewhat foolish, a rather lackluster individual. The reason Lin Guiqiang favored him was precisely due to his naivety and lack of guile. After all, who wouldn't appreciate someone like that? When the call connected, Lin feigned friendliness, engaging in small talk. How's everything at home? Is Lin always sleeping well and eating heartily? What are you busy with? Xiao Su, ever polite, appeared as a good-natured simpleton before others. At that moment, he was seated at a CAF near the community entrance, ostensibly waiting for Yuzukai to fall into a trap. Surrounded by his own informants, he concealed his true purpose from Lin, saying, What can I be busy with? I'm just here, ready for Lin's orders and summons. Lin pressed further, How has Lin been these past few days? Xiao Su sighed, It's been the same as before, not much has changed. As long as Yuzukai remains at large, Lin will be worried. Lin instructed Xiao Su, Listen, Xiao Su, we owe our livelihood to Lin. We must alleviate his burdens. Correct? A smirk graced Xiao Su's lips as he agreed, You're right, Lin Gu. I certainly should learn from you. Clearing his throat, Lin continued, I've conducted an investigation. And indeed, Yuzukai escaped from Western Sichuan, rescued by the Wild Nine team. Xiao Su mused, Isn't that the team you assembled? I wonder what creative tale you will spin next. Noticing Xiao Su's silence, Lin felt a bit awkward and pressed on. I reported everything to Lin, and he was furious, instructing me not to let the Wild Nine team off the hook. I've been pondering this for days and finally devised a brilliant solution that will ease Lin's concerns and eradicate Yuzukai's faction. Lin will surely be pleased. Would you like to join me in this endeavor? When Lin dispenses rewards, don't say I didn't inform you. Xiao Su chuckled inwardly, feigning great interest as he inquired. What plan do you have in mind, Lin Gu? Do share. Assistant Lin was acutely aware that revealing such information so easily would undoubtedly arouse Xiao Su's suspicion. To create an air of intrigue, he deliberately laid the groundwork and said mysteriously, I must stress that you cannot disclose this plan to anyone else. The credit will belong to both of us. Xiao Su, attempting to placate Assistant Lin, replied, Come on, Brother Lin, you know me well. Rest assured, this matter is solely between us. You've piqued my curiosity. What exactly is this plan? How can I become involved? Chapter 54, The Intricate Schemes of Xiao Su. Assistant Lin, feigning an air of mystery, whispered, The individuals from Wilderness Team 9 have extricated Yuzukai from the dense forest of western Sichuan. Director Guiqiang is particularly incensed and has instructed me to capture Yuzukai while simultaneously eliminating this Wilderness Team 9. You are well aware of Director Guiqiang's decisive nature. As of now, I have successfully lured Wilderness Team 9 to the desolate region of Qiangtong. You have heard of Qiangtong, haven't you? Xiaosu nodded in agreement. Indeed. It is the largest uninhabited area in the country, teeming with wildlife. Precisely, Assistant Lin continued. This uninhabited expanse spans tens of thousands of square kilometers, devoid of human presence. It is the ideal location to take action, as the bodies will require no disposal. Within a day or two, they will be consumed entirely by wolf packs. In recent years, there have been numerous reports of ignorant individuals who ventured into the Qiangtong region, only to vanish without a trace, their bodies never recovered. Xiaosu interjected. I comprehend your intention. After we act in the Qiangtong region, we need not concern ourselves with the aftermath. Indeed, Assistant Lin replied with a smile. Let us collaborate on this matter. It would be unfair for me to monopolize the benefits. Once this is accomplished, Director Guiqiang will surely remember your contributions. Xiaosu understood all too well that Assistant Lin was merely pretending to be benevolent because he had encountered a predicament he could not resolve on his own. He also recognized that Assistant Lin had always viewed him as a pawn to be manipulated. After listening to Assistant Lin, Xiaosu maintained a composed demeanor and replied, Very well, thank you, Brother Lin, for considering me for this endeavor. I am uncertain how I might be of assistance. Assistant Lin chuckled to himself with satisfaction before continuing. Listen, my brother, I have meticulously calculated everything. A few days ago, this group of Burmese mercenaries suffered a setback before Wilderness Team 9. And now they are eager to exact revenge. I have taken the opportunity to facilitate their plans, acquiring several vehicles and equipment, and sorting out the necessary paperwork. Currently, I am accompanying them to Shuanghu County, yet I have discovered that this group of Burmese mercenaries appears to be lacking. What seems to be the issue? Xiaosu inquired sincerely, curious as to why the mercenaries hired at great expense by Assistant Lin were proving inadequate. Assistant Lin lamented, upon arriving in Ranwil. They are all afflicted by altitude sickness, dizzy and nauseous. I urged the Burmese to return if they could not cope, but they insisted on persevering, claiming they would adapt. My impression is that it is quite dire. Therefore, I am contemplating that you find me a few reliable individuals to fly to Lhasa, rent vehicles, and enter the uninhabited zone. We shall adapt our strategy as circumstances dictate. Xiaosu stroked his chin and crossed his legs, pondering. What do you mean by adapting our strategy? Assistant Lin, while driving, replied, Once we arrive in Qiangtong, we shall direct the Burmese to confront Wilderness Team 9. If they can manage, it will save us considerable trouble. Should these Burmese prove incapable of overcoming Wilderness Team 9, then your contingent can engage directly. If we are discovered, we can easily shift the blame onto the Burmese. In any scenario, you shall not incur any losses. Upon hearing this, Xiaosu hesitated, as the calculations presented no loss. However, his thoughts extended beyond mere numbers. He feigned eagerness and cheerfully remarked, Thank you, Brother Lin. I often find my mind not as agile as yours. How could I not have thought of this method to assist General Guiqiang in alleviating his troubles? Assistant Lin, beaming with pride, responded, Young Su, you are still in your youth. In a few years, when you reach my age, your considerations will become more comprehensive. No rush, take your time. If you ever find yourself in doubt, feel free to reach out to me. As your elder brother, I shall undoubtedly look out for you. Xiaosu inquired, What kind of individuals do you require, Brother Lin? I can help you locate them. Assistant Lin replied, Reliable and decisive individuals. You already have a few such people under your command, right? Arrange for them to fly to Lhasa. Upon arrival, they should rent a vehicle and head straight to Shuanghu County. I have embedded my people within the 9th team, and they will provide timely updates on their location, identifying suitable moments to act. Understood. Xiaosu readily agreed. Brother Lin, wait for me. I will expedite this matter. Once my people arrive in Lhasa, they will contact you. I will have Zhao Maosheng personally lead the team. Upon hearing the name Zhao Maosheng, Assistant Lin was filled with elation. He understood well the bond between Zhao Maosheng and Xiaosu. Zhao Maosheng was one of Xiaosu's most trusted allies, and his arrangement for Zhao Maosheng's arrival indicated the seriousness of the matter, signifying a genuine intent for collaboration. At that moment, Assistant Lin's excitement transcended mere happiness. He was exhilarated, thumping his thigh and exclaiming, With Zhao Maosheng coming, this matter is assured. I await your news. After hanging up, Xiao Su fell into a brief contemplation, silently lighting a cigarette. It was not until the cigarette was nearly burned out that he picked up the phone again to return a call to Yuzukai. However, he discovered that Yuzukai had discarded the call, and all he received upon redialing was a notification tone. Xiao Su promptly dialed Shiyu's number. Shiyu's contact information was easily obtainable. On the homepage of the Wilderness Club's website, every team was introduced, with the 9th team's leader being Shiyu, whose contact details were publicly available. Shiyu was particularly surprised to receive Xiao Su's call. Speaking succinctly, Xiao Su stated, "This is Xiao Su, affiliated with Lin Guoqiang. I understand you have Yuzukai's contact information. Please provide it to me, or have him reach out to me." Shiyu, slightly bewildered, asked, "What do you mean? Why should I give you this?" Xiao Su lit another cigarette and replied, "I assure you, I will refrain from involving myself with the families of the 9th team members. As for my reasons for contacting Yuzukai, I neither wish to disclose them nor find it necessary to do so." Shiyu pressed further, "Why should I provide it to you? Just because you promised not to involve the 9th team's families. Is that a sufficient reason for me to give you his number?" After a brief hesitation, Xiao Su replied, "Your 9th team is being monitored. It was arranged by Assistant Lin. Exercise caution once you enter the Qiangtong no man's land." Upon hearing these words, Xia turned her gaze toward the composed Song Yufeng, who calmly instructed her, "Inform him that Yuzukai will reach out. He should await further news." On the other end of the line, Xiao Su recognized Song Yunfeng's voice and remarked, "Song Yufeng, I'm aware of your presence. Be wary of the tail behind you. From this moment forth, we are no longer adversaries." Song Yunfeng responded with a smile, "No longer adversaries? Are we to become allies then?" Xiao Su replied, "Have Yuzukai contact me." After concluding the call, Xiao Su gazed at the sky for 5 seconds before locating Zhao Maoxing's WeChat, sending him a location pin along with a voice message, "Come find me now." Chapter 55, Zhao Maoxing. Upon receiving the message from Xiao Su, Zhao Maoxing did not dare to hesitate for a moment and hurried over with utmost speed. In Zhao Maoxing's eyes, Xiao Su was akin to a deity of wealth, deserving of his utmost efforts. Every time Xiao Su summoned him for a face-to-face discussion, it invariably pertained to significant matters. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhao Maoxing arrived driving a luxurious Range Rover, parking it arrogantly in a space that occupied 2 spots. Despite the parking attendant's persistent calls to reposition his vehicle, Zhao Maoxing feigned ignorance. Observing Zhao Maoxing's ostentatious demeanor, adorned with a golden chain and watch, the attendant, recognizing the futility of confrontation, could only sigh and shake his head. Zhao Maoxing approached Xiao Su with cautious inquiry. "What is the situation?" Xiao Su retrieved a cigarette and solemnly handed it to Zhao Maoxing, stating, "Brother Sheng, how long have we known each other?" Zhao Maoxing furrowed his brow and thought, "About 4 or 5 years, I suppose." Xiao Su nodded and continued, "Brother Sheng, how do you perceive my treatment of you over these years?" Zhao Maoxing, filled with fervor, slammed his hand on the table. "Xiao Su, that question is utterly redundant. My current stature, adorned with golden chains and luxury, driving an extended Range Rover, is all thanks to you. Have you encountered trouble? Just say it outright. Is it that fellow Yuzukai? If he dares to threaten your family, I let him off easily." Xiao Su, wearing a grave expression, feigned distress as he replied, "Brother Sheng, to be frank, you are aware that I and Old Lin are the right-hand men of General Guoqiang. Old Lin presents himself as a special assistant, but he aims to create the impression that he is superior to me." Zhao Maoxing, momentarily perplexed, responded, "I know of this. There are indeed such rumors circulating. Old Lin is Guoqiang's cousin, is he not?" Xiao Su confirmed, "Yes, a distant relative. Over the years, he has monopolized the lucrative projects alongside General Guo, and on several occasions, I contemplated involving you, but ultimately, I could not secure them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Maoxing's expression soured, and he tapped the table with his cigarette, saying, "I've long harbored disdain for him. What is the plan, Xiao Su? Do you wish to deal with him?" Xiao Su fixed his gaze on Zhao Maoxing, whispering, "If I wanted to deal with him, it would be to eliminate him entirely. I have awaited this opportunity for an eternity, and now that it has presented itself, I find that the only person I can trust is you." Zhao Maoxing immediately comprehended. Leaning closer to Xiao Su, "Speak. What do you propose? I will arrange for my men to execute it cleanly and efficiently, as long as their essay follow up. There will be no issues." Xiao Su lowered his voice further. "I do not trust your subordinates with this matter. I must trouble you to personally lead the team." "Understood." Zhao Maoxing readily agreed. "Where to?" "Tibet," Xiao Su replied. Zhao Maoxing paused, taken aback, and asked, What business do we have in such a distant place? Xiao Su succinctly recounted Assistant Lin's plan, concluding with a directive to Zhao Maojing. Brother Sheng, take some men and follow up. Remember to select those with experience in high-altitude living. You may bring a few, but they must be reliable individuals. My intention in sending you is not merely to eliminate Assistant Lin, but to deal with Yuzukai. I have a way to lure Yuzukai to Qiangtong. If he can eliminate Old Lin, then you should take care of Yuzukai. Should Yuzukai fail to eliminate Old Lin, then you must do so. Remember, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Old Lin must perish. If this plot is exposed and Old Lin remains alive, then both of us are finished. However, if we succeed, the lucrative projects of Wanlong Group will all be ours. At this juncture, Xiao Su gestured towards a Range Rover parked by the roadside, remarking, "This vehicle is unworthy of your stature. At the very least, it should be a bespoke Cullinan." Upon hearing the name Cullinan, Zhao Maojing was utterly exhilarated, slapping the table with his right hand, which held a cigarette, exclaiming, "Damn it, puff, puff." The latter two sounds were a result of his excitement, causing ash to fall onto his hand, which he vigorously blew away. Noticing that Zhao Maojing was thoroughly hooked, Xiao Su feigned sincerity, saying, "Brother Sheng, I appreciate your efforts." Zhao Maojing pledged, "Your affairs are my affairs. Just await my good news. I will organize the team and fly to Lhasa this afternoon." Xiao Su reiterated, "Ensure they are in good health and prioritize those with experience in high-altitude living." Zhao Maojing approached the roadside Range Rover and waved, saying, "Wait for my news." On National Route 318, aboard an LC-80 vehicle, the convoy had been traveling for nearly 24 hours. She voluntarily relieved Song Yufeng from driving, taking the wheel herself to allow him to rest in the passenger seat while he contacted Yuzukai. A few vehicles stopped by the roadside for a transfer, and Lu Sihai eagerly approached Song Yufeng, unabashedly saying, "Brother, I can't endure it any longer. Could you drive for another 200 kilometers? Song Yufeng, unaware of the services provided by Team 9, assumed that assisting clients with driving was part of their offerings and was about to agree. However, Shiyu, fiercely protective, interjected, "If it's too much, you should find a place to rest. We'll wait for you in Shuanghu County. Take your time." Lu Sihai paused, inquiring, "You're not going to help us drive?" Shiyu explained, "It's not that I don't want to assist. It's that I genuinely cannot. Each vehicle has one driver and one co-driver. Yinfeng has just driven for several hours and needs to rest. If he were to drive again, it would be unsafe due to fatigue. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Sihai sighed deeply, conceding, "All right, we'll manage on our own." Shiyu kindly suggested, "If it becomes too much, resting by the roadside is nothing to worry about." Lu Sihai felt dejected. He desired to rest. But Assistant Lin would not permit him to leave Team 9. If Assistant Lin discovered his departure, he could forget about receiving the remaining payment. This was Shiyu's first open act of protection for Song Yunfeng. Once again embarking on their journey, Song Yufeng contacted Yuzukai to convey the message that Xiao Su wished to reach him. He then cautioned Yuzukai, expressing his suspicion that Xiao Su might have left someone in Kunming, potentially intending to use communication tracking to pinpoint his location during the call, thereby facilitating an ambush or alerting authorities to apprehend him. The driver, Xia, interjected, acknowledging the possibility of such a scenario. However, Yuzukai appeared unfazed, responding with nonchalance, "I shall contact him shortly. I will ascertain his intentions with a simple phone call. It is highly improbable that he could track me through such means." Song Yunfeng advised him to exercise caution, suggesting that he should first ensure an escape route before making the call, to avoid the risk of being cornered the moment the connection was established. "Very well, I shall take care," Yuzukai replied. After concluding the call, he heeded Song Yunfeng's counsel and made his way to the Zhuangxin agricultural market in Kunming. This bustling market, known for its size and numerous entrances and exits, underscored Yuzukai's remarkable capabilities, as he was able to navigate to such a vibrant locale upon his arrival in Kunming. Chapter 56. Demolition Records. Xiao Su received a call from Yuzukai, and felt no surprise whatsoever. In his eyes, Yuzukai was merely a valiant but unstrategic brute. As Yuzukai walked through the bustling agricultural market, he quietly inquired, "You called for me?" "Indeed," Xiao Su replied, cradling a cup of coffee. "I regret having provoked you. Let us engage in a serious discussion. You are right, I too have family. Even Lin Guoqiang harbors trepidation towards you. What reason do I have to be confident that I can withstand you?" While his words might have sounded like an admission of defeat, Yuzukai perceived otherwise. His intuition hinted at Xiao Su's profound cunning. The performance must continue. Yuzukai assertively threatened, "Isn't it a bit late for you to beg for mercy now? When you sought out Chi Siyu and threatened Chi Mo, did you ever consider your own family?" Feigning sincerity, Xiaosu responded, "I acknowledge my mistakes. I apologize, I yield. I concede. I understand that merely offering verbal apologies fails to convey my genuine remorse. Please provide me with your email address, and I shall send you something that cannot be seen by outsiders to express my contrition." What? Yuzukai's immediate thought was whether this individual could track him via email. Xiaosu was aware of what could provoke Yuzukai, thus he candidly stated, "It pertains to your parents." Upon hearing this, Yuzukai erupted with fury, his hand trembling as he held the phone. In a hushed voice, he warned, "You had better not be deceiving me." Xiaosu replied, "At this juncture, do I have any reason to deceive you? Just provide your email address. And once you have viewed it, you may contact me." After Yuzukai shared his email, he hung up, standing amidst the throngs of the market, lost in thought, unable to calm his tumultuous heart. Meanwhile, Xiaosu ordered another cup of coffee, unhurriedly packaged the videos stored in his cloud drive, and sent them to Yuzukai. As his phone indicated that the email had been successfully sent, a faint smirk of satisfaction crossed Xiaosu's lips, and he muttered to himself, "I knew these materials would eventually prove useful." Yuzukai's phone chimed with a new message notification. He tilted his head back, inhaling deeply, and opened the email to download the video. There were 3 segments in total. The first video was set in Yuzukai's hometown. The footage showed Assistant Lin leading a group into the village, making a beeline for Yuzukai's home, while berating his companions with disdainful remarks. "You bunch of useless fools, what else can you do? They're just ordinary rural elders. What is so difficult about dealing with them?" A man in a suit trailing Assistant Lin replied, visibly frustrated, "We have exhausted all polite entreaties, yet this elderly couple remains impervious to reason. They are utterly unafraid of threats." Assistant Lin retorted, "Allow me to demonstrate how negotiations are conducted." The video footage wobbled as it swiftly reached the entrance of Yuzukai's home. Assistant Lin kicked open the door, startling Yuzukai's parents who were in the courtyard harvesting peanuts. Seeing the intruders, the elder Yu stood up, alarmed, and asked, What do you intend to do?" Assistant Lin approached and forcefully kicked the elderly man, snatching the folder from the suited man behind him and tossing it onto the elderly man's lap. He threatened, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Sign the demolition contract now and leave. The compensation will be transferred to your account this afternoon. If you refuse to sign, do not blame me for your demise." Yuzukai's mother knelt beside the fallen elder, her voice tinged with grievance. "This is violent demolition." The elder interrupted her, speaking in a sincere and earnest tone. "Leader, it is not that we refuse to cooperate with the demolition. It is simply that the price you offer is unreasonable. The demolition fee is 800 per square meter. The same as our neighbors. We have no objections, but you cannot underestimate the area of our home. Indeed, when we built our house, it was not as large. But you must not disregard the land and yards surrounding it." Yuzukai's mother, tearful and distressed, supported the elder and looked up at Assistant Lin, pleading, "We must reason together, mustn't we?" In a fit of anger, Assistant Lin spat a large glob of phlegm onto her head, exclaiming, "Stop haggling with me. Demolition is for houses, not for your vegetable garden. The area stated in the contract is what it is. Now, will you sign or not?" The elder replied, "Leader, I truly cannot sign this." Assistant Lin raised his hand and addressed those beside him. "Enough. There is no need to negotiate with this family. Arrange for an excavator to come. We will proceed directly with the demolition." The suited man hesitated, asking, "But is that permissible? What if they refuse to leave and someone gets hurt?" Assistant Lin retorted, "Are you foolish? With so many people here, can't you first have a few individuals pull the elderly couple out?" Thus concluded the first video. At this moment, Yuzukai was in tears, his eyes brimming with sorrow from the instant Assistant Lin spat on his mother's head. His trembling fingers clicked on the second video. Yuzukai's parents were forcibly dragged out of their yard, their old home collapsing amidst their cries. Tears streamed down Yuzukai's face as the place that had nurtured him was reduced to ruins amidst the dust. The helpless wails of his parents echoed in his ears, each cry piercing his heart. He recalled the wall of their home, where he had carved a message for his sister, "Brother will always protect you." He had joyfully repeated those words on the day he inscribed them with a pencil sharpener at the age of 8, while his sister bounced with delight. Their parents had watched them with smiles in the yard. Childhood memories collided with reality. The once intact home crumbled under the roar of the excavator, stirring a cloud of dust. In a daze, fleeting glimpses of his childhood emerged from the smoke. Yet those tender recollections were ephemeral. The final image that surfaced was of his sister, tormented to the point of jumping from the psychiatric hospital. Tears blurred his vision. Thus concluded the second video. In the bustling vegetable market, Yusakai stands out as an anomaly. Amidst the throng, he lowers his head, fixated on his phone, silently shedding tears. Those who pass him by remain oblivious to the solitude of Yusakai, who resembles the last orphan in this world, isolated and helpless. He raises a hand to wipe his tears, and as his vision clears, he clicks on the third video, which happens to be the final one. Precisely 3 minutes long, 180 seconds. At this moment, Yusakai is unconcerned about whether anyone is tracking his location through his phone. He is solely intent on watching these 3 videos to uncover what truly transpired that day. Chapter 57. Assistant Lin's reckless driving. The third video once again depicted the day of the demolition. The houses lay in ruins, and the workers who had restrained the 2 elderly individuals began to disperse. Yusakai's father produced his mobile phone to capture the scene, the camera sweeping across the faces of those present as he vehemently condemned their forceful demolition efforts, exclaiming in fury, "You thieves! I shall sue you. I will take you to court." In a fit of rage, Assistant Lin turned and entered a nearby Toyota Prado. As he approached the vehicle, he cursed vehemently. "Unruly citizens, daring to trouble me, I will make you pay dearly." The footage showed Assistant Lin entering the car, starting the engine, and directly charging towards Yusakai's parents. The wheels mercilessly crushed the 2 individuals. After exiting the vehicle, Lin did not even glance back, instead instructing those around him to report a traffic accident, with a particular emphasis that it had nothing to do with the demolition. The video concluded at this point. The individual recording the video was Xiao Su, who had been strategically placed beside Assistant Lin to gather incriminating evidence against him. Upon viewing this segment, Xiao Su felt an ominous premonition, sensing that this footage would eventually prove useful, particularly with Yusakai's emergence. Suppressing his rage, Yusakai dialed Xiao Su's number again, bluntly asking, "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Su feigned contrition, saying, "I concede. I do not wish to be under your scrutiny. I am sending you the video from the day of the demolition to demonstrate my sincerity. Typically, these are internal group videos that cannot be leaked. Yet I am sharing this with you. I am candidly revealing 2 intentions. First, to urge you not to retaliate against my family. Second, to assist you in uncovering the true perpetrator responsible for your parents' deaths, thus sparing my boss." Xiao Su articulated only 2 purposes, yet his true intentions were twofold. Firstly, to utilize Yusakai to eliminate Assistant Lin. Secondly, to lure Yusakai into the remote region of Qiangtong, where Zhao Maoxing would be tasked with ending Yusakai's life. A twofold strategy. Yusakai, fully aware of the stakes, restrained his anger and replied, "I am currently wanted. I cannot fly or take a train, making travel to Qiangtong impossible. I have a solution," Xiao Su eagerly offered. "If you wish to go, I can arrange it." At that moment, Yusakai faced a precarious decision. Accepting Xiao Su's goodwill could lead to being ensnared in a trap, but refusing would mean missing a vital opportunity for revenge. Xiao Su anticipated that Yusakai would deliberate for some time. However, within less than a second, Yusakai provided a decisive affirmation, "Make the arrangements." This response filled Xiao Su with elation, further solidifying his perception of Yusakai as a reckless individual lacking foresight. Yusakai's swift and resolute agreement stemmed from a fear of arousing Xiao Su's suspicions. He understood that as long as he exhibited a strong desire for vengeance, Xiao Su would not act against him prior to eliminating Assistant Lin, for Xiao Su had already regarded Yusakai as a pawn to be manipulated. Conversely, prolonged hesitation would incite Xiao Su's doubts, prompting him to consider whether to capture Yusakai directly or utilize him to dispose of Assistant Lin, weighing the advantages and disadvantages. This was an exceptionally brutal psychological chess match. In this intricate game, Assistant Lin perceives Xiao Su as a fool, a naive young man, while Xiao Su regards Yusakai as an imbecile, a headstrong brute devoid of intellect. In truth, who truly embodies folly? Upon hearing Yusakai's acceptance, Xiao Su promptly informed him, "You must reach Shangri-La before tonight. A truck driver will be there to assist you. You will travel via truck through the border checkpoint between Yunnan and Tibet. After passing through the checkpoint, I will arrange for an off-road vehicle for you, stationed in Mongkong County. Once you arrive in Mongkong County, you can drive the vehicle to Lesa, where Brother Sheng will contact you." Who is Brother Sheng? You may wonder. Brother Sheng is my associate. The risks of entering the Qiangtong uninhabited region alone are perilous. Should anything happen to your vehicle, you would be ill-equipped to manage it, let alone catch up with Assistant Lin's team. I will ensure Brother Sheng and his crew will meet you in Lhasa. They will have rented a vehicle in advance, forming a convoy with you and assisting you with the necessary procedures to enter the uninhabited area until you catch up with Assistant Lin. However, let us be clear. I am helping you this time, and you must cease any thoughts regarding my family. Is that agreeable? Understood, Yuzukai replied softly. I promise to set off for Shangri-La immediately. Go ahead. Once you arrive, someone will contact you. Keep your phone on. After Yuzukai ended the call, he gazed skyward amidst the crowd, inhaling deeply. This was a gamble where his very life was the stake. Should he lose, there would be no turning back. The distance from Kunming to Shangri-La via highway is nearly 700 kilometers, and Yuzukai opted to rent a motorcycle for his journey. Within Yunnan province, motorcycles are allowed on highways without the need to take a ticket. One merely navigates around the barrier, and the toll collectors pay no heed to them. In fact, those who dutifully take a ticket may even be dissuaded by the toll collectors. The attitude of Yunnan's highways towards motorcycles is essentially, if you wish to race, then race. We did not permit you. You chose to surge ahead, and should an incident occur, we bear no responsibility. This stance is primarily to avoid confrontations with motorcyclists. According to national regulations, motorcycles are classified as motor vehicles. If they were prohibited from highways, riders might invoke various legal arguments against the toll collectors. Once Yuzukai was on the highway, he accelerated wildly, having rented a BMW RR, maintaining an impressive speed of approximately 240 kilometers per hour. By 6 o'clock that evening, he arrived in Shangri-La, locating a local logistics company to ship the motorcycle back to Kunming and return it to the rental agency. The truck driver contacted Yuzukai at 7:30, instructing him to hide in the cargo hold, as the checkpoint only checks identification and does not search the cargo. Recently, Yuzukai had developed quite the affinity for trucks. The truck deliberately crossed the checkpoint shortly after 10 o'clock at night, with the checkpoint staff turning a blind eye. After scanning the driver's ID, they allowed the truck to pass. By 10 o'clock the following morning, the truck arrived in Montcalm County. Yuzukai received the off-road vehicle prepared for him by Xiao Su, an older model Toyota Land Cruiser, colloquially known as the Bullhead. At this juncture, all members of the Wild Wilderness 9 had already reached Shuanghu County and had spent half the night resting there. The advance team, comprising Xiaopeng, Deshan, and others, arrived in Shuanghu County at 7 o'clock yesterday evening. Meanwhile, Shiyu and Song Yunfeng, accompanied by Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu, reached their destination at 11 o'clock that night. The primary task for today involves vehicle maintenance, refueling, resupplying, and preparing to pass through the checkpoint, heading straight towards the uninhabited region of Qiangtong. Assistant Lin, accompanied by Mian Hosey, endured numerous hardships and arrived in Lhasa last night, preparing for a resupply in the city. These two teams have a nearly one-day difference in their journey, a timing discrepancy that Assistant Lin calculated deliberately. At this moment, another group, led by Zhao Maosheng, is also in Lhasa, having arrived by plane the previous night. All factions have now converged on the battlefield, evoking a sense of the grand beginnings akin to a royal showdown. Chapter 58. The Convergence in Lhasa. Assistant Lin encountered Zhao Maosheng. At this moment, Assistant Lin was still accompanied by a group of Burmese monkeys, harboring the fanciful belief that they could inflict significant damage upon Team 9. Zhao Maosheng arrived with 8 individuals, making a total of 9 as they convened at a hotel in Lhasa. In Assistant Lin's eyes, Zhao Maosheng was merely a pawn of Xiao Su, whom he held in disdain, thereby dismissing Zhao Maosheng with equal disregard. As the two teams assembled in the hotel lobby and exchanged introductions, Assistant Lin adopted an air of arrogance, addressing his companion, the Burmese man. Allow me to introduce Zhao Maosheng. He is one of our group members, working alongside Xiao Su. I believe I have mentioned him before. He is the driver for my boss, and I primarily manage his work. The implication of his words suggested that he considered himself superior to Xiao Su. The Burmese man scrutinized Zhao Maosheng, who was clad in a windbreaker with the zipper undone, revealing a t-shirt emblazoned with the Gucci logo and adorned with a gold chain the thickness of a pinky finger. After sizing him up, he turned to Assistant Lin and inquired, "What brings you here?" Assistant Lin diplomatically replied, "It's a matter of work." During their conversation, Zhao Maosheng was left to the sidelines, feeling utterly overlooked, which irked him considerably. Were it not for Xiao Su's prior instructions, he would have certainly lost his temper by now. After addressing the Burmese man's question, Assistant Lin turned to Zhao Maosheng and asked, "Has Xiao Su briefed you on this mission? Are you fully informed?" Zhao Maosheng feigned nonchalance, retorting, "I am well aware of what needs to be done. There is no need for you to reiterate. Assistant Lin pressed on. What are your plans moving forward? Irritated, Zhao Maoxing replied, I need to rent a car and acclimate to Lhasa. You should take your people and proceed with your tasks. I will catch up after securing my vehicle. We can communicate via satellite phone if necessary, understood? Assistant Lin frowned and complained, what kind of attitude is that? Let me tell you, Xiaosu would never dare speak to me in such a manner. Zhao Maoxing shot a glare at Assistant Lin and retorted, Don't think you're so impressive. If it weren't for Xiaosu asking me to assist you, you wouldn't be able to afford my presence. Do you really consider yourself that significant? I suggest you treat me with a bit more respect so we can get on with our business. His outburst left no room for pleasantries. Naturally, Assistant Lin felt indignant, yet he relied on Zhao Maoxing for the forthcoming tasks, suppressing his inner fury. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Zhao Maoxing, saying, All right. Zhao Ge, I apologize, my tone was not appropriate. Allow me to offer you a cigarette as a token of my contrition. Behind Zhao Maoxing stood 8 henchmen, all of whom were loyal to him and understood that his recent financial success was tied to his association with Xiaosu. They also recognized that Assistant Lin and Xiaosu were of the same standing. Thus, when Assistant Lin willingly offered Zhao Maoxing a cigarette, it demonstrated a degree of humility. At that moment, Zhao Maoxing's vanity was greatly appeased, especially in front of his 8 subordinates, amplifying his sense of satisfaction. He accepted the lighter from Assistant Lin, savoring a deep inhalation of smoke before delicately pinching the cigarette between his right index and middle fingers. He gestured towards Lin and remarked, Xiao Lin, remember this, my assistance to you is a matter of goodwill, while my absence is merely a fulfillment of duty. Our paths are not meant to cross, do you understand? Assistant Lin nodded vigorously, responding, Yes, Brother Zhao, I was wrong. I will arrange a meal for us at noon, and after we eat, we shall depart for Shuanghu County. The Wilderness Team 9 arrived yesterday. Zhao Maoxing replied, Well then, I shall grant you this favor and join you for lunch. At this point, Zhao Maoxing turned to a man behind him and instructed, Jianbin, take a few people and finalize the car rental arrangements. Once completed, come back for lunch. Wu Jianbin, aged 36, had followed Zhao Maoxing into a life of petty crime since his junior high school days, initially occupying game halls, then billiard rooms, and later roller rinks and KTVs. Over the years, he evolved from a local bully into a lackey for Xiao Su of the Wanlong Group. Wu Jianbin had become Zhao Maoxing's enforcer, acting on his orders as Zhao, like a crime lord, would issue commands. Upon hearing Zhao Maoxing's instructions, Wu Jianbin immediately addressed the 4 individuals beside him. You 4, come with me to rent the cars. The rest will follow Brother Ching. He cast a pointed glance at Assistant Lin, infused with a hint of menace. Assistant Lin pretended not to notice, seeking to avoid any awkwardness. In early September, Lhasa was transitioning into autumn. The desolate regions during this season were particularly treacherous. Melting snow at higher altitudes expanded the lakes, while the grass concealed marshy areas, making travel perilous. When the rental agency learned that Wu Jianbin intended to rent vehicles for the Qiangtong wilderness, they were initially reluctant, aware that traversing such remote areas would inevitably damage the vehicles. However, Wu Jianbin leveraged his financial clout and successfully rented 5 Toyota off-road vehicles, including 2 Land Cruisers, 1 Prado, 1 FJ Cruiser, and a single-cab LC79 pickup, renowned as one of the best vehicles for navigating uninhabited regions due to its spacious cargo area. At the lunch table, Zhao Maoxing was somewhat inebriated, showing little regard for Assistant Lin. On 2 occasions, Lin raised his glass to empty it, while Zhao merely acknowledged the gesture without genuine interest, a demeanor that made Lin feel something was amiss. After lunch, Lin set off for Shuanghu County with Brother Mian and 13 other companions, driving alone at the rear of the convoy. Pondering a troubling question, why did Zhao Maoxing dare to treat him this way? Lin analyzed the situation calmly, muttering to himself, Zhao Maoxing is well aware of my identity. Although our interactions have been few, they have existed. He has always been courteous, if not overly respectful. What has changed today? Has he taken leave of his senses? No. Lin continued his solitary analysis. Zhao Maoxing's audacity to confront me openly must be at Xiao Su's behest. Without Xiao Su's backing, Zhao Maoxing would be nothing. But what could Xiao Su have said to embolden Zhao Maoxing to so shamelessly disregard me? Zhao Maoxing is certainly not a fool. Does he not comprehend the repercussions of offending me? Or is Xiao Su intent on using him as a pawn to test my resolve? Contemplating this, Assistant Lin was suddenly struck by a chill running down his spine, accompanied by an unsettling premonition. In Shuanghu County, Xia was accompanied by Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu as they proceeded to handle the formalities for entering the no man's land. At the office of the Forest Public Security, they encountered an old acquaintance, Da Denshu. A native of Naku, Da Denshu had grown up in Shuanghu County and later secured a position within the Forest Police, becoming a familiar face in the 9th team. While processing the passage permits, Da Denshu casually inquired, "What project are you undertaking this time?" The Qiangtong region is notoriously difficult to navigate during this season. With a smile, Xia replied, "We are searching for individuals. 2 vehicles have clandestinely entered Qiangtong from Shuanghu County and are now stranded at Duoj Korinkiankyo. They sent out a distress signal from within, prompting our expedition." Upon hearing this news, Da Denshu furrowed his brow, asserting with certainty, "That cannot be right. How could anyone smuggle into Qiangtong from Shuanghu County? You must be mistaken." Xia, fully aware of the situation, turned her gaze towards Lu Sihai, her expression one of confusion as she asked, "Lu Ge, what is going on? Did you not mention that the individuals we are searching for entered from Shuanghu County? Yet, they claim no such incident occurred." Chapter 59. The stance of Brother He. Lu Sihai had a sudden inspiration and remarked, "They might have entered from the neighboring Mima County. Sigh a few nearing retirement, let us not dwell on it." Dawa Dunju cast a complex glance at Xia. After all, their duty was to safeguard the Qiangtong Nature Reserve. Hearing about individuals unlawfully intruding into the reserve was certainly concerning. Xia, feeling a bit awkward, smiled and shifted the topic, asking, "Brother Dawa, do you still have any of that beef jerky at home? Could you let me and Xiaopeng grab some later?" "Yes," Dawa Dunju replied readily. "Just tell Xiaopeng to come and get it. There's plenty at home, more than enough." While speaking, he stamped the paperwork. Xia picked up the documents and subtly indicated to Dawa Dunju, "I'll come by with Xiaopeng later. You must tell me how much it costs." "I can't keep taking it for free." Dawa Dunju nonchalantly responded, "It's all from our own cattle. It's no trouble at all. Just come by later. I'll be waiting for you." As Xia and Lu Sihai exited the Forest Police office, Lu Sihai's temper flared moments later. At that moment, Xia was on the left and Lu Sihai on the right. He deliberately raised his voice, questioning, "What is the matter with you? I've told you. The club member I'm looking for has a special status. He is a retired official. If this gets out, it could jeopardize his retirement. Can you bear such responsibility?" Hearing this, Xia couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking Lu Sihai was quite the performer. Regardless, Lu Sihai remained a client, so Xia feigned a look of apology, saying, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. But rest assured, our Team 9 is quite familiar with the local forest police. I guarantee they won't report anything. If the forest police here cause any loss to your club member, our Team 9 will take responsibility." Lu Sihai arrogantly retorted. "Take responsibility? Can you afford it?" Xia smiled awkwardly in response. Lu Sihai snorted and strode ahead, lecturing Xia as he walked. "In the future, don't say what you shouldn't." Yes, Xia repeatedly acquiesced, expressing her apologies. At noon, Xia, along with Kang Yunfeng and Xiaopeng, visited Dawa Dunju's home. This was Kang Yunfeng's first encounter with Dawa Dunju, the dark-skinned Tibetan man. Dawa Dunju seemed eager to present all the beef jerky he had at home. Xiaopeng, the food enthusiast, apologized while shamelessly loading a large box of beef jerky into the car, and after securing the jerky, casually inquired, "Do you have any butter tea? Please give me some more." He was notably audacious, relishing the feast. Dawa Dunju was more than generous, sharing all the good things from his home with Team 9. In the afternoon, as Team 9 passed through the checkpoint, Dawa Dunju personally saw them off. As they parted, he particularly reminded Xia, "If your vehicle gets stuck and needs rescue, don't hesitate to call. I'll send someone right away." Xia did not ask Dawa Dunju for assistance regarding this matter, but rather requested him to keep an eye on the team coming behind, especially Lin Tezu and that group of Myanmar monkeys. At this juncture, the Myanmar monkeys were en route from Lesa to Shuanghu County, with 2 teams separated by a day's journey. That evening, Yu Zakai arrived in Lesa and met Zhao Maoxing's group in a private dining room of the hotel. There were 9 individuals in Zhao Maoxing's party, making a total of 10, including Yu Zakai, with 5 vehicles at their disposal. Upon their initial introduction, both Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin scrutinized Yu Zakai for a full minute, struggling to reconcile the man before them with the one they had seen in the KTV incident. They could hardly perceive any fierce demeanor in Yu Zakai. Zhao Maoxing, maintaining his self-styled image as a gangster leader, boasted to Yu Zakai, "Xiao Su specifically instructed me to escort you into Qiangtong, which speaks volumes about his regard for you. We shall rest in Lesa tonight." I have procured all the necessary supplies for our expedition into the uninhabited region of Qiangtong. You'll ride with me tomorrow. Your driving skills are adequate, I presume? Yuzukai replied softly, I can manage to drive. Sensing the incongruity in his response, Zhao Maosheng quickly amended, never mind, you can share a vehicle with Jianbin. We shall set off at 8:30 sharp tomorrow morning and reach Shuanghu County in the afternoon to complete the paperwork, before heading into the Qiangtong wilderness the day after. Yuzukai nodded, preferring to remain silent. Wu Jianbin, noticing the atmosphere was somewhat tense, attempted to ease it by saying, everyone, please take a seat. This table is all about camaraderie. Let us sit together and enjoy our meal while we converse. Yuzukai found himself positioned at the door of the round table, which carried a hint of disrespect. Wu Jianbin, possessing a higher emotional intelligence than Zhao Maosheng, recognized his role and chose to sit beside Yuzukai, saying, allow me to add a few words. Brother Sheng's presence here signifies the gravity of this mission, especially since it is orchestrated by Boss Xiao. We are somewhat aware of the demolition issues. Assistant Lin has been rather unscrupulous in his dealings, leveraging his proximity to Lin Guoqiang. The mention of the demolition stirred vivid memories in Yuzukai's mind, conjuring images of his parents being crushed under the wheels, which visibly altered his expression. Zhao Maosheng erupted. That little Lin deserves a good beating. Damn it, I, Zhao Maosheng, have been in this game since I was 16. If I ever found my brothers bullying the elderly or children, I would not spare them. A mere hand-chopping would be lenient. Yuzukai was somewhat taken aback by this outburst and regarded Zhao Maosheng for the first time with earnest attention. At that moment, the server entered, bringing the dishes, causing the conversation to pause. Once the meal was served, Wu Jianbin leaned towards Yuzukai and remarked, Brother Sheng has stated that the most crucial aspect of this life is to uphold a moral code. The elderly and children must never be harmed. Yuzukai quietly inquired, and what about women? Wu Jianbin chuckled awkwardly, preparing to change the subject, but Zhao Maosheng, unabashedly, interjected, is it truly bullying if you strike a woman? Let me tell you, some women actually enjoy it. The harder you hit, the more thrilled they become. They relish the sound of a slap on their backside. Yuzukai never anticipated that Zhao Maosheng's notion of bullying would manifest in such a manner. At that moment, Wu Jianbin felt increasingly awkward and took the initiative to propose. Well, let us share a drink, shall we? Let us toast to the success of our endeavor. Zhao Maosheng boisterously exclaimed, come, come. Let us fill our cups to the brim and indulge in a night of revelry. He then instructed Jianbin to inquire about any entertaining establishments, suggesting they immerse themselves in the unique allure of the plateau and partake in something distinctive. Wu Jianbin, holding his glass, replied, I shall make inquiries shortly. Zhao Maosheng continued, ensure that everyone has their own private room, and if you can bring anyone back, do so. Tonight's expenses are on me. Thank you, Brother Sheng. The others echoed appreciatively. They raised their glasses in a toast, and as they set them down, the conversation flowed freely, centering on the topic of commercial KTVs. Zhao Maosheng animatedly recounted his encounters with exquisite women in Chengdu, growing more exhilarated with each tale. Yuzukai, feeling like an outsider, silently observed the scene. Only Wu Jianbin showed consideration for Yuzukai's feelings, engaging him in casual conversation to spare him from the discomfort of solitude. Chapter 60 During the meal. Wu Jianbin poured wine for Yuzukai 3 times. Each time Yuzukai's glass neared empty, Wu Jianbin would promptly refill it. On the 4th occasion, Yuzukai, feeling a bit embarrassed, offered Wu Jianbin a cigarette. Among men, the consumption of a few drinks naturally leads to more conversation, especially for Wu Jianbin, whose tolerance for alcohol was rather modest. When Yuzukai lit a cigarette for him, Wu Jianbin's spirits lifted, and he began to speak freely, lamenting about Assistant Lin. Brother, let us speak candidly. Given my position, I have no access to someone like Assistant Lin. To put it bluntly, I'm not even qualified to assist him. But to be honest, the audacity of that guy. If he were to ask me for help, I wouldn't even entertain him. Upon finishing this remark, Wu Jianbin raised his glass to clink with Yuzukai's, disregarding how Yuzukai drank, and downed his drink without hesitation. Yuzukai, having accompanied him in the toast, was about to engage in some casual banter when Wu Jianbin interjected, grasping Yuzukai's hand and saying, Brother, I truly admire you, to the point of being in awe. You single-handedly severed Lin Guodong's head. That's remarkable. Such audacity is something I can only envy throughout my life. I lack your courage. I've even considered it from your perspective. If I were in your shoes, could I do something like that? The answer is a resounding no. Yuzukai responded. That is only because you haven't been pushed to that extent, so you believe you couldn't. Not quite. Wu Jianbin, his tongue slightly loosened by the drink. Interrupted Yuzukai. If it were about demolishing my family's house with a deliberate miscalculation of area, I would simply advise my parents to avoid trouble. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Would I have to fight against capital? I would rather urge my parents to steer clear of complications. Living a humble life is far better than risking it all. Yuzukai felt discomfort at these words, but had to concede the truth in them. Wu Jianbin, oblivious to Yuzukai's unease, continued his reflection. Perhaps it's because I've been exposed to so many big bosses over the years alongside Brother Shang, witnessing an abundance of dark, behind-the-scenes dealings. At this point, Wu Jianbin thumped his chest, his eyes filled with regret, confessing, I genuinely fear them. I know I can't provoke these big shots. I'm cowardly. As he spoke passionately, tears welled in Wu Jianbin's eyes. Yuzukai recognized the sincerity in his friend's emotions, pouring more wine for Wu Jianbin and offering comfort. Your choices are not wrong. Sometimes compromising is a way of life. It's far better than what my parents endure. If I could turn back time, if I had another choice, I would do as you did, encourage my parents to take a step back. After all, nothing is more important than being alive. Tears streamed down Wu Jianbin's face as he sensed the heartfelt nature of Yuzukai's words. Yuzukai did not portray himself as a great hero, nor did he utter words of regret. Instead, he spoke with the most genuine and straightforward language, expressing his own desire to retreat, yet lamenting the absence of such an opportunity. Wu Jianbin, with trembling hands, lifted his wine glass and remarked to Yuzukai, My dear brother, I truly admire you. From the depths of my heart, this toast is for you. Yuzukai reciprocated with a drink, and the two of them settled into a position near the entrance, drinking as if the world around them had faded away. The others were primarily engaged in flattering Zhao Maosheng, who had little time to acknowledge either Yuzukai or Wu Jianbin. The dinner proved to be quite intriguing. Initially, Wu Jianbin deliberately broached the subject of Yuzukai's parents, intending to stir the embers of resentment within him. However, as the conversation progressed, Wu Jianbin became increasingly inebriated, which led to a heartfelt exchange between the two. Their discussion meandered from Assistant Lin to Zhao Maosheng. In Wu Jianbin's view, Zhao Maosheng was akin to a big brother, navigating life alongside his comrades. Although his methods were somewhat unscrupulous, he was a man of loyalty. This was Wu Jianbin's assessment of Zhao Maosheng. In Lesha, Zhao Maosheng commenced the second half of the evening, while Shang Ke indulged in serenading his companion amidst an atmosphere of revelry. In Shuanghu County, Assistant Lin and a group of Burmese companions, suffering from altitude sickness, arrived at their destination. They had originally planned to finalize the necessary paperwork for entering the uninhabited zone that very day, but upon arrival, darkness had set in, and the office had closed. Consequently, Assistant Lin was compelled to seek lodging for the night, postponing the bureaucratic matters until the following morning. At that moment, the 9th team had already established their camp on the southwestern side of the Punagangri Glacier, approximately 70 kilometers from the makeshift road. Entering Xiangtong from Shuanghu County began with a rudimentary road spanning several kilometers. This road, constructed by Shuanghu County, was deemed makeshift as it had been compacted by frequent vehicular traffic, making it less prone to entrapment. However, after several kilometers, the quality of the road deteriorated significantly, eventually transforming into unremarkable ruts. Departing from the makeshift road marked the true onset of the uninhabited territory, particularly in September, which could be considered the wettest season of the year. Rain showers occurred almost daily, mainly during the evenings or nights, with each downpour being brief yet frequent. The incessant rain rendered the ground soft and prone to vehicle entrapment, a common occurrence. In winter, one could traverse 200 kilometers in Xiangtong in a day, but during summer, the unpredictability rested solely upon the whims of nature. The meltwater from the Punagangri Glacier flowed toward Lago Lake, and the 9th team chose to camp close to the southwestern edge of the glacier. Beyond that point lay numerous channels carved by glacial meltwater. The decision to camp here was somewhat passive. After leaving the makeshift road, the vehicle driven by Lao Tang, an LC-120, became stuck. Before assistance could arrive, the front end sank rapidly, with the bumper buried in the mud. It took 20 minutes to extricate the vehicle, but not long after they resumed their journey. Xiaopeng's pickup truck also became ensnared in the mire. Such rescue operations occurred on average every 30 minutes. After 6 hours of travel, 3 of which were spent in rescue efforts, the sun had only 2 hours before it would set. The mountains decisively advised Suyu to camp for the night on the southwestern side of the Punagangri Glacier. Further progress would require crossing countless narrow streams. In winter, Traversing these would be akin to walking on solid ground, but that was not the case now. It was the rainy season, necessitating a temporary halt to study how to proceed northward. As the sun would not set for another 2 hours, Lu Si-hai felt a twinge of discontent. According to the map, the campsite was approximately 200 kilometers in a straight line from Diguokuo Renkiankuo, and at their current pace, it would take at least 2 more days to reach their destination. Fearing reprimand from Assistant Lin for his perceived laziness, he took the initiative to approach Siya, presenting a rather foolish suggestion. With unwavering conviction, he asserted, "I disagree with resting here tonight. With 2 hours until sunset, it is entirely reasonable for us to advance for another hour, allowing ample time to set up camp. After all, you are professionals. Surely it would not take an entire hour to establish the campsite?" Chapter 61. The mental barrier. As Lu Si-hai spoke, his tone was imbued with a hint of emotion, even bordering on a challenge to the authority of the ninth team. This irked the plump fellow, who retorted, "Are you familiar with Qiangtong?" Before he could finish his rebuttal, Siya interrupted the agitated man, patiently explaining to Lu Si-hai, establishing a camp in Qiangtong is quite physically demanding, especially at high altitudes. Hence we need to allocate a longer time frame. To reach Duoj Korinkiankuo, we must head northward. Currently, the Puno Gungri Glacier is on our right, while Lingakuo lies to our left. This season, the glacial waters are melting, and the terrain slopes from west to east, resulting in numerous small rivers along our northern route that are difficult to navigate. Seated in the front passenger seat, Qin Bongfu feigned expertise, stroking his chin as he interjected. "That doesn't seem right. According to your reasoning, with higher temperatures during the day, crossing the rivers would be even more challenging, wouldn't it? Each step could lead to a trap. Given the lower temperatures at night, the frozen ground along the riverbanks should facilitate easier passage. In my view, we should travel through the night and cover as much distance as possible." Siya offered an awkward smile and continued her explanation. If it were late autumn or early winter, that would indeed be the case. The lower nighttime temperatures make river crossings easier. However, at this time of year, even at night, the riverbanks may not freeze solid. Getting stuck would pose significant complications as rescue efforts differ greatly between day and night. Her rationale was sound, and Qin Bongfu, grasping the reasoning, ceased to argue. Lu Si-hai sighed with a hint of urgency. "Captain, I'm a bit anxious, as our club's former leader is still trapped inside. It has been several days, and I wonder how they are faring." Song Yufeng approached, cigarette in mouth, and provocatively inquired of Lu Si-hai, "Don't they have satellite phones? Why not call and check on their situation?" Lu Si-hai, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at Dashin, who was busy, and quickly replied, "Let us ask later. Bongfu, call someone over to lend a hand in setting up the camp for the brothers of the ninth team." With that, Lu Si-hai took the initiative to assist Dashin in erecting the camp, prompting Qin Bongfu to rally 2 other mechanics to join the effort. Siya smiled subtly, her lips curving into a gentle grin. Song Yunfeng, standing beside Siya and observing Lu Si-hai and his companions, took another deep drag of his cigarette and lamented. "He is a decent person, but it's unfortunate he remains unaware of being used as a pawn." With a resigned smile, Siya replied to Song Yufeng, "Let us focus on the task at hand. We should set up the camp quickly, eat, and then discuss other matters." Dashin led the group in erecting the canopy tent. Once completed, the plump fellow set up the cooking stove in preparation for dinner, while Dashin and the others continued assembling sleeping tents. Each member of the ninth team busied themselves, contributing in whatever capacity they could, including Zhao Xiaojia and Yi, with no one remaining idle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the weather abruptly changed. The once serene plateau was beset by gusts of ominous winds that rattled the canopy tent. This sudden tempest reached a force of 6 or 7 on the Beaufort scale, and within mere moments, rain began to follow. The climate of the plateau is capricious, and the rain continued until sunset. The group sought refuge in a tent, enjoying their dinner by the fire while contemplating their journey for the following day. At 10:30 in the evening, Dawa Dunju's call reached Siya's mobile phone. At that moment, Lu Si-hai and his 3 companions were also present. Siya took the satellite phone and returned to the vehicle, ensuring the door was securely closed before answering. She inquired, "Brother, are you still awake at this late hour?" Dawa Dunju responded, "I just got home and hurried to call you. The Linzhou you mentioned has arrived in Shuanghu County, accompanied by 14 individuals. The entire team comprises 7 vehicles, all brand new Land Rover Defenders." Siya affirmed, "Indeed, that's them. Have they approached you for a travel permit?" "No," Dawa Dunju explained. "Upon entering Shuanghu County, there is a checkpoint, and the duty officer spotted them. Do you know what these individuals are up to?" Sia replied softly, "They are courting death." This statement genuinely surprised Dawa Dunju, who, gripping the phone, asked anxiously, "What do you mean by that?" Sia casually summarized the matters regarding Assistant Lin, Yuzukai, and Song Yinfeng. Dawa Dunju listened in astonishment and finally asked in an uncertain tone, "Are these individuals all mercenaries who crossed over from Myanmar? And are they targeting you?" "Yes," Sia replied with ease. "They are indeed targeting us. They must have already devised their sinister plans." Dawa Dunju grew tense, asking, "Isn't that perilous?" "What do you mean?" Sia gazed into the dark night outside, fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a bewildered tone. "Brother, do you know? I feel particularly lost right now. I want to share my most genuine thoughts with you at this moment, which may not entirely align with my current role. It's all right, go ahead." Dawa Dunju's voice was deep, reminiscent of an elder brother with whom one has shared many years, as he sincerely encouraged Sia, "Just treat me like your older brother. We can discuss anything." Sia took a deep breath, leaning back in her chair, stating, "Brother, you know I previously served in the Special Police. Before joining the Special Police, I attended a military academy, where I learned one principle throughout my years of education. Those who offend our China shall be punished. No matter how distant, I have never regarded this as mere rhetoric. My grandfather fought in the Korean War and perished at Shanganling. My uncle was a narcotics officer in Yunnan and was killed at the age of 23 while apprehending drug traffickers. Now, I am merely the leader of an outdoor club. The members of my 9th team are different from me. They are all children from ordinary families. I feel an overwhelming desire to eliminate these invaders, yet I do not wish for the 9th team members to be involved. I am deeply conflicted. I do not even know if my thoughts are right or wrong." Just as she finished speaking, a sudden knocking on the window startled Sia, prompting her to quickly set down the satellite phone. Turning to look outside, she saw Song Yufeng standing there. Sia lowered the car window and complained, "When did you arrive at the car? I didn't hear you approach." Kang Yunfeng expressed his apologies, saying, "I am truly sorry. Xiaopeng prepared hot milk, and I intended to invite you over for a drink. However, I inadvertently overheard your heartfelt words, and I couldn't help but listen a little longer." Sia, somewhat displeased, remarked, "You eavesdropped on my phone call." Kang Yunfeng sincerely apologized, stating, "I am sorry. It was unintentional. I happened to overhear, but I did not do so in vain. I wish to share my thoughts." "What thoughts?" Sia, momentarily forgetting that the satellite phone call was still ongoing, focused solely on her conversation with Kang Yunfeng. While on the other end, Dawa Dunju quietly listened to their exchange. Kang Yunfeng comforted Sia, saying, "I am not eloquent and cannot articulate profound principles. So let me provide a simple example. Imagine you are at home in your loungewear, watching television, when suddenly your neighbor barges in with a knife, intending to harm you. At that moment, do you still care whether you are wearing a proper outfit? Does the absence of formal attire prevent you from defending yourself? Consider this carefully. Is it not a similar principle? Although you may not don a police uniform, are you not a part of this nation? When others bully you, must you first ask your mother for a suitable outfit before you can retaliate?" Chapter 62. Entering the No Man's Land 1. As soon as Song Yunfeng finished speaking, the satellite phone crackled with the excited approval of Dawa Dunju, who nearly shouted, "Brother, you're absolutely right. 20 years ago, when I didn't join the Forest Public Security, I confronted poachers in Xiangtong with nothing but a homemade gun. Xiangtong is my home, and its wildlife is my family. These poachers were coming to kill my family. Did I care whether I was in law enforcement? I took them down one by one." It was from this moment that the bond of life and death between Dawa Dunju and Song Yunfeng began to form. She expressed her concerns. "I'm not afraid of these Burmese monkeys, but I must consider the members of Team 9 around me. They..." Song Yunfeng interrupted her, saying, "Yuzukai arrived in Lhasa this afternoon. He will follow the Burmese monkeys, and the dirty work will be handled by Yuzukai and me." She sat in the driver's seat, dumbfounded, gazing at Song Yunfeng. At that moment, he appeared to her as a towering figure, embodying greatness. His usual nonchalance and playful demeanor were replaced by a serious expression. On the phone, Dawa Dunju's voice came through, "Brother, if you need assistance, just let me know. I'll support you, both personally and professionally." Song Yunfeng looked at the satellite phone in Shiyu's hand and said, "My brother, I was once stationed as a border reconnaissance soldier at Bangong Lake. Like you, I cherish this land, although I have removed my uniform for certain reasons. It does not diminish my commitment to protect this territory. I assure you, no Burmese monkey that steps foot here will escape. There may be some search operations involved, which will increase your workload, and I sincerely apologize for that." Dawa Dunju replied, No need to be so polite. Just let me know the coordinates of your operations. If we are indeed required to patrol the mountains for people, I will steer clear of this area. Within a week, wolves, bears, and various carnivorous wildlife will turn them into excrement. At the mention of turning them into excrement, Shiyu could not help but laugh. Song Yufeng, with a grave tone, uttered, Jianbu Tajiki. Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. From the satellite phone came the response, Tongxing La. Shiyu, puzzled, looked at Song Yufeng with a tentative tone and asked, Do you speak Tibetan? Song Yufeng confidently feigned modesty, replying, A little. Shiyu's eyes widened further. And Song Yufeng smiled, saying, Come here, the milk for the little chubby one will get cold soon. Shiyu picked up the phone and politely bid farewell to Dawa Tanju, then got out of the car and followed Song Yufeng, asking, What did you just say, Tajiki? Song Yufeng translated, You can understand it as thank you, big brother. Dawa said something like Yuri being too formal or Yuri welcome. It can be translated in various ways. But that's the gist of it. Under the starlit sky, the group conversed leisurely over warm milk beneath the canvas tent, while Dashin quietly donned his headlamp, securing the hood of his jacket tightly. In the back of the pickup truck, he retrieved an extended entrenching tool and, undeterred by the gentle rain, commenced digging drainage ditches around the tent. Most of these ditches formed a Y shape, excavated on the higher ground to encompass the entire campsite, thereby preventing excess rainwater from inundating their temporary abode. When Wang Hai noticed Dashin's absence, he followed him outside, discovering that Dashin had already dug several meters. The two men made no disturbance to their companions, each intent on contributing to the best of their abilities, allowing the others to rest peacefully. The cohesion of Team 9 was evident in such meticulous details. As the night progressed, several light showers fell. But thanks to the drainage ditches dug by Dashin and Wang Hai, the area beneath the military cots was spared from becoming a babbling brook, allowing those sleeping above to remain undisturbed. The following morning, Team 9 broke camp and continued their northward journey. The straight-line distance from the campsite to Duoj Korenkiankyo was nearly 200 kilometers, yet the actual trek exceeded this measure significantly. First, they had to traverse between the Puno Gangri Glacier and Linga Kyo, proceeding northward through Duoj Koren, another lake that obstructed their path. Theoretically, circumventing the eastern shore of Duoj Koren and continuing northward would lead them to Duoj Korenkiankyo. However, during this season, the northern route proved exceedingly challenging, riddled with marshes. Prior to departure, Xie conducted a comm analysis, dividing Team 9 into two groups. The first group, led by Dashin, included members Xiaopeng, Qin Shuang, Wang Hai, Pan Shui, Lao Tang, Tang Sa, Zhao Xiaojia, and Yi. The remaining members formed the second group, which consisted of only 4 vehicles, Kang Yunfeng and Xie, Longyi, and Qima, with the other 2 vehicles belonging to Lu Shihai's side. Before setting off, Kang Yunfeng and Xie took the lead vehicle to scout the route ahead. As anticipated, after merely 15 kilometers, Kang Yunfeng's LC-80 became ensnared in the riverbed. At this juncture, Xie grasped the vehicle's walkie-talkie and instructed, Group 1, detach and select a new crossing point. Longyi and Qima will remain for assistance. Upon hearing this, the members of Group 1 decisively chose an alternate crossing point. Lu Shihai and Qin Bongfu found themselves separated today, both serving as drivers, each accompanied by a mechanic in the passenger seat. Lu Shihai noticed that a portion of Team 9 continued northward, entirely disengaged from the rescue efforts, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. He seized the walkie-talkie and inquired, What is the situation? Why have so many left? Xie clarified, To avoid delaying our schedule, they have proceeded to scout ahead. Lu, you and Qin's vehicle should stay close to us. We will form a small team with our 4 vehicles for the rescue. As Kang Yunfeng opened the car door, poised to exit, Xie in the passenger seat called out to him, reminding him that there were waiters in the second row, those that reached directly up to the chest. Had it not been for Xie's timely reminder, Kang Yunfeng would have stepped out unprepared. Clad in the waders, he descended from the vehicle, where Longyi awaited at the water's edge, ready with the winch rope for Kang Yunfeng's approach. Lu Shihai and Qin Bongfu, alongside their companions, stood on the bank, hands on hips, observing without offering assistance. Calmly, Song Yunfeng grasped the winch rope and strolled towards the riverbank, even pausing to light a cigarette before securing the rope to the tow hook. Lu Shihai, growing impatient, inquired, What are you dawdling about? Attach the winch rope and pull the vehicle out before you indulge in your smoking. Unperturbed, Song Yufeng stood in the river and retorted, Why the shouting? A smoke invigorates one for work. Lu Shihai's lack of urgency struck him as odd, prompting him to casually ask, "Are you deliberately stalling?" The question startled Song Yufeng, who inwardly questioned, "Have I been discovered in my delay?" Meanwhile, Qin Bongfu, rubbing his temples, remarked, "You dare to call your team professional? Even I, who have scarcely ventured into the uninhabited zone, can see that this spot is ill-suited for crossing, yet you plunge in headfirst. Do you possess any experience at all?" Chapter 63. Entering the no-man's land, Song Yunfeng was troubled, seeking a way to delay time for the first group to advance, when unexpectedly, Qin Bongfu provided him with a solution. Clad in water pants, Song Yunfeng made his way from the riverbed to the shore, approximately 15 meters away from where the vehicle was trapped. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, he approached the shore and inquired of Qin Bongfu, "What are you saying, my friend? Do you doubt the experience of Team 9? What evidence supports that claim?" Qin Bongfu, uninterested in further banter, chose to dismiss the conversation, urging, "No more discussion. Just get the vehicle out quickly so we can proceed." Long Yi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Bongfu, stirring the pot by insisting, "You can't just remain silent. Team 9 has never faced such scrutiny. You must clarify today. Otherwise, we shall not move forward." Lu Sihai, unable to bear the situation, interjected through the walkie-talkie, "Captain Xia, are you not going to manage your team? Instead of considering a rescue for the trapped vehicle, why indulge in idle chatter? Can we please avoid wasting time?" As the captain, Xia understood the weight of her role. She could not afford to be unreasonable. Thus, she symbolically urged Song Yunfeng, "Yunfeng, please refrain from smoking for now. Let us not waste any more time." With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Song Yunfeng turned back to the riverbank, attaching the winch cable to the rear towhook of the LC-80. Long Yi, holding the winch remote, signaled to Chi-Mo inside the vehicle that preparations were complete. Chi-Mo honked the horn, prompting Song Yunfeng to take his place in the driver's seat, shift to neutral, and release the handbrake, responding with a honk in turn. Long Yi commenced the operation of the winch, pulling in the rope, and the LC-80 began to move slowly backward as the winch tightened its grip. Qin Bongfu's voice broke through again, criticizing, "What is Song Yufeng doing? The reverse lights aren't even on. This must be intentional." Long Yi retorted with irritation, "What do you know? Brother Feng's vehicle, laden with supplies and its own weight, exceeds 2.9 tons. If he were to engage reverse and accelerate now, the wheels would surely spin, churning the mud beside them and risking the vehicle getting stuck. That would make the rescue even more arduous." Qin Bongfu fell silent. Long Yi felt dissatisfied with his retort, but was unsure how to express his frustration further, sighing internally, wishing he could be as bold as Xiao Pang. Xia's plan was to divide Team 9, with her and Song Yunfeng accompanying Long Yi while Chi-Mo remained behind, seemingly waiting for Assistant Lin and the Myanmar monkey. However, as fate would have it, plans often go awry. Deshan and Wang Hai, leading the convoy, had barely set off for half an hour when Deshan's pickup truck, laden with equipment, plunged into a narrow stream, becoming ensnared in the mud. This stream, once a wide riverbed, had narrowed due to decreased rainfall, with surface water flowing into the terrain, evaporating, yet underground water reserves remained plentiful. The pickup truck, designed to carry heavy equipment and weighing over 4 tons, sank immediately upon entering the riverbed, becoming immobilized and rapidly descending. Within mere seconds, the wheels of the pickup were obscured from view. The rear bed pressed firmly against the ground. As Dashan drove, with Qin Shuang in the passenger seat, the two of them emerged from the car through the windows, cautiously avoiding the muddy ground beneath them and instead climbing atop the vehicle. Behind them, several cars were lined up along the riverbank. The situation had transcended mere rescue. It was now a question of whether this vehicle could be salvaged at all. Old Tang, possessing considerable experience in traversing uninhabited territories, stood at the riverbank for a brief moment, observing before devising an effective rescue strategy. He instructed Dashan and Qin Shuang on the roof, toss everything from the back of the truck onto the shore, leaving nothing behind. Wang Hai, go find 2 shovels and put on your waders. We will excavate the sand, starting from the rear tires and then moving to the front. Pan Shui, locate 4 recovery boards. The rest will operate the winches and pull out the lines from all 4 vehicles. Once we've cleared the sand, we will simultaneously retract the winch lines for rescue. Xiao Pang scratched his head, sighing, "It won't be done in under 2 hours." Old Tang, ever optimistic, replied, "No worries. We'll finish when we finish. At worst, we can spend the night here and wait for the captain." Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Sister, you never mentioned splitting into 2 teams before. What is different this time? It seems like she deliberately wants to keep us apart. Is there something going on?" All eyes turned to Old Tang, as Yi's question resonated with their collective curiosity. The only one capable of elucidating this matter was Old Tang, for Sister Xia always consulted him on significant decisions. Being the eldest and most experienced member of Team 9, as well as a shareholder in the Wilderness Club, his insights were invaluable. After a moment of hesitation, Old Tang decided to be forthright, stating, Xia indeed meant to separate us. Over the next few minutes, he recounted Xia's plan, concluding, she fears we might wade into treacherous waters. Last night, she and I discussed this late into the night, ultimately leading to her decision. Wow. Xiao Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. Assistant Lin actually brought those Burmese monkeys along? They've come to Cheongtong? Was Lu Xihai a pawn set by Assistant Lin? The goal is to lure us into Cheongtong? Is he out of his mind? Doesn't he realize this is our territory? And what about Sister Yu? Does she think we can't handle a dozen Burmese monkeys? Sister Tang, with a gentle smile, reassured, Xia isn't worried about our ability to confront those Burmese monkeys. She is concerned that we might not adapt. Initially, she didn't even intend to bring Long Yi and Chi Mo, but after Old Tang's repeated persuasion, she chose to keep them. Dashin jumped down from the truck's bed, frustrated, and declared, what is the point of unloading the vehicle or staging a rescue? Let us go, brothers, let's head back and confront them. Wait. Old Tang called to the agitated Dashin. Assistant Lin and those Burmese monkeys only set off from Shuanghu County this morning. They're likely still on the rudimentary roads. Turning back now would be futile. Let us first extract the vehicle. Xiaojia, call Xia and inform her that we're stuck and unable to move. We'll proceed with the rescue slowly and, if necessary, spend the night here waiting. In that moment, everyone understood why Old Tang remained so composed, even deliberately reluctant to leave. On the rudimentary path of the Punagangri Glacier, the convoy of Land Rovers progressed slowly forward. Leading the way were Lin, the assistant, and Mian, with 7 additional Land Rover defenders trailing behind them. In total, there were 13 Mian monkeys accompanying the group, making the entire party, including Lin and Mian, consist of 15 individuals. Inside the lead vehicle, Lin was at the wheel while Mian occupied the passenger seat, fiddling with the cigarette lighter socket of the onboard oxygen machine. After several attempts to insert it, the operational light of the oxygen machine still failed to illuminate, causing Mian a sense of unease as he muttered, what is going on with this thing? Why isn't it functioning? Chapter 64. Entering the uninhabited zone, 3 Assistant Lin felt a tinge of frustration. He turned to Mian and impatiently inquired, are you still unable to acclimatize to the high altitude without the oxygen machine? Mian, seemingly oblivious to the question, replied, unless every vehicle is equipped with an oxygen machine. Why not utilize it? Lin responded, in the vehicle, oxygen is abundant, but what about once you disembark? You still want to be able to adapt. With unwavering confidence, Mian asserted, once we get out of the car, we'll take care of them swiftly. A few decisive moves and we'll be back in the vehicle in no time. How much time could that possibly waste? Lin silently acknowledged that it was indeed a wise decision to have Xiaosu arrange for personnel to come over. Noticing Lin's silence, Mian pressed on. Is this thing malfunctioning? Lin cautioned, it's possible that the cigarette lighter socket in the Land Rover is faulty. There's another one in the back. Check if that one works. Mian unfastened his seatbelt and leaned into the back seat, plugging the oxygen machine into the socket. It emitted a couple of beeps and began to function normally. Mian grumbled, this vehicle has too many minor issues. Lin picked up the walkie-talkie and reminded the vehicles behind. Maintain distance. Try not to get stuck. The Wilderness Team 9 is approximately 50 kilometers ahead. If we catch up tonight, we can return tomorrow. No one responded over the walkie-talkie, as each of the Mian crew was suffering considerably. Altitude sickness was nearly fatal for them. The ideal was grand, yet reality was stark. The Land Rover convoy had scarcely traveled 10 kilometers from the makeshift road when they faced their first entrapment. Such routine incidents would typically take Team 9 10 minutes to resolve, yet the Mian crew took a full half hour. By the time they managed to extricate themselves and reboard, several individuals had turned pale, with some even bringing portable oxygen tanks along when exiting the vehicle. By 6 in the evening, the Land Rover convoy finally arrived at the campsite where Team 9 had settled the previous night, while Team 9 was about 30 kilometers ahead, already commencing their evening camping feast. Shiyu had originally intended to intercept the Land Rover convoy comprised of Lin and the Mian crew mid-journey, but her plans faltered as they failed to show up, even when she intentionally caused a delay. Ultimately, she had no choice but to regroup with Lu Xihai and the rest of Team 9. It is no exaggeration to say that had Team 9 not deliberately waited for Lin and the Mian crew, they would have never caught up. Meanwhile, Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin, along with Yu Zikai, had arrived in Shuanghu County and completed the necessary procedures to enter the nature reserve. Though referred to as procedures, they merely consisted of a simple registration at the forest police station. Upon meeting Yu Zikai, the forest officer Dawa Dunjub immediately recognized him as the lone wolf spoken of by Shiyu. Yu Zikai was not particularly talkative, and there was little exchange during their first encounter with Dawa Dunjub. That evening, after completing the paperwork, Wu Jianbin organized a group to refuel and purchase supplies, while Yu Zikai returned to the guest house to rest early. Zhao Maoxing, on the other hand, harbored hopes of finding some entertainment in Shuanghu County, unaware that it was notoriously one of the poorest counties in the nation. Not to mention entertainment, there wasn't even a single elegantly decorated KTV venue in sight. In the evening, Yu Zikai spoke with Song Yunfeng over the phone, confirming each other's locations and engaging in some casual conversation. Yu Zikai disclosed to Song Yunfeng that he had viewed a video from the day his parents were murdered. Song Yunfeng cautioned Yu Zikai, suggesting that Xiao Su might be using him as a pawn to eliminate Assistant Lin. Indeed, Yu Zikai replied calmly, "I understand. Xiao Su paid to send me here with that very purpose in mind. However, for me, it matters little. Previously, I was only aware that the masterminds were Lin Guoqiang and Lin Guodong. Now, I know that the one who personally killed my parents is Assistant Lin. Therefore, taking his life seems inconsequential." Song Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle. "Why do I feel like you're discussing murder as if it were merely the act of killing a chicken?" Yu Zikai responded with remarkable composure, "I possess nothing of worth in this life. My parents and sister are all gone. What meaning does my solitary existence hold? If not for revenge." Song Yunfeng interrupted Yu Zikai, saying, "If that is the case, I truly hope you harbor more hatred within. At least it provides you with a reason to live. The brothers of Team 9 differ from us. Once the battle commences, let us act swiftly and decisively, ensuring not to involve them. Do you understand?" Yu Zikai replied flatly, "You and I are not the same. My hands are stained with too much blood. Allow me to bear the sins alone. Do not sully your hands. It's merely a handful of Burmese monkeys. Just observe. What are you saying?" Song Yunfeng challenged. "Who do you look down upon? Who has tea blood on their hands? I once single-handedly took down 2 Indians, and for that, I received a warning in my unit, forcing me to assist in the kitchen for a week, which only made me gain weight." Yu Zikai scoffed. "A true hero does not boast of past glories. Good night." With that, he ended the call. At that moment, Song Yunfeng sat in an LC-80, directly facing Team 9's tent. Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu, along with the rest of Team 9, were inside, casually chatting. Lu Sihai was even planning to cover more ground the next day, aiming to reach Duoj Qo Renqianquo early. Meanwhile, Xia and Old Tang had already agreed not to proceed the following day, intending to wait for the Myanmar troops to bring the Burmese monkeys over. This decision stemmed from the need to rest and conserve energy. Not to mention, Team 9 truly outpaced them. It was the first time he had witnessed individuals knowingly awaiting punishment. The following morning, Xiao Pang rose at the usual hour to prepare breakfast. Typically, breakfast consisted of simple noodles with sauce, accompanied by a large pot of butter tea, ensuring everyone had a bowl, as it effectively combats altitude sickness. Today, breakfast featured braised beef and boiled eggs for all, with the quantity of butter tea doubled to ensure everyone could have a full serving in the morning, with an additional large bowl reserved for noon. After Lu Sihai and his companions rose from their slumber, their demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the previous day. Whereas they had hastened their departure yesterday, today was a different matter entirely. Sitting beneath the expansive canopy of the tent, Lu Sihai inquired if anyone had brought tea leaves, expressing a desire to brew some tea before setting off. This unexpected behavior aroused Su Yu's suspicion. She discreetly summoned Wang Hai to a secluded corner and whispered, "You should tamper with a vehicle and then seek Lu Sihai's assistance. Observe whether he will genuinely assist in diagnosing the issue." Wang Hai, somewhat perplexed, quietly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Just then, Qin Bongfu passed by, prompting Siyu to lower her voice further. "Just do it first, and I'll explain later." Wang Hai surveyed the area and noticed Little Fatty's vehicle parked at the outskirts of the encampment. He stealthily approached the pickup truck, removed the air filter, and covertly placed a plastic bag over it before reinserting the filter. The intent behind this action was to obstruct the engine's air intake, rendering it unable to ignite. Creating a problem and then repairing the vehicle was a reasonable means of stalling for time. This was the most conventional and straightforward malfunction imaginable. Wang Hai feigned ignorance, standing beside the vehicle as if engrossed in a repair. At that moment, Lu Sihai arrived, accompanied by Qin Bongfu, eager to join the fray. As they approached, Lu Sihai remarked to the members of Team 9, "You fellows are truly inept at repairs, let old Qin handle it. He is our club's esteemed master mechanic, and there is no vehicle he cannot mend." Wang Hai, feeling awkward, forced a chuckle and said, "I'm not quite sure what's wrong. It just won't start. May I trouble you, Brother Qin, to take a look?" Chapter 65. Entering the no man's land, Qin Bongfu stood by the car, hands clasped behind his back. Assuming the demeanor of a seasoned mentor as he directed, "I suspect this sound indicates insufficient fuel. Please inspect the fuel line first. Could the fuel pump be malfunctioning? Or perhaps the gasoline filter has come loose. Begin your examination there." Beside him, Wang Hai and Pan Shui were taken aback, witnessing a master of his craft behaving so unorthodoxly. To avoid alarming the situation, Wang Hai nodded in agreement, saying, "Thank you, Brother Qin. I will check the fuel line immediately." With hands still behind his back, Qin Bongfu turned away, not wishing to offer further assistance. After Qin Bongfu and Lu Sihai departed, Wang Hai symbolically crawled under the vehicle to inspect the fuel line, while Pan Shui stood guard, removing the air filter once again. Shiyu approached the car and quietly inquired, "What did they say?" Pan Shui recounted Qin Bongfu's diagnostic process, concluding with a firm assertion, old Tang's conjecture was indeed correct. Lu Sihai is not in a hurry to proceed. It seems he is deliberately stalling for time, likely waiting for the Myanmar monkeys. Calmly, Shiyu replied, "We must remind our associates to exercise extra caution today. Ensure that everyone carries their survival knives at all times, just in case." Pan Shui responded affirmatively, "Understood. I will notify everyone right away." As he prepared to leave, Shiyu called out, "Wait a moment. First, find old Tang and gather Tang Sa, Yi, and Zhao Xiao Jia together. You, Deshan, Long Yi, and Chi Mo must remain by their side, regardless of what happens, and remind little Fatty not to wander off." Pan Shui, visibly excited, said, "I will take care of it right away." Old Tang's suspicions and Shiyu's probing had confirmed that Lu Sihai was indeed stalling for time, and the sole purpose of this delay was to await Assistant Lin. As reality aligned with conjecture, it became apparent that last night, Assistant Lin had realized that the Land Rover convoy could not catch up to Team 9. Thus, he contacted Lu Sihai overnight, instructing him to hold back Team 9 while he made his way there. Of course, Assistant Lin did not disclose his intention to bring a group to eliminate Team 9. He merely expressed concern for his brother-in-law and sought additional assistance in the search, insisting Lu Sihai maintain secrecy, as any breach would be deemed inept and would jeopardize the final payment. Lu Sihai, driven by his desire to earn, remained blissfully unaware of the impending events, adhering strictly to his employer's directives. In the early morning at the Land Rover convoy's camp, a term that felt somewhat forced, considering they had only stopped last night to set up camp, only to realize that laboring in high-altitude conditions was an exercise in futility. In the first few minutes after disembarking, they could still adapt, inhaling the oxygen-rich air produced by the oxygen generator inside the vehicle. However, after 10 minutes outside, they felt dizzy and weak. The tents they had unloaded were abandoned on the ground as they retreated back into the vehicle to breathe in oxygen. Assistant Lin, visibly irritated, glared at the Myanmar man seated in the passenger seat, gasping for breath, and questioned, "In such a state, how can you possibly take down the Wild Nine?" Mian Gu remained dismissive, reiterating with emphasis, "We are mercenaries, active in the Golden Triangle. Do you have any idea what our daily tasks entail? Murder is our routine. Has anyone from the Wilderness 9 ever engaged in such deeds? When we meet face to face, we give no chance for a reaction. We descend from our vehicles and strike immediately. By the time they realize the peril, it is far too late." Assistant Lin sought to reassure himself, hoping Mian Ji's words held truth. He shifted the topic, inquiring, "So, what shall we do tonight? Can this camp still be set up?" Mian Gu suggested, "We must act by tomorrow. Let us not tire ourselves tonight. Everyone should stay in the vehicles for the night, and we will set off swiftly at dawn. We'll save time on dismantling the camp. Rest assured, my brothers can endure hardship." Given the circumstances, Assistant Lin had little choice but to comply and endure the night in the vehicle. To be honest, this night was rather comfortable for these mercenaries, for they had continuous access to an oxygen generator, idling the air conditioning to maintain a temperature around 25 degrees Celsius. Without the oxygen generator, they could not sleep in the vehicle with the air conditioning running due to the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. On the following morning, Assistant Lin reached out to Zhao Maoxing. At that moment, Zhao Maoxing, accompanied by Wu Jianbin and Yu Zikai, had just departed from Shuanghu County. Over the phone, Assistant Lin, in a state of subservience, urged Zhao Maoxing to hurry, unaware that Yu Zikai was a member of Zhao Maoxing's convoy, and blissfully ignorant that Xiao Su had sent Yu Zikai a video of his parents' demise. Had Assistant Lin known this, he would have been devoid of any chaotic thoughts. Zhao Maoxing had always held disdain for Assistant Lin, and with Xiao Su now explicitly targeting him, Zhao Maoxing regarded Lin with even greater contempt. On the call, Zhao Maoxing expressed his irritation, snapping, "What are you rushing me for? Do you know that Xiao Su sent me to assist you? It's help, not an acceptance of your orders, understand?" Understood. Assistant Lin smiled ingratiatingly, though internally he harbored profound resentment towards Zhao Maoxing, silently vowing to expose him to Lin Guiqiang upon returning, ensuring Zhao Maoxing's utter downfall. After the pleasantries, Assistant Lin cautiously stated, "We've already set off. The Wilderness 9 is just a few dozen kilometers ahead. They've encountered some issues, but barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should reach their camp by 3 p.m. Got it," Zhao Maoxing replied, puffing out his chest. "I'm here to clean up your mess, right?" Assistant Lin responded carefully, "Brother Sheng, what I mean is, it would be best if you hurry. We can rendezvous ahead of time and proceed together. Wouldn't that provide some assurance?" After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Maoxing replied, "Let us see how it goes. We will discuss it further upon arrival. I'll hang up now." The call ended abruptly. After disconnecting, Assistant Lin cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Those who aren't on our side are simply useless." The mercenary in the passenger seat, Mian Gu, suddenly turned to glare at Assistant Lin. Assistant Lin explained, "I wasn't referring to you. I was speaking of my colleague on the other end of the line. I instructed him to arrange for a few reliable individuals to handle the aftermath, yet he only sent an elderly man. Had I known, I would have managed it myself." Mian spoke in a low voice. "A few days ago, I had a conversation with my elder brother, Jin Nan. He has personally taken charge of the situation. Today, we not only aim to eliminate the members of the Wilderness Team 9, but there are even greater surprises in store for them." Assistant Lin looked at Mian with a curious expression and inquired, "What surprises?" Mian's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he replied, "Didn't you send me all the information about the families of Team 9? I have bundled it all together for my brother. He has numerous partners in the country, and these partners have already pinpointed 2 individuals. Who are they?" Assistant Lin pressed for further details. Chapter 66. Into the No Man's Land 5. Mian spoke with a hint of pride. "My elder brother has several partners back home, all of whom are prominent business tycoons, owning numerous companies. I recounted to my brother how the Wilderness Team 9 had humiliated me, to which he insisted that such an affront could not go unchallenged. He vowed to assist me in seeking vengeance." Assistant Lin inquired, "What are the specifics? How does your brother intend to help you with this revenge?" Mian, seated in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette and replied, "Do you recall a certain individual from the Wilderness Team 9 named Long Yi?" Assistant Lin pondered briefly before affirming, "Yes, I remember him." Mian continued, "Long Yi has a younger brother named Long Liyuan. While researching these individuals, my brother's associate discovered that Long Liyuan had posted a job-seeking notice on a recruitment website. Consequently, he reached out to Long Liyuan, enticing him with a lucrative salary to come in for an interview, on the condition that he would undergo training at a location in Mae Sot. You are familiar with Mae Sot in Thailand, I presume. It is merely a river's distance from our Myanmar." Assistant Lin turned to Mian and asked, "Is your brother involved in cyber fraud?" Mian added, "He engages in all sorts of ventures." Assistant Lin pressed further, "What about Long Yi's brother? Is he headed to Thailand?" Mian glanced at his watch and responded, "According to the plan, he should be flying to Thailand today, accompanied by several other recruits. If you have the means to locate young individuals under the age of 30 who are computer literate, I can offer you a commission of 50,000 for each introduction." At that moment, Assistant Lin hesitated. Mian continued, "If you can find affluent business magnates or individuals involved in property redevelopment, bringing them over to our side would yield a commission of 300,000 per person, guaranteed. We could also negotiate a profit-sharing arrangement. You would facilitate their transition for free, and we would deduct a portion from them, distributing it according to our agreement. Last year, someone managed to bring a prominent Zhejiang businessman to us, and within 5 days, we extracted 12 million from him." Assistant Lin, astonished, inquired, "How did you manage that?" Mian, brimming with self-satisfaction, explained, "We took him to gamble in Myanmar. Once his cash was depleted, we lent him more to continue losing. If he refused to pay back, we would administer a beating. And should he still fail to secure funds, we would casually sever a finger and send a video to his family, or alternatively, draw blood to sell. Typically, by this point, his family would be utterly distraught and willing to comply with our demands. Unable to restrain himself, Assistant Lin swallowed hard and asked, "Is severing a finger merely a scare tactic? What do you do when you are serious?" Mian cast a condescending glance at Assistant Lin, sensing his naivety, and replied, "Severing a kidney is a more conventional approach, but that is reserved for those who possess wealth yet refuse to part with it. Some individuals genuinely lack funds. In such cases, removing a kidney would yield little profit. With them, we primarily resort to beatings and torment, ensuring their fingers remain agile for cyber fraud. So what do you say? Can you introduce me to suitable resources? The financial prospects are substantial. My visit to the homeland serves two purposes: to assist you in your endeavors and to further develop my own lead generation channels." Lead generation channels? In essence, it is about seeking trustworthy individuals for collaboration. I believe you, Old Lin, are quite a reliable person. Let us endeavor to collaborate. My elder brother, Jinan, has acquainted himself with numerous prominent business figures, all of whom he personally met during their visits to the country, and as a result, their enterprise continues to flourish. Assistant Lin exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, let us engage more frequently. I happen to know many affluent individuals who are fond of games of chance." Brother Mian boasted, "What I offer goes beyond mere gambling. I can arrange anything. I am not concerned if my elder brother lacks hobbies. What worries me is if he has no demands. Whatever a wealthy brother can conceive, I can orchestrate. Provided he arrives, everything else can be discussed." Assistant Lin felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Sensing the potential in this endeavor, engrossed in conversation, he completely forgot to call Xiao Su and lodge a complaint against Zhao Maozheng. Meanwhile, Zhao Maozheng had already departed from the rudimentary road of the Punogangri Glacier, having fully entered the uninhabited region of Qiangtong, approximately 40 kilometers away from Assistant Lin's convoy. Lin's convoy traversed between the Punogangri Glacier and the Linga Lake, heading northward, thanks to the tire tracks left by the Wilderness Team 9 ahead. Assistant Lin's Land Rover convoy faced little difficulty, following the well-trodden path, as Wilderness Team 9 was a professional outfit adept at selecting river crossing points. Wilderness Team 9, having dawdled throughout the morning, finally saw Wang Hai repair the pickup truck, successfully starting it. Shiyu instructed everyone to commence work, beginning with dismantling tents and tidying up the cooking equipment. At this moment, Little Fat proposed they have lunch first, reasoning that having energy would facilitate their tasks. Though in reality, it was merely a delay tactic. Pan Shui hid within his vehicle, operating a drone to monitor the status of Assistant Lin's convoy. In the high-altitude expanse of Qiangtong, which is vast and sparsely populated, there were no concrete edifices or signal stations, allowing the drone to transmit images over considerable distances. Zhao Xiaojia sat in the passenger seat, fixated on a tablet displaying the drone's footage. The screen was sufficiently large to magnify the images significantly while maintaining clarity. With the drone's battery at 33, Pan Shui muttered, "I need to replace the battery." "Just a moment." Zhao Xiaojia reminded him, "Switch to the telephoto lens." "Is that a convoy moving below?" Pan Shui promptly switched to the telephoto lens, revealing a convoy slowly advancing northward. Zhao Xiaojia eagerly enlarged the image on the computer screen, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a fleet of Land Rovers. It's them." Pan Shui was far more exhilarated than Zhao Xiaojia, prompting him to instruct her, "Analyze the coordinates. How far are they from us?" Zhao Xiaojia opened the satellite map measurement tool, focusing on the screen as she stated. "The straight line distance is 7.8 kilometers. However, the actual distance traveled is likely around 10 kilometers. Pan Shui whispered. "Quickly inform Sister Yu and see what our next step should be." Zhao Xiaojia took the computer and pushed open the car door to step outside. Just as Cang Yunfeng and Old Tang passed by, Zhao Xiaojia hurriedly called out to Old Tang, "Uncle Tang, come take a look. The Land Rover convoy has arrived." Old Tang and Cang Yunfeng exchanged a glance and promptly sourced materials from the surroundings. They opened the passenger door of Pan Shui's car and placed the computer on the seat. The three of them stood outside the car, observing the situation on the screen. Old Tang and Cang Yunfeng were at the forefront, while Zhao Xiaojia positioned herself behind them. Pan Shui, manipulating the drone's remote control, remarked, "The battery is low. We must return to replace it." "Change it," Old Tang instructed Pan Shui. "Hand me the remote. I will retrieve the drone." You should pilot the backup drone to monitor the convoy, while Xiao Jia goes to summon Shiyu, taking care to avoid Lu Sihai and his associates. With that, Xiao Jia departed, and Pan Shui handed the remote over to Old Tang before heading to the trunk to prepare the launch of the second drone. Chapter 67. Entering the uninhabited Zone 6, this marked the first genuine collaboration with Team 9, and I couldn't help but admire their equipment. Curiously, I inquired of Old Tang beside me, is the drone also company property? Is it standard for every team? While maneuvering the drone back, Old Tang replied, Team 9 possesses a total of 4 drones, managed by Pan Shui and Qin Shuang. This drone was purchased with Team 9's budget, not a company standard. I believe Team 2 has acquired their own drones, but I'm uncertain about the others. It's quite advantageous to have a drone when venturing out. It allows for capturing scenic views, quite useful indeed. During our idle chatter, Pan Shui's second drone had already ascended, swiftly flying south after switching to S mode. As Old Tang retrieved the first drone, Xia and Zhao Xiaojia approached from a distance, whispering, Has the Myanmar monkey arrived? Pan Shui responded, Not yet. But it's close, about 10 kilometers away. However, there are several rivers to cross, making the journey less straightforward. Conservatively estimating, we should arrive within an hour. Xia picked up the walkie-talkie, feigning nonchalance as she announced, Everyone, after lunch, please begin packing up the camp. We will prepare to depart. Immediately. Responses echoed from Team 9 through the walkie-talkie. Copy that. Copy that. Xia then instructed Zhao Xiaojia, Go find Yi. You two discreetly keep an eye on Lu Sihai and see if he attempts to make any clandestine calls. Understood. Zhao Xiaojia headed toward the center of the camp, pretending to assist while actually keeping watch on Lu Sihai. As Pan Shui maneuvered the drone in search of the Land Rover convoy, he noticed a glint in the distance. Switching to a telephoto lens, he discerned another convoy faintly visible. Initially, he suspected he was mistaken, rubbing his eyes before swiftly directing the drone closer. Unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, Another convoy has arrived. Xia and Song Yufeng had already received word from Yuzukai that this convoy belonged to Zhao Maoqing. With Yuzukai among them, Pan Shui, concerned about his own nervousness and the volume of his voice, pressed the remote with his right hand. Gesturing toward the screen while addressing Song Yunfeng, Xia, and Old Tang in the passenger seat, Another convoy is approaching. Song Yunfeng remained remarkably composed and inquired, What is the distance between these two convoys? Can you estimate? Pan Shui cautiously estimated. It should be over 10 kilometers, but it's difficult to determine the exact distance. Song Yufeng nodded, affirming, That's correct. It is indeed them. We will proceed according to the original plan. Pan Shui, keep a close watch on them while I lead the team to tidy up the camp. Rest assured, Pan Shui replied with a sense of responsibility. I will keep a vigilant eye. Song Yunfeng and Xia departed, making their way toward the camp's canopy. As they walked, they exchanged thoughts, with Song Yunfeng specifically cautioning Xia, Assistant Lin is bringing the Myanmar monkey here. Their target is us. They will undoubtedly act without mercy. Lu Sihai and his 3 companions were hired by Assistant Lin. We cannot ascertain his intentions, presenting a variable. Furthermore, Zhao Maoqing was arranged by Xiao Su to play the role of a yellow bird, posing a greater challenge than Lu Sihai and his group. Xia murmured, I understand. The opposing side has an undeniable numerical advantage. I feel a pang of fear. If it were just the two of us, it would be manageable, as we both have undergone professional training. However, the members of the 9th team are, quite frankly, ordinary workers. I genuinely worry for their safety. Kang Yunfeng reassured Xia, saying, Leave it to me and Yuzukai. You focus on maintaining the morale of the 9th team brothers. The scene ahead may become excessively gruesome. I am not concerned about their physical stamina. I fear they may be so horrified by the bloody spectacle that they become paralyzed with fear, unable to move. That would be the most terrifying outcome. Zhao Xiaojia hurriedly approached from across the way and lowered her voice before Xia, saying, Lu Sihai's satellite phone just rang. He is secretly making a call over there. Xia and Kang Yunfeng lifted their heads to gaze into the distance, where they spotted Lu Sihai hiding more than 30 meters outside the camp, making a phone call while vigilantly watching the camp's direction, wary of eavesdroppers. Xia turned to Kang Yunfeng and remarked, It seems that we will soon have an answer regarding whether Lu Sihai's variable will change or remain constant. Old Tang, having secured the recently landed drone, approached Kang Yunfeng and Xia, stating, We have some time left. I will go and have a chat with Lu Sihai. I believe he cannot be that foolish. Kang Yunfeng, feeling a sense of worry, suggested, I will accompany you. If Lu Sihai were to act against you, I could intervene. Old Tang chuckled. No need to worry. If Lu Sihai dares to act, then he truly is a fool, unable to grasp the current situation. If he refrains from attacking me and is willing to listen to reason, it indicates that there is still hope for him, as long as he possesses some wit. I can persuade him to think calmly about whether he should side with Assistant Lin. Thea pressed further. What if Lu Sihai is indeed a fool? What if he realizes that his little tricks have been seen through and, in a moment of desperation, decides to strike? Old Tang nonchalantly replied, wouldn't that be even better? If he were to attack me now, would you all still let him off the hook? The sooner we resolve these four uncertain variables, the fewer complications we will face. Kang Yanfeng shook his head. Old Tang, you are testing your own safety. Old Tang patted Kang Yanfeng on the shoulder. For the sake of the 9th team, this risk is worth it. With that, regardless of their agreement or dissent, Old Tang set off alone towards Lu Sihai, who was still on the phone. Kang Yanfeng reminded Siya, inform the others to not exert themselves too much while tidying the camp. They must conserve their strength. Jia Xiaojia and Tang Sa must remain in the vehicle, ensuring each car has a designated driver. In the event of an irreversible accident, at least they will be able to escape by driving away. Understood, Siya replied. I will personally make the arrangements. Just as Siya was about to leave, Pan Shui rushed over from behind, holding the drone's remote control and saying, Sister Yu, they have stopped. Who? Siya asked Pan Shui, who has stopped? Pan Shui approached Siya and Kang Yanfeng, handing the remote control to both of them, and said, the Land Rover convoy has halted. It is parked over there. As he spoke, Captain Pan raised his hand, pointing towards a location not far away, approximately 3 kilometers from us. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the reflection of a Land Rover's windshield in the distance. Chang Yufeng nodded and remarked, I see it. What does it signify that they have come to a halt at this juncture? Are they waiting for Zhao Maojing to arrive? Shi Yu gazed towards the south and replied, it's unclear. Chang Yufeng urged, let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Arrange for Zhao Ziaja, and Sister Tang to get into the vehicle. Captain Pan suddenly noticed Old Tang heading towards Lu Sihai and pointed in his direction, saying, he is going alone to find Lu Sihai. Chapter 68. Lu Sihai's choice. Lu Sihai held the phone, spotting Old Tang approaching him from a distance. He questioned Assistant Lin with a hint of confusion. Mr. Lin, since you're all nearby, why not join us? It would be better to head north together to find your boss's brother-in-law. It's safer for everyone to look out for one another. Assistant Lin replied in a low voice, Lu Sihai, let me be frank with you. The reason I asked you to bring the Wild 9 team to the No Man's Land is not to search for anyone. Rather, the members of Wild 9 have offended me, and I intend to take their lives. I hope you are wise enough to understand that when the time comes to choose sides, you had better not make a wrong decision. No, Lu Sihai said nervously, his tone softening. Mr. Lin, please consider. I'm just a mere enthusiast of off-road vehicle modifications, taking people out for casual adventures. What right do I have to take sides? How about this? I won't get involved at all. Whatever happens today has nothing to do with me, all right? I will tell my people that we saw nothing. Assistant Lin's tone turned forceful as he retorted, do you think that if you claim to be uninvolved, the Wild 9 team will see you as a good person? Do not forget, from start to finish, you were the one who brought them here. I do not wish to hear any more nonsense. When the time comes to act, I will be observing your performance. Do not disappoint me, for if you do, I will not spare you. With that, Assistant Lin decisively hung up the phone, leaving Lu Sihai no opportunity to respond. At that moment, Old Tang had already approached, now only about 20 meters away from Lu Sihai. Lu Sihai tucked away the satellite phone and turned to Old Tang, his expression becoming exceedingly unnatural, even involuntarily breaking into an awkward smile. As Old Tang walked closer, he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Lu Sihai, saying, Sihai, smoke. Lu Sihai accepted the cigarette, awkwardly chuckling, Brother Tang, are we leaving? Old Tang cryptically replied, I don't know if we can even leave. Lu Sihai discerned the underlying meaning in his words and found himself at a loss for how to respond. Old Tang calmly continued, the kids from the 9 team, like you, are good sons to their parents and cherished grandchildren to their grandparents. Each of them has a home, and it's not easy for them to earn a living. They may have inadvertently offended someone. Lu Sihai remained silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but rather because he was unsure of what to say. Old Tang, composed as ever, took a drag from his cigarette, gazing toward the camp as he addressed Lu Sihai. Look, those 2 mechanics you brought along must be apprentices at your club, right? Yes, Lu Sihai affirmed. Both are young men from rural backgrounds, eager to make their mark and develop in Kunming. Old Tang gazed tenderly at the two young men assisting in the dismantling of the camp and softly addressed Lu Sihai. It is not easy for them. At such a young age, they traverse far and wide. Their decision to accompany you speaks volumes of their trust, viewing you as a big brother. You must ensure they do not stray from the righteous path. Lu Sihai remained silent, and this silence gave Old Tang an uneasy feeling. Having lived over 50 years, Old Tang had reached retirement age and had witnessed much in his lifetime. He understood that some truths should not be expressed too bluntly. Thus, he patted Lu Sihai on the shoulder and said, "Sometimes, refraining from making a choice is wiser than choosing." While Lu Sihai pondered the meaning of this statement, Old Tang had already moved towards the camp to assist in its dismantling. In Lu Sihai's view, it was somewhat late for the 9th team to retreat. After a brief moment of hesitation, he approached the camp and called aside Qin Bongfu and the two young mechanics, evidently to discuss the upcoming lineup arrangements. Xie, King Yunfeng, and others approached Old Tang. Zhao Xiaojia, the most anxious among them, quickly inquired, "What is the situation? What is Lu Sihai's stance?" Old Tang glanced at Lu Sihai's group and gently shook his head, saying, "I have said all that needs to be said. The ultimate choice rests with Lu Sihai. The variables remain variables. Since we cannot alter them, we shall not concern ourselves with them." Xie nodded in agreement with Old Tang's perspective and turned to Pan Shui, stating, while operating the drone, "Keep a vigilant watch on our surroundings. How far have the vehicles behind us advanced?" Pan Shui lowered his gaze to the screen, replying, "There remains approximately 3 kilometers. Currently, the Land Rover convoy is at the center, and our distance to them is equal to the distance from the Land Rover convoy to the vehicles behind us. The only difference is that we are stationary while the rear convoy is in motion." He approached from a distance, clutching the edges of her windbreaker, which had transformed into a pouch filled with numerous packets of glucose oral solution. She reached the group and said, "Everyone should take 2 packets and drink them to replenish sugar levels and prevent altitude sickness." Xie grabbed a handful, approximately 4 or 5 packets, and distributed them to King Yunfeng, saying, "Drink up. This stuff is indeed effective." King Yunfeng accepted the glucose oral solution and simultaneously opened 2 bottles, tilting his head back to consume them in one gulp, cautioning everyone, "Be careful, everyone." Meanwhile, in Zhao Maoxing's convoy, Zhao Maoxing lay dozing in the passenger seat of the second vehicle, clutching a can of beer, snoring with a hint of alcohol on his breath. In the first vehicle, Wu Jianbin was driving while Yu Zikai sat in the passenger seat, proceeding slowly along the tracks of the vehicle ahead. Assistant Lin ended his call with Lu Sihai and immediately contacted Zhao Maoxing, awakened and displeased. Zhao Maoxing took a swig of beer before asking, "What is it?" His tone was less than amiable. Realizing he needed something from Zhao Maoxing, Assistant Lin softened his tone, almost coaxingly, saying, "Brother Shang, the 9th team's camp is just ahead. I can see it through the binoculars, approximately 3 kilometers away. You are right behind me, correct?" Zhao Maoxing glanced at the driver, who replied, "We're almost there, just about 2 kilometers left. It should take around 10 minutes. Zhao Maoxing muttered under his breath, "What a dreadful road. 2 kilometers in 10 minutes. On the other end of the line, Assistant Lin, hearing Zhao Maoxing's complaints, quickly reassured him, saying, "Brother Shang, there's no need to rush. I'll drive over slowly and wait for you. When we act, let's be efficient and straightforward. No need for unnecessary embellishments. I've already arranged everything for the aftermath, so you can rest assured." Chapter 69. Confrontation. Zhao Maoxing's purpose for coming was not to assist Assistant Lin and the Myanmar monkey. Rather, his primary objective was to deliver the solitary wolf, Yu Zikai, into Assistant Lin's hands, utilizing him to eliminate Lin. When the Wilderness Team 9 and the Myanmar monkey were left in a state of mutual destruction, he would then assume the role of the Yellow Bird, casting the blame for Lin's demise upon Wilderness Team 9, while conveniently capturing Yu Zikai to present to Xiao Su. In doing so, Xiao Su would garner considerable accolades from Lin Guoqiang, having not only apprehended Yu Zikai, but also avenged Assistant Lin. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Maoxing calmly declared, "Lin Zhou, I have come to help you tidy up the aftermath. For certain matters, if you are capable of handling them yourself, do so. If you find it impossible to resolve, then I shall extend my assistance." Assistant Lin felt a bit disgruntled, yet dared not offend Zhao Maoxing, for at this moment, Zhao was his trump card. He could only suppress his irritation, forcing a smile as he flattered Zhao. "Then I must trouble you, Brother Shang. I will lead the charge shortly, and if I require assistance, I hope you will lend a hand. Upon our return, I shall ensure you are properly rewarded for your support." Zhao Maoxing chuckled. No need for formality. The driver pointed ahead, informing Zhao Maoxing, they are up ahead. Upon hearing the driver's words, Assistant Lin immediately exclaimed, yes, Brother Shang, we are right in front. Follow us. Let us encircle them and ensure they do not escape. Understood. Zhao Maoxing reiterated. When we arrive, you will act first while I stand by to protect you. If anyone attempts to flee, I shall be the first to intervene. Thank you, Brother Shang. Assistant Lin expressed his gratitude profusely, fearing Zhao Maoxing might refrain from assisting. 10 minutes later, the Land Rover convoy joined forces with Zhao Maoxing's team. After exchanging honks of acknowledgement, Assistant Lin, brimming with excitement, pressed the accelerator as he addressed the Myanmar brother in the passenger seat. Our people have arrived. Let us go and eliminate them. Remember to leave Song Yufeng alive. He should know the whereabouts of Yuzakai. Force him to call Yuzakai. If he refuses, we shall kill Shiyu before his very eyes. Should he still not comply, we will sever his Achilles tendons and crush his fingers. The Myanmar brother boasted, this is my forte. Leave it to me. The two convoys simultaneously approached the camp of Team 9, while Lu Sihai and the others anxiously gazed towards the south, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Song Yunfeng took a deep breath and slightly tilted his head towards the intercom on his left shoulder, instructing, Zhao Xiaojia, Lao Tang, and Tang Sa. Get in the vehicle. Xiao Peng, you are in the driver's seat of Yi's car. Zhao Xiaojia, you will be in the second vehicle, driven by Pan Shui. Now, get in. Lao Tang, take good care of Tang Sa. Wang Hai and Chi Mo stood guard by Xiao Peng's car, while Dashan and Long Yi secured the other two vehicles, ensuring no one approached. The orders were given, yet compliance was scarce. Xiao Peng, Pan Shui, and Lao Tang did not board the vehicles, but merely stood outside the driver's seat in a token gesture. Dashan wielded a steel pry bar, typically used for rescue operations and camp construction, while Long Yi brandished a Chonglin 304 engineer shovel. This object is rather modest in size, approximately 70 centimeters, and fits comfortably in hand, particularly with the sharpened edge of the engineer's shovel. It can serve as a vegetable knife for everyday use. Chong Yufeng typically does not carry a blade, relying instead on a baton, although he understands that a knife is more effective in combat. He has grown accustomed to this tool. During skirmishes along the border with the Indians, he predominantly employed this implement. The first strike aimed at the legs to prevent escape, and the second aimed at the mouth to silence pleas for mercy. Why not resort to a knife directly? Because using a knife alters the nature of the encounter. Throughout Chinese history, countless weapons have been crafted. For the purpose of confronting the Indians, anything can be fashioned. Once, a comrade fashioned a mace from a baseball bat, which was procured and sent to the barracks. Upon receipt, he affixed several nails to the bat's head. But the initial attempt ended in failure when the bat cracked and became unusable. On the second try, he acquired another bat and sought out a blacksmith to create a spiked iron casing. Since the comrade's mace emerged at the Pangong Lake border, the opposing Indians have spoken in hushed tones. At this moment, two convoys approached slowly from the south, with the lead being a Land Rover fleet. Upon reaching the 9th Brigade's camp, several Land Rovers quickly dispersed, encircling the front of the brigade in a fan-like formation. Wu Jianbin, accompanied by his team, parked their vehicle behind the Land Rover convoy. He pointed ahead to the others and said to the front passenger, Yuzakai, Assistant Lin is right ahead. We have fulfilled President Zhao's arrangement. I hope you can forgive him and spare his family. He claims he will never act recklessly again. He understands his mistakes. Yuzakai remained silent, fully aware that a friend in this moment could easily become an enemy in the next. Excessive words were futile. In front of them, the doors of the Land Rovers opened simultaneously, revealing 13 Burmese individuals, including Assistant Lin, who all disembarked, each wielding a machete longer than those typically found at a market for slicing watermelons. However, it was not merely the presence of the blades that was alarming. Two of the Burmese individuals held knives in their right hands and portable oxygen tanks in their left, taking breaths of oxygen as they advanced. Chong Yunfeng, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, strode forward confidently, followed closely by Xia, who cautioned him from behind, be careful. Chong Yunfeng acknowledged her with a low voice, responding, understood. Watch out for Lu Sihai. Those four are to your right rear. If a fight breaks out, they could launch a surprise attack from behind. Xia whispered back. Chiemo and Qin Shuang are keeping an eye on them. If they dare to make a move, those two can at least hold them off for a moment. Directly ahead, Assistant Lin lifted his chin with an air of arrogance, addressing Chong Yunfeng and Xia in a condescending tone. We meet again, but this time it is not for collaboration. It is to settle accounts. Xia halted beside Chang Yufeng and, gazing at Assistant Lin, inquired, "Settle accounts? What do you mean by that?" Assistant Lin, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "I hired you to capture Yu Zakai, yet you have betrayed me by enlisting King Yunfeng to mock me. Not only did you fail to apprehend Yu Zakai, but you also facilitated his escape and injured my men. How do you intend to settle this debt?" At that moment, the distance between the two parties was approximately 5 meters. Behind Assistant Lin, Zhao Maoshan's associates began to open their car doors and stepped out, positioning themselves behind Lin and the Myanmar monkey. With unwavering confidence, Assistant Lin raised his right hand, gesturing with his thumb towards the back, and addressed Xia. "This matter is quite simple to resolve. Call Yu Zakai now and instruct him to record a video of himself severing his left hand. If he complies and sends it, I will spare your lives." Nearby, the plump man stood by the car, loudly cursing. "What the hell? Do you possess any common sense? A video? What on earth? Is there even a network signal here?" Chapter 70. The Mountain and the Blade. Assistant Lin had long since reached his limit with the rotund fellow. In the dense forests of western Sichuan, he had endured the insults hurled at him, but now the situation had escalated to a point where the intent was to annihilate Team 9. To continue with such taunts was a reckless invitation to death. Mian Gu shared a similar disdain for the rotund man, particularly recalling how his own nose had been severed by the very spoon wielded by this individual. Unable to contain his rage, he charged forward with a knife in hand, shouting, "What are you still blathering about? Attack!" With Mian Ji's furious command, a throng of Myanmar monkeys surged forward, targeting Song Yufeng and Shiyu. At that moment, Deshan positioned himself approximately 3 meters behind Song Yunfeng. As Mian Gu bellowed his order, Deshan swung a steel rebar more than a meter in length with one hand, hurling it horizontally. Mian Gu, having only taken a couple of steps forward, instinctively bent his knees and leaned back as he witnessed the thick steel bar spinning towards him. The rebar grazed the area where Mian Ji's nose once was and struck the chest of a Myanmar monkey behind him, who had yet to close the distance. The unfortunate fellow was immediately knocked to the ground. In the next instant, as the rebar was flung, Song Yunfeng advanced, wielding a club, and brought it crashing down upon the head of a Myanmar monkey positioned behind Mian Gu. The monkey, instinctively raising his knife in defense, believed he could withstand the blow. However, he was oblivious to the overwhelming force behind Song Yunfeng's strike. The moment the club collided with the knife, the blade trembled violently, and the monkey lost his grip, releasing the weapon before it even hit the ground. Song Yunfeng's club then struck his head. Following this, a swift kick landed squarely in the monkey's abdomen. Clutching his head, the monkey staggered back, but Song Yunfeng quickly stepped forward, using his heel to strike the hilt of the fallen knife, sending it flying backward. As he charged ahead with his club, he shouted, "Deshan, grab the knife." Deshan bent to retrieve the knife that Song Yunfeng had provided and was about to rush forward when he noticed the imposing figure of Yu Zakai emerging behind the throng of Myanmar monkeys. Yu Zakai had shed his outer jacket, revealing a tank top that showcased his well-defined muscles. He strode forward with the black blade in hand, resembling a harbinger of death. The last of the Myanmar monkeys, thinking to conserve energy by lagging behind, soon found himself feeling a tap on his shoulder. Instinctively, he turned, only to have the black blade flash before his eyes, too quickly for him to comprehend the situation. A chilling sensation crept across his neck as he opened his mouth to scream, but found it impossible to do so. Yu Zakai advanced toward the second-to-last Myanmar monkey. Holding an aluminum can of beer, Zhao Maoshing stared in astonishment, while beside him, Wu Jianbin involuntarily swallowed hard, exclaiming in a trembling voice, "It's simply too fast." Ahead of Yu Zakai stood 3 lined-up Burmese monkeys, the one on the far left even clutching an oxygen tank. Yu Zakai surged forward between the other 2, swiftly surpassing them before pivoting sharply. His black blade glided across the throats of the 2, executed with chilling efficiency. At that moment, the Burmese monkey wielding the portable oxygen tank noticed Yu Zakai, witnessing the entire act unfold. Instinctively, he let out a cry, "Lado," a sound that roughly translates to an expletive in Chinese, laced with a sense of dread. Upon hearing this cry, several monkeys in the front row simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes widening in horror as they beheld 2 comrades clutching their throats and collapsing, visions of their fallen companions from days prior in the dense forest of Sichuan, most of whom had met their end with slashed throats, flooded their minds. One of the monkeys recognized Yu Zakai's face and shouted, "Yu Zakai is here." At the sound of the alarm, both the Burmese leader and Assistant Lin turned their heads. In that instant, Yu Zakai's eyes blazed with fury. locking onto Assistant Lin with a singular focus. The moment of confrontation ignited a fierce intensity, and Yu Sakai dismissed the surrounding monkeys, charging directly at Lin. Assistant Lin nearly wet himself in terror, shouting, "Stop him!" A throng of 6 or 7 Burmese monkeys surged toward Yu Sakai, their formation already tenuous, now encircling him from all sides. Had Yu Sakai maintained his composure and refrained from rushing forward, he might not have been beset from all angles. From Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin's vantage point, Yu Sakai appeared to plunge into the fray alone, prompting Wu Jianbin to remark, "Isn't he just inviting death?" However, scarcely had Wu Jianbin uttered these words when he noticed Lin fleeing southward, legs pumping in frantic escape. Behind him, Yu Sakai, brandishing his black blade, pursued with wild fervor. 3 Burmese monkeys hot on his heels. Zhao Maoxing rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. What the? He couldn't articulate his shock further, as words failed to capture the magnitude of the moment. Initially, 6 individuals had conspired to assault Yu Sakai, yet in a mere instant, 3 lay sprawled on the ground. Their fates uncertain, but one thing was clear: Yu Sakai's prowess in combat was formidable. Ahead, Lin shouted as he ran, "Block him! Stop him, everyone! Come on, Lu Sihai, what are you waiting for? Get moving!" At that moment, Lu Sihai stood at the edge of the camp with his men, faced with the oncoming Lin. In that fleeting instant, Lu Sihai was momentarily dazed, uncertain whether he should intervene against the approaching Yu Sakai. Qin Bongfu's legs trembled with anxiety. He had managed to maintain his composure just moments before. However, when Assistant Lin approached within 10 meters, Qin Bongfu took flight in the opposite direction, shouting, "It's not my fault." Lu Sihai, initially hesitant and uncertain of his course of action, was spurred into a frantic escape the moment Qin Bongfu bolted. Fearing for his life, he sprinted in another direction, remaining more composed than Qin Bongfu, who continued to shout as he ran, while Lu Sihai remained silent in his flight. The 2 young mechanics stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Having led sheltered lives, they had never encountered such chaos. Their legs quaked as though weighed down by lead. Paralyzed by fear and unable to move, for they witnessed Yu Sakai raise the glistening black blade, poised to strike at Assistant Lin's neck from behind. At that moment, Assistant Lin was less than a meter away from the young man. He swiftly reached for the lad's left shoulder, hurling him towards Yu Sakai, effectively using him as a human shield. The blade's descent was unstoppable, and now it was not Assistant Lin facing the threat, but rather the mechanic who had been thrust forward. The black blade was mere centimeters from the young man's neck. He closed his eyes, silently bracing himself for the impending doom. Chapter 71. Shanggu, take action. Just as the young man braced himself for the imminent embrace of death, Yu Sakai's right hand, which had been gripping the black blade, suddenly loosened its hold. In that fleeting moment, the descending blade slipped from his grasp, soaring past the young mechanic's collar, leaving a gash in its wake. The blade grazed Assistant Lin's arm before ultimately landing on the ground a short distance away. Although Lin's right arm was now stained with blood, he had no time to ponder the injury as he fled toward Zhao Maoxing. Yu Sakai seized the off-balance young mechanic, using him as a pivot to execute a swift 360-degree turn. After exchanging positions with the mechanic, he propelled him to the right side. This final maneuver was crucial, as 3 more Myanmar assailants, also wielding machetes, were hot on their heels, posing a threat to the young man if they were careless. Assistant Lin had managed to distance himself from Yu Sakai by utilizing the young mechanic as a buffer, especially since Yu Sakai was preoccupied with retrieving the fallen black blade. Through this series of actions, Lin had gained a distance of several meters. Simultaneously, Song Yufeng and Siye rushed forward. While Dashin collected the machete that Song Yufeng had kicked to him, he positioned himself between the battlefield and Team 9, vigilantly watching the opposition. His role was to maintain a strategic line. Should any Myanmar assailants cross it, he would intervene, but he could not engage unless they approached. However, in a moment of impulsiveness, Dashin had mistakenly hurled his rebar crowbar as a projectile. A Myanmar assailant dodged the thrown weapon and prepared to retaliate, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground by the charging Siye. Had it not been for another Myanmar assailant rushing to his aid, Siye could have easily dealt with him on the spot. Initially, there were only 13 Myanmar assailants, making a total of 14, including the one who had just been felled. Yu Sakai struck from behind, first dispatching the last lazy assailant, then slipping between 2 others to incapacitate them with precision strikes. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he brought down 3 more opponents. Whether they were dead or merely unconscious remained uncertain, but they lay sprawled on the ground. In the span of a single encounter, Yuzakai had taken out 6 adversaries, with 3 still in pursuit. The remaining assailants, led by their leader, were no match for Song Yufeng and Xie. What had initially seemed to promise some suspense in the brawl quickly devolved into a dismal scene for the enemy. At this moment, the chubby figure guarding Yi by the vehicle felt a surge of excitement. He brandished a spoon, charging forward with a spirited shout. Beat him. Long Yi, standing nearby with a combat shovel, cautioned him, "Don't be reckless, fatty." Yet, the exuberant young man, fueled by adrenaline, charged ahead, oblivious to Long Yi's warning, swinging the spoon with abandon. The initial wave of crisis had been effectively averted the moment Yuzakai took action, and the members of Team 9 visibly exhaled in relief. Chimo clasped his hands across his chest and approached Long Yi with a smile, remarking, "Fatty remains as spirited as ever." Long Yi, returning the smile, replied, "He is still too young. In a few years, when he reaches my age, he will understand the essence of composure." Meanwhile, Lu Sihai, a variable in the equation, made a prudent choice out of instinct. Why was it passive? At that moment, he was uncertain whether to assist Assistant Lin. Ultimately, he instinctively fled to safety, thereby saving his own life. Imagine, had Lu Sihai made any attempt to impede Yuzakai, he would have already been sent to meet the King of Hell. After swiftly toppling the Burmese man, Shiyu immediately charged towards the 3 Burmese monkeys pursuing Yuzakai. Initially, these 3 were in good physical condition, able to run with speed, but their stamina waned within 30 seconds, leaving their faces pale and movement sluggish as the distance between them and Yuzakai widened. With a butterfly knife in hand, Shiyu displayed remarkable skill. Before the Burmese monkey could strike with his raised machete, Shiyu deftly plunged her knife into his armpit, causing his right arm, along with the machete, to drop helplessly. Releasing the butterfly knife embedded in the armpit, she seized the falling machete with her right hand, pivoted, and extracted the butterfly knife from the Burmese monkey's armpit, while the machete cut through the air toward the chest of another Burmese monkey. The latter attempted to defend himself, while the third monkey seized the opportunity to retaliate. She transformed her butterfly knife into a throwing weapon, launching it at the monkey swinging his machete, while simultaneously pulling the wounded monkey closer, witnessing the descending machete strike his companion. On another front, Song Yufeng effortlessly dealt with the Burmese monkeys surrounding the Burmese man, exhibiting a one-sided display of force with his baton, delivering unrelenting blows. One monkey, knocked to the ground by Song Yunfeng's baton, instinctively reached for a portable oxygen tank, pressing it to his face and inhaling deeply rather than attempting to rise. Little Fatty rushed over, intrigued by the sight of the fallen monkey lying flat, clutching the oxygen tank, desperately gasping for air. He stood beside the monkey, bent slightly forward, gripping one end of the ladle as if preparing to play golf, not with a ball, but rather targeting the oxygen tank in the monkey's grasp. After 3 powerful swings of his makeshift club, Little Fatty suddenly exerted force, and with a resounding crack, the portable oxygen tank soared through the air in a perfect arc, landing a short distance away. The gasping Burmese monkey, momentarily stunned, turned his head toward Little Fatty, but before he could discern his face, the ladle struck again, not with the back, but with the front, leaving a circular imprint on the monkey's visage, the surrounding area turning crimson and distinctly visible. Nearby, Song Yunfeng surveyed the scene and noted that the Burmese monkeys had been completely vanquished, devoid of any capacity for resistance, before striding towards the Burmese man with his baton in hand. At this moment, Mian Gu had just risen from the ground, yearning to raise his arms and rally the crowd, only to notice that Song Yun Peak was approaching. Observing his comrades, some lay dead while others were injured, Mian Gu was engulfed in panic. He turned to look at Zhao Maoshin and the others behind him, only to be surprised to find Assistant Lin had somehow made his way to Zhao Maoshin's side. Mian Gu instinctively retreated, shouting loudly as he did so, "Come on! Why aren't your people joining in? What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Meanwhile, Yuzakai picked up the black blade from the ground and advanced step by step towards Assistant Lin, moving closer to Zhao Maoshing as well. At that moment, Assistant Lin stood beside Zhao Maoshing and Wu Jianbin, pleading with Zhao Maoshing, "Brother Xing, what are you doing? You should let them take action." Take action. Chapter 72. Shall we engage? From Zhao Maoshing's perspective, he witnessed Yuzakai and Song Yunfeng approach from 2 different directions. Yuzakai wielded a sleek black blade, its surface as dark as night, having mercilessly dispatched several individuals without a trace of blood staining its edge. Song Yunfeng brandished a baton, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Yuzakai cornered Assistant Lin, while Song Yufeng pressured Mian Gu, with the members of Wilderness Team 9 poised for action behind them. Mian Gu and Assistant Lin converged before Zhao Maosheng, exchanging glances filled with dread. Yuzukai stepped in front of Assistant Lin, slowly raising the black blade to point ominously at Lin's nose, declaring, "I want you dead." No sooner had he spoken than Wu Jianbin, standing behind Assistant Lin, delivered a swift kick to his lower back. The sudden jolt caused Assistant Lin to lose his balance and collapse to the ground, turning in fear to inquire, "What are you doing?" "You." In that moment, Assistant Lin grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhao Maosheng's group was not to be trusted. Otherwise, how could Yuzukai have approached from behind? Realizing this, he quickly altered his tone. "You dare conspire with Yuzukai behind Xiao Su's back? Surely you must wish for your own demise." Zhao Maosheng advanced, delivering a kick to Assistant Lin's chest, spitting at him in contempt. "You wretched fool, do you not realize the precariousness of your situation? Xiao Su has long harbored disdain for you." "What do you mean?" Assistant Lin gasped, astonished. "Xiao Su, he orchestrated this? He contacted Yuzukai to eliminate me? Do you have any idea what will happen if Ling Guqiang finds out? Xiao Su wouldn't survive a day." Wu Jianbin scoffed. "You should be more concerned with whether you can live to tell the tale." In an inexplicable fit of madness, Assistant Lin produced a satellite phone from his jacket pocket and began dialing. However, the moment he pressed the call button, Yuzukai's black blade struck without warning, severing Assistant Lin's right wrist. The blade sliced cleanly, and his hand fell to his lap, blood gushing like a fountain from the severed wrist. Assistant Lin first noticed the blood spraying from his wrist, then glanced down to see his own hand lying in his lap. In the next instant, he clutched his wrist with his left hand, shrieking in agony, his cries echoing across the desolate plains. Yuzukai, undeterred, swung the blade once more, this time targeting Assistant Lin's left wrist. Although his left hand did not fall, it was brutally severed from his arm as he continued to grip his right wrist in a desperate attempt to staunch the flow of blood. Zhao Maosheng, Wu Jianbin, and the others were rendered speechless by the scene before them. While they had engaged in brawls and intimidation before, forcing others to bite down on marble tables while striking them with bottles, or brandishing knives to terrify their victims into submission, they had never before witnessed such a ruthless display as Yuzukai's swift, decisive strikes that severed two hands in mere moments. Beside him, Mian Gu was equally taken aback by the scene, his realization dawning upon him as he felt a chill creeping down his spine. Yuzukai stepped forward, brandishing the obsidian blade towards Assistant Lin, raising it once more, the target of his strike shrouded in uncertainty. Assistant Lin, struck by fear, disregarded his severed arms and instinctively propped himself up with his remaining limb, turning to face Yuzukai while retreating, pleading, "Wait, listen to me. What has Xiao Su offered you to come here to kill me? I can double it. Just spare my life, please." "Not a chance," Yuzukai replied coldly, shattering Assistant Lin's composure. Lin, fixated on Yuzukai, shouted desperately, "What must I do for you to let me go? I am merely a pawn serving Ling Guqiang. Why are you targeting me so ruthlessly? You must have been manipulated by Xiao Su. Right now, you are his weapon. Do you realize that? Just a mere weapon." Yuzukai ignored Lin's pleas and advanced another step. The terror on Lin's face intensified as he flailed his dismembered arms in a futile attempt to ward off the impending doom. "I understand my mistakes. I beg you, spare me. I apologize. I should not have deliberately miscalculated your family's property to save on relocation costs. I should not have forcibly demolished your home, nor should I have run over your parents. I implore you, grant me one chance." In that moment, Assistant Lin felt a profound despair. He naively believed that by confessing his wrongs, he could evoke a flicker of compassion in Yuzukai, thus saving his life. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Yuzukai succumbed to darkness, any semblance of mercy vanished. He continued to close the distance toward Lin, who suddenly broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably as he retreated further, pleading loudly, "What must I do for you to spare me? Just say something." Yuzukai's voice was low as he intoned, "I want you dead." With that chilling declaration, Yuzukai's right hand swung the obsidian blade downward upon Assistant Lin's head. Lin instinctively raised his severed arms to defend himself, yet his reaction was a fraction too slow. The descending blade cleaved through the left side of Lin's skull, slicing from the center of his forehead, grazing the brow bone, and ending just above his ear. Half of his cranium fell to the ground. Yuzukai stood silently, observing the half-headed Lin with a vacant gaze, devoid of any emotion. Lin remained upright for a fleeting 3 seconds before his body lurched backward, collapsing to the ground in a grotesque display of carnage. The onlookers stood in shock, eyes wide at the gruesome spectacle. Yuzukai gradually crouched down, his right hand gripping the blade embedded in the earth, staring at the half of Lin's face, his voice icy as he stated, "Anyone I, Yuzukai, wish to eliminate must meet their demise." Yuzukai's voice was not particularly loud. However, every individual present could hear him distinctly, including Myeon-gu. The muscles on Myeon-ji's face twitched involuntarily, betraying his utter lack of control. At that moment, he truly regretted provoking such a formidable adversary. Lin, the assistant, lay lifeless on the ground, unable to close his eyes even in death. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from crossing paths with Yuzukai again. Witnessing these events, Zhao Maoxing's gaze became transfixed, his hand trembled around the beer bottle, and his voice quivered as he quietly inquired of Wu Jianbin beside him, Should we still take action? Chapter 73. What are you saying, Shang-gu? Wu Jianbin turned his head, gazing at Zhao Maoxing with an expression akin to disbelief. Shang-gu, what are you saying? Do you truly believe there is still a need for violence? Your words imply that we could possibly defeat them. Lowering his voice, Zhao Maoxing conceded, Well, you do have a point. At that moment, Yuzukai rose from his seat and approached Zhao Maoxing. Both Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin instinctively took a step back, leaving Myeon-gu standing in place. Wu Jianbin was the first to speak, addressing Yuzukai, Congratulations. You have avenged your parents. Yuzukai regarded Myeon-gu with an impassive expression. Zhao Maoxing quickly interjected with a nervous smile, We don't know this person well. Zhao Maoxing's demeanor had shifted dramatically. Previously, he had shown disdain towards Yuzukai, but now his attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Yuzukai remained aloof, speaking little and exuding an air of indifference. He turned at Song Yufeng, who stood beside Myeon-gu, and inquired, Are you unable to take action? Say something nice, and I will finish him off for you. Song Yufeng scoffed, twirling his baton in his palm, ready to unleash a flurry of blows upon Myeon-gu. Before he could strike, Myeon-gu shouted, Do not touch me. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you shall never see Long Liyuan again. The mention of Long Liyuan caused a palpable shift in Long Yi's demeanor. Song Yunfeng cursed, Long Liyuan. It's just a children's South amusement park. With that, he raised his baton, preparing to strike Myeon-gu. Long Yi rushed forward, calling out, Hold on, Feng-gu. Song Yunfeng halted mid-swing and turned to Long Yi, asking, What is it? Long Yi reached Myeon-gu, seizing his collar with urgency. What did you say? Repeat it. Seeing his threat had an effect, Myeon-gu relaxed slightly, a smug smile gracing his face as he taunted, Long Liyuan. If I'm not mistaken, you are called Long Yi, right? Long Liyuan is your brother. Long Yi's anger flared as he lifted Myeon-gu off the ground by his collar, demanding, What have you done to my brother? Myeon-gu, feeling the discomfort of being lifted, maintained his optimistic demeanor, chuckling, Your brother Long Liyuan is already in our amusement park in Myanmar. Haha. If you have the guts, kill me. If you dare to kill me, you shall never see your brother again. Ha! Long Yi forcefully shoved Myeon-gu away and turned to Shiyu, saying, Sister Yu, may I use your satellite phone? Shiyu handed her satellite phone to Long Yi, reassuring him, Do not panic. He might just be trying to scare you. There's no way your brother is in Myanmar. Ignoring Shiyu's words, Long Yi focused intently on dialing the satellite phone. He initially forgot to input 86, resulting in a failed call. Shiyu encouraged him, Take your time. On his second attempt, Long Yi finally successfully dialed Long Liyuan's number, only to be met with the disheartening response that the call could not be answered. Long Yi promptly dialed his home phone, and his mother answered. With urgency, he inquired, Where has Liyuan gone? His mother, in a cheerful tone, responded, You seldom show concern for your younger brother. Why are you so eager to inquire about him today? Anxious, Long Yi pressed, Please tell me quickly. Where has he gone? Why can't I reach him by phone? His mother, still smiling, explained, Your brother has successfully secured a job interview. It is said that his base salary exceeds 10,000 per month. He is involved in cross-border e-commerce and needs to undergo a 15-day training in Thailand to liaise with local contacts before officially starting. It is normal that you cannot reach him now. He must still be in the air. Still in the air? Long Yi echoed, bewildered. What do you mean? Has he already left? His mother glanced at the time and replied, He flew from Kunming Changshui Airport to Thailand at noon today. You should be on the plane now. So, what's the matter? Are you looking for your brother? Long Yi was about to speak the truth when Shiyu seized the phone from him and hung up. Confused, Long Yi looked at Shiyu and asked, Sister Yu, what are you? Returning the phone to him, Shiyu calmly advised, Find an excuse to call back. Do not worry the elders. We will figure out the rest. Accepting the phone, Long Yi nodded vigorously and whispered, I will step aside to make the call. He then turned and moved towards a quieter area. Song Yunfeng reminded Shiyu, go check on Long Yi and comfort him. As for here. Just as he finished speaking, Yuzukai lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of a man known as Mion Gu, sending him flying several meters. Mion Gu fell backward, skidding along the ground for about a meter before tilting his head and spitting blood upon stopping. As Yuzukai passed by Song Yunfeng, he prepared to unleash further violence, but Song Yunfeng grasped his right arm, softly urging him, you cannot act against him yet. Yuzukai clenched his left fist. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air, palpable to all present who could sense his fury. Suppressing his anger, he stated quietly, whoever deceived Long Yi's brother into going to Myanmar shall pay dearly for their life. Wu Jianbin interjected, attempting to ingratiate himself with Yuzukai. In recent years, online fraud has been rampant. I've heard many companies use the guise of recruitment training to lure individuals to Myanmar. Frankly, this is a collusion of internal and external forces. Those who perpetrate such acts surely possess connections. Yuzukai did not harbor any animosity towards Wu Jianbin. In fact, he found him somewhat agreeable. Thus, he responded politely, stating, in my eyes, all lives are equal. The declaration resonated powerfully. Song Yunfeng approached Mion Gu, crouching beside him, and remarked, you certainly have guts to challenge our team. I can assure you that the consequences will be severe. Mion Gu lay on the ground, laughing heartily. But after a couple of chuckles, he nearly choked on the blood in his mouth. Following an intense fit of coughing, he tilted his head and spat out another mouthful of blood, attempting to rise from the ground. With a triumphant grin, he exclaimed, if you have the guts, kill me now. Haha, do you dare? Song Yunfeng took a deep breath, stood up, turned around, and patted Yuzukai on the shoulder, saying, I believe that as long as we don't kill him, leaving him breathing is sufficient, don't you think? Yuzukai replied softly, understood. With that, he grasped the black dagger and stepped forward. Mion Ji's face transformed with fear as he struggled to stand, hastily asking, what are you planning to do? If you dare to touch me, Dragon Paradise will not survive. Damn you. Chapter 74. Jin Nan vs. Yuzukai Go to Hell. This expletive was uttered by the stout fellow, who not only cursed but also charged from a distance, executing a flying kick that sent the recently risen Myanmar man sprawling 2 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, the Myanmar man merely fell without sliding, indicating that the stout fellow's combat skills were still significantly inferior to those of the twin wolves. Once more, the Myanmar man was knocked down, coughing violently. Long Yi approached with a phone in hand, his face betraying barely contained rage. He seized Yuzukai, who was advancing with a black blade, and said, attempting to maintain his composure, Brother Kai, wait a moment. After speaking, Long Yi moved to the Myanmar man, grasping his collar and threatening, if a single hair on my brother is harmed, I will flay you alive. The Myanmar man laughed arrogantly and replied, I communicate with my brother daily. If he cannot find me, your brother will be the first to be skinned. And he leaned closer to Long Yi's ear, adding ominously, and it will be, while still alive. Unable to restrain himself, Long Yi struck the Myanmar man in the face. The latter remained unfazed, even daring Long Yi. From now on, everything I endure, your brother will repay double. So, if you dare, kill me. Go on, kill me. In that moment, Long Yi faltered, his clenched fists gradually relaxing. The Myanmar man, emboldened, sat on the ground and proclaimed, send me and my brothers to the Rueli border, or your brother will never return. Long Yi's relaxed fists tightened once more, and he swung at the Myanmar man's face again, then turned to Shiyu, asking, Sister Yu, what should we do? At that moment, Shiyu had no solution either, but she did her utmost to comfort Long Yi, saying, we will think of a way together. As she spoke, Yuzukai turned toward the spot where the fight had occurred, seizing the hair of the semi-conscious Myanmar monkey, forcing him from a lying position to a kneeling one. It was somewhat misleading to call it a kneeling position, as the Myanmar monkey's knees were weak and buckled. He could only maintain this posture because Yuzukai was gripping his hair with his left hand. With his left hand holding the Myanmar monkey's hair and his right hand brandishing a black blade across the monkey's throat, he whistled toward the south. Zhao Maosheng, Wu Jianbin, and their companions watched Yuzukai with wide, anxious eyes. The Myanmar monkey, lifted by Yuzukai, muttered a series of incomprehensible words in Burmese, possibly a dialect, leaving the ninth squad unable to understand. Suddenly, the Myanmar man sat up from his previous position, shouting at Yuzukai. No, a cold smirk appeared on Yuzukai's lips as his right hand dragged the blade across the Myanmar monkey's throat. Not content with merely that, He deliberately yanked on the monkey's hair, causing the wound to gape wider, blood spraying from the severed flesh, painting a gruesome scene. The Myanmar man teetered on the brink of emotional collapse, bursting into tears. However, this was merely the beginning for Yuzukai. He released the hair of the first monkey, advancing towards another feeble creature of the same kind. The motions were identical. The method remained unchanged. As the blade was poised against the throat of the second monkey, the elder monkey surged forward, confronting Yuzukai. The knife glided across the monkey's throat, and in that instant, the elder monkey knelt before Yuzukai, embracing the creature that had just met its gruesome fate. Blood splattered across the elder monkey's form. Yuzukai kicked a few lifeless bodies scattered around, uncertain which were utterly deceased and which still clung to life. Regardless, all these individuals lay motionless, stripped of the capacity to resist, some wounded, others gasping for air. After inspecting 3 bodies, he found a 4th still exhibiting signs of life. Yuzukai again crouched down, seizing the hair of the monkey. The elder monkey could no longer maintain his composure, pleading, "Please, don't do this. Tell me what you want." A smirk crept across Yuzukai's lips as he replied softly, "Now, call your brother. Once the call connects, I will speak." The elder monkey hesitated, if only for a brief second. However, Yuzukai showed no mercy, swiftly drawing the dark blade across the monkey's throat once more, leaving the elder monkey utterly stunned. Releasing his grip on the monkey's hair, Yuzukai coldly instructed the elder monkey, "I asked you to make the call, not to hesitate." With that, he resumed his search for survivors. Zhao Maosheng and the others were completely taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Those who believed themselves formidable in Chengdu now stood in stark contrast to Yuzukai, their last remnants of confidence and pride crushed to dust, replaced by sheer terror and a flicker of relief. The fear was genuine. The relief stemmed from the realization that they had not completely crossed Yuzukai. Especially for Wu Jianbin. He reflected on their encounter in Lhasa up to this moment, having maintained a facade of charm to placate Yuzukai. At this instant, Wu Jianbin profoundly understood that had he not worn that smile throughout, he might very well be the one kneeling on the ground like the unfortunate monkey. Merciless. Utterly merciless. This was Wu Jianbin's steadfast impression of Yuzukai. The thought of being targeted by such an individual was too terrifying to contemplate. Ultimately, the elder monkey succumbed to Yuzukai's ruthless nature, hastily dialing the number of Miawadi Jinan. As the call connected, the elder monkey wept, "Brother Nan. It's me." Jinan, one of the key figures in the Miao Wadi White Elephant Park, was not the overarching boss but rather akin to a mercenary leader with a cadre of armed forces under his command. While he wielded considerable authority, he lacked access to the upper echelons of power. Within the confines of the White Elephant Park, Jinan reigned supreme, enforcing brutal measures to drive performance. Overseeing the park's operations, he was known for his harshness yet demonstrated a degree of benevolence towards his own. Upon receiving the call, Jinan immediately sensed something was amiss with the elder monkey and inquired, "What is wrong, my brother?" In the Burmese language, signifies brother, indicating a close relationship between Jun Nan and Mian Ge. Just as Mian Ge hesitated to speak, Yuzukai stepped forward, snatching the phone from Mian Ge's hand, placing it to his ear and stating, "Listen closely. Remember the name Yuzukai. You may not have heard it before, but from this moment onward, it shall be your nightmare." How could Jun Nan have never heard of the name Yuzukai? He had encountered it countless times, from the instant Mian Ge appeared on screen. The name echoed in his ears, though he had not paid it much heed until now. At this moment, hearing Yuzukai utter the name himself unsettled Jun Nan, prompting him to inquire, "You are Yuzukai? My brother is in your hands. Let me tell you." Yuzukai interrupted Jun Nan, asserting, "You are mistaken. This is not about you telling me, but rather me informing you. Pay close attention." Chapter 75, To Show Respect or Not. Yuzukai's voice resonated with authority, unabashedly threatening. "If there is any harm to Long Li Yuan, your brother will suffer twice as much." On the other end of the line, Jun Nan paused, contemplating. "You are aware that one of your own is in my grasp, yet you dare to be so arrogant? I face countless supplicants daily. What gives you the right to intimidate me?" The more Jun Nan pondered, the angrier he became, and he unleashed a torrent of profanity. "Are you trying to scare me? Do you believe?" Yuzukai abruptly terminated the call, casually tossing the satellite phone into the air. In the fleeting moment of its descent, the black blade in Yuzukai's hand sliced through the air, striking the falling device. Whether the satellite phone was irreparably damaged remained uncertain, but its plastic casing was certainly shattered. After the swift act, Yuzukai reassured Long Yi, who stood nearby, "His older brother knows he is in our possession. so he won't dare harm your brother. He may endure some minor injuries, but his life is undoubtedly secure. Song Yunfeng concurred with Yuzakai's actions. Addressing Long Yi, he acted correctly. The more one does at this juncture, the more they expose themselves. Let us retreat for now and discuss matters further upon our return to Kunming. Long Yi, still wielding a military shovel, glanced around and noticed a Myanmar monkey lying on the ground, stirring slightly. He approached the creature, raising the shovel to thrust it into the monkey's throat. While it was anticipated that Yuzakai would resort to violence, who could have foreseen Long Yi committing such an act? It was truly unexpected. Just moments ago, Long Yi had been chatting casually with Chiemo, commenting on how the chubby one lacked composure, yet at this instant, he was anything but calm, even more impulsive. After personally dispatching the Myanmar monkey, Long Yi turned towards the Myanmar man, brandishing the bloodied shovel and declaring, "If anything befalls my brother, I will use the shovel to ensure you meet the same fate." Beside him, Xiaopeng couldn't help but glance down at himself. Muttering softly, "What does 3 long and 2 short mean? Is it 5 segments? Where's the dividing line?" Shiyu interrupted Xiaopeng's musings, urging him, "Stop pondering the segments and gather the gear. We must prepare to leave." "All right," Xiaopeng replied cheerfully, making his way back while keeping a wary eye on the ground, fearful of stepping on a bloodied corpse that might tarnish his shoes. Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu trembled in fear, accompanied by 2 young mechanics. Song Yunfeng approached Lu Sihai, who, before he could speak, stammered a greeting, "Brother Feng." In reality, Lu Sihai was over a decade older than Song Yunfeng. Remaining remarkably composed, Song Yunfeng offered Lu Sihai a cigarette, saying, "It's all right. You are a victim as well. You were unaware of the complexities before we set out. Once we leave, forget everything that transpired here. After all, knowing too much is not necessarily a blessing." With that, Song Yunfeng extracted a cigarette from the pack, placing it between his lips as he awaited Lu Sihai's response. Lu Sihai nodded vigorously, his expression filled with urgency. Observing Song Yunfeng with a cigarette clenched between his lips, he hastily produced his Zippo lighter, flicking the wheel in an attempt to ignite the flame to light Song Yunfeng's smoke. As he fumbled, he reassured, "Rest assured, we have seen nothing and know nothing." However, in his heightened state of anxiety, Lu Sihai failed to spark a flame after 3 attempts. Initially, Song Yunfeng had leaned forward, cradling the lighter's flame with one hand, but Lu Sihai's ineffectiveness led to impatience. With a gentle tap on Lu Sihai's hand, Song Yunfeng seized the lighter, igniting it effortlessly in one try. Holding Lu Sihai's lighter, he complimented him, saying, "Exactly, we have seen nothing. After entering the uninhabited region of Qiangtong, your vehicle broke down, and we got separated. A day later, having completed our business, we found your vehicle still unfixed, so we assisted you in repairing it and returned together to Shuanghu County." "Indeed, that is precisely how it happened," Lu Sihai affirmed, nodding repeatedly with a cigarette in hand. Song Yunfeng smiled, "Clever, let us leave it at that." With those words, he turned and casually tucked the lighter into his pocket. Poor Lu Sihai, clutching the cigarette without a flame, gazed at Song Yunfeng's retreating figure, wanting to remind him of the lighter still in his possession, yet hesitating, fearing it was an inappropriate moment. After 3 seconds of indecision, Song Yunfeng had already distanced himself, leaving Lu Sihai with no opportunity to reclaim it. Meanwhile, Yuzakai approached Wu Jianbin and Zhao Maoxing, his right hand gripping a black blade. Behind Zhao Maoxing stood a cohort of henchmen, all carefully selected to accompany him on this mission in Qiangtong, specifically to capture Yuzakai and return him to Shaosu. Now, as Yuzakai approached them, Zhao Maoxing found himself startled. This typically boisterous gang leader now appeared as a coward, instinctively retreating a step as Yuzakai drew near. This seemingly minor retreat revealed a deeper sentiment. Fear had taken hold. Wu Jianbin maintained a facade of composure, standing his ground while casting a wary glance at the black blade in Yuzakai's hand before shifting his gaze to Yuzakai's face. With a forced smile, he offered a cigarette to Yuzakai, proclaiming, "Congratulations, brother, you have avenged your parents' murder. We have successfully fulfilled the mission entrusted to us by Mr. Xiao." Upon hearing Wu Jianbin's words, Zhao Maoxing quickly chimed in with a nervous laugh. "Indeed, we have completed the task at hand. On the way here, I was just telling Jianbin that if you and the Wilderness Team 9 couldn't handle Assistant Lin and the Burmese monkey, we would have to intervene. It seems now there was no need for such measures." At this point, Zhao Maoxing's laughter seemed strained, revealing a hint of insincerity, as his expression betrayed the awkwardness that often follows wrongdoing. As Yuzakai drew closer, he glanced at the black blade in his hand, Wu Jianbin hurriedly offered him a cigarette, grinning awkwardly. Xiao Kai. Brother Kai, would you like a smoke? Zhao Maoxing hastily patted down all his pockets, retrieving a lighter and stepping forward to offer Yu Zikai a light for his cigarette. This gesture starkly contrasted with their initial meeting in Lessa, where they shared a table over drinks. Given another chance, Zhao Maoxing would undoubtedly insist on placing Yu Zikai in the honored seat, even willingly becoming a mere stool for him to rest upon. At this moment, whether Yu Zikai accepted Zhao Maoxing's offer to light his cigarette signified his stance. Behind Zhao Maoxing, a group of henchmen watched with bated breath, their eyes fixed on the lighter in Zhao Maoxing's hand and the cigarette in Yu Zikai's grasp. Chapter 76. The contempt from Yu Zikai under the tense scrutiny of the crowd. Yu Zikai accepted a light from Zhao Maoxing. The moment Zhao Maoxing saw the ember glow on the cigarette held between Yu Zikai's lips, the anxiety that had gripped him finally dissipated, and a subtle change appeared on his face, revealing a significant sense of relief. Yu Zikai took a drag from the cigarette and addressed Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to Xiao Su. I, Yu Zikai, thank him." Sweat beads formed on Zhao Maoxing's forehead. He was uncertain whether Yu Zikai's words were intended as sarcasm. He could only awkwardly smile, interpreting it as a compliment, and responded gratefully, "Alright, I will certainly pass it on." Wu Jianbin's expression was markedly awkward as he cautiously inquired, Brother, is there anything else we can assist with? Feel free to command us. We are all comrades here." Yu Zikai glanced at Siya, who slightly shook her head. It was then that Yu Zikai addressed Wu Jianbin. "You see, apart from the 9th team, it is just your people here. Given the events of today, I understand," Wu Jianbin interrupted, saluting and reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I comprehend this matter. We have never crossed paths. I merely took my brother Xing and the others to see the majestic Puncak Jaya Glacier, the third largest glacier in the world. After that, we returned to Shuanghu County. We rented a car in Lessa and simply returned it, flying back to Chengdu. This high-altitude team-building trip is concluded. I have never encountered any Brother Kai or the esteemed members of the Wilderness 9th team." With a casual flick of his right hand, Yu Zikai's black blade swayed slightly as he smiled. "Then, we shall not see you off." Wu Jianbin immediately turned to Zhao Maoxing and the others, saying, "Do not linger. Let us return home." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily boarded their vehicles. "Wait a moment," Siya interjected unexpectedly. Zhao Maoxing, who had been about to leave, flinched in surprise, forcing a sheepish grin as he turned back to ask, "Is there something else?" Siya, holding a walkie-talkie, instructed Qin Shuang, Pan Shui, "Please collect all the dash cams from their vehicles. Confiscate them," she added. Qin Shuang and Pan Shui jogged up from behind. Zhao Maoxing, with an awkward smile, remarked to Siya, "This minor issue does not require the 9th team's assistance. We can handle it ourselves." Wu Jianbin, evidently more astute than Zhao Maoxing, swiftly curtailed his friend's suggestion, saying, "Brother Sheng, let us hold on for a moment. Once they have dismantled the dash cams, we shall board our vehicles." Qin Shuang and Pan Shui navigated through the crowd, violently removing all dash cams from Zhao Maoxing's convoy before returning to Siya's side, each holding several models of the devices. Wu Jianbin cautiously inquired, "Are we allowed to leave now?" Siya raised her hand in a farewell gesture. Wu Jianbin, Zhao Maoxing, and the others hurriedly entered their vehicles, uttering not a single word. Once inside, they executed a hasty U-turn, swiftly retracing their steps, fearful that the Wilderness 9th team might change their minds and endanger their lives. Siya addressed Qin Shuang and Pan Shui beside her, instructing, "Remove all the memory cards. They must be destroyed separately from the recording device." Pan Shui suggested, "Why not just burn them all?" Siya replied, "I fear that insufficient combustion might merely damage the recording device while leaving the memory cards intact. There are too many incriminating pieces of evidence here. It is prudent to exercise caution." Wang Hai approached from behind and inquired, "How shall we dispose of the corpses of these Myanmar monkeys?" Song Yunfeng, seasoned in such matters, stated, "No need for disposal. The wolf pack will reduce them to nothing. First, let us tidy up the camp, and once we are done, we will retrace our steps." Yu Zikai glanced at the fallen Myanmar man, and then turned to Song Yunfeng, asking, "What about this one? Should we take him back?" Song Yunfeng, feeling somewhat frustrated and resigned, replied while smoking, "What else can we do? Long Yi's brother is still in his hands. What should we do next?" Yu Zikai fell silent. At that moment, Siya interjected with her thoughts. "When Long Yi called his mother earlier, I was listening nearby. Long Liuan had passed an interview with a company that wants him to study abroad and interface with their clients. Long Yi, concerned about his mother becoming suspicious, did not inquire too deeply. We should return now, aiming to reach Lhasa early. Once there, let Long Yi fly to Kunming to gather specific details and ascertain which company Long Liyuan interviewed with, so we can start from there. Song Yufeng offered a different perspective, saying, that approach is too slow. I suggest you contact someone you know to check Long Liyuan's phone for the job postings he has viewed. We can then narrow it down based on actual locations to see where he went for interviews. Frankly, I believe Long Liyuan is already in Myanmar. And since we know who the other party is, we might as well directly approach Jun Nan in Myanmar to demand him. Xie remained steadfast, asserting, identifying the deceitful company is crucial. Otherwise, we will remain unaware of who our adversary is. Song Yunfeng replied, we know who it is. It's Jun Nan, his brother. As he turned to indicate the Myanmar man, he noticed Yuzakai advancing with a black blade, approaching the Myanmar man. With a swift kick, Yuzakai demanded loudly, what is the name of the company your brother collaborates with in the country? Who is the owner? The Myanmar man stared at Yuzakai in astonishment, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the kick. A hint of defiance in his demeanor, he tilted his neck and retorted, if you have the ability, find out for yourself. Suddenly, he warned Yuzakai, if you dare to harm me, my brother will act against the hostages. You can't doubt that. Before he could finish, Yuzakai's black blade grazed the side of the Myanmar man's left ear, severing it without ceremony. The Myanmar man quickly clutched his left ear, cursing, Yuzakai, you are utterly lacking in chivalry. I will have my brother chop off both of Long Liyuan's ears. Yuzakai remained silent. Raising the black blade once more, his gaze fixed on the Myanmar man's right ear. As the young man, clutching his left ear, locked eyes with Yuzakai, it was as if the entire world fell into a hushed silence. He even momentarily forgot the pain in his ear, the cries of discomfort fading into oblivion. Once he regained his composure, he hastily supported himself with his right hand, shifting his body backward, while his left hand continued to cover his ear as he stammered. Huangyang International Trade. Huangyang International Trade? Yuzakai echoed the name of the company, raising his voice to inquire, does Longi have any recollection of this company? Upon hearing that name, Longi's eyes sparkled with recognition. He had been standing by, lost in thought. But the mention of the company triggered a memory of his mother's telephone conversation, during which she had referred to Huangyang International Trade. She had even remarked on the peculiarity of the name, joking that Huangyang sounded more appealing, as it could be interpreted as promoting in a homophonic play. Realizing he had stumbled upon a clue, Longi quickly approached and exclaimed, yes, that's the name. I heard my mom mention it over the phone. Yuzakai tilted his head back, a proud expression adorning his face as he turned at Song Yufeng and Xie, asking, is it really that difficult to look up a company's name? Song Yunfeng and Xie simultaneously fell silent, exchanging awkward glances with one another. Chapter 77. Morale and dignity upon witnessing Yuzakai sever the left ear of Myeon-gu. Longi could not help but feel a twinge of concern. He approached Yuzakai, awkwardly articulating, Brother Kai, I do not question your methods. But I am concerned that, now that you have harmed him, my brother. At this point, Longi chose to refrain from further elaboration. His meaning conveyed with clarity. Yuzakai, a man of pragmatism, did not indulge in comforting platitudes. He patted Longi on the shoulder and stated, your brother is akin to my own. With that, he proceeded towards the direction of the camp, casting a glance at the motionless Myeon Hozi to ascertain if he still drew breath. Song Yunfeng consoled Long Yi, saying, brother, allow me to speak some truths you may find uncomfortable. Our brother is now in their hands, and to put it bluntly, he is at their mercy. It is futile to expect leniency from them simply because we have treated Myeon-gu well. We must compel this scoundrel to implore his brother to refrain from violence. Do you grasp my meaning? Longi gazed at Myeon-gu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Xie, employing similar rhetoric, cautioned Longi. Do not reveal your vulnerabilities to the enemy, for it will leave you utterly at their mercy. With fire in his eyes, Longi turned and charged towards Myeon-gu, delivering a swift sidekick that connected the back of his right foot with Myeon-ji's nose. Just as the wounds from days past had begun to heal, blood erupted anew. Myeon-gu, clutching his left ear with one hand and his nose with the other, crumpled to the ground, curling up as he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. The distant howls of wolves echoed, one after another. Song Yufeng stood firm, surveying the surroundings, and remarked to those nearby, they are coming. We must hasten our departure. Closest to him at that moment was Qin Shuang, a young and handsome fellow, who, filled with curiosity, queried, are they arriving so swiftly? Song Yufeng eyeing the countless corpses scattered about, replied, "Wolves possess an acute sense of smell. The overwhelming scent of blood will undoubtedly draw them in. Besides wolves, there are bears, foxes, snow leopards. Various carnivorous creatures will be attracted as well." Xie approached Song Yufeng and stated, "The gear is packed and ready. We can set off now. What shall we do with this large Mian Hozi?" Long Yi volunteered, "Let him ride in my vehicle. I will keep a close watch over him." Little Pang interjected, "Why go to such lengths? The hiding compartment we prepared for Brother Kai remains untouched. Let us simply toss him in there." Little Pang's suggestion conjured a vivid image, a pickup truck swaying across the desolate plains, with its occupants jostling about inside. Having tidied the camp, the convoy commenced its journey southward, retracing its route to Shuanghu County. Before departure, an announcement was made. There would be no camping for the night. The convoy maintained a single-file formation, with Lao Tang and Tang Sa leading the way. Their rationale was based on Lao Tang's advanced age, stable demeanor, and extensive driving experience, ensuring the convoy advanced at a steady pace, minimizing the risk of incidents. Song Yunfeng and Xie brought up the rear, overseeing the entire convoy while keeping a watchful eye on Lu Sihai's 2 vehicles. Before setting off, the chubby fellow gazed longingly at the 7 brand-new Land Rover Defenders. Drooling at the sight, unreservedly sharing his thoughts over the intercom, he remarked, "These pristine Land Rovers left here seem like such a waste. Can't we devise some way to?" "Well, you know," old Tang, steering with one hand and holding the car's radio mic with the other, chuckled, "These vehicles serve a significant purpose left here." The chubby fellow, still somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What purpose could they possibly serve?" "It's simply wasteful." The more diplomatic Pan Shui elaborated, "Imagine, my friend, you stumble upon a suitcase containing $1 million in cash. Beside it lies a corpse. At that moment, would you report the body or quietly take the money as if nothing happened?" The chubby fellow, bewildered, replied, "I don't quite understand." Pan Shui continued, "Let me rephrase it. In that same scenario, if you took the $1 million, would you still report the body? And if there were only the corpse without the cash, would you report it then?" Suddenly, the chubby fellow had an epiphany, exclaiming, "I get it now. Sometimes, the truth is that simple. It merely requires a different expression to become clear." As dusk began to settle, Zhao Maoxing's convoy arrived at the southwestern side of the Puno Gongri Glacier. They could see that the makeshift road was just ahead, and within the vehicle, Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin finally breathed a sigh of relief, particularly Zhao Maoxing. Wu Jianbin was driving, while Zhao Maoxing, seated in the passenger seat, cautiously inquired, "Once we're on the makeshift road, will we quickly return to Shuanghu County?" After reaching the county, those from the Wilderness 9 team shouldn't dare to act recklessly anymore, right? "Are we safe now?" Wu Jianbin, with a serious expression fixed on the road ahead, replied without a trace of optimism, "As long as Yu Zakai has his sights set on you, there will be no safe haven in this world." Zhao Maoxing turned sharply to Wu Jianbin, asking, "Surely it can't be that dire?" Wu Jianbin, revealing his inner fear, cautioned Zhao Maoxing, "Brother Sheng, let me speak from the heart. If Xiao Su tries to involve you in anything related to Yu Zakai or the Wilderness 9 team, you must refuse. I feel like we've brushed against the gates of hell with these brothers. Thankfully, we didn't show any intent to act. Had we even hinted at it, Yu Zakai would have seized the opportunity without hesitation." Zhao Maoxing, anxious, took a deep breath and awkwardly fished out a cigarette from his pocket, only to fumble and drop it due to his trembling right hand. Trying to maintain his composure, he retrieved another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, having consumed nearly a third of it. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, he vented, "Damn it. Yu Zakai is no ordinary adversary. His strikes are ruthless. I thought after all these years on the streets, we had seen it all, but today has opened my eyes." Wu Jianbin once again reminded Zhao Maoxing, "Brother Sheng, I speak with utmost sincerity. We must refrain from provoking Yu Zakai any further. We have narrowly escaped with our lives this time. We cannot afford to tempt fate again." Zhao Maoxing gazed out of the car window, muttering, "It was arranged by Xiao Su. If we refuse, it would be unacceptable. I am at a loss on how to explain this to him." Wu Jianbin immediately interjected, speaking with grave seriousness, "Brother Sheng, we have been good friends for over 10 years, having sworn brotherhood over drinks. We have faced numerous battles and perilous situations, some of which nearly cost us our lives. Yet, I have never feared anyone, except for this instance. I am genuinely afraid. We cannot jeopardize our lives in the pursuit of wealth. After all, we earn money to enjoy life. But what is the point of wealth if we cannot preserve our own lives? Zhao Maosheng frowned and queried, Jianbin, what are you saying? Are you not undermining our spirit and dignity? Wu Jianbin, with one hand firmly on the steering wheel and the other tapping his forehead, replied, Brother Sheng, we have been reduced to fleeing like frightened dogs. What spirit or dignity remains? You are overthinking this. Chapter 78. The blackback Zhao Maosheng was exceedingly reluctant to acknowledge his escape, yet the reality remained, and he still clung to his pride, remarking with irritation, in front of our brothers, must we not maintain our dignity? At the very least, there should be an explanation. Wu Jianbin, visibly frustrated, replied, Brother Sheng, it's just the two of us in this vehicle. Let's set aside the notion of face. I speak to you seriously, regardless of how Xiaosu arranges things. We shall no longer be involved in any matters related to Yuzakai. Zhao Maosheng pondered. Even if we refuse, we must have a respectable excuse. Wouldn't you agree? Wu Jianbin replied bluntly. Excuses are crafted slowly. Take your time. Regardless, we will definitely not undertake this task, no matter the compensation offered. With his fingers pinching a cigarette, Zhao Maosheng gazed thoughtfully out the window, contemplating how to explain the situation to Xiaosu. The convoy of the 9th team, under the guidance of Old Tang, meandered back along the same route. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Punagangri Glacier to the left was draped in a golden cloak, resembling molten gold splashed upon it, enhancing the tranquility and beauty of the wilderness. Having seen countless sunrises over mountains online, most featuring the majestic Meili Snow Mountain or the sacred Saputeo, and occasionally glimpses of the Ngangla Ring, these paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Punagangri Glacier. Qin Shuang, an avid photography enthusiast, was captivated by the scene and could not move. He requested through the vehicle radio to disembark and fly a drone to capture the glacier. Old Tang, equally fond of photography but preferring a DSLR, promptly relayed Qin Shuang's proposal over the intercom, announcing a 20-minute break for everyone to attend to their personal needs before resuming. The team agreed. The male members went to the driver's side to relieve themselves while the female members occupied the passenger's side, ensuring mutual privacy. Upon exiting the Songyan Peak, the first thing the team member did was light a cigarette. He discovered a Zippo lighter belonging to Lu Sihai but had no intention of returning it. Just as he ignited the cigarette and prepared to pocket the lighter, Yuzakai approached, snatching the lighter from Songyan Peak's hand and lighting his own cigarette. Standing nearby, Songyan Peak swiftly reclaimed the lighter the moment Yuzakai lit his cigarette, pocketing it again as he walked towards the glacier. He intended to walk a distance of 20 or 30 meters before unbuckling his belt, but unexpectedly, he stumbled upon an intriguing discovery. From behind a nearby mound, he heard a faint whimpering sound. Curiosity piqued, Songyan Peak retrieved a baton from his right pocket and cautiously advanced. After walking a few meters, he unexpectedly found two dogs behind the mound, one large and one small. The larger dog, a brown and white mix, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, while beside it was a small pup, approximately a month old, seemingly not yet 2 months. The pup's back was black, with slightly yellowing legs, despite its diminutive size. Its ears were already erect, resembling a German shepherd. However, Song Yufeng possessed a profound understanding of the German shepherd. The sentry dogs in the barracks were indeed German shepherds. The skeletal structure of a young German shepherd could not possibly be so substantial, particularly in its limbs, which were rather plump, resembling that of a Tibetan mastiff. Song Yufeng was so engrossed in observation that Old Tang approached from behind and inquired, You've been standing here for quite some time. What captivates your attention? Song Yunfeng pointed towards two dogs beneath the earthen mound and remarked, There are two canines here. The larger one seems to be in distress, appearing ill and unable to consume food. Old Tang stood beside Song Yufeng, took a closer look, and promptly refuted his assertion, saying that large creature is not a dog. It is a wolf, a white wolf. However, the smaller one does not quite resemble a wolf. Suddenly, Song Yufeng had an epiphany. He swiftly stowed his baton and began to scan the surroundings. After a brief survey, he declared, I comprehend the situation now. With that, Song Yunfeng approached, disregarding his own safety, and crouched beside the white wolf, fixating his gaze upon it. The white wolf lay on the ground, emaciated, its ribs prominently visible beneath its fur. The small dog was sheltered by the wolf's forepaw, and before it lay a somewhat unappetizing bone, remnants of a meager portion of flesh clinging to it. Song Yufeng continued to observe the white wolf, which was likewise gazing back at him. The two maintained eye contact for approximately a minute, during which tears welled in the wolf's eyes, exuding an expression of profound sorrow. Just as Song Yufeng found himself at a loss, The white wolf nudged the small dog towards him with its paw, eyes filled with beseeching hope. The small dog, however, was reluctant to part from the wolf, whimpering and pushing back against its guardian, prompting the wolf to nudge the pup away once more, even emitting a low growl in response. The small dog, bewildered, stared at the wolf, settling onto the ground in a state of apprehension. The wolf's gaze shifted back to Song Yunfeng, imbued with a yearning plea. Song Yunfeng tentatively extended his hand towards the small dog. The white wolf did not impede him. Rather, its demeanor softened, its previously rapid breaths calming to a gentle rhythm as it quietly regarded Song Yunfeng and its offspring. After a few moments, the wolf's breathing ceased, its eyes gently closing as a final tear trickled down. In that very instant, as the white wolf's eyes shuddered, the small dog began to howl mournfully in Song Yunfeng's arms. Taking a deep breath, Song Yunfeng turned to entrust the small dog to Old Tang for assistance, only to discover that half of the ninth squad had gathered behind him, their presence unknown until now, silently witnessing this poignant scene. With a larger group, matters became more manageable. Song Yunfeng addressed Dashin, saying, "Please fetch me a shovel. I shall dig a grave to lay the white wolf to rest." "Understood," Dashin replied, turning towards the pickup truck. Upon his return, Wang Hai followed closely behind, wielding another entrenching tool, advantageous for its ability to convert into a pickaxe for digging. Xie stood beside Song Yunfeng and inquired, "Is this a wolf? Why does it appear so much like a dog?" Song Yunpeak posited a bold conjecture, pondering the possibility that a mother wolf had been mated by a dog, resulting in the birth of a young wolf. Due to this circumstance, the mother wolf faced disdain from her pack and was subsequently exiled. It is essential to recognize that wolves are social creatures. A solitary wolf, particularly a pregnant one or a mother who has recently given birth, struggles immensely to hunt independently. Left with no alternative, she must find a way to survive alongside her offspring. As one observes her emaciated form, it is evident that she is unable to satiate her hunger. Xiaopeng pointed to a bone with remnants of meat beside the mother wolf, exclaiming, "Isn't there food here? Why doesn't she eat?" He reasoned that if she were truly starving, she would not leave food uneaten. Yi softly replied, "If I were this mother wolf, I would refrain from consuming the last morsel of meat. Aware that my time is limited, I would wish to reserve the best for my child," granting it a glimmer of hope for survival. Upon her utterance, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Chapter 79. Long Yi's little emotions. Song Yunfeng took a deep breath, lowering his gaze to the small wolf nestled in his arms. He crouched down and gently placed the little creature beside the white wolf, softly saying, "Little one, take one last look at your magnificent mother. I assure her that I will raise you well and return you to this land." The small wolf edged closer to its mother, nudging her front legs with its head, yearning to curl up in her embrace once more. However, the warmth of her body was gradually dissipating. Song Yunfeng retrieved a shovel from Dashin and personally began to dig a grave for the mother wolf. Xie cradled the small wolf as Song Yunfeng and Dashin carefully lowered the lifeless body into the pit. The little wolf, nestled in Xie's arms, watched as the humans buried its mother. As the final shovelful of earth was placed, the most sentimental among them bowed deeply before the grave, expressing heartfelt respect for the mother wolf. The ninth team set off once again, with Song Yunfeng driving the LC-80 at the rear, while Xie held the small wolf in the passenger seat. She punctured a small hole in a bag of milk, squeezing it to feed the hungry little creature. The small wolf, having been deprived for far too long, quickly finished the bag and settled down on Xie's lap, dozing off. Xie stroked the small wolf's back and turned to Song Yunfeng, asking, "Shall we give it a name? What do you think?" "Hey Bei," Song Yunfeng replied instinctively. "Look at the black fur on its back. Let's call it Hey Bei. What do you think?" "That sounds good," Xie said, running her fingers along the small wolf's back. "Let us name it Hey Bei, hoping it grows up healthy and happy." Forgetting the past of being abandoned by its pack, the convoy traveled through the night at an exceptionally slow pace, maintaining an average speed of around 20 kilometers per hour. Slower even than the national standard electric vehicles, which have a speed limit of 25 kilometers per hour. After a long night of arduous travel, they arrived in Shuanghu County the following morning. Upon inquiry, they discovered that Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin had arrived in Shuanghu County 4 hours earlier. But they had not dared to stay and had left immediately, heading straight towards Lhasa. Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu also refrained from lingering, awkwardly making excuses to depart early. Xiaopeng discarded his leftover sausage into the special compartment of the pickup truck, where Mian Gu was confined. Previously, Yuzukai had hidden there for an entire night. But back then, they were traveling at high speed with minimal swaying, and Yuzukai, uninjured, could emerge for fresh air when uncomfortable. This time, Miongu had no such opportunity, having to resolve all his needs inside. Xiaopeng treated him almost like a dog, tossing him his leftover sausage. Dawa Dunju encountered the 9th team again at the station, filled with curiosity. Is it resolved? Xia nodded slightly, replying, yes, it is. We will rest in the county for a while, have lunch together, and then discuss the details. Dawa Dunju responded, I will arrange for lunch at the usual place, inviting all the friends from the 9th team. I'll call my family right now. Xia felt a bit embarrassed and asked, would it be too much of an imposition? Dawa Dunju patted his chest, saying, don't mention it. You're being too polite. You all rest in the county, and we'll see each other at noon. After the convoy passed the checkpoint, they entered Shuanghu County. Just as the mobile network signal was restored, Long Yi received a call from his younger brother, Long Liyuan. On the other end, Long Liyuan burst into tears, crying out, brother, save me, help me. Hearing his brother's desperate cries, Long Yi instantly panicked and comforted him without any conviction, asking, Liyuan, what happened to you? At that moment, Jin Nan's voice came through the phone, threateningly addressing Long Yi. Your brother is in our hands, isn't he? Let's have a conversation. Long Yi lost control of his emotions and shouted, don't harm my brother. Before he could finish, Yuzukai in the passenger seat snatched the phone from Long Yi's hand. Relaxed in his seat, he casually responded to Jin Nan. Have you forgotten what I've said? If a single hair is harmed on Long Liyuan, I will take your life. Upon hearing this, Jin Nan could no longer maintain his composure, shouting back, Yuzukai, how dare you threaten me? Who do you think you are? Listen, let me speak to my brother immediately, or the consequences will be dire. At this point, the sound of Long Liyuan's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the phone. It was evident that he was being mistreated. After the first agonizing cry, several more followed, each more dreadful than the last, until silence fell, only to be replaced by the sound of metal hitting the ground. Long Yi, who was driving, remained silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Jin Nan's voice returned, slightly smug as he taunted, how does it feel? Are you still threatening me? Go on, say another word of threat for me to hear. Yuzukai replied softly, just wait for me. With that, he hung up and placed the phone on the center console. Long Yi continued to drive in silence. And after about 30 seconds of quiet, he picked up the phone and redialed Jin Nan. Jin Nan, somewhat surprised, answered without saying a word, but Long Yi broke first, pleading over the phone, please, don't hurt my brother. Let's discuss this calmly. Suddenly, Jin Nan laughed, responding with self-satisfaction. Aren't you all so tough? Why the sudden need to negotiate with me? Let me tell you. Here, you are like a dragon coiling for me, or a tiger lying before me. I will not allow anyone to be more powerful than me. Long Yi gritted his teeth and, after a brief silence, said, release my brother, and I will agree to any demands you have. Jin Nan smugly inquired, how is my brother doing now? Where is he? I want to speak with him. Long Yi, genuinely frightened, admitted, he is not in my vehicle. Jin Nan insisted, I want to hear my brother's voice. If I do not hear from him within an hour, I will start by cutting off one of your brother's fingers. Please, don't do that. Long Yi pleaded, but Jin Nan disregarded his words, saying, shall we communicate via QQ or WeChat? WeChat is more convenient. Can I add this number? I'll send you a video shortly. Haha. This time, it was Jin Nan who hung up first. Long Yi, filled with fury, hurled his phone onto the central console and struck the steering wheel with his right hand. Though he uttered not a single accusatory word, Yuzukai could perceive Long Yi's anger. In response, Yuzukai refrained from offering any explanations and directly articulated his perspective on the matter. Analyzing the situation at hand, Jin Nan will not treat your brother kindly merely because of a few flattering words. At this juncture, you must calmly assess the reality of many things. Do not weave fantasies to deceive yourself. Long Yi remained silent, unwilling to engage with Yuzukai. Aware of his own shortcomings, Yuzukai recognized that had it not been for Team 9's efforts to rescue him, he would not have incurred the wrath of Brother Mion. Quietly, he withdrew a cigarette, ignited it, and took a drag before offering it to the driving Long Yi, as was his custom when sharing a smoke with Song Yinfeng. Long Yi, whether due to his foul mood or genuine anger, coldly declined Yuzukai's gesture without a trace of warmth, continuing to drive in a distracted manner. Feeling somewhat awkward, Yuzukai retrieved the cigarette and placed it back between his lips, softly addressing Long Yi, I cannot guarantee your brother's safety, but I can assure you that everyone involved in this matter is on my hunting list. Chapter 80. Huangyang International Trade Company Long Yi remained silent. Indeed, there was little to say at this moment. From Long Yi's perspective, his younger brother, Long Liyuan, had been deceived and taken to northern Myanmar, where he endured torment. All of this orchestrated by Yu Zhikai. The fact that Long Yi could maintain his composure, refraining from complaints or curses, already placed him far above the majority. The atmosphere in the car grew exceedingly awkward. Yu Zhikai's tongue was as clumsy as a mountain peak, and he was utterly incapable of offering comfort. They returned to the hotel in Shuanghu County in silence. Once all the vehicles were parked, the chubby one returned to feed the dog, carelessly tossing his leftover bread into the hiding spot of the Myanmar brother, along with unfinished bottles of mineral water. Indifferent to whether the Myanmar brother could eat or drink adequately, showing no concern for his well-being. After parking, Long Yi opened the car door and exited, releasing his pent-up emotions in the process. The door slammed shut with a resounding pong, catching the attention of teammates from the nearby vehicles, who witnessed Long Yi, in a fit of temper, striding away with his phone in hand. Following this, Yu Zhikai quietly disembarked from the passenger seat. Old Tang had already surmised the situation. Approaching Yu Zhikai and gently patting his shoulder, offering words of solace, Long Yi is not a bad kid. He simply has a bit of an impulsive nature. If he spoke harshly, don't take it to heart. Yu Zhikai acknowledged this, responding to Old Tang. This matter is indeed connected to me. I have caused trouble for everyone. Old Tang interjected. What do you mean trouble? That's an outsider's perspective. Team 9 was aware of the risks before coming to your aid. Since everyone resolutely chose to act, we do not fear the consequences. The matter has occurred. Let us not dwell on regret, but rather look forward and find ways to resolve the issue. Yu Zhikai nodded slightly. Old Tang smiled. Do not carry the burden of guilt. I will go check on Long Yi. With that, he made his way towards Long Yi, who was at that moment engaged in a phone call, uncertain whether it was with Zhen Nan or his own family. Tang saw stood by the vehicle, gazing at Long Yi in the distance, unable to suppress a sigh. Zhao Xiaojia remarked to her, Tang saw, do not sigh. Have faith in the brothers of Team 9. They will surely handle this well. Tang Sa grasped Zhao Xiaojia's hand and sighed once more. Old Tang approached Long Yi, quietly observing him as he finished his call. Once the conversation concluded, Old Tang stepped forward, offering a cigarette and inquiring, Were you calling home? No, Long Yi replied, accepting the cigarette from Old Tang. I spoke with Zhen Nan in northern Myanmar. I softened my tone, asking for some time and pleading with him not to inform my parents about the kidnapping of my brother. My mother already suffers from hypertension. I fear she may not bear this reality. Old Tang expressed a hint of exasperation. If I were in your position, I would refrain from making such calls. By saying these things, you expose your vulnerabilities to the other party, making it easier for them to manipulate you. Long Yi took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, I understand everything you've said, but I cannot bear the thought of my brother suffering. If my mother were to learn of his plight, it would be unbearable for her. Lao Tang countered, You've expressed such sentiments of mercy. Can you assure me that your brother will be spared from physical torment? Long Yi fell silent, momentarily lost in thought before he dejectedly replied, I cannot guarantee that. Lao Tang continued, Since you cannot provide such assurance, why then expose your vulnerable side? Do you believe that by being compliant, the other party will show kindness towards your brother? Long Yi nodded in undeniable agreement, whispering, That is precisely my mindset. I recognize how naive it is, yet I feel compelled to do something for my brother. Lao Tang did not dismiss Long Yi's perspective, but instead advised him differently. There was an ancient philosopher named Wang Yangming who advocated for the unity of knowledge and action, meaning your understanding must align with your deeds. While it sounds simple, it is quite challenging in practice. Before undertaking this action, you already knew it was wrong. Yet you chose to compromise for a fleeting sense of comfort, which is misguided. Long Yi, frustrated, tugged at his hair and confessed, Uncle Tang, I know I am in the wrong, but I truly cannot control myself. Lao Tang reassured him, as I've said, what is done is done. Let us not dwell on regret, but rather focus on moving forward and finding solutions. Long Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette and declared, I will do my utmost to exercise self-control. By the roadside, the group entered the guest house, backpacks in tow. Since the convoy had halted, Shiyu had begun making calls, leveraging connections to ascertain the true background of the Huangyang International Trade Company. In contrast to Long Yi's impulsive rage, Shiyu displayed a more rational approach to problem solving, embodying the qualities and mental resilience expected of a leader. At noon, in a restaurant, Dawa Tenzin returned from a checkpoint to the county, eager to dine with the members of Team 9 and inquire about the events transpiring in Shantung. Upon entering the private dining room, he immediately spotted the black-backed dog in Song Yunfeng's arms and exclaimed in astonishment, "Mastiff wolf." "What?" Song Yunfeng, unfamiliar with the term, inquired, "What is a mastiff wolf?" Dawa Tenzin, intrigued, approached Song Yunfeng, lifted the dog's front paws, and gazed into its eyes, incredulously stating, "Indeed, it is a mastiff wolf. I can hardly believe you discovered one." Little Fat asked eagerly, "Brother Dawa, what is a mastiff wolf?" Dawa Tenzin returned the black-backed dog to Song Yunfeng and settled into a chair nearby to explain. A mastiff wolf is the offspring of a Tibetan mastiff and a female wolf, a rare breed found only in Tibetan regions. "Where did you find this treasure?" Song Yunfeng reminisced. "It was last night on the southwestern side of the Puno Gangri Glacier. As the sun set, they stopped to take photos and rest. I wandered a few steps and discovered this little pup." "Then it makes sense," Dawa Tenzin remarked. "There are herders on the western side of the glacier who keep Tibetan mastiffs. It is rumored that once a she-wolf conceives the offspring of a Tibetan mastiff, she is cast out from the pack. Generally, such a hybrid stands little chance of survival unless the mother wolf possesses considerable strength. A lone wolf cannot adequately nurture the pups, and thus, the offspring is doomed." Xiaopeng remarked, "Thus, it can be said that Hebei has been fortunate to encounter Brother Feng. Without him, Hebei would have been doomed." Dawa Dunju added, "A mastiff wolf hybrid that is less than 2 months old cannot possibly survive in Xiangtang. Setting aside the question of food, its enemies are countless. Yunfeng, you must ensure the well-being of this little one. Once it reaches maturity, it will be formidable." While Song Yunfeng and Dawa Dunju were engaged in casual conversation, Shiyu pushed open the door to the private room of the restaurant and waved at Song Yunfeng, saying, "Yunfeng, come out for a moment. I have found the information on Huangyang International Trading Company." Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng, Yuzakai, and Long Yi all rose simultaneously. Chapter 81. The Wolfhound. To alleviate the tense atmosphere, Lao Tang proactively addressed Song Yunfeng, saying, "Go ahead, hand me the black-backed one. I shall keep an eye on him for a while." Song Yunfeng handed over the black-backed dog, and Xiaopeng stood up, following Long Yi out the door to join the fray. At the entrance of the restaurant, Shiyu held a tablet computer, its screen displaying an email. Her slender fingers glided across the surface, opening a message that she then presented to Song Yunfeng, stating, "Here is the information on Huangyang." Song Yunfeng received the tablet and examined it closely. Huangyang, male, 35 years old, from Kunming, Yunnan, established Huangyang International Trading Company 2 years ago, specializing in clothing and footwear, exporting to Southeast Asia. Xiaopeng interjected, "I've heard of it. Putian shoes sell exceptionally well in Southeast Asia. Many Putian-based entrepreneurs are flooding the market there, and I hear the profits are quite substantial, with a single pair fetching upwards of dozens of yuan." Song Yunfeng fixed his gaze on the screen and remarked, "Recruiting personnel should yield greater profits than merely selling shoes. Now that we have a lead, we must act swiftly. I propose we split up. I will return to Kunming to investigate this Huangyang and ascertain his background, while you all can take the convoy slowly, brainstorming ways to extract more information from Miangu along the way." Xiaopeng volunteered, "Leave this to me. I am confident I can handle it." Yuzakai spoke softly, "I will pay a visit to the Mayawadi Industrial Park." Song Yunfeng, Shiyu, Xiaopeng, and Long Yi simultaneously turned their attention to Yuzakai. Song Yunfeng inquired, "How will you manage that? It's south an unfamiliar place for you. You don't know anyone there. Isn't that tantamount to seeking trouble?" Without a hint of emotion, Yuzakai replied, "You need not concern yourselves with that. Just prepare the necessary items for my overseas journey. If Mian Gu and his associates can smuggle themselves here, I can certainly manage to cross over." Upon hearing this, Long Yi felt a twinge of guilt and said to Yuzakai, "Brother Kai, I was a bit emotional in the car earlier. I admit I complained somewhat. But please, do not take it to heart. A significant part of my brother's predicament stems from his own naivety and insufficient understanding of this society. There is no need for you to take risks on his behalf." Yuzakai produced a cigarette and offered it to Long Yi, a gesture that, while seemingly simple, conveyed that he bore no ill will towards him. Long Yi accepted the cigarette, and Yuzakai calmly advised, "Do not worry about me. If our brother is captured in northern Myanmar, I will certainly seek an explanation." Long Yi attempted to voice more, but Yuzakai interrupted him, turning to Song Yunfeng and Shiyu, stating, "Let us proceed as arranged. Yunfeng will seek out this Huangyang. I will head to Mayawadi. Xiaopeng is responsible for extracting the necessary information from Miangu, and Shiyu will lead the team back to Kunming." After lunch, we shall each set off. Song Yufeng responded, "This afternoon, I will drive a vehicle back to Lhasa. Once there, I will leave the car at the airport and fly back to Kunming. You can come later to retrieve the vehicle." She handed the keys to the LC-80 to Song Yufeng, asking, "Will you manage alone? Perhaps we should arrange for someone to accompany you." Long Yi immediately declared, "I will return with Brother Feng. We can take turns driving and we'll reach Lhasa by tonight, flying back to Kunming tomorrow." After arranging their upcoming itinerary, the 5 individuals returned to their private dining room at the hotel, where several dishes had already been served, awaiting their return to commence the meal. During the dinner, Xie recounted, with unreserved candor, the harrowing conditions within the Qiangtong no man's land, detailing the staggering number of fatalities in the few remaining vehicles. Dawa Dunta remarked, calculating the time, that they would wait until someone reported the missing individuals before leading a search party inside. At most, they would only discover those vehicles. As for the people, what remained might be merely bones, if anything remained at all, as they could very well have been buried. Buried? Zhao Xiaojia inquired with curiosity. What does it mean to be buried? Dawa Duntu explained, with winter approaching, wolf packs must stockpile food to survive the season. The average annual temperature in Xiangtong is below 0. Currently, there are only a few hours of above freezing temperatures during the day, while nights plunge to -10 degrees Celsius. Wolves will bury their prey in the snow, only to unearth it during the winter when food is scarce. Upon hearing this, Yi involuntarily inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "That's utterly terrifying. Wolves bury the dead and then dig them up to eat when food runs low." She could not finish her thought. Dawa Duntu seemed unfazed by this reality and shared his perspective. In Tibetan culture, we revere sky burials, offering our bodies to vultures as an act of generosity. This is akin to offering sustenance to both vultures and wolves. In my view, for these monkeys to be consumed by wolves is a form of self-redemption. Though vultures are far more noble. The group fell silent. Dawa Duntu continued, "To wolves, consuming humans is no different from feasting on antelopes. They do so simply to fill their bellies, nothing more." Little Fat lowered his gaze to the black dog in Old Tang's arms, and, with a hint of confusion, remarked, "Aren't wolves and dogs quite similar? Some wolves exhibit humane qualities. How can they still prey on humans?" Dawa Dunda countered, "What do we mean by humane?" "Allow me to share a story I witnessed many years ago. There was a small pack of wolves, perhaps 6 or 7 in number, with only one female wolf still nursing. During an attempted hunt of wild yaks, the mother wolf was fatally gored by a horn. In that moment, she perished, leaving behind a pup about the same size as the black dog, merely a month old." As he spoke, Dawa Dunda lifted his cup and took a sip. The others fixed their gazes upon him, filled with anticipation. Dawa Dunda set down his cup and continued, "At that moment, our patrol team happened to witness this scene. Out of respect for nature and reverence for life, we chose not to interfere with the behavior of the wild animals. In such circumstances, it is typical for wolf packs to abandon both the pup and the dying mother. This is an instinct of natural selection. We distanced ourselves from the wolves and resumed our patrol. After several hours, on our return journey, we encountered the pup once again. Can you guess what happened next?" The group looked bewildered, their curiosity piqued. Only Little Fat was visibly anxious, pounding his thigh in frustration as he exclaimed, "Guess, guess, guess. Brother, I can't take the suspense. What happened? Could you refrain from speaking as if you were reciting tales on a street corner? Please, do proceed swiftly." Upon observing Xiaopang's urgency, Dawa Dunju felt a sense of calm wash over him. He lifted his wine cup and gazed at Xiaopang, saying, "Come, my dear fellow, let us drink. Once you finish, I shall recount the tale at my leisure." Xiaopang grasped his wine cup, forcefully clinked it against Dawa Dunju's, and downed a full glass of barley wine in one go. He set the cup down and urged, "Do hurry, do hurry. What transpired upon your return?" Chapter 82, Serendipitous Encounter at the Airport. Dawa Tunju, in a state of elation, raised his glass yet did not take a sip. Instead, he held it aloft and recounted, "Upon our return, we discovered a Tibetan antelope lying beside a young wolf, nurturing it with her milk, while several other wolves stood guard nearby. At that moment, we presumed the antelope had been driven away by the pack, thus compelled to act in such a manner." Little Fatty probed further, "Isn't that the case?" Dawa Tunju replied, "Approximately a month later, during another patrol in the mountains, we encountered the same wolf pack once more, encircling a group of Tibetan antelopes. My teammates and I initially thought the wolves were hunting them. However, upon closer inspection, we realized that a Tibetan brown bear was pursuing the antelope herd, and the wolves were entangled with the bear. What I wish to convey through this story is that the wolf pack possesses not merely survival instincts, but also a certain spiritual essence. They are capable of gratitude, not solely towards humans, but to all living beings that have shown them kindness. The members of the Ninth Squad listened intently, gaining a newfound appreciation for the wolves of the wilderness. After lunch, Song Yunfeng and Long Yi set off once again in their LC-80, departing from Shuanghu County towards Lhasa, anticipating their arrival by nightfall to secure tickets for an early flight to Kunming the following morning. Upon checking flight availability, they discovered only two suitable options, one to Shangri-La in Yunnan with a stopover, and another directly to Kunming with a layover in Chengdu. The flight to Shangri-La departed in the afternoon, arriving in Kunming past 8 o'clock at night, while the Chengdu flight departed at 9 in the morning, landing in Kunming by 2 in the afternoon. Though the latter was less direct and longer, it allowed for an earlier arrival in Kunming. After careful consideration, Song Yunfeng and Long Yi opted for the flight to Chengdu with a connection to Kunming, and fortuitously encountered Zhao Maosheng, Wu Jianbin, and others at the boarding gate. This, however, is a tale for later. As they commenced their journey, Song Yunfeng took the wheel with Long Yi seated beside him. Leaving Shuanghu County and merging onto the national highway, Long Yi initiated a conversation, saying to Song Yunfeng, "Brother, I must apologize. My emotions were somewhat frayed this morning, and I was rather aloof towards Kaiga. I realize I lack maturity in handling such matters. Could you extend my apologies to him?" Song Yunfeng, with a hint of a smile, responded, "You're overthinking it, my brother. Yuzukai is not so petty. Put your mind at ease. There's no need to dwell on such trifles." Long Yi, feeling a twinge of regret, retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and gazed out the window as he spoke. "In truth, I am an adopted son. When I was about 6, my parents brought me home from an orphanage, having longed for a child. They had heard that adopting a child might increase the chances of conceiving, yet my adoptive parents did not share this sentiment. They named me Yi, signifying that I would be their sole son in this lifetime. The year following my adoption, my mother became pregnant with my younger brother, whom they named Li Yuan." Song Yunfeng reached for the cigarette Long Yi had just lit, taking a deep drag before placing it in his left hand. Rolling down the window to flick the ash away, and casually inquired, "After your parents had your brother, they must have treated you differently, no?" "Incorrect." Long Yi responded with remarkable clarity. "After my parents had my younger brother, they treated me with even greater kindness. Our family is not affluent. I passed down my clothes to my brother, who has worn my hand-me-downs since childhood. When I entered junior high, my brother was in elementary school. As the new school year approached, it was always expected that I would purchase my stationery first. I am immensely grateful to my parents for providing me with a home. You see, I have grown up, and you may wonder why I have not pursued a girlfriend or marriage. It is simply because I do not wish to add any burden to my family. Rather, I aspire to save money for my brother's bride price." "I understand." Song Yunfeng gazed ahead and remarked, "Thus, you were particularly anxious when your brother encountered trouble." Long Yi sighed. "I would have preferred it to be me in that predicament." Before he could finish his thought, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, his expression subtly shifted. He swiped the screen to answer, and a frail male voice resonated from the other end. "Eldest son, where are you? Your brother may have encountered trouble. The company he interviewed with is a fraudulent one." Long Yi endeavored to reassure the elderly man, saying, "Dad, please do not worry. I am aware of the situation and am on my way back. I will arrive home tomorrow afternoon. Your mother has fallen ill upon hearing this news. I am currently outside the emergency room. What shall we do?" Song Yunfeng, who was driving, glanced at Long Yi and inquired, "Should I ask the old man if he needs money? I have 30,000 here. I can transfer it to you for now." Long Yi questioned, "Dad, are you short on funds?" "I have enough money," he replied. "But could you use your connections to inquire about your brother's situation? They mentioned something about an arrest. What exactly is happening?" Long Yi comforted his father, saying, "Dad, do not concern yourself with these matters. Take care of Mom. We will discuss everything when we meet. Please contact me if there's any update regarding her condition." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. The subsequent journey felt particularly oppressive. Lhasa, Zhao Maosheng and Wu Jianbin arrived in Lhasa to return the rented car. During the return process, Wu Jianbin was extorted for a deposit of 10,000 yuan by the rental agency. Although the individuals he brought along appeared fierce, they refrained from confronting anyone in Lhasa, and the deposit was brazenly extorted. Song Yunfeng and Long Yi arrived in Lhasa at 2 in the morning, casually finding a chain hotel for lodging, and the following morning drove to the airport. After checking in, while waiting at the security checkpoint, they unexpectedly encountered Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin. At that moment, Zhao Maoxing sat confidently in a chair, legs crossed, exuding an air of superiority. The two adjacent seats were vacant, not due to a lack of occupants, but because of Zhao Maoxing's demeanor. Dressed in a luxurious t-shirt adorned with a massive Gucci logo, a gold chain as thick as his pinky dangling around his neck, he lounged with his arms draped over the backs of the chairs, flanked by several subordinates. In such a manner, who among the ordinary would dare to approach him? Everyone regarded him as quite arrogant. However, the moment Song Yunfeng and Long Yi appeared and locked eyes with Zhao Maoxing, an undeniable tension enveloped him. He abruptly rose from his chair, the suddenness of his movement catching the attention of those around him, who turned their curious gazes towards Zhao Maoxing, eager to discern the unfolding situation. At that instant, Wu Jianbin was taken aback. Following Zhao Maoxing's line of sight, he gazed forward and spotted Song Yunfeng and Long Yi approaching from a distance. His heart racing with alarm as he pondered, what is happening? Could it be that they are targeting us, having pursued us here? Chapter 83. A chance encounter at the airport. As Song Yunfeng and Long Yi approached, Wu Jianbin took the initiative to greet them with a forced smile, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! Are you also flying to Chengdu?" Song Yunfeng was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Zhao Maoxing. Since the latter had made the first move, he responded with a mere nod, "Yes, to Chengdu." In a habitual gesture, Zhao Maoxing reached into his pocket, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to Song Yunfeng with a sheepish grin, saying, "Brother Feng, would you like to smoke?" This gesture left Song Yunfeng momentarily at a loss, as those around them regarded the sycophantic Zhao Maoxing with astonishment. Looking at the cigarette Zhao Maoxing had proffered, Song Yunfeng inquired, "Smoke? Here?" Suddenly realizing his faux pas, Zhao Maoxing quickly withdrew the cigarette, pretending to slap his own face and apologizing, "Oh dear, my memory fails me. This is an airport, and they confiscated my lighter. My apologies. Brother Feng, please, take a seat." Song Yunfeng, unceremoniously, took a seat along with Long Yi in the very spot Zhao Maoxing had just vacated. Once seated, Zhao Maoxing became a subordinate, standing by to engage in conversation. "Brother Feng, which row are you seated in?" Song Yunfeng glanced at his boarding pass and replied, 34A. Zhao Maoxing quickly sought to ingratiate himself, turning to Wu Jianbin. "Did we not purchase the remaining business class tickets for this flight? Go arrange it so that Brother Feng and his companion can switch boarding passes and sit in the back, allowing us to occupy business class." Wu Jianbin awkwardly interjected, "Brother Chum, we only bought 2 business class tickets for the 2 of us." This created a rather awkward situation. Should they or should they not? Typically, Song Yunfeng would have feigned politeness, but he was well aware that these individuals were not of reputable character. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity, especially since Zhao Maoxing's motives for being in Qiangtong were far from innocent. He was not deserving of any courtesy. After recovering from his embarrassment, Zhao Maoxing decisively told Wu Jianbin, "After boarding, we will sit in economy class, leaving business class for Brother Feng and his companion." Song Yunfeng, with his thick skin, responded without hesitation, "Thank you." At that moment, the ground staff announced the boarding call, and Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin respectfully ushered Song Yunfeng and Long Yi, saying, "Brother Feng, this way, please." The ground staff were left bewildered, having never witnessed such an arrangement and unable to comprehend the situation. Song Yunfeng and Long Yi walked ahead, with Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin following closely behind. Upon boarding the aircraft, they inquired with the flight attendants about changing seats while also checking for any available upgrades to business class. As anticipated, there were none, and ultimately, they had to squeeze into the back of economy class. Once the plane took off, Wu Jianbin made his way from the rear cabin to the business class, crouching beside Song Yunfeng to inform him that he had already contacted a friend in Chengdu prior to takeoff, arranging for a hot pot meal, insisting on treating Song Yunfeng. This so-called friend was Xiao Su. Before takeoff, Wu Jianbin had relayed the situation to Xiao Su, who was eager to arrange a meeting with Song Yunfeng in Chengdu. Unfortunately, Song Yunfeng did not afford Xiao Su that opportunity, as the flight was a stopover and not a transfer. At Chengdu Tianfu Airport, as the crowd disembarked from the plane, Zhao Maoxing and Wu Jianbin maintained a courteous demeanor towards Song Yunfeng, revealing the psychological scars that the events in Qiangtong had inflicted upon them. Upon their return to Kunming that afternoon, Long Yi hurriedly made his way to the hospital. Similarly, Song Yunfeng returned home first, changed into a fresh set of clothes. and headed straight for Huangyang International Trading Company. The company is located on the 16th floor of Machen Department Store, situated near the Xiaoximen area of Renmin Road, which is considered the city center. The department store occupies the lower floors, while the upper levels house offices. Before setting off, Song Yunfeng enlisted the help of his younger sister, Song Yunting. At just 21 years old, she is still a university student. After much persuasion, Song Yunfeng finally convinced his sister to assist him by posing as an undercover candidate for an interview at Huangyang International Trading Company. To ensure professionalism, he instructed Yunting to locate the company's job postings on a job-seeking platform in advance and even made a symbolic phone call for inquiries. During the call, the other party first asked how Yunting had learned about the job opening, and upon confirming there were no red flags, they allowed her to introduce herself. Yunting honestly presented herself as a university student with fewer classes, eager to secure a job early to gain societal experience. Naturally, the recruiter was delighted to hear that she was a female student and readily provided her with the address for the interview. Prior to the interview, Song Yunfeng invested significantly in Yunting, taking her shopping for professional attire that would convey a more composed appearance. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Yunfeng accompanied Yunting to Machen Department Store. Before proceeding to the interview, Yunting made another phone call to confirm the location. Inheriting her parents' admirable genes, she stood nearly 170 centimeters tall, a considerable height in Yunnan, and her figure was particularly striking. With her long hair cascading down her back, secured with a bow hairpin, she exuded an aura of innocence. Throughout, Yunting kept her phone in a constant connection with Song Yunfeng, wearing earphones. Song Yunfeng stationed himself at the entrance of Huangyang International Trading Company, and after Yunting entered, he strolled around the building, eventually confirming that this was the sole entrance. And thus he waited there. Upon seeing Yunting for the first time, the HR manager immediately recognized her potential. He politely asked a series of standard questions, to which Yunting responded confidently, further solidifying the manager's decision. After a brief interview, she was escorted to Huangyang's office. Huangyang, the owner of Huangyang International Trading Company, was 35, slender in build, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, giving off an air of cultured sophistication. At the time, he was engrossed in a video call when he noticed the HR manager entering with a newcomer, which initially irritated him. However, upon seeing how strikingly beautiful the newcomer was, his annoyance swiftly dissipated, and he informed the person on the other end of the call that he would reconnect later. After finishing his words, he abruptly ended the video call and turned to the Human Resources Manager, inquiring, "What is the situation?" The Human Resources Manager replied, "Mr. Huang, regarding the new candidate we interviewed, I've gathered some basic information and found no issues." As he spoke, he handed Song Yunting's resume to Huang Yang. Huang Yang glanced at it briefly and said to the Human Resources Manager, "You may return to your duties." The manager acknowledged and exited the room. Huang Yang then addressed Yunting, "Please, have a seat. Are you a local from Kunming?" Yunting, seated at Huang Yang's desk, responded, "Yes, my family resides in Guandu District." After nodding, Huang Yang inquired, "Do you have any family members?" Yunting replied, "I have my father and stepmother at home." Upon hearing this, Huang Yang's eyes brightened, forming an initial assessment of Yunting in his mind. Chapter 84. The mind is overwhelmed. Huang Yang continued to probe, inquiring about the relationship between Yunting and her stepmother. Although Yunting felt somewhat irked by such questions, she suppressed her displeasure for the sake of assisting her unreliable brother and responded, "I have minimal contact with my stepmother. I primarily reside at school and seldom return home, only visiting my father on weekends or during winter and summer vacations. During these breaks, I seek temporary work to experience life." Excellent. Huang Yang could scarcely contain his excitement, believing he had found the ideal candidate. He scrutinized Yunting again, saying, "We engage in international trade, frequently dealing with businesses in Thailand, Vietnam, and Laos, primarily exporting garments and footwear. Would you be amenable to occasional business trips?" Feigning difficulty, Yunting asked, "Business trips? Will they take a long time?" Huang Yang smiled reassuringly, "Not at all. A flight from Kunming to Thailand takes merely 3 hours, shorter than a flight to Beijing. The purpose of the trips is simply to liaise with local distributors." After pretending to hesitate, Yunting responded, "If each business trip lasts no longer than 3 days, I suppose that would be manageable, considering I am still in school and would need to request leave for extended absences." Huang Yang, feeling satisfied, declared, "No problem, I will do my utmost to accommodate you. The base salary is 10,000 per month, with the company providing comprehensive insurance. If all is agreeable, you may begin tomorrow to familiarize yourself with the work environment. You will spend 1 week learning about domestic operations before being assigned to Thailand for training with downstream distributors. After a month, you will be formally employed, with a probationary salary of 8,000. Does that sound acceptable? Yin Ting, steeling herself, replied, "No issues, I can accept that." Huang Yang stood, extending his hand towards Yin Ting. "Welcome to Huang Yang International Trade." As Yin Ting rose to shake hands across the table, Huang Yang's thumb deliberately brushed against her hand. A clear overstep. The entire interview proceeded smoothly, appearing quite ordinary. Song Yunfeng remained vigilant outside, ever protective of his sister. Upon leaving the company, he stood in the elevator lobby, waiting for the lift while the siblings pretended not to know each other. Once they entered the elevator, Yin Ting exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, "I was so nervous. Did I really succeed in the interview? Is there anything else I need to do?" Song Yunfeng, adopting a pitiful expression, replied, "You start working, of course. If you pass the interview, you ought to work for a week." Yun Ting's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Brother, are you serious? I'm still in school. I don't have time to work." Feigning desperation, Song Yufeng implored, "Sister, I'm truly at a loss. Who else can I rely on but you? I simply don't trust anyone else. Please, think of a way to request leave from school and come work for this company for a week." Left with no options against her brother's insistence, Yin Ting reluctantly acquiesced. "Just 1 week. We agreed on 1 week." And thus, Song Yunfeng effectively persuaded his sister into this arrangement. In Chengdu, Zhao Maoxing accompanied Wu Jianbin to meet Xiao Su. Xiao Su meticulously selected the venue for their meeting, a rather unsuccessful bathhouse. 3 men lay bare in the hot spring pool, engaging in candid conversation. The reason Xiao Su opted for such an unconventional location was singular: to prevent Zhao Maoxing or Wu Jianbin from bringing any recording or filming devices. In a bathhouse, such concerns were rendered moot. After all, one could hardly conceal a listening device in such a manner. Zhao Maoxing, lounging in the pool, vented his frustrations. "I never imagined Yu Zikai could be so ruthless. That black knife of his seems to spill blood without a trace. He has dispatched numerous Myanmar monkeys, all falling under his blade. Especially when he dealt with Assistant Lin, I was utterly dumbfounded. He effortlessly severed half of his head." This recollection brought to Xiao Su's mind the moment Yu Zikai struck Lin Guodong, which had occurred atop a marble table in a KTV establishment. Yu Zikai had grasped Lin Guodong's hair with his left hand, forcefully pinning Lin's upper body against the table. Despite Lin's desperate struggle, propping himself up with both hands, Yu's knife found its mark at Lin's nape, and with merely 2 strikes, he had claimed the man's head. Noticing Xiao Su's silence, Wu Jianbin interjected to support Zhao Maoxing. Over a dozen individuals from Assistant Lin's side were virtually powerless against Yu Zikai. It's not that those Myanmar monkeys lack skill, but rather that their opponent is overwhelmingly formidable. You cannot fathom it. Every strike Yu Zikai makes draws blood. Xiao Su, I must urge you to refrain from provoking him. Truly, brothers, we have narrowly escaped with our lives this time. Emerging from his reverie, Xiao Su pondered aloud. If that is the case, do you possess any more astute ideas? For instance, how might we leverage Yu Zikai to eliminate more adversaries? Is he not a free-killing machine? What do you think? Wu Jianbin immediately opposed the notion. Waving his hand, "Xiao Su, I advise against such thoughts. Yu Zikai is exceedingly dangerous and truly difficult to control. One risks playing with fire." Xiao Su chuckled. Seemingly indifferent, Yu Zikai is merely a brute, possessing nothing but physical prowess. At this point, he lacks the intellect. He then glanced at Zhao Maoxing, clearly equating Yu Zikai with him, and continued, "As long as we provide him with what he desires, we can maintain control over him." Unbeknownst to Zhao Maoxing, Xiao Su's remark about a lack of intellect was also a veiled reference to him. He, overly excited, feigned wisdom. "Indeed. As long as we offer him what he wants, we can definitely keep him in line. I once read a book. It was called, what was it? Anyway, the gist was that people cannot unify their thoughts, but they can unify their objectives. Once a common purpose is established, one can compel them to act." Wu Jianbin, upon hearing this, could not help but mourn internally, believing Zhao Maoxing to be the one truly lacking in intellect. Xiao Su, stroking his chin, analyzed. At present, what Yu Zikai desires most is to eliminate Lin Guoqiang. Zhao Maoxing was taken aback, gazing at Xiao Su with incredulity, and inquired, "Have we really eliminated President Lin? Who shall we follow for profit thereafter?" Xiao Su held Zhao Maoxing in disdain, for this remark revealed the superficiality of Zhao's understanding. He seemed to believe that the Wanlong Group was solely governed by Lin Guiqiang, failing to grasp the vast commercial network that was beyond his comprehension. Xiao Su, disinclined to elaborate extensively, merely remarked, "The Wanlong Group encompasses a grand commercial framework. Lin Guiqiang is merely the chairman and CEO. The position of chairman is not fixed to a singular individual. Any shareholder may ascend to that role or serve as the executive CEO, provided they have sufficient support from other shareholders. Do you comprehend?" Zhao Maoxing, still perplexed, shook his head and replied, "Not really. Isn't the Wanlong Group owned by the Lin family?" Chapter 85. Xiao Su's conditions. Xiao Su harbored a deep-seated contempt for Zhao Maoxing, viewing him as a complete simpleton devoid of understanding. He genuinely wished to ignore Zhao, yet felt compelled to maintain a facade of civility, recognizing that this pawn might be of use in the future. With restrained patience, he elaborated, "Wanlong Group is an extensive commercial conglomerate with numerous shareholders. Do you comprehend?" Feigning understanding, Zhao Maoxing replied, "The amount of investment varies, right?" Meanwhile, Wu Jianbin observed quietly from the sidelines, remaining silent. Xiao Su, exasperated, continued, "At this level, money is no longer paramount. Power is what truly matters. Do you grasp that? In the face of authority, wealth is akin to refuse. When one wields power, money merely becomes a numerical figure. Those in power can devise 100 legitimate methods to seize the wealth you possess. It merely depends on their willingness to act." Although Zhao Maoxing was decidedly unsophisticated, Xiao Su had made his point abundantly clear. If he failed to comprehend it now, he would truly be a fool. Directing Wu Jianbin, Xiao Su commanded, "Go fetch some cigarettes." Wu Jianbin promptly rose, emerging from the hot spring, bare-skinned, to retrieve cigarettes from the locker. Deep down, he understood that Xiao Su was deliberately sending him away to keep certain conversations from his ears. Once Wu Jianbin had departed, Xiao Su resumed. "The shareholding structure of Wanlong Group is intricate. Lin Guiqiang and Lin Guodong may appear to be the leaders, yet they are merely pawns of powerful figures behind the scenes. When a pawn becomes ineffective, those influential individuals will contemplate replacing them." Zhao Maoxing, without a filter, inquired, "Who are these powerful figures?" Xiao Su fixed Zhao with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent. It dawned on Zhao that he may have overstepped, prompting him to quickly close his mouth. Xiao Su continued, "Having been close to Lin Guiqiang for several years, I have encountered the shareholders of Wanlong Group and some of the powerful figures lurking in the shadows. I am prepared to orchestrate this venture. Do you dare to join me for a significant undertaking?" Seemingly resolute, Zhao Maoxing promptly pledged his loyalty, "Absolutely. Xiao Su, your mind is sharp. I will follow your lead. Just instruct me on what to do." Xiao Su smirked inwardly, having never regarded Zhao as a serious contender. Instead, it was Wu Jianbin who piqued his interest, fully aware of the troubles a fool could incite. Wu Jianbin had already returned with the cigarettes. But seeing the two engaged in conversation, he kept his distance, waiting patiently until Zhao Maoxing and Xiao Su concluded their dialogue. He then approached, offering an excuse. "I ran out of cigarettes and just went to buy some." This excuse significantly enhanced Xiao Su's regard for Wu Jianbin, as he demonstrated both perceptiveness and a keen understanding of social nuances, a promising individual. At 28, Xiao Su was ambitious and ruthless, while Wu Jianbin, at 35, recognized that he dared not play tricks in the presence of Xiao Su. After their bath, the three individuals proceeded to enjoy a hot pot meal. During their dining experience, Xiao Su discreetly excused Zhao Maoxing and sought to obtain Wu Jianbin's contact information. He addressed Wu Jianbin, "Brother Bin, we haven't exchanged contact details yet. Please open your WeChat card QR code so I can scan it." Wu Jianbin politely declined, stating, "Brother Su, if you have something to discuss, you can talk directly to Brother Sheng." A faint smile appeared on Xiao Su's lips as he noted, "While being sensible is commendable, one must also seize opportunities. Otherwise, one cannot be deemed wise." Wu Jianbin hesitated for 3 seconds before retrieving his phone and opening the QR code. As Xiao Su scanned at him, he glanced around nervously, anxious about being seen by Zhao Maoxing. Upon adding Wu Jianbin as a friend, Xiao Su casually remarked, "Brother Bin, do you seldom post on your moments?" Wu Jianbin awkwardly responded, "I've disabled that feature. I rarely post or even check others' updates." This answer pleased Xiao Su immensely, and he was about to continue the conversation when Zhao Maoxing returned, abruptly halting their dialogue. In Lhasa, the 9th team lingered in Shuanghu County for half a day before departing the following morning, returning to Lhasa and checking into their accommodations that evening. After their meal, Xiao Su and Wu Jianbin promptly contacted Yuzakai. He tentatively dialed Yuzakai's number, uncertain if the number was still in use, only to be pleasantly surprised when the call connected. At that moment, Yuzakai was seated on the sofa in his hotel room in Lhasa, accompanied by Xiao Pang, while Mian-gu was present as well, albeit with his hands bound behind him and kneeling in Yuzakai's direction. In front of Mian-gu lay a dog food bowl containing a meager amount of sustenance. When the phone rang, Yuzakai saw it was Xiaosu calling and answered without hesitation, as he felt no need to conceal the conversation from either of the two men present, one a trusted ally, the other destined for demise. Upon answering, Xiaosu's voice echoed through the line, congratulating Yuzakai, "Congratulations, Brother Kai, on avenging your grievances." Yuzakai, fully aware of Xiaosu's intentions, remained indifferent to the congratulatory remarks, responding mechanically, "I suggest you arrange for more reliable individuals next time. Otherwise, you may end up incurring unnecessary expenses without achieving your objectives." A hearty laugh from Xiaosu masked the awkwardness of the moment. He understood the implication behind Yuzakai's words and decided to be forthright. "Brother Kai, I concede. We should meet in person to discuss matters. I know what you desire, and I can assist you." Rising from his seat, Yuzakai approached the hotel window to gaze at the Potala Palace, unabashedly asking, "Do you know me well? What do you think I desire?" Xiaosu replied with remarkable candor, "You seek Lin Guoqiang's life, and I can help you with that." Yuzakai was taken aback by Xiaosu's bluntness, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he held the phone and gazed into the distance. "I desire Lin Guoqiang's demise. It is common knowledge. Why should I place my trust in you when you claim you can assist me?" Xiaosu sidestepped the query and articulated his thoughts more directly. "If I choose not to aid you, you may never encounter another opportunity to eliminate Lin Guoqiang. Do you find any fault in my statement? The chance to strike down Lin Guodong was singular. Before you face justice, Lin Guoqiang is shielded by layers of bodyguards. I have heard of your prowess in combat at Xiangtong, but do you truly believe you can overpower all of Lin Guoqiang's guards in broad daylight?" Chapter 86. Recognizing reality. This statement is a rhetorical question rather than an inquiry. Both Xiaosu and Yuzakai are acutely aware that it is implausible for one individual to eliminate dozens of bodyguards single-handedly. After a brief silence, Yuzakai posed another question. "Why are you assisting me?" Xiaosu once again evaded the inquiry, instead countering with a question of his own. "Do you possess the audacity to trust me and collaborate?" Yuzakai coldly retorted. "Provide me with a reason to believe in you." Xiaosu traversed from the living room to the study, closing the door behind him, habitually surveying the surroundings. He seated himself and remarked, "At present, I am akin to a dog before Lin Guoqiang. Of course, Lin Guoqiang has many such dogs. Yet I am the most ambitious among them. If I am to be a dog, I aspire to be one of greater authority." Yuzakai seemed to grasp Xiaosu's implication, his tone icy as he replied, "Elucidate further." Xiaosu continued, "In a certain sense, Lin Guoqiang is also a dog. Do you comprehend my meaning? Allow me to illustrate with an example. The world's largest real estate developer, Evergrande, with its owner Su Jiayin burdened by debts amounting to 2 trillion yuan, what does this signify? Do you believe that all 2 trillion have found their way into Su Jiayin's pockets? In reality, he may have received not even a fraction of that sum. It has all been siphoned off by those who stand behind him." Upon reaching this point, Xiaosu mentally assessed Yuzakai's intellect, muttering, "Perhaps my words are too veiled for your understanding. What I mean is that Lin Guoqiang is not dissimilar to Su Jiayin on the surface. He is the proprietor of Wanlong Real Estate, yet in truth, he is merely a chairman and CEO, a mere instrument wielded by powerful elites, a dog." Yuzakai murmured, "So, you aspire to usurp Lin Guoqiang's position?" "Indeed," Xiaosu replied candidly, "I am an ambitious dog. Let us collaborate. I can facilitate your revenge, and in turn, you can assist me in ascending further. What do you say? Consider this partnership. It would not be to your detriment." Yuzakai fell silent momentarily, about to respond when Xiaosu interjected, "I will grant you some time. Once you have deliberated, contact me. As I have stated, without my orchestration, avenging yourself will prove exceedingly challenging. Whether you dare to collaborate depends solely on your courage." Yuzakai ended the call, tossing his phone onto the bed. Indeed, as Xiaosu had articulated, cooperation necessitates bravery. Such ventures are not for the faint-hearted. From Yuzakai's perspective, he could scarcely identify an ounce of security for himself. Xiaosu occupied a position of both opportunity and retreat, and it was entirely reasonable for him to leverage this rationale to ensnare Yuzakai. Kneeling on the ground, Mian-gu cast a curious glance at Yuzakai, prompting Xiao Pang to deliver a sharp slap to Mian-ji's face. "What are you staring at? Who the hell gave you permission to gawk? Speak. Have you thought carefully about how to address your brother? Mian Gu, with vacant eyes, nodded slightly. Xiao Peng struck him again. Threatening, I commanded you to speak, not merely nod. Recite it back to me. In a feeble voice, Mian Gu said, I advise my brother to release Long Amusement Park. I will undoubtedly find a way to persuade him to do so, and I will not resort to any tricks. Yuzakai turned and approached Mian Gu, crouching beside him. With a menacing gaze, he warned, remember, this is your sole opportunity to converse with Jinnan. Should you dare to speak carelessly, I assure you, your life will end here today. Mian Gu, with hollow eyes, weakly nodded in response. Rising to his feet, Yuzakai instructed Xiao Peng, assist him in making the call. Xiao Peng retrieved his phone and began dialing, simultaneously cautioning Mian Gu, my brother Kai means business. If he intends to end you, he will not falter. Think carefully before you speak. With that, Xiao Peng pressed the call button. Approximately 5 seconds later, the call was answered, and Jinnan's voice emerged from the receiver, inquiring, who is this? Xiao Peng activated the speakerphone, subtly signaling Mian Gu to refrain from erratic speech. Mian Gu swallowed hard, striving to maintain a facade of normalcy, and replied, brother, it's me. Jinnan, ever cunning, upon recognizing Mian Ji's voice, did not express immediate joy but rather inquired, what is your current situation? Mian Gu glanced at Yuzakai before responding, I'm fine. Long Paradise, please take good care of it. I wish to avoid any further suffering. Jinnan's voice turned stern, have they harmed you? Just as Mian Gu was about to speak, Yuzakai brandished a black blade, and the mere sight of it sent a chill down Mian Ji's spine. Stammering, he replied, and no, it's nothing. It was all from before. Ever since Long Paradise arrived at your side, they have treated me with more courtesy. Jinnan pressed further, what about the people you brought? Are they still with you? Mian Gu looked toward Yuzakai, uncertain how to respond. Yuzakai stepped forward, seizing the phone from Xiao Peng's hand, and arrogantly declared, the people he brought with him have all had their throats cut by me. They left without suffering. Upon hearing this, Jinnan's fury ignited, and he bellowed, are you intent on ensuring that Long Paradise never returns? Yuzakai replied, as I have stated before, if something happens to Long Paradise, your brother will also meet his demise. After a brief silence, Jinnan inhaled deeply and stated, very well, since both sides possess hostages, let us negotiate for their exchange. Agreed, Jinnan asserted, outlining his demand. First, send my brother to the border, let him return, and then I will release him. Go to hell. Xiao Peng erupted with a barrage of curses. Do you think I'm a fool? Why don't you return your people first? Only then will we release ours. At that moment, Jinnan held the phone to his ear, and while Yuzakai's tone remained calm and composed, Xiao Peng's sudden outburst startled him. Quickly moving the phone away, Jinnan reacted with anger, questioning, what the hell was that? If it's not acceptable, can't we discuss this civilly? Does shouting make you more significant? Yuzakai lowered his voice and said, show some sincerity. If we are to exchange hostages, then sincerity is paramount. Jinnan threatened. I will give you 3 days. If I do not see my brother, you shall not see this piglet either. With that, he decisively ended the call. The abrupt disconnection left Xiao Peng bewildered, glancing at Yuzakai and asking, what just happened? Did the call end? Yuzakai remained silent. Approaching the window and succumbing to a fleeting moment of contemplation, Xiao Peng, in a fit of frustration, slapped Mian Gu across the face and demanded, why did he hang up? Huh? Why? Mian Gu, who had initially displayed a demeanor as docile as a lamb, was suddenly consumed by rage upon hearing this question. Struggling to rise from his knees, he shouted, how the hell am I supposed to know why he abruptly hung up? Huh, how would I know? Xiao Peng, taken aback by Mian Ji's unexpected outburst, instinctively recoiled 2 steps, his face a portrait of shock. Chapter 87. Current family situation. Xiao Peng, startled, took 2 steps back. It was only after regaining his composure that he realized Mian Gu was bound behind him. Even if he stood, what would it matter? Ultimately, he was merely a paper tiger, and not even that. Fully aware of the situation, Xiao Peng stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Mian Ji's face. Exclaiming in anger, you should have known better. Who told you to shout? Who told you to stand up? Huh? You scoundrel. Stripped of all defiance, Mian Gu stood there, utterly speechless. Yuzakai turned around, locking eyes with Mian Gu without uttering a word. Instinctively, Mian Gu averted his gaze. Yet a sense of unwillingness compelled him to steal glances at Yuzakai, only to find that his gaze remained fixed upon him. Ultimately, Mian Gu succumbed. Kneeling once more and bowing his head, This overwhelming sense of pressure was something Myeon-go had never experienced before. He was genuinely fearful. In Kunming, at the home of Song Yunfeng, his father, stepmother, and siblings Song Yunfeng and Yun Ting sat around the dining table. To refer to the woman as a stepmother seemed somewhat of a stretch. She had taken up residence with the old man only after Yunfeng's mother had passed, and they had never even formalized their union with a marriage certificate. Song Yunfeng, holding his bowl, addressed the old man. "I found a job for Yun Ting. She may be traveling to Southeast Asia next week for training." The old man, a man of few opinions, remained taciturn. Upon hearing that her daughter would be earning money abroad, the woman's interest piqued, and she inquired, "Is the pay exceptionally high? If so, remember to give some to your father to help with household expenses. A girl ought to venture into society early, otherwise, with all the money you spend on her, when will it ever be repaid?" Yun Ting remained silent, focusing on her meal. The old man also refrained from speaking. At that moment, unable to endure the silence any longer, the woman nudged the old man with her elbow, saying, "You ought to say something." The old man grunted in agreement. "Yes. It's good for her to gain some experience." That was the extent of his contribution. He fell silent thereafter. Song Yunfeng felt a wave of disappointment towards his father and, disinterested in further dialogue, quietly remarked, "I'm merely informing you that if you cannot reach Yun Ting, don't fret." Yun Ting muttered, "Father never reaches out to me first." The woman, with a hint of disdain, retorted, "She's a grown woman, not a child in kindergarten. What's the need for daily contact?" The siblings exchanged no further words, finishing their meals in silence. After dinner, they took a stroll through the neighborhood. Song Yunfeng recounted the events to Yun Ting in detail and sought her opinion, saying, "Now, I need your assistance in uncovering the situation at Hwangong Company. If possible, I would also like you to visit Myanmar. To be fair, as your brother, I shouldn't be asking my own sister to take such risks. If you don't wish to go, just let me know, and I'll think of another solution. Please, don't feel any burden. It truly doesn't exist." Walking beside Song Yunfeng, Yun Ting quietly asked, "If I decline, do you have other suitable candidates in mind?" Song Yunfeng lit a cigarette and, in a tranquil tone, addressed Yun Ting, "At present, there are no suitable candidates. However, do not worry. I can reach out to my former comrades to see if any would be willing to assist." Without hesitation, Yun Ting replied, "Don't bother. This situation is rather abrupt, and you might not find an appropriate person in such a short time. Even if you do, they might not trust me. As a female college student, I would likely be perceived as a prime target." Song Yunfeng was taken aback and gently reminded her, "The process may be perilous." "It's all right," Yun Ting said, gazing into Song Yunfeng's eyes. "I have faith that you and brother Shao Kai will protect me. You are the closest person to me in this world. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust?" Song Yunfeng stepped forward and embraced Yun Ting softly, whispering in her ear, "I'm truly sorry, sister. I have run out of options." Yun Ting sought to comfort Song Yunfeng in return. "I understand." As they strolled home, Yun Ting retreated into her bedroom, her thoughts veiled in mystery. Song Yunfeng's room, once a storage space, lacked any semblance of comfort, having remained uninhabited for years, even devoid of a window. Therefore, he opted for the dormitory at the Wild Wilderness Club, finding it far more pleasant. At 10 o'clock that evening, Dog Brother habitually patrolled the doghouse to check on his beloved dogs. Song Yunfeng sat on his dormitory bed, opening WeChat to find the group chat for the Wild Wilderness Club buzzing with activity, resembling a meeting, yet it was merely a discussion about future plans. Long Yi was among them, while Xiaopeng and Yuzukai were in the same room at a hotel in Lhasa, boasting to one another. Since meeting Yuzukai, Xiaopeng had idolized him, completely succumbing to being his little fan. During the video chat, Long Yi appeared despondent and addressed the group. "Those bastards from northern Myanmar indeed called my mother's phone. She was so anxious that she had to be hospitalized. Though her condition is now stable, her emotions remain volatile. When I saw her this afternoon, I expected her to urge me to find a way to rescue my brother, as Paradise is her biological son. However, she advised me against taking risks, warning me that northern Myanmar is notorious, and I must not act impulsively to seek out my brother. The more she insisted, the more distressed I felt." The majority of the group fell silent, unsure of how to comfort Long Yi. Meanwhile, Song Yunfeng sat on a chair in the dormitory, holding his phone in his left hand and a cigarette in his right, quietly stating, "This afternoon, I returned to Kunming and promptly took my sister to Hwanyang International Trade Company for an interview. The process went smoothly. Yun Ting was hired on the spot and will officially start work tomorrow." During the interview, Huang mentioned that Yunting should first acclimate domestically for a week, after which she would be arranged for training in Southeast Asia. Old Tang, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Who is Yunting?" "Yunting is Yunfeng's only sister and still in university," Xie replied. Old Tang, incensed, admonished through the camera, "Is this not utter folly? How could you allow your sister to take such risks? Are you not aware of the kind of people you are dealing with?" Song Yun Peak elucidated, "There is no alternative within such a brief span. It is truly challenging to find anyone to assist. Yunting possesses all the requisite qualities sought after by Huang Yang and his associates, rendering her a prime prospect in their eyes. I have already conversed with Yunting, and it is unfortunate that Long Yi's brother has been deceived and taken to Myanmar. I find myself at an impasse and can only seek her assistance for the time being." Yunting expressed her understanding and willingness to help. This week, she is familiarizing herself with the operations at the Kunming office, awaiting arrangements for her journey to Myanmar next week. At that time, I will accompany Yunting abroad. Chapter 88. Yunting no way. This exclamation was voiced by Long Yi, loud and clear from the other side of the screen. "Brother Feng, I cannot agree to this arrangement. You cannot put your sister in harm's way." Yu Zakai echoed Long Yi's sentiments, holding Little Fat's phone towards the camera as he declared, "If you dare to put Yunting in danger, I will sever ties with you. This situation arose because of me, and I must provide Long Yi with an explanation." At this juncture, Shiyu firmly expressed her dissent, stating, "I too oppose your decision. You cannot risk Yunting's safety." Calmly, Song Yufeng addressed them all. "We must swiftly ascertain the exact location of Long Yi's brother in Myanmar. Only once we have this information can we devise a plan for his rescue. Both Yu Zakai and I possess practical experience. Please trust in our capabilities." Long Yi interjected once more, "Brother, please reconsider. I admit that upon learning my brother was deceived into going to Myanmar, I became anxious, even blaming Kai for the situation. Had it not been for him, my brother would not have been targeted. However, upon reflection, I understand that a significant part of this misfortune lies with my brother himself. If he had possessed greater worldly experience, if he had consulted with the family beforehand, if he had not been so avaricious, any one of these ifs could have prevented this deception. Brother Feng, I know all the dangers that Myanmar holds. I also recognize your willingness to let Yunting take risks for my brother's sake. I comprehend all of this, but I cannot selfishly accept your decision. If I do, what kind of man would I be? How could I face my comrades in the 9th team? I implore you, promise me. Do not allow Yunting to travel abroad for this adventure." Continuing from Long Yi's plea, Shiyu commanded, "Song Yufeng, I order you to cease this reckless endeavor immediately." Yu Zakai spoke softly, "Yunfeng, wait for me in Kunming. We will depart directly for Kunming tomorrow morning. Today, Jin Nan contacted me regarding a hostage exchange. The specifics have yet to be discussed. Let us exercise patience for these 2 days, after which I will present you with a satisfactory plan." Song Yunfeng responded, "See you in Kunming in 2 days." With that, he ended the group video call and lay back on his bed, hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. The 9th team was a collective where each member invested themselves deeply, treating their teammates' affairs as their own. Such cohesion is invaluable, beyond any monetary measure. 2 minutes later, Yu Zakai's call came through to Song Yunfeng's phone. As he answered while reclining on the bed, he inquired, "What is it? Do you need something?" At that moment, Yu Zakai, standing in the hotel parking lot with a cigarette in his mouth, said, "Yunfeng, heed my counsel. Do not allow Yunting to leave the country. Promise me. If you insist on sending her abroad, I will turn my back on you. You will no longer have me as a brother." His words were harsh, yet Song Yunfeng felt warmth in them, a slight smile creeping upon his lips as he teased Yu Zakai. "So, you can speak so much at once. Is your usual silence merely an act of coolness?" Yu Zakai, uninterested in banter with Song Yunfeng, directly addressed the matter at hand. "Today, Xiao Su contacted me again. He claims he can help me find an opportunity to exact my revenge. Initially, I was hesitant, but now I have made up my mind to accept Xiao Su's proposal. Otherwise, as he said, Ling Guiqiang has dozens of bodyguards at his disposal, and I would have no chance to avenge myself." "Are you out of your mind?" Song Yufeng exclaimed, sitting up in alarm. "What if Xiao Su is setting a trap for you? Isn't this akin to walking into your own demise?" Ignoring Song Yunfeng's concerns, Yu Zakai lowered his voice and stated, "Once I take care of Ling Guiqiang, I will leave for Myanmar. I will personally deal with Jin Nan." Song Yunfeng sighed. "You are not merely reckless. You are consumed by a desire for bloodshed." Yu Zakai, seemingly unfazed, replied, Having already dispatched so many, what difference does it make to eliminate one more? To be honest, I feel immense guilt regarding Long Liyuan, although Long Yi offered many comforting words. We both know that if it weren't for me, Long Liyuan would never have been deceived and let out of the country. Long Yi's words were courteous, but we cannot pretend that nothing has happened. I owe him a debt, and I must provide him with an explanation. Song Yufeng responded gravely. Let us set that aside for now. You should return to Kunming with the convoy. I will keep watch over Yunting these next few days. While she is at work, I will remain nearby to ensure her safety and gather as much information as possible. Even without our military garb, we are still men who stand firm and fight against evil. Yu Zakai replied, Wait for me. I will return and deal with them all. After hanging up, Yu Zakai succumbed to his emotions late at night, smoking several cigarettes in one go, resolutely deciding to collaborate with Xiao Su. Though the specifics of their partnership required careful consideration, for Yu Zakai was fierce, yet not foolish. The following morning, the convoy departed from Lessa, heading directly to Kunming, continuing their journey with a strategy of alternating rest for the travelers while the vehicles remained in motion, progressing eastward. Song Yunfeng had prepared a listening device equipped with real-time positioning for Yunting to wear, ensuring he could monitor her safety at all times. On her first day at the company, Yunting was summoned to Huang Yang's office, who feigned interest in her as he emphasized, From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your potential as a newcomer. I have decided to personally guide you in familiarizing yourself with the work. Look at how spacious my desk is. You may sit right beside me and simply prepare your laptop for work. Yunting, taken aback, asked, Huh? We are sharing a desk? Isn't that inappropriate? Huang Yang stood up, feigning warmth. What could possibly be inappropriate? It's settled then. As he said this, he pressed a button on the phone on his desk and, after a brief pause, instructed Secretary Wu, Please go to the administration department and retrieve a laptop to bring to my office immediately. After issuing the command, Huang Yang hung up and gestured to the seat beside him, saying, You will sit next to me, and I will personally guide you through the company's operations. Yunting's expression turned awkward as she contemplated refusing, unsure of how to articulate her objections. Minutes later, Huang Yang's secretary arrived with a laptop. Yunting delicately suggested, Mr. Huang, perhaps I should find a spot in the outer cubicles to work. Am I being too much of a distraction for you here? Huang Yang rose, attempting for the first time to breach the boundaries of intimacy with Yunting. He placed his hand on her shoulder and remarked, Not at all. I see potential in you, so I have decided to personally guide you in familiarizing yourself with the business. Please, sit beside me. As he spoke, Huang Yang deliberately inched closer to Yunting, leaning toward her long hair and inhaling the fragrance with a sense of unseemly eagerness. Yunting, feeling the discomfort, stiffly took a seat. Huang Yang, positioned behind her, bent over to reach for the mouse on the table. At that moment, Yunting's hand rested upon the mouse, and Huang Yang pressed down on her hand, manipulating the device as he opened the company's backend. Our company specializes in international trade, importing shoes and clothing from the Putian factory and exporting directly to Southeast Asian countries via land transport from the ports of Moding and Ruili. Take a look at the company's backend. Yunting, feeling awkward, softly replied, Mr. Huang, I can manage on my own. Huang Yang, undeterred, leaned in even closer, whispering into her ear, It's all right, I'll teach you. Just as Huang Yang prepared to overstep further, an unexpected incident occurred. Chapter 89. Deceived families knock at the door. The office door swung open as the secretary entered, her expression laden with concern as she glanced at Huang Yang. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Huang Yang straightened up and inquired, What is it? The secretary hesitated, casting a wary glance towards Yunting. Huang Yang turned to Yunting, instructing, Please gather your computer and have Xiao Zhou arrange a workspace for you outside. When I am available, I will personally guide you through the company's operations. Relieved by his words, Yunting swiftly collected her laptop and made her way to the office door. As she passed by Secretary Zhou, he pointed to an empty desk in the cubicle area, suggesting, You may sit over there for now. After Yunting settled into the cubicle area, Secretary Zhou discreetly picked up the intercom and quietly instructed, Bring them in. Approximately a minute later, 2 security guards entered Huang Yang's office, accompanied by a group of 6 or 7 individuals. It would be more accurate to say that the group surrounded the 2 guards as they made their way into Huang Yang's office. As they passed through the cubicle area, Yunting observed them with keen interest until they disappeared into the office. Huang Yang, accustomed to such occurrences, remained remarkably composed as he sat behind his desk. The intruders were parents of young individuals who had recently traveled to Thailand with Long Paradise for educational purposes, but had since gone missing. Upon entering the office, these parents began to vociferously interrogate Huang Yang about the situation. In a fit of anger, Huang Yang slammed his palm on the desk, his voice booming as he retorted, "You dare question me? I am inclined to question your parenting instead." It was agreed that they would go to Thailand for learning and exchange, yet what have they done? Upon arrival, they resorted to soliciting. Is it that in Thailand, where prostitution is legal, they felt compelled to indulge? Now they have vanished. Ensnared in a fraudulent scheme in Myanmar, and I am more anxious than you. Who among you will share in my distress? A middle-aged woman, tears streaming down her face, cried out, "You are speaking nonsense. My son would never engage in such activities, absolutely not." Another father echoed her sentiment, asserting, "It is simply impossible. Our child would never do such a thing." Huang Yang shouted back, "Why are you yelling at me? When trouble arises, we must resolve it together. What good does your shouting do?" The company has already reported this to the authorities, and a dedicated team has gone to Thailand to address the matter. What do you expect from me? Am I some sort of sorcerer who can conjure your children back? A woman clad in a green dress suddenly knelt on the floor, pleading, "Mr. Huang, I implore you. I beg you. He is my only son, just having graduated from university. Please, you must help. This child is our family's hope. We are willing to pay any price, just to ensure his safe return." Irritated and dismissive, Huang Yang replied, "Cease your weeping before me. It is tiresome. Let me make this clear. The losses incurred by your children will need to be compensated by you in full." The woman clad in green knelt on the ground, beseeching, "Mr. Huang, I implore you, please." Outside, Yunting, seated in the cubicle office, clearly heard everything that transpired. She was acutely aware of the situation at hand. Even during lunchtime, the individuals were still entangled in Huang Yang's office. Considering the matter from an empathetic perspective, it was evident that if it were her own kin deceived into going to Myanmar, she would never relinquish the search so easily, utilizing lunchtime as an excuse. Yunting discreetly escaped the company, standing beneath the Machen department store, gazing up at the edifice. She found it utterly perplexing how such a deceitful establishment could continue to operate in the heart of Kunming. How had it not been shut down? Song Yunfeng met Yunting at the food court of Machen department store, and they engaged in a brief exchange over their meal. During their conversation, Xia happened to call Song Yunfeng, primarily to remind him that he must not send his sister to northern Myanmar, as that would be akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. As they casually chatted over lunch, Yunting detailed her experiences, which Xia overheard entirely. Xia, offering her counsel from afar, said, "Yunting, listen to me. After you finish eating, go about your own business. Don't return to the company. You can go home or to school, just don't come back here." Yunting glanced at Song Yufeng and, holding the phone, replied to Xia, "I believe I have successfully passed the interview and am getting closer to Huang Yang. Would it be too regrettable to leave suddenly?" Xia calmly analyzed, "Trust me, departing now is far more advantageous than remaining. Consider the office environment. Is it soundproof? Huang Yang knows better than you, doesn't he?" Yunting nodded, "Indeed. The office is not soundproof at all. I can hear their arguments quite clearly." Xia continued her analysis. "Huang Yang must realize you can hear everything. So if you don't leave now, wouldn't he that suggest you have ulterior motives? If you depart at this moment, Huang Yang will likely feel regretful. And since you have already registered your contact information, he will undoubtedly reach out to you again." Song Yufeng, listening intently, quickly grasped the situation and remarked, "If Yunting escapes at this juncture, Huang Yang will perceive it as her being frightened and unwilling to keep the job, which is entirely reasonable. Conversely, if she stays, it would appear inappropriate." "Exactly," Xia concurred. "Just heed my advice. Finish your meal and leave without returning." Yunting looked at Song Yufeng, visibly indecisive. He calmly reassured her, "You should listen to your sister Xia. Once you finish eating, do not return. Wait for Huang Yang to contact you." Yunting acquiesced, "All right, I will follow your guidance. But my bag is still in the office. I can't just abandon it, can I?" Song Yufeng comforted her. "No need to worry. After you finish your meal, go retrieve your bag, and then leave." Yunting stood up, declaring, "I'll go now and return for my meal afterward." "Go ahead," Song Yufeng replied nonchalantly. "After you've retrieved it, come back and eat, keeping the listening device on you at all times. I will know your whereabouts and what transpires there." Yunting acknowledged him and departed. On the other end of the line, Xia candidly remarked, "Kang Yunfeng, you truly are something else. I have never encountered a brother who would so ruthlessly exploit his sister." Aware of his shortcomings, Kang Yunfeng awkwardly replied, "What choice do I have? I can only use my sister to negotiate with this company. If I had a wife, I would send her instead. Xia rolled her eyes and retorted. Whoever becomes your wife would surely be cursed for 8 lifetimes. Not wishing to prolong the discussion, Kang Yunfeng hastily shifted the topic, inquiring, "What did you call about? Is there something you need?" With a soft sigh, Xia explained, "Before departing today, Yu Zakai informed me that he intends to temporarily leave the team and drive to Chengdu alone." "What?" Kang Yunfeng exclaimed, losing his composure. "Is Yu Zakai really going to Chengdu by himself? Has he lost his mind?" Chapter 90. Undercover Yunting Xia, filled with exasperation, spoke into the phone. "I simply cannot persuade him." Song Yunfeng, equally frustrated, retorted, "Does he not realize he is a wanted criminal? How can he dare to roam freely in Chengdu? Has he lost his mind?" Xia replied, "Therefore, it falls upon you to reason with him." Song Yunfeng candidly remarked, "Yu Zakai is as stubborn as a mule. I cannot sway him. You need to devise a plan to keep him here." Xia shot back, "If I could persuade him, would I even be calling you? Think of a way quickly. I'm ending this conversation. Goodbye." The moment Xia hung up, a wave of despair washed over Song Yunfeng. Habitually, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and carelessly placed the lighter on the table. He then seized the unfinished beer and tilted the bottle back to drink deeply. This action revealed the extent of his inner turmoil. At that moment, an oblivious waiter approached, bowing politely beside Song Yunfeng and stating, "Sir, this is a non-smoking restaurant. I kindly ask you to." The waiter trailed off, having conveyed his message clearly. Song Yunfeng, already in a foul mood, grew increasingly irritable. He glared at the waiter for a couple of seconds, then defiantly brought the cigarette to his lips and took a long drag, inhaling a third of the cigarette. Afterward, he discarded the half-consumed cigarette into the beer bottle and offered a courteous apology. "My apologies." The waiter politely responded, "No problem, enjoy your meal." Song Yunfeng muttered to himself. With no cigarettes left, it would be strange to enjoy anything. He felt stifled and agitated. Just as Song Yunfeng hesitated to step outside and reignite his cigarette, he heard Yunting's voice through his earpiece. Yunting had returned to the office, cautiously picking up her bag in preparation to flee, only to be confronted by Huang Yang, who emerged from the office. He positioned himself beside her and inquired, "Where do you think you are going?" Yunting, flustered, stammered, I plan to go out for a meal." Huang Yang, having discerned her intentions, deliberately exposed her ruse by asking, "Going out for a meal, yet you carry a bag? Why is that?" Yunting quickly responded, "It's just a habit." A sly smile crept upon Huang Yang's lips. At 35, he easily saw through the fib of this 20-year-old girl. To him, Yunting was simply an innocent child, nothing more. He smiled reassuringly at her and said, "Do not be afraid. Did you not hear the argument coming from the office earlier?" Yunting, momentarily at a loss for words, stood frozen, her eyes warily fixed on Huang Yang. Unperturbed, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and after taking a deep drag, addressed Yunting. "I understand you might harbor misunderstandings about me and the company, thinking we lured people to northern Myanmar. In truth, it is not like that at all. I was quite passive in this situation. I never anticipated that this group of young individuals would seek out entertainment in Thailand. While it is legal to provide such services there, alas, I truly did not foresee this." Yunting quietly observed Huang Yang's performance, even engaging him with a question, "Are they missing in Thailand? Isn't Thailand unsafe?" Huang Yang feigned understanding as he replied, "Thailand is a remarkably safe country, thriving on its tourism industry. The vast majority of tourists there are from China. If Thailand were unsafe, it would be undermining its own GDP. The Thai authorities would never allow that." Yunting continued to play along, asking, "Then why did the company personnel appear in a fraudulent zone in Myanmar after?" "You know what, in Thailand?" Huang Yang adopted an expression of disappointment, saying, "Who knows how they managed that? I suspect they were deceived by locals while engaging in illicit activities, then whisked away in a black car straight to the border, forcibly taken to Myanmar." Feigning innocence, Yunting inquired with genuine curiosity, "Isn't there police monitoring the border in Thailand?" Huang Yang, being astute, realized that continuously answering Yunting's questions could provoke her skepticism. No one is omniscient, and there are moments when ignorance is unavoidable. Thus, he pretended to be troubled, sighing, "I'm not sure about that. After all, I haven't been to the borders of Thailand and Myanmar. I have only heard that many locals operate unlicensed taxis, specifically transporting tourists to the border for coercive abduction. I've also heard that there is simply a bridge connecting Thailand and Myanmar, where local vehicles traverse without the need for inspection." Yunting clearly doubted this last statement, thinking, "No way, How could that be possible? Huang Yang swiftly shifted the topic, saying, actually, this is quite normal. Have you ever been to Fangchenggang? I've been there. It's a border crossing between China and Vietnam, where locals can conveniently traverse with just their ID cards and passports. The same goes for the border crossing in Honghe Prefecture of Yunnan, where locals come and go freely. As he spoke, Huang Yang subtly shifted the narrative, adding, those who conduct business make multiple trips in a single day, and the customs officials almost become oblivious to them. At this point, Huang Yang had successfully diverted the conversation from the issue of the detained company staff to the border crossing, effectively redirecting attention. Seeing that the discussion had reached a comfortable pause, Huang Yang reassured Yunting, it's all right. Continue familiarizing yourself with the company's operations. In 2 days, a shipment will arrive from Putian, and you will assist the warehouse manager with the inspection. It's quite simple. The warehouse manager will record the quantities loaded and unloaded. Your task will be to compile these figures into the company's backend, detailing how many pairs of each item there are, their purchase prices, and their selling prices. Including shipping costs and the final calculations, this will be your responsibility. All right, Yinting responded, her mind effectively molded by Huang Yang, as she returned to her workstation. Noticing her compliance, Huang Yang allowed a barely perceptible smirk to surface before turning to head towards his office. After taking a few steps, he paused, casting a concerned glance at Yinting. By the way, Yinting, I forgot to ask you, are you still living on campus? It takes about 50 minutes to come from Chang'an by subway, right? Yunting, seated at her desk, turned to Huang Yang and replied, with the subway and shared bike. It took me 70 minutes today. In a thoughtful tone, Huang Yang addressed the situation. Your clock-in time has been adjusted from 9 to 10 o'clock. Furthermore, you may leave half an hour early in the afternoon. All right, that shall be the arrangement. Yunting, taken aback, felt the gaze of her colleagues in the cubicle surrounding her, yet their expressions bore no hint of envy. Upon returning to his office, Huang Yang believed he had completely maneuvered this young girl to his advantage. In truth, Yunting had, according to Shi Yu's strategy, initially gained Huang Yang's trust, leading him to perceive her as easily deceivable. At 2 in the afternoon, Yunting once again departed from the office, descending to procure 11 cups of milk tea. Chapter 91, Illusion? As a young girl born in the late 1990s, Yunting undoubtedly embodies all the attributes of her generation. Upon her arrival at a new workplace, the inexperienced Yunting opted for the most straightforward approach to forge friendships. She purchased 11 cups of milk tea to distribute among all her colleagues, including Huang Yang. Returning to the office cubicle area with the 11 cups in hand, Yunting personally delivered the milk tea to her colleagues, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to request their WeChat contacts, under the simple pretext of fostering camaraderie among coworkers for future support. Most of her colleagues, feeling somewhat obligated by the gesture of the milk tea, found it hard to decline her request, especially after the first person added Yunting as a friend, making it less awkward for the others to follow suit. Even the cleaning lady was not overlooked. Yunting bought her a cup of milk tea as well. And although the lady possessed a smartphone and WeChat, she was not very adept at using it, prompting Yunting to assist her in adding each other as friends. Finally, Yunting approached Huang Yang's office, placing the milk tea on his desk and proactively suggesting they add each other on WeChat. This action led Huang Yang to believe that his lenient policy on tardiness had touched Yunting, as her gestures of buying milk tea and requesting to connect on WeChat fell squarely within the realm of flattery. This reinforced Huang Yang's conviction that Yunting was gradually becoming compliant. Unbeknownst to him, Yunting's actions were orchestrated by Shi Yu. Just moments ago, upon hearing that Song Yunfeng insisted on keeping Yunting at the company as an undercover agent, Shi Yu realized that persuasion would be futile. Thus, she advised Yunting to first earn Huang Yang's trust, with the next step being to observe the personnel within the company. While some may be diligent workers, it was clear that not all were engaged in honest labor. By adding these individuals on WeChat, Shi Yu could gather their personal information, as the current WeChat service mandates linking to a personal bank card for real name verification, making the retrieval of personal data quite effortless. Shi Yu's subsequent goal was to analyze this information to ascertain the specific operations of Huang Yang's international trading company, distinguishing between those involved in legitimate business and those engaged in human trafficking. On her first day at work, Yunting successfully collected the WeChat contacts of the company's principal members and promptly sent them to Shi Yu after hours. En route back to Kunming, Shi Yu shared the gathered information with a friend in the public security system, where accessing such data proved to be remarkably straightforward, even uncovering some sensitive transactions. That evening, Song Yunfeng took Yunting out for dinner and drove her back to her school in Qingdong, repeatedly reminding her to keep the listening device on her person and to inform him in advance if she was to engage with anyone from the company. Yunting, being a remarkably reliable girl, committed all of Song Yunfeng's instructions to memory. As Song Yunfeng made his way back to the office from Qingdong, he found the steering wheel of his vehicle malfunctioning inexplicably, leading him to inadvertently steer towards the Hong Langman Foot Massage Parlor, revisiting this establishment known for its detox services. The receptionist gazed intently at Song Yunfeng several times, inquiring, "Brother, this isn't your first visit, is it?" Without hesitation, Song Yunfeng replied, "Arrange for technician number 88. With that, he confidently strode down the corridor. Upon entering the private room, technician number 88, carrying a small case, was taken aback at the sight of Song Yunfeng. Her face falling as she asked, "Brother, why are you here again? No one is following you to crack down on us, right? Our boss is quite intimidated by you." Song Yunfeng reclined on the bed and stated, "No detox today. Just give me a normal back massage. I'm going to make a call, so please remain silent." "Oh," technician number 88 responded, visibly relieved. "Then you should take off your shirt and lie down. I'll begin your back massage." Song Yunfeng dialed Yuzakai's number, placing the phone beside the pillow, and obediently lay on the bed. Technician number 88 dripped essential oil onto Song Yunfeng's back, climbing onto the bed and positioning herself atop him, ready to commence the massage. Just then, Yuzakai answered the call. At that moment, as technician No. 88's hands pressed against Song Yunfeng's back, her cold hands startled him, prompting him to exclaim, "Cold, cold. Could you warm your hands a bit first?" Raising her hands, technician number 88 chuckled. "How can a big man be so afraid of the cold? Are you feeling weak?" Song Yunfeng immediately retorted, "Weak? Why don't you test that for yourself? It would surely astonish you." Technician number 88 playfully teased him, "If you want to find out, it will cost extra." Meanwhile, Yuzakai, bewildered on the other end of the line, questioned, "Yunfeng, are you looking for me?" Upon hearing Yuzakai's voice, Song Yunfeng quickly responded, Yes. I'm looking for you. Where are you?" "Damn it." Yuzakai cursed from the other line. "Why do you call me for everything? Can you not be so indiscreet? I have no interest in this. It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Song Yunfeng hurried to clarify. "It's not what you think. I'm just getting a proper back massage while making a call. Do you think I'm a fool? One moment you talk about feeling weak, the next about extra charges for surprises. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old who doesn't understand?" Song Yunfeng, flustered, attempted to explain, "It's truly not as you imagine. The technician is just teasing, and I'm merely a passive participant." Yuzakai fumed, "Stop it right there." Feeling frustrated, Song Yunfeng turned to the technician and said, "Didn't I tell you to remain silent? Look, this is a misunderstanding." Technician number 88, feeling wronged, feigned a sweet voice and replied, "Brother, it's your body that's weak. You mentioned being cold, and this isn't me initiating a conversation." On the other end, Yuzakai scoffed, "Even the technician knows you're weak. It seems you really are. Just stop explaining. Say what you need to say, and then go drink some goji berries." Wait, please don't hang up," murmured technician number 88 behind him. No one said they were going to hang up. As soon as the words fell, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed through the air. Song Yunfeng turned around, his face etched with frustration. Technician number 88 stuck out his tongue and remarked, "You truly understand him." "Of course," Song Yunfeng retorted. "I know him well enough to predict his every move." Despite the banter, the call needed to be made. After all, the pressing matter remained unresolved. He needed to ascertain why Yuzakai was heading to Chengdu and what his true intentions were. Chapter 92, The Blacklisted Red Romance. Upon dialing Yuzakai's number once more, the first words he heard upon answering were, "Are you done? The legendary 3-second man. Quite swift, aren't you? Get lost." Song Yunfeng swiftly redirected the conversation, intent on broaching a serious matter. "What brings you to Chengdu?" "I'm looking for Xiao Su," Yuzakai replied. Following this revelation, he added, "I've decided to collaborate with Xiao Su." First, he hesitated, initially intending to express the need to eliminate Lin Guiqiang. Yet mindful of Song Yunfeng's dubious activities and the presence of a technician nearby, he chose a more tactful approach. "Let us handle the matter at hand first." Song Yunfeng, fully aware of the implications of this so-called matter, subtly cautioned Yuzakai, "This is clearly a trap, a pit dug for you to fall into. They're searching high and low for you, and now you're willingly stepping into a pit of your own accord. Are you out of your mind?" In a hushed tone, Yuzakai replied, After much contemplation, it seems this is the only way to get close to Lin. If I resolve my domestic affairs swiftly, I can seek out the paradise sooner. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yunfeng presented an irrefutable rationale. My sister has uncovered some information about the international trading company. I need assistance in apprehending a few key individuals. Come help me with this, and once we're done, you can leap into that pit yourself. Maximize your value before you meet your end. Extract the last vestiges of worth from the useless. Yuzakai erupted in curses. You are truly despicable. Song Yunfeng chuckled. You still owe me money. I'll be waiting for you in Kunming. I'll treat you to a massage. Yuzakai angrily terminated the call. The technician, number 88, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange or discern the nature of their relationship. After concluding business with Yuzakai, Song Yunfeng shifted into a more mischievous demeanor. He surveyed his surroundings, then sat up, grasping the hand of technician number 88. He whispered, "Can you arrange something substantial today? I've been pinned up for months. I might just burst." With a look of feigned innocence, technician number 88 replied, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to earn this money, but the boss has given strict instructions. Others can manage small tasks, like a quick release, but you are different. Your constitution is somewhat special and can attract unwanted attention. My heart is willing, but my courage is lacking." Song Yunfeng, adopting the guise of a mischievous uncle, coaxed, "The last 2 times were mere accidents, I assure you. This time will be fine. I drove myself here." Technician number 88 awkwardly pushed his hand away, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Let's just stick to a regular back massage. My heart isn't very strong, and neither is the boss's. If you cause me to lose my job, it won't be worth it." Undeterred, Song Yunfeng pressed, "Is there no room for negotiation?" With a bashful shake of her head, she advised, "Brother, just lie down. Let me give you a back rub." In that moment, Song Yunfeng mentally blacklisted the establishment, rising to his feet as he declared, "I have something urgent to attend to. I want to be staying." Technician number 88, taken aback, reminded him, "Even if you don't stay, you still have to pay." As Song Yunfeng dressed, he remarked, "I've already lost money. Must I also squander my time? What a waste. I'm leaving." This time, his losses were even greater than before. At 6:30 p.m., Song Yunfeng returned to the company from Honglinmen, parking his car at the entrance of the 9th Team workshop. Humming a tune as he made his way to the company cafeteria for a meal. In a hurry, Longy rushed into the dining area, scanning the room until he spotted Song Yunfeng and quickly approached him. At that moment, Song Yunfeng was seated in a corner of the cafeteria. Longy took a seat opposite him, urgently handing his phone to Song Yunfeng, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, look at this. I didn't dare to share these photos in the company group." Song Yunfeng took the phone, and on the screen was a WeChat conversation featuring a profile picture of a black skull. The images sent were of the Dragon Paradise and several young individuals who had been deceived and lured into a fraudulent scheme. They appeared to be in their early 20s, lacking significant life experience. The individuals were bruised and battered, their bodies marred with contusions, clearly having endured severe mistreatment. There were over a dozen photos, some depicting the youngsters in shorts, bare-chested, squatting on the ground, while others captured the moments of their brutal beatings. Song Yunfeng tried to restrain his emotions, holding the phone with a calm demeanor. If he lost control of his anger, it was unlikely that long he could maintain his composure. As he scrolled through the images, Longy reminded him, "Their essay video, too." Song Yunfeng's fingers involuntarily flicked through the photos, swiftly landing on the video. The first clip was almost unbearable to watch. It depicted Dragon Paradise being deliberately targeted. His left foot was shackled, anchoring him in the center of a basketball court. To his left, an accomplice led several vicious dogs on leashes, barking ferociously at Dragon Paradise. To his right, 2 henchmen brandished crackling electric batons, threatening him. Dragon Paradise curled up, trembling in fear, uttering desperate pleas. Suddenly, the henchman with the dogs took a step forward, provoking the hounds to bark wildly at Dragon Paradise, who instinctively recoiled to the right. Simultaneously, the 2 wielding batons burst into laughter and began to jab Dragon Paradise with the electric devices. The pain from the contact with the batons forced him to instinctively retreat, only to be pounced upon by the vicious dogs from behind, leaving claw marks on his legs. Song Yunfeng could not muster the courage to finish the video. It was sheer torment. Opposite him, Longy was in tears, struggling to contain his sorrow as he choked out, "They forced my brother to kneel, urinating on him while he stood there. This is one thing. But the worst part is, these wretched beings even sent the video to my mother. It was deliberate." Song Yunfeng, suppressing his fury, took a deep breath and spoke to Long Yi in a lowered voice. Brother, do not worry. I will remember this debt. Not a single individual involved in this scheme will escape my reckoning. In recent days, I have been quite occupied, facilitating my sister's entry into Huangong International Trade Company. She is remarkably astute, and on her very first day, she successfully added all her colleagues on WeChat. Xia has already dispatched individuals to investigate these personnel, and soon we shall ascertain who among them are legitimate employees of the company and who are, in fact, the orchestrators of online fraud. Long Yi gazed at Song Yufeng and inquired, what shall happen once their identities are confirmed? Song Yufeng, with a chilling tone, fixed his gaze upon Long Yi and replied, Yu Zakai has arrived. Do you comprehend the implications of this? In that moment, tears shimmered in Long Yi's eyes, and his right hand, resting upon the table, began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 93, The Gay of Team 9. There is no need to emphasize what Yu Zakai is to Song Yufeng. The mere mention of his name suffices to convey everything, particularly having witnessed Yu Zakai's prowess firsthand. Long Yi finds it difficult to suppress his excitement at the thought that Yu Zakai is coming to avenge the Dragon Paradise. Song Yunfeng returned his phone to Long Yi and instructed, please forward me this video. Tomorrow morning, let us gather at the company. We have a significant endeavor to undertake. Long Yi hesitated, saying, my mother is hospitalized and has not yet been discharged. My father, being of advanced age, has taken leave to care for her. I will go to the hospital tonight in his stead, so I'm uncertain what time I will be able to meet you tomorrow. Do not worry. Song Yunfeng reassured him. We will communicate via WeChat tomorrow. I will send you the location. As he spoke, Song Yufeng took out his meal card and handed it to Long Yi, saying, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Use my card to get some food before heading to the hospital. Without any hesitation, Long Yi accepted the card and went to fetch his meal. While Long Yi was away, Song Yunfeng forwarded the short video to Yu Zakai, deliberately withholding any superfluous words. His intent was abundantly clear. Approximately 5 minutes later, Long Yi returned with his meal, just as Xia's call came through. Song Yufeng answered on speakerphone, and Xia's voice rang out with surprise. What did you say to Yu Zakai? Despite our urging him to return to Kunming with us, he remained adamant. Yet now he has just called to confirm he is coming. With a hint of pride, Song Yufeng replied, your approach was miscalculated. Puzzled, Xia inquired, how so? We thoroughly analyzed the pros and cons, the dangers, and presented countless potential mishaps. Was there a flaw in our argument? Song Yunfeng elucidated. When you advise Yu Zakai against jumping into the fire pit, he pays you no heed. However, if you convey that you need his assistance, particularly for something significant you see, when you phrase it as such, the greater the matter, the more easily he will be persuaded. If you imply desperation, he will appear before you in the swiftest manner possible, ready to fight alongside you. Xia whispered, I have learned something valuable today. When will you arrive? Song Yunfeng inquired. Then immediately added, do not rush, prioritize safety. Please investigate those 11 WeChat accounts to ascertain their identities, particularly looking for anything suspicious. This is crucial. Seated across from him, Long Yi felt deeply touched. He had not anticipated that Song Yufeng and Yu Zakai would exert themselves so fervently on his behalf. After hanging up, tears streamed down Long Yi's face. Song Yufeng retrieved a crumpled packet of tissues from his pocket and offered it to Long Yi, who, despite the state of the paper, did not express disdain. He opened the packaging, lowered his head, and wiped his tears, overwhelmed with emotion as he said, Brother Feng, I truly feel like a worthless person. I even showed disdain to Brother Kai and Xiangtong, and now I see how you both treat me. The more I reflect, the more I feel unworthy. Song Yufeng lit a cigarette and handed it to Long Yi, saying, Brother, there is no need to be formal. Long Yi accepted the cigarette without a hint of disdain, taking a deep puff before wiping away a tear with his sleeve. He gazed at Song Yufeng and remarked, Brother Feng, I want to speak further. We have ample time ahead, and we shall meet in our endeavors. Let us eat first. In the dining hall, many were already observing Long Yi's demeanor, oscillating between laughter and tears. The onlookers, bewildered by the situation, began to conjure countless scenarios, and soon, rumors of a possible romantic entanglement between Long Yi and Song Yufeng spread throughout the company. Some even captured a video of Song Yufeng handing Long Yi a tissue and shared it in the group chat, proclaiming, a pair of lovers has emerged in Team 9. The following morning, Song Yunfeng's alarm clock rang promptly at 6. He had set it to vibrate mode, concerned that the sound might awaken his roommate, Dog Go. However, when Song Yunfeng cautiously rose from his bed, he discovered that Da Gu was already missing. He vividly recalled that Da Gu had returned late the previous night, and he had seen him in bed when he got up in the middle of the night to relieve himself. The reason for Dog G's absence was simple. He rose each day at 5:30 to feed the dogs at the kennel, adjusting his phone to vibrate to avoid waking anyone. Upon checking his phone, he found an email from Shiyu containing the profiles of the 11 individuals from the previous day. The method of investigation was straightforward. Identify the real name verified person through their WeChat ID, then delve into their personal information, including linked bank accounts and any unusual transaction records, as well as tax records. In this age, personal privacy had become nearly non-existent. With an ID number, a phone card, and a bank card, one could uncover nearly everything about a person. At the bottom of the document was a note indicating that all 11 individuals had issues, including the company's cleaning lady. The concern regarding the cleaning lady was not due to her actions, but rather because she was the mother of Huang Yang. Her bank account held over 2 million yuan, and this was merely one account at the construction bank. The amounts in her other accounts remained unknown. While it might not be surprising for an elderly woman to possess such wealth, considering her son is the owner of an international trading company, what raised eyebrows was that this money had been deposited in cash at a bank in Ruili just last month. Ruili, being close to the Jiegao port, presented a significant red flag. In addition to the cleaning lady, there was a woman named Huang Jing, the financial officer at Huang Yang International Trading Company and Huang Yang's sister. At 31, her husband, Lu Choyang, was also involved in the company, overseeing import and export projects. In essence, the entire company functioned as a family enterprise of the Huang clan. Initially intending to go for a morning run, Song Yufeng became engrossed in analyzing the relationships among these 11 individuals, forgetting entirely about his exercise routine. After spending half an hour untangling their connections, he made a bold decision and sent a message to Long. Do you know of a suitable place to hide someone? At this moment, Long Yi is at the hospital, tending to his mother, having not closed his eyes throughout the night. He repeatedly watches the video of his brother being abused on his phone, unable to find solace in sleep. Upon receiving a message from Song Yunfeng, he replies instantly. Long Yi, a place to hide someone? Please elaborate. What kind of location are you referring to? Song Yunfeng, I am considering abducting an individual and confining them in a location that guarantees they remain undetected and does not disturb the residents. Is there such a place? Long Yi, abduction? Without disturbing the public? The Dasha family has such a place in Liyuan, Shenggong Wangsichang. Are you familiar with that area? Chapter 94. Huang Yang Pit Yunting Song Yufeng inquired, where is Wanqichong Pear Garden? Long Yi explained, Dashan is a local of Kunming, residing in Shenggong, which was formerly a county or something like that. I can't quite recall. It is now categorized as a district of Kunming. In Shenggong, there lies Liangwang Mountain, at the foot of which is Wanqichong Village, renowned for its abundant production of Baiju pears. Every household possesses a vast expanse of pear orchards, including Dashan's family, whose orchard spans over 10 acres. During the harvest season, someone must stay in the orchard to guard against pear theft. I see, Song Yunfeng replied. You mean the small house for guarding the orchard, correct? Indeed, Long Yi affirmed. There is no one around for several hundred meters within the orchard, especially during this season. It is the safest place. All right, Song Yunfeng said. Let us tentatively decide on this location. You should first care for your mother in the hospital while I observe further. Xie and the others will arrive in Kunming this afternoon, and we can discuss it then. At 9:30, Yinting obediently arrived at the company to familiarize herself further with its operations. While she was at work, Song Yunfeng kept a watchful eye on his sister nearby, listening through his headphones to any conversation she might have, most concerned about the possibility of someone suddenly abducting her. Within Huang Yang International Trading Company, Huang Yang approached the cubicle area, knocked on Yunting's desk, and said, Please come to my office. He then turned and headed back to his office. It would be disingenuous for Yunting to claim she was not anxious. She was particularly worried that Huang Yang might use the pretext of helping her become acquainted with the company's operations to draw closer to her. Yet, as the owner of the company, she had no choice but to comply with his request. Just as Huang Yang turned to walk toward his office, an idea struck Yunting. Mr. Huang, please wait a moment. I need to visit the restroom and will be right back. Huang Yang paused, asking to the restroom. Yunting pulled a sanitary pad from her bag, deliberately allowing Huang Yang to see it, and feigned embarrassment as she said, It's that time of the month. Huang Yang genuinely felt awkward and urged, Please hurry, I will be waiting for you in the office. Yun Ting made her way to the restroom, thinking to herself, how revolting. 10 minutes later, Yun Ting arrived at Huang Yang's office. This time, Huang Yang appeared considerably more subdued, sitting properly behind his desk and inviting Yun Ting to take a seat opposite him. He got straight to the point, asking, Yun Ting, do you have any classmates seeking employment? Recruiting? Yun Ting feigned difficulty. Many of my classmates are busy reviewing for postgraduate entrance exams. I'm uncertain if they are looking for work. Please inquire for me. Huang Yang offered enticing conditions, suggesting that even a few months of part-time work would suffice. Currently, both domestic and international sectors are in need of manpower, particularly for university students like yourselves, who adapt to new environments exceptionally well. If you have a grasp of English, you could easily handle overseas business. Yun Ting found herself in a perplexing predicament. If one were unaware of the nature of Huang Yang International Trading Company, it might be excusable. However, being aware of its dubious reputation rendered the situation quite troubling. Ensnaring her classmates into this scheme seemed utterly unscrupulous. As Yun Ting contemplated how to navigate this dilemma, Huang Yang interjected, how about this? If you assist me in recruiting a new employee, I shall reward you with an additional 2,000 yuan to be disbursed alongside the first month's salary during the probation period. 2,000. Yun Ting's eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired, is the reward truly 2,000 yuan for merely introducing a successful candidate? Huang Yang, undeterred, raised the stakes further. No need for them to officially join. Simply bring them to the company for an interview. Is that so? Yun Ting found it increasingly difficult to comprehend, questioning the ease with which one could earn such money. Huang Yang feigned a troubled demeanor, lamenting, alas, the company is expanding rapidly and urgently requires additional personnel. Very well. Yun Ting acquiesced with surprising ease. I shall inquire among my classmates tonight. Huang Yang suggested, I recommend posting the job openings in your school group. Coincidentally, you are scheduled for overseas training next week. You could bring along the individuals you recruit, and together you would form a study group. Feigning curiosity, Yun Ting asked, are you not concerned that these individuals might exploit the company? What do you mean? Huang Yang was perplexed by the term exploit. Yun Ting explained, most of my acquaintances are students with limited finances, who are particularly fond of leisure and yearn for adventure. The company covers airfare and accommodation for this overseas training, essentially offering them a free trip abroad. My concern is that these applicants may not be inclined to work, but rather wish to travel to Thailand at no cost. Huang Yang, seemingly undeterred, perceived a business opportunity and confidently responded, that is inconsequential. If they desire to travel, I am not apprehensive. I am confident that once they grasp our company's growth prospects and benefits, they will be reluctant to leave. Yun Ting smiled, acknowledging, indeed, the company's benefits are quite impressive. Just yesterday, my roommate inquired about the work environment and compensation. Upon sharing the working hours, she expressed profound envy. Elated by her response, Huang Yang felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new realm. He proposed, tonight, arrange for your roommates to join us for dinner. I will take care of the arrangements. We shall enjoy hot pot, while I personally introduce them to our company's benefits. If they express interest, they can complete the onboarding process tomorrow morning. This proposition left Yun Ting in an awkward position. She did not immediately accept or decline Huang Yang's invitation, but responded with polite hesitation. I will check with the group shortly to see if they are available and if they are even interested in job opportunities. Huang Yang reassured her. It is perfectly acceptable if they are not seeking work. Consider it a celebration of your new job, treating them to hot pot. Feeling embarrassed, Yun Ting replied, I am currently on my menstrual cycle and cannot eat spicy food. My apologies. Huang Yang remarked, we need not indulge in hot pot. Instead, we could savor something else, perhaps a nourishing dish like firewood chicken. You may choose freely, selecting whatever pleases your palate. I will inquire and inform you once I have done so. He showed no intention of retaining Yun Ting, even urging her with a hint of impatience. Go on. Let me know once you have gathered a few people. I will reserve a private room at the restaurant. As Yun Ting departed Huang Yang's office, she silently cursed him and his ancestors for his blatant attempt to ensnare her. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If there were, it would undoubtedly serve as bait. This sentiment rings true. Upon returning to her workstation, Yun Ting sat at her computer, idly scrolling through her phone. She sent a message to Tsang Yunfeng, inquiring, Brother, what should I do? If I don't find anyone, will it raise suspicions? Please help me devise a plan. Chapter 95. Lu Sihai returns. Tsang Yunfeng responded, Fear not. I would rather be suspected than betray my friends. This is clearly a scam, including the claim that he will introduce someone to you for a commission of 2,000 yuan. It's all a ruse. When the time comes, they might detain you abroad. Forget about receiving 2,000. You could end up losing far more. Yunting asked, what should I do? Should I just say no one is coming? Song Yufeng, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Sister, you are a mature young woman now. This trivial matter of dealing with scoundrels is something you should handle on your own. I'm currently occupied with a game of Honor of Kings. So please refrain from messaging me for now. I've already died twice just to respond to you, and my teammates are scolding me. Upon reading his message, Yunting was infuriated and sent him an exasperated emoji. It seemed that only Song Yufeng could be so inconsiderate towards his sister. His calm demeanor stemmed from his certainty that Yunting would be safe before her departure abroad and would encounter no danger. At noon, Xia called Song Yunfeng to inform him that the convoy had reached the expressway to Shangri-La and that they could return to the company that evening. Considering the long journey, no meetings would be scheduled for that night, and a closed-door meeting would take place at 9 a.m. the following morning. The purpose of the report was twofold: to discuss the itinerary and to arrange for Song Yunfeng to speak with Lu Sihai. After all, Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu had witnessed Yu Zikai's violent act, and although the ninth team had not actively participated, they were present at the scene. There was concern that Lu Sihai might inadvertently disclose this information. At 2 in the afternoon, Song Yufeng drove to the Zongheng Sihai Club. The club was located within the Juanxin Auto Parts City. Though termed a club, it was essentially a modified car shop operating out of a rented workshop. Song Yufeng parked his off-road vehicle in front of the shop, and soon a woman emerged wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with the club's name. She approached with a smile, holding a clipboard, and inquired, "Are you here for maintenance or modification?" Song Yunfeng glanced at the woman, recognizing her as an ordinary sales representative. He politely replied, "I'm here to see Lu Sihai." The woman tucked away her clipboard and said, "Ah, you're looking for General Manager Lu. Please, come in. He is currently discussing modifications with the client." She gestured toward a Toyota Land Cruiser with a 5.7-liter engine parked at the entrance and proudly stated, "This V8 GXR just arrived for a complete upgrade. WeVE used ARB for both front and rear bumpers, and the shocks are from Australian ostriches, with a 2-inch lift." Song Yufeng found little interest in her enthusiastic description, as her intent was merely to showcase their expertise in modifications. He cast a brief glance at the Land Cruiser. Just as Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu emerged, flanking a man with whom they were sharing laughter, indicating that their discussion was nearing its conclusion. The moment Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu spotted Song Yufeng, their smiles vanished, leaving them momentarily speechless. The man in their company sensed the shift in atmosphere and turned to look at Song Yunfeng. Song Yunfeng, displaying courtesy, proactively greeted Lu Sihai, saying, "Mr. Lu, please carry on with your tasks. I have come to seek your assistance in modifying my vehicle." Lu Sihai, instantly regaining his composure, promptly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and stepped forward to offer it to Song Yufeng, stating, "Brother Feng, smoke a bit. We have discussed enough." Song Yufeng accepted the cigarette, and Lu Sihai then produced a lighter to ignite it for him. Out of politeness, Song Yufeng took the lighter from Lu Sihai's hand, saying, "Mr. Lu, there is no need for such formality. I can light it myself." Thus, the lighter transitioned into Song Yunfeng's possession. At this juncture, a man surrounded by admirers scrutinized his Land Cruiser and inquired of Qin Bongfu, "The ARB bumpers are priced at over 10,000. What justifies such an expense?" Before Qin Bongfu could respond, Song Yunfeng, cigarette in his left hand and lighter in his right, took the opportunity to promote Lu Sihai's business, declaring, "You should definitely consider the ARB brand for modifications. Once you use it, you won't have a single complaint. Aside from being somewhat pricey, the quality is exceptional, especially the bull bars." The man turned to Song Yunfeng, asking, "What do you mean?" Song Yunfeng elaborated, "ARB is an Australian brand, and the genuine products are entirely imported. Just think about Australia. There are kangaroos everywhere. When traversing rural paths, encounters with kangaroos are frequent, and the bull bar is designed to protect against such incidents, ensuring excellent quality." Meanwhile, Lu Sihai was not paying attention to Song Yunfeng's words. His gaze was fixated on the lighter in Song Yunfeng's hand. Lu Sihai had just returned to Kunming late last night and had purchased a Zeppi lighter that very morning. Yet before he could even use it for a full pack of cigarettes, it was now in Song Yunfeng's possession. Upon hearing Song Yunfeng's description, the man expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Then this is the one for me." Song Yunfeng brought the cigarette to his lips and, using the lighter, ignited it. pondering to himself, what a Na'vi man with plenty of money. Are there kangaroos in our country? What use is a bull bar? Except to add weight to the vehicle? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. After lighting the cigarette, he habitually tucked the lighter into his pocket and continued addressing the man. You should choose this. It is undoubtedly robust. The Toyota Land Cruiser is a globally recognized model, and its modification parts are universally applicable. The installation is practically damage-free, far more reliable than those produced by small domestic manufacturers. Having spent over $1 million on this vehicle, you surely aren't concerned about this expense. You are undoubtedly a successful individual. Liu Sihai, feeling anxious yet hesitant to interrupt Song Yunfeng, recognized that he was promoting their offerings. The man, slightly buoyed by Song Yunfeng's words, remarked with a hint of pride, "It's just a small amount. After all, a vehicle is a consumable. As long as I'm satisfied with a decent option, that's all that matters. You all continue your discussion. I shall take my leave." Qin Bongfu stepped forward to open the car door for the man, while Liu Sihai gestured from the side, saying, "Please take care. I will inform you when the parts arrive. You can leave your vehicle here, and everything will be completed within 3 days." The man entered his vehicle, started the engine, and, rolling down the window, waved as he said, "Mr. Liu, please continue with your work. I await your news." As the man drove away, Liu Sihai and Qin Bongfu stood at the entrance, smiling as they bid farewell, their professional smiles lingering until the vehicle disappeared from sight. Chang Yunfeng turned to Liu Sihai and inquired, "Liu, is it a convenient moment? May we converse for a few moments?" Liu Sihai, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of his lighter, felt a wave of cold sweat at Chang Yunfeng's words. Almost instinctively, he responded, "Of course, it's quite convenient. Please. Brother Feng, come inside. Allow me to brew you some tea, and we can chat while we sip." Chapter 96. What matters is an attitude. Song Yunfeng successfully lit a lighter and followed Liu Sihai into the Sihai Club. Qin Bongfu trailed behind Song Yunfeng, serving as an attendant, and they entered the tea room together. Although referred to as a tea room, it was merely a modest space for receiving clients, equipped with a simple tea table for brewing and enjoying tea. Once seated, Liu Sihai promptly took the main seat to prepare the tea. Qin Bongfu sat beside Song Yunfeng, producing a brand new teacup, which he rinsed with freshly boiled water. Liu Sihai then revealed a cake of ripe pu'er tea he had concealed beneath the tea table, boasting, "This tea is undoubtedly vintage, aged 6 years in my possession, a well-matured pu'er." "Wait," Song Yunfeng interjected, "let us switch to something else." Liu Sihai assumed Song Yunfeng was concerned about the expense and, feigning generosity, replied, "Brother Feng, since you're here, I must treat you to fine tea. Besides, I've only been reluctant to indulge in this one myself." Song Yunfeng clarified, "I do not drink ripe tea. If you have any raw tea, I would prefer that." Liu Sihai appeared perplexed, gazing at Song Yunfeng in confusion. Song Yunfeng took a drag from his cigarette, extinguishing it in the ashtray, and continued, "Ripe tea undergoes fermentation. I have visited tea factories where the fermentation pools are quite unsightly. After witnessing that, I could never bring myself to drink ripe tea again." Liu Sihai was uncertain whether Song Yunfeng was critiquing the tea or deliberately asserting a stance. However, Qin Bongfu, displaying wisdom, picked up a cake of raw tea to shift the topic, saying, "Mr. Liu, this raw tea has an exceptionally delightful flavor." Liu Sihai accepted the tea and immediately chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, indeed, this tea is particularly good." Throughout the tea exchange, Liu Sihai dared not utter a word, which pleased Song Yunfeng. Leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, he remarked, "Wasn't the recent trip to the Puno Gangri Glacier awe-inspiring? The natural scenery, especially regarding the glacier, is magnificent. Isn't it?" Liu Sihai paused momentarily before nodding vigorously. "Indeed, it is remarkably magnificent, truly a profound shock to the soul." Song Yunfeng smiled slightly and said, "Some vistas simply cannot be adequately described. Their beauty and grandeur elude verbal expression. My understanding is, if it cannot be articulated, then there is no need to attempt a description, lest one be subjected to further inquiries. Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Bongfu nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Yes. Some sceneries are absolutely not to be spoken of outside. We all understand that. We have instructed those 2 apprentices well, ensuring they will not speak out of turn." Seeing the other party's compliance and understanding, Song Yunfeng proceeded with the next step of the negotiation. With polite demeanor, he addressed Liu Sihai. "Yuzukai asked me to extend his apologies to your young brother. That day he nearly damaged his clothing. I noticed that shirt bore the word Zongheng Sihai, which I presume is the standard jacket ordered by your company? How much was it? I will transfer the funds to you, and you can send him a new one. Lu Sihai hastily feigned a noble demeanor, forcing a smile as he said, Brother Feng, your words sound absurd. It's merely a piece of clothing. How could I possibly take your money? Besides, you just assisted us in introducing our products to clients and promoting them. I have yet to express my gratitude for that, and here you are offering us money. Let us not jest. Song Yunfeng insisted, a deal is a deal, right? Helping to promote your products was just a casual gesture. Qin Bongfu interjected, we cannot possibly accept payment for the clothing. Brother Feng, please don't be so polite. Let us just leave it at that. Song Yunfeng replied, leave it at that. Lu Sihai chuckled nervously, yes. Let us leave it at that. Song Yunfeng smiled and glanced around Lu Sihai's establishment, casually commenting, you've done quite well here. The wall displays various imported shock absorber samples. Quite impressive. Lu Sihai grinned. Indeed, we've made significant strides. There are always a few cars on the racks in the workshop. Song Yunfeng then shifted the conversation, by the way. When would it be convenient to settle the outstanding payment? Upon hearing this, Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu were momentarily taken aback, particularly Lu Sihai, the club's owner. While Qin Bongfu merely served as a foreman overseeing the mechanics. After regaining his composure, Lu Sihai hesitantly inquired, Brother Feng. What outstanding payment? Song Yunfeng chuckled, are you joking, Director Lu? Are you denying the agreement now? When we went to Qiangtong, did we not pay a deposit beforehand? According to the contract, the remaining balance is to be settled upon our return. How could you forget so soon? Lu Sihai was utterly flabbergasted, holding a kettle in one hand and tea leaves in the other, unsure of how to respond. Song Yunfeng reminded him, there's a contract, Director Lu. Have you forgotten? Lu Sihai, regaining his senses, awkwardly chuckled. Well, Brother Feng, you see, you know the situation. As for the remaining payment, to be honest, I didn't even provide the deposit. Lu Sihai faltered, having clearly indicated that he was merely assisting Assistant Lin. Song Yunfeng showed no leniency, continuing, Director Lu, please don't try to evade responsibility. Our team relies on selling labor for a meager income. Unlike your grand automotive modification business, selling this set of shock absorbers for 21,800, you must be making a profit of 15,000, right? Your earnings are far more lucrative. Qin Bongfu quickly interrupted, Brother Feng, the profit margin isn't that substantial. A set of shock absorbers only yields a 40% profit. And that includes rent, utilities, and the wages of the laborers. Song Yunfeng remained unfazed, subtly emphasizing, Director Lu. Consider this. Our entire team traveled over 5,000 kilometers round trip, and entering the nature reserve required permits for everyone. I won't even mention the wear and tear on the vehicles. People were exhausted. And you are well aware of the dangers involved. High altitude and altitude sickness nearly cost us our lives, correct? Are you truly so shameless as to withhold the labor fees owed to our team? Number 9? Lu Sihai stammered awkwardly, well, Brother Feng. About this matter. Song Yunfeng's demeanor was resolute as he addressed Lu Sihai, Mr. Lu, I've laid my cards on the table. Can you still bear to default on your debts? Lu Sihai set down the kettle of boiling water, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. A testament to the predicament he found himself in at that moment. Yet, Song Yunfeng showed no intention of relenting, remaining seated across from Lu Sihai. His gaze fixed intently upon him, demanding nothing less than a clear stance from Lu Sihai. Chapter 97. The appearance of Lu Qiang Song Yunpeak sought merely a stance from Lu Sihai. He possessed an acute understanding of human nature. At this juncture, should Lu Sihai utter any threats, it would unequivocally reveal his unreliability alongside Qin Bongfu. Even if the events transpiring in the Qiangtong no man's land remained unspoken for now, they would inevitably surface in due time. This posed a profound test of humanity. Seated beside Song Yunpeak, Qin Bongfu gazed at Lu Sihai and remarked, Mr. Lu, what shall we do? The contract is before us. We ought to settle the final payment. Lu Sihai let out a deep sigh, murmuring, what can we do? How much is still owed? We must pay what is due. Song Yunpeak had awaited this very response, as Lu Sihai's attitude held greater significance than the money itself. Pleased by Lu Sihai's words, Song Yunpeak replied, you have paid a deposit of 600,000. Initially, we agreed on a daily fee of 30,000, which means the deposit corresponds to 20 days of labor. This amount also includes the expenses for obtaining the entry permit to the nature reserve, among other costs. Upon my calculations, there should be a surplus. Tomorrow morning, please visit the company and meet with Zhao Ziaja from the finance department of Team 9. She will assist you in processing the refund. Refund? Lu Sihai's eyes widened in astonishment. There's a refund? Song Yun-peak reiterated, it is essential to account for everything accurately. Any overpayment must be refunded or adjusted as per the contract. How many days were we gone in total? Less than 10, I believe. We should be able to refund around 200,000. The exact amount will be clarified with the finance team tomorrow. Lu Sihai stammered. Well, a refund. I hadn't even dared to consider that. Qin Bongfu, equally astonished, had initially presumed Song Yun-peak was there to extort money, only to discover he was there to return funds. He hastily retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Song Yun-peak, simultaneously producing a lighter to ignite it. Song Yun-peak nonchalantly extracted the lighter he had just acquired from Lu Sihai, glancing at Qin Bongfu and stating, I have a lighter. Do not hesitate. Light it yourself. Lu Sihai fixated on the lighter in Song Yun-peak's hand, grappling with an indescribable sensation. To reclaim the lighter seamlessly, he reached out to Qin Bongfu for a cigarette, assuming that Song Yun-peak would ignite his smoke and pass the lighter to him, thus allowing him to discreetly retain it. At the very least, he could leave it on the coffee table without seeming improper. However, Song Yun-peak was not one to light other cigarettes. He typically handed a lit cigarette to Yuzukai, seated in the passenger seat, or simply tossed the lighter to those beside him. Clearly, in Song Yun-peak's eyes, Lu Sihai was not regarded as a brother, which explained why he would not indulge him with such gestures. Lighting his own cigarette, he took a puff and addressed Lu Sihai. Song Yun-peak, have little patience for petty gains. As it stands, any surplus from your deposit must be refunded. Do remember to come to the company tomorrow. Lu Sihai mused inwardly. Disdainful of small gains, then what should I make of your unceremonious acquisition of my 2 Zeppi lighters? Qin Bongfu noticed Lu Sihai awkwardly seated with a cigarette in his mouth. He promptly ignited his lighter and extended it across the coffee table to assist Lu Sihai in lighting his smoke. At that moment, this gesture from Qin Bongfu was not one of disrespect, but rather a concern that Lu Sihai might abscond with his lighter. It is a common trait among smokers. While they can afford a 3 yuan cigarette, they might hesitate to part with a 1 yuan lighter, leaving one to wonder if they would actually part with it. Following Song Yunfeng's reminder for Lu Sihai to return the money, the atmosphere of their conversation became considerably less awkward. Lu Sihai and Qin Bongfu were all smiles, calling him Brother Feng with enthusiasm and praising the 9th team for their professionalism in conducting explorations in the uninhabited regions, all while subtly assuring Song Yunfeng that they would remain tight-lipped about the incidents that transpired in the Changtong uninhabited area. Had Lu Sihai remained consistently forthright, the subsequent misfortune that befell him in Changtong might have been averted, but that is a tale for another time. That afternoon, as Song Yunfeng departed from the Zongheng Sihai Club, the clock had already struck 4:30. Yunting spent the entire afternoon at the office in a state of anxiety. Huang Yang inquired thrice whether Yunting had made arrangements to dine with classmates that evening, yet she consistently refrained from providing a definitive answer. It was not until 4:30, upon receiving a call from Song Yufeng indicating he was on his way to pick her up from school, that she concocted an excuse to appease Huang Yang. It was a rationale so appealing that Huang Yang could not refuse and was rather pleased with it. Yunting had designed a recruitment poster using Photoshop, its content exaggeratedly boasting that new hires would have the opportunity to partake in overseas training and generally touting exceptional benefits. Such a recruitment poster was something Huang Yang dared not distribute due to the considerable suspicion of deceit it would evoke, as it was glaringly obvious. However, should Yunting post this poster within the school, the situation would be entirely different, especially since the contact information on the poster listed Yunting's mobile number. The moment Huang Yang laid eyes on the poster, he was overjoyed, further convinced that he had Yunting firmly in his grasp. He immediately ordered 100 copies to be printed, even inquiring if that would suffice, suggesting they print more to ensure every corner of the school was plastered with it. Yunting was far from naive. In fact, she possessed a degree of cleverness. She earnestly explained to Huang Yang, Mr. Huang, we are in the information age. I intend to distribute this poster in various WeChat groups, including alumni groups and clubs. There are more than a dozen of them. However, when advertising in each group, a red envelope must accompany it. Too small a sum would appear unappealing. Huang Yang immediately grasped her intent and responded, in that case, I will transfer you 1,000 yuan to use for red envelopes. With the remaining funds, recruit a few classmates to help post these flyers around the school, ensuring they are compensated for their efforts. Agreed, Yunting readily replied. Then, Mr. Huang, let us proceed with this plan. I will return to school promptly to distribute the flyers and see if I can find like-minded classmates to join me in going to Thailand for the training. To be honest, if I were to venture out alone, I would feel a bit anxious. Having a few companions would be much better. Huang Yang took out his phone and transferred 1000 to Yunting, soothing her with words. Our company's office in Thailand has dozens of employees. They all speak Chinese. Even if you are the only one there, you will not feel lonely. What day is it today? Thursday. Huang Yang continued. In that case, I will await your good news and see how many candidates will be interviewing with you tomorrow. I look forward to your updates. The training is scheduled for next Tuesday. Is that agreeable? Have you arranged your leave with the school? Yunting replied. No problem. I have already secured a week's leave from school. If it's too long, they will have to inform my parents. Huang Yang reassured her. A week is sufficient. However, while he spoke those words, his mind was preoccupied with the thought that once she boarded the plane and landed, taking the arranged shuttle to their destination, notions of time would become irrelevant. How naive. Yunting, clutching a stack of freshly printed recruitment flyers and the 1000 yuan she had just received, happily departed the company, heading straight for the parking lot. Song Yunpeak was already waiting for her there. Just as Yunting was about to enter her vehicle, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz S400 pulled up beside her. Driven by Lu Chaoyang, who was responsible for import and export operations at Huang Yang's international trade company. Lu Chaoyang was also Huang Yang's brother-in-law. The moment Lu Chaoyang opened the car door and stepped out, he startled Yunting. Clutching her stack of flyers in shock, she exclaimed, Lu. President Lu. What a coincidence. You almost ran into me with your car. Chapter 98. Unspoken rules seated in the car. Song Yunfeng became instantly alert upon hearing Yunting greet Lu Chaoyang. He straightened his posture and focused intently on the two individuals in the distance. Lu Chaoyang stood before Yunting, his gaze lingering on her chest with an unmistakable leer. He feigned ignorance and inquired, Are you carrying flyers? Yes, Yunting replied candidly. Manager Huang mentioned that the company is expanding its business and needs more personnel, so he asked me to help distribute flyers at the school to recruit additional staff. Lu Chaoyang, eager to ingratiate himself, offered, Is the school far? I can give you a ride. No. Yunting instinctively declined. I can go back by myself. It's no trouble for you, Manager Lu. Lu Chaoyang reached for the stack of flyers Yunting held, stating, I happen to be free right now. Come on, hand me the flyers. You get in the car, and I'll put them in the trunk. Without regard for Yunting's consent, he stretched his hand toward the flyers with determination. The flyers were forcibly taken by Lu Chaoyang, leaving Yunting looking helplessly towards the parked SUV nearby. At that moment, Song Yunfeng was inside, signaling to Yunting through the windshield with a gesture indicating he would follow her. Lu Chaoyang opened the trunk of his sedan and placed the flyers inside, then looked at Yunting with an authoritative tone. Get in the car. I'll take you there. Yunting forced a smile, circumventing the front of the Mercedes S400 to reach the rear passenger side. As she opened the door, Lu Chaoyang, standing by the driver's side, appeared displeased and questioned her. Do you have any sense of courtesy? I'm offering you a ride back to school, and you choose to sit in the back? What do you mean by that? Am I your personal chauffeur? Feeling exceedingly awkward, Yunting stood outside the door and closed the rear passenger door, sheepishly explaining, Manager Lu, I didn't mean to offend. I was just concerned that your front passenger seat is reserved for your partner, so I hesitated to sit there. Lu Chaoyang waved dismissively. Come on, it's not that formal. My wife has her own car. This vehicle belongs to the company. Reluctantly, Yunting opened the front passenger door and took her seat. Lu Chaoyang entered the car, turning his body toward her and making a gesture as if to embrace her, which startled Yunting into exclaiming, Manager Lu, what are you doing? At this moment, Song Yunfeng felt a surge of agitation and opened the car door, preparing to step out, but the voice from the car reached his ears. I drive a bit recklessly, so I'm concerned you might get car sick. Let me fasten your seatbelt. I can do it myself. Lu Chaoyang replied. Well then, go ahead. It's the Yunnan University Qinggong campus, right? Yes, it is. It's a bit far. As Lu Chaoyang reversed the car, he casually remarked, Indeed, it's quite a distance. How many transfers will you need to make to get back alone? I'm just worried about you. Yunting found herself at a loss for words, merely managing an awkward smile in response. Song Yunfeng, having heard Lu Chaoyang's phrase then go ahead, restrained himself from exiting the vehicle. Lu Chaoyang drove his Mercedes S400 ahead, while Song Yunfeng followed closely in an off-road vehicle. Throughout the journey, Song Yunfeng was entirely focused on his headphones, intently listening to the conversation between Lu Chaoyang and Yun Ting in the Mercedes. Inside the luxurious vehicle, Lu Chaoyang casually rested his left hand on the steering wheel, while his right hand ventured towards Yun Ting's thigh, asking with a suggestive tone, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Yun Ting, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Not yet." Lu Chaoyang interpreted this as an implicit invitation from Yun Ting, which emboldened him further as he boasted, "I don't like to beat around the bush. Don't go back to your dorm tonight. I'll book a room for us. Just name your price." Yun Ting was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Lu, that doesn't seem appropriate. You're a married man." Lu Chaoyang retorted, "Don't mention that yellow-faced woman in front of me. Let us just focus on us, shall we?" Yun Ting, astute as ever, realized Song Yunfeng's intentions. She had been uncertain about her next move, but now an opportunity had presented itself. She quietly responded, "I've agreed to help Mr. Huang with distributing flyers tonight. After I finish, I need to take photos for him. It wouldn't be right to abandon my task." Lu Chaoyang impatiently insisted, "Just find a spot to post a few flyers and snap a picture for him." Yun Ting fell silent for a moment before asking, "If I spend the night with you, how much will you give me?" Lu Chaoyang countered, "How much do you want?" Yun Ting raised a finger, stating, 10,000. Lu Chaoyang was astonished. 10,000? Are you gilded with gold? You're quite bold to ask for that. Yun Ting, instantly angered, shot back, "If you can't afford it, why say such things? I'm not the one pursuing you." Lu Chaoyang, while driving, inquired, "Have you done this for others before?" Yun Ting turned her head towards the window, saying, "Mr. Lu, you're being quite insulting." Lu Chaoyang changed his driving posture, pointing at the glove compartment, and commanded, "Open it. There's money inside for you." Yun Ting glanced at Lu Chaoyang, perplexed by his meaning. Lu Chaoyang raised his voice, the storage compartment in front. "There's money." When Yun Ting opened the glove compartment, she was shocked to find 60 to 70,000 yuan, all crisp 100 yuan bills. Seeing her astonished expression, Lu Chaoyang's ego was greatly inflated, and he feigned nonchalance, saying, "Take a stack for yourself. Make sure to accompany me well tonight." Yun Ting picked up 10,000 yuan and instantly donned a smile, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. Once you drop me off at school, I'll post a few flyers. Take the photos, and then I will find you. You can check into the hotel and send me the room number." Lu Chaoyang replied, "That won't do. We can't have any chat records between us. You must not tell anyone we've met alone." "What should I do then?" Yun Ting heightened her vigilance, fearing Lu Chaoyang might suggest she go to the hotel first. Lu Chaoyang said, "I'll accompany you to school. You can take the flyers inside to post, and I will wait for you at the school gate. Just post a few and take a picture, then we'll head to the hotel together." "Do you have your ID?" Yun Ting promptly replied, "My identification card is in the dormitory." "Go retrieve it," Lu Chaoyang insisted, emphasizing, "When you check into the hotel, use your ID. I will wait for you outside. After you have completed the check-in, inform me of the floor and room number, then you may ascend first. I shall join you in a few minutes. Remember, do not mention today's events to anyone, understood?" Yun Ting feigned innocence and assured, "I understand. I will certainly not speak of it to anyone." Lu Chaoyang's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile as he turned to Yun Ting and inquired, "Do you possess any particularly alluring lingerie? Change into something enticing. I have a penchant for black. Bring along several pairs of stockings, and if you lack any, make haste to purchase some." Chapter 99. An offer on a silver platter. Yun Ting cast a furtive glance at Lu Chaoyang, the man adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles, who epitomized the phrase "a cultured scoundrel." He was nothing short of a pervert, effortlessly orchestrating the rendezvous without a hint of flaw. Tentatively, Yun Ting inquired, "Mr. Lu, do you extend such warmth to every new female recruit at the company? Surely, there have been many you've entertained in hotels?" Lu Chaoyang, unabashedly forthright, even took pride in boasting about his conquests. "A man earns to spend, does he not? Moreover, individuals like you, a university student, are precisely my type. As for how many I brought to hotels, I couldn't possibly enumerate." His words left Yun Ting momentarily speechless, unsure how to continue the conversation. 40 minutes later, the vehicle halted at the roadside near the entrance of Yunnan University. Clutching the pamphlets in the trunk, Yun Ting exited Lu Chaoyang's car with palpable disdain. A car belonging to Song Yunfeng was parked behind Lu Chaoyang's, ensuring a considerable distance from the university's main gate for utmost safety. As Yun Ting entered the campus with the pamphlets, she fortuitously encountered the cleaning lady, who often collected cardboard from deliveries to sell. Believing she was performing a good deed, Yun Ting handed the stack of pamphlets to the cleaning lady, keeping only one for herself. This single pamphlet sufficed. She would affix it to a wall for a photograph, then remove it, relocate, and repeat until she had sufficient images to discard. The cleaning lady was overjoyed by the thick bundle of pamphlets, expressing her gratitude profusely. Once the pamphlets were dealt with, Yun Ting dialed Song Yunfeng's number, speaking as she walked. "Brother, you heard everything that was said in the car, right? Make sure to deal with that scoundrel." Song Yunfeng lavishly praised her. "You handled that splendidly, sister. Kudos to you. I had been pondering how to discreetly capture someone from Huangyang International Trade, and I never anticipated they would deliver themselves right to us, severing their own escape routes and disappearing." Yun Ting replied cheerfully, "Isn't that fortuitous? What shall we do next?" Song Yunfeng chuckled and said, "It seems you accidentally stumbled upon a windfall of 10,000 yuan. Well, I've been a bit short lately. Care to share half?" Yun Ting pouted. "Brother, how can you shamelessly extort me?" Song Yunfeng retorted, "It's not extortion, it's a loan. I genuinely am in a tight spot." Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled that Lu Chaoyang's luxury vehicle likely contained cash. Yun Ting confirmed, at least 60 to 70,000. "All right," Song Yunfeng declared, already formulating a plan. "Listen, when you exit later, remember to wear a hat and a mask to avoid the cameras. Once you get into Lu Chaoyang's car, I will follow closely behind. Didn't he suggest you go to the hotel alone? Just proceed directly. Be sure to ask the front desk for 2 room keys. When I see you leave the hotel lobby, I'll pose as a stranger entering. You can discreetly hand me a key, and I will wait in the room for you." "Understood," Yun Ting affirmed. Yun Ting, with a hint of concern in her voice, asked, "Brother, are you planning to seize Lu Chaoyang's money later? Will anything go wrong?" Song Yunfeng, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Do not worry. I have a measured approach to my endeavors. You should go and fetch your ID, and remember to linger for a while. 40 minutes would be ideal. If you return too quickly, Lu Chaoyang will grow suspicious. If you take too long, he might mistakenly believe you have fled." Yun Ting casually inquired, "Why have you set the time for 40 minutes? Is there a rationale behind it?" Just as Song Yunfeng began to respond, he abruptly realized something was amiss, pausing momentarily before feigning calmness to continue. "Every time I order a foot massage, waiting 30 minutes is my limit. If they have not arrived by then, I lose interest in the treatment." Yun Ting snapped a few pictures with the flyers in hand and then ventured to a convenience store to purchase 4 pairs of stockings in different styles, taking her time for a full 40 minutes. During this interval, Song Yunfeng was not idle. He lingered near the street vendors outside the school, surreptitiously observing Lu Chaoyang. After a brief assessment, he concluded that no special weaponry was necessary to deal with Lu. A mere fist would suffice. 40 minutes later, Yun Ting appeared at the passenger door of the Mercedes. As she opened the door, Lu Chaoyang's gaze fell upon the stockings in her hands, causing him to lose composure, his trousers noticeably tenting. To Yun Ting's surprise, Lu had not been idle while waiting for her in the car. A video of dubious origin played on his phone, and he did not bother to turn it off even when she entered. Feeling awkward, Yun Ting settled into the passenger seat, while Lu Chaoyang's lewd gaze greedily roamed over her form. He eagerly asked, "Did you bring your ID? Why are you so bundled up?" Yun Ting explained, "After all, this isn't exactly a matter for public scrutiny." Lu Chaoyang nodded in agreement and handed her the phone, saying, "Here, take a look. This woman has a delightful way of vocalizing her pleasure. You should emulate her enticing sounds." Taking the phone, Yun Ting observed as Lu Chaoyang maneuvered the car directly towards the hotel. Meanwhile, Song Yunfeng followed closely behind. During the pursuit, he dialed Long Yi's number, inquiring, "How have you been resting? Are you busy now? I refrained from calling you during the day, knowing you stayed up late caring for the elderly yesterday." Long Yi's voice was weary, tinged with exhaustion as he replied, "The physical fatigue is trivial. The psychological toll is what weighs heavily. My father arrived at the hospital at 7:30 this morning to take over for me in caring for my mother. I thought I could catch some sleep. But upon seeing my father, my mother broke down in tears. It took 2 hours to console her. By 1 in the afternoon, my father called me back to the hospital. My mother was in distress once again. What is going on? Is the old lady seriously ill?" Long Yi cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Those fools from Baisheng Yuan Park called my mother's phone, insisting on a video call with my brother. During the call, they even assaulted him and set their dog on him. How could my mother withstand such a shock? She has been on the brink of collapse all afternoon. Damn it." Song Yunfeng muttered a few words under his breath before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. You have come to present your tribute. Shortly, I shall procure a turtle for you to vent your frustrations. The other brothers from the 9th Squad will return tonight, and our vengeance shall officially commence. Where shall I meet you? Long Yi exclaimed with excitement. I will come right away. Just send me your location. Song Yunfeng replied, bring a larger suitcase. The bigger the better, one that can accommodate a person. Understood, I shall purchase one immediately. See you soon, and do remember to send me the location. Chapter 100. Brother. What happened to him? During the call, the Mercedes S in front turned into a relatively upscale hotel adjacent to the university town, equipped with an underground parking facility. Lu Chaoyang drove the Mercedes directly down to the underground parking, while Song Yunfeng opted to park on the ground level. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, upon hearing Yunting exit her vehicle and open the door, Song Yunfeng made his way into the hotel lobby. Yunting proceeded to the front desk to check in, and Song Yunfeng awaited her at the elevator. Once Yunting completed the check-in process, she met Song Yunfeng at the elevator entrance and handed him one of the room cards, her expression tinged with concern as she inquired, Brother, is everything going to be all right? Indeed, Song Yunfeng replied with a sense of pride. This matter is destined to bring us unexpected fortune. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and Song Yunfeng stepped inside the ascending elevator, gesturing to Yunting with a sign that they would see each other soon. Yunting descended in the elevator to the parking area. Lu Chaoyang, already impatient, had exited the vehicle early and was leaning against the hood, smoking. Upon seeing Yunting approach, he queried, somewhat irritably, why did it take so long to book a room? Yunting casually offered an excuse. There was only one staff member handling the check-in, so it took a bit longer. Lu Chaoyang reached out his hand toward Yunting, saying, hand me the room card. You go up and wait for me. I'll come up shortly. Yunting retrieved the second card and handed it to Lu Chaoyang, who then inquired with particular interest. Is there surveillance in the elevator? Yunting reflected. It seems there isn't. Lu Chaoyang then felt a bit more at ease and instructed Yunting. You go ahead. I'll join you shortly. The Qinggong district in Kunming is considered a new area, somewhat remote, with a scarcity of high-end hotels. The hotel Lu Chaoyang selected was quite discerning. He deliberately avoided large chain hotels such as Vienna or Qianding, as they typically feature more surveillance. A few minutes later, Yunting stood outside the room door and gently knocked. Song Yunfeng was on the phone with Long Yi, informing him of their precise location. Song Yunfeng, ever cautious, peeked through the peephole to confirm it was indeed Yunting before opening the door. Continuing his conversation, he remarked, Yunting has arrived. I suspect Lu Chaoyang will be here shortly, so no need to rush, drive slowly. Long Yi's voice crackled through the line, I can't take my time. Just thinking about the abuse my brother suffered at Baixiang Garden makes it impossible to slow down. I just spoke with Deshawn. He and Wang Hai have left the convoy and are heading back to Kunming. Once they arrive, we'll take that scoundrel Lu Chaoyang to Li Yuan. Song Yunfeng chuckled. Your pace is commendable. Let us leave it at that. I believe Lu Chaoyang will be here soon as well. Talk later. After ending the call, Song Yunfeng gestured towards the sofa directly opposite the entrance, saying, go sit on the chair and wait. Make sure Lu Chaoyang sees you the moment he enters. What do you mean? Yunting asked, puzzled as to why she should sit there. Song Yunfeng, maintaining an air of mystery, replied, you'll understand soon enough. Hurry. Lu Chaoyang might already be in the elevator. Upon hearing these words, Yunting promptly entered the appropriate state and settled onto the sofa directly opposite the door. The layout of the hotel room was rather conventional. To the right of the entrance stood the wall of the bathroom, equipped with a card reader and light switches. This wall measured approximately 2 meters in length, followed by the bathroom door. After traversing this brief corridor, one would find the large bed on the right, flanked by a nightstand on each side. At the foot of the bed was a television, and at the far end stood a floor-to-ceiling window. Beside the bed was a petite sofa, while in the corner of the room was a desk accompanied by a chair, both facing the entrance. Upon opening the door, Lu Chaoyang would immediately see Yunting seated on the chair, awaiting his arrival. As Song Yunfeng pushed open the bathroom door, he heard the sound of a card being swiped at the entrance. He quickly stepped back, concealing himself within the bathroom. In the nick of time, Yunting, unable to sit in the chair, opted to lean against the desk. The moment Lu Chaoyang opened the door, he beheld Yunting's figure, clad in a short black skirt, leaning against the desk and gazing at him. The backlight created an ambience that was almost enchanting, causing a greedy smirk to involuntarily rise at the corners of Lu Chaoyang's mouth. Eagerly, he closed the door and, to prevent any interruptions, secured the anti-theft chain. While fastening the chain, He leered and remarked, "Darling, I have arrived. Let us thoroughly enjoy our intimate world." Once the chain was secured, Lu Chaoyang quickly advanced towards Yunting. He did not glance inside the bathroom as he passed by, though it was ajar, and Song Yunfeng stood merely half a meter from the entrance. As Lu Chaoyang walked past, he caught a glimpse of movement within the bathroom. Realizing something was amiss, he halted, momentarily stunned, then swiftly retreated a step, turning his head to ascertain whether someone truly stood there. In that fleeting moment when Lu Chaoyang stepped back to clarify his suspicion, Song Yunfeng's fist collided sharply with the tip of Lu Chaoyang's nose, causing his head to jerk back in surprise. Instantly, he pivoted and dashed towards the exit. It seemed he had encountered a similar ambush before. A typical person would have inquired, "Who are you?" upon recognizing the presence of another. However, Song Yunfeng did not grant him the opportunity to ask, as he struck without hesitation. Even so, after being hit, one would typically cover their nose and ask, "Who are you?" Lu Chaoyang fled with remarkable speed, but regrettably, he had secured the anti-theft chain upon entering, thereby locking himself in. As he pulled the door open, the chain restricted it to a mere crack. At that moment, Song Yunfeng emerged from the bathroom, delivering a forceful kick to the door, which resonated with a dull thud as it slammed shut again. Seizing Lu Chaoyang by the hair, Song Yunfeng yanked him backward. Lu Chaoyang's body flew as if severed from its tether, landing more than a meter away on the ground. The fall itself was painless, yet the sudden loss of a handful of hair was acutely felt. As he lay on the floor, Lu Chaoyang instinctively rubbed his head with both hands. Acutely aware of the significant patch of missing hair on the crown of his head, Song Yunpeak turned abruptly, taking a step forward to deliver a kick to Lu Chaoyang's groin. The man reacted like a marionette, his hands instinctively moving from above his head to protect his injured area. In an instant, his eyes were bloodshot and wide, his form hunched over like a bamboo shrimp. Such agony is a sensation only a man can truly comprehend. Women often speak of menstrual pain or the agony of childbirth, yet compared to this single kick, those grievances seem utterly trivial. For the next 2 minutes, Lu Chaoyang remained frozen in that position, drenched in sweat. Beside him, Yunting stared in astonishment, curiosity getting the better of her as she inquired, "Brother, what happened to him? Why is he so still? Has he been acupressured? Is he unable to speak?"